On a tranquil afternoon, the sky was violently torn asunder, unleashing a multitude of demonic beasts that surged forth from the rift. Order disintegrated, and civilization regressed to the primal law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. In this dire predicament, Lin Chen seized the solitary glimmer of hope, a system of evolution that would enable summoned beasts to continually transcend their limits. Amidst the ruins of the city, hunters, scientists, and enigmatic organizations each pursued their own agendas. Yet Lin Chen's gaze was fixed upon the high-dimensional shadows that manipulated everything. He vowed to wield the power of evolution to declare to the world who would reign as the sovereign of the new epoch. Chapter 1. The Scarlet Rift. A piercing hum suddenly shattered the tranquility of the afternoon classroom. The incandescent lights hanging from the ceiling flickered wildly, and the PowerPoint presentation on the screen twisted into incomprehensible gibberish. The advanced mathematics teacher adjusted his glasses, about to reprimand the giggling students in the back row, when the entire building trembled violently. An earthquake! Look outside! Screams erupted like sparks igniting oil, and Lin Chen whipped his head toward the window, his heart contracting sharply. The once azure sky had inexplicably been shrouded in an eerie crimson hue, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading through the clouds. From within the depths of these rifts flowed a viscous, magma-like scarlet light, from which twisted and writhing shadows could be discerned. "What is that?" a girl in the front row cried, her voice trembling with fear. Lin Chen's pupils constricted in horror. This scene was all too familiar. It mirrored the opening CG of the holographic game Wanshoji Yuan, which he had stayed up all night to complete. As an internal tester, he recalled the game's premise vividly. A high-dimensional civilization transformed Earth into a trial ground, where the demonic beasts emerging from the spatial rifts would devour all humans who had not awakened their powers. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated from below the teaching building, the sharp crack of steel reinforcing giving way, mingled with agonized screams that pierced through the floors. Lin Chen grabbed the stainless steel thermos on his desk and yanked his stunned roommate beside him. "Run! The game has come to life." The corridor had devolved into chaos, students darting about like headless chickens. A sickening crunch echoed from the stairwell as a half-meter-long, gray-black rat burst through the fire door, its sharp teeth stained with blood, its crimson eyes fixated on the nearest girl. "Shadow Rat. Level 1 Beast." Lin Chen blurted out the creature's name from the game. This low-tier beast, which could be easily dispatched with a single blow in the game, now displayed terrifying lethality in reality. Before the girl could scream, the shadow rat pounced, its razor-sharp claws tearing through her school uniform. The metallic scent of blood filled the air as more shadow rats emerged from the rift, swiftly scaling the walls. Lin Chen's scalp prickled with fear as he dragged his roommate in the opposite direction, to the rooftop. "It's safe there for now." As they turned the corner of the corridor, a shadow rat leapt down from the ceiling vent, aiming directly for Lin Chen's neck. In a split second, he rolled to the side, the thermos crashing against the rat's head with a dull thud. Detection of a lethal threat to the host. Activating Wanshoji Yuan survival system. Binding summoner profession. Binding successful. Acquired initial skill. Contract summon. Can contract one beast of level no greater than the host's. Detecting potential contracting target. Mutated earth dog. Potential rating. Unknown. A cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind, and a translucent blue system interface materialized before him, identical to the operational panel in the game. Instinctively, he glanced toward the end of the corridor, where a limping stray dog was baring its teeth at the shadow rat, its hind leg bleeding, evidently having just been attacked by a beast. "Now's my chance." Lin Chen gritted his teeth, mentally invoking the game commands. "Use contract summon." A pale blue contract rune shot from his palm, accurately landing on the dog's forehead. The dog whined, a faint golden aura enveloping its body, and its formerly feeble presence surged with vitality. Successfully contracted summoned beast, Xiao Tian, level 1. Special talent, Evolution Gate, can evolve under special conditions. An evolutionary talent? Lin Chen was taken aback. Summoners in the game did not possess such an ability. Could this be his golden finger? Woof! The dog, now named Xiao Tian, suddenly lunged at the injured shadow rat. Its ordinary canine teeth transformed into razor-sharp daggers, severing the rat's neck in a single bite. Pale blue experience orbs floated from the rat's corpse, merging into Lin Chen and Xiao Tian. Gained experience, 15 points. Xiao Tian's level increased to 2, gaining 1 attribute point. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. It was indeed just as the game had set. He directed Xiao Tian to eliminate the remaining shadow rats in the corridor and pulled his shaken roommate into the safety passage. On the rooftop, a considerable number of students had gathered, their faces etched with terror as they watched the demonic beasts prowling about the campus and the ever-expanding scarlet rift above. In the square below, a boar the size of a calf was smashing through glass doors with its sharp tusks, drool dripping from its mouth, corroding the ground into hissing white smoke. In the distance, several foul-smelling wolves chased after fleeing crowds, their gray fur matted with dark red blood. That's a level 3 boar and level 5 foul-smelling wolf. Lin Chen gasped. The novice village monsters from the game have truly materialized in reality. Xiao Tian crouched by his feet, emitting a low warning growl, its golden eyes keenly sniffing the air. Lin Chen stroked its head, contemplating the paltry 15 experience points displayed on the system panel and the advancing beasts in the distance, with only one thought in his mind. Survival was imperative. In this sudden doomsday game, he would carve a path to safety using his identity as a summoner and this evolving summoned beast. The iron door to the rooftop suddenly reverberated with a series of violent impacts, accompanied by chilling scratching sounds. Lin Chen gripped his thermos tightly, his gaze sharpening. Chapter 2. Master of Traps. The pounding on the rooftop iron door grew increasingly frantic, the rusted metal etched with deep claw marks, wood shavings and rust cascading down. Lin Chen swiftly scanned his surroundings. In the corner of the rooftop lay steel pipes and cement bags left by the construction crew, while the glass of the fire hydrant box had shattered, revealing the hoses within. Everyone stay calm, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, his voice cutting through the chaotic screams. Boys, help me move stuff to barricade the door. Girls, gather any useful tools. Perhaps his composed demeanor had a calming effect, as the frenzied crowd gradually quieted. His roommate Zhao Lei was the first to respond, grabbing a nearby steel pipe. Brother Chen, what do we do? Insert the steel pipe into the door gap, and use the cement bags to prop it up. Lin Chen directed several boys to reinforce their defenses while he rushed to the fire hydrant and pulled out the hose. Xiao Tian, guard the stairway. Woof! Xiao Tian crouched low, its golden pupils fixed intently on the warping iron door. Detecting that the host is constructing a defensive structure, activating survival skill, basic engineering, beginner. Identifies basic material properties, enhancing trap construction success rate. As the system notification faded, the iron door was suddenly forced open with a loud crash, a shadow rat's head poking through, its beady eyes gleaming with malice. Without hesitation, Lin Chen twisted the water valve, and a powerful jet of water blasted toward the rat's eyes. Gee! The shadow mouse let out a pitiful cry as it withdrew its head. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen swiftly picked up shards of glass from the ground and scattered them around the door, while also inserting several sharpened steel pipes at angles on either side of the doorframe. Zhao Lei, pass me that bucket of paint, Lin Chen commanded, pointing at the white paint bucket in the corner. He poured out most of the paint and mixed it with sand, creating a slick area inside the iron door. When they rush in, they will surely slip. Just as he completed his preparations, the iron door was once again forcefully pushed open, and 3 shadow mice squeezed through all at once. As they landed, they slipped on the paint, their sharp claws screeching against the steel pipes. Xiao Tian, unleash the flamethrower, Lin Chen shouted. After the previous battle, Xiao Tian had accumulated enough evolutionary energy. Xiao Tian emitted a low growl, opening its mouth to release a small burst of flame. Though not particularly powerful, it precisely ignited the paint splattered on the shadow mice. The fireball erupted upon contact, and the air was filled with their anguished screams echoing across the rooftop. Xiao Tian kills Shadow Mouse 3, gaining 45 experience points. Xiao Tian levels up to level 3, unlocking skill, Flame Claw, with burn effect. As the flame claw tore through the air, it carried a faint scent of charred flesh. Xiao Tian darted like a nimble bolt of fire among the throng of shadow mice. Meanwhile, Lin Chen directed the students to attack the injured beasts with mops and steel pipes, their coordination gradually improving. When the last shadow mouse was pinned to the ground by a steel pipe, scattered applause erupted across the rooftop. Leaning against the wall, Lin Chen breathed heavily, glancing at the system panel displaying 58 experience points and Xiao Tian's claws shimmering with a red glow, his heart settling slightly. Brother Chen, how did you know the weaknesses of these monsters? Zhao Lei asked, wiping the cold sweat from his face. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, a deafening roar echoed from a distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop and looked down, spotting a massive gray wolf covered in festering sores, standing in front of the teaching building and howling at the sky. It was the level 5 beast from the game, the stinking wolf. More terrifyingly, with its howl, The surrounding shadow mice and tusked boars began to converge towards the teaching building. Warning: detection of beast aggregation, a small beast tide, initial stage, is forming. Current area survival index, dangerous, 37. Lin Chen felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he surveyed the fewer than 20 individuals remaining on the rooftop, along with Xiao Tian still licking its claws. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe. We cannot remain idle. We must find a safer refuge and gather food and water. His gaze fell upon the direction of the adjacent laboratory building, which housed the school's supply warehouse. Chapter 3. The ruined granary. As night fell, the blood-red sky took on a sinister shade of dark purple. Lin Chen wielded a fire axe to cleave open the side door of the laboratory building, rust and wood shavings cascading to the ground. Xiao Tian cautiously peered in, confirming it was safe before turning back with a whimper. Stay close and keep quiet, Lin Chen murmured, leading the way into the corridor. Most of the laboratory's windows remained intact, moonlight streaming through and casting shadows of various experimental apparatuses upon the floor, resembling lurking beasts. Exploration task triggered. Search for supply warehouse. Task objective: locate the food reserves in the laboratory's underground warehouse, increasing the survival index to 50. Task reward: 100 experience points. 3 random basic materials. The faint glow of the system panel flickered before Lin Chen's eyes as he activated the map function. Discovering that the entrance to the warehouse lay at the end of the corridor beneath the staircase, he gestured for everyone to halt, allowing Xiao Tian to scout ahead. Xiao Tian's silhouette vanished into the darkness, and moments later, a faint scratching sound echoed back. Lin Chen hurried over, only to find the iron door to the staircase locked from within, a faint, foul odor seeping through the crack. There's something inside. Lin Chen pressed his ear against the door, listening to the heavy breathing within. Xiao Tian, how many can you smell? Xiao Tian sniffed the air, barking twice at the door. 2. Lin Chen retrieved the iron wire he had gathered earlier, attempting to pick the lock. The lock was severely rusted, and the wire snapped as soon as he inserted it. Use this. A bespectacled girl handed him a metal test tube, a high-strength alloy tube from the chemistry lab. Lin Chen inserted the tube into the lock and twisted with force, the lock's core snapping with a click. He slowly pulled open the iron door, a wave of mixed mold and blood odor assaulting his senses. The warehouse was filled with wooden crates, moonlight filtering through the ventilation window and illuminating 2 dark shapes in the corner. 2 gray rats, larger than the average shadow rat, bore dark stripes along their backs. Precisely the elite creatures from the game, level 4 shadow-striped rats. Xiaolei, take the girls back to the corridor. Lin Chen gripped his fire axe tightly. Xiao Tian, feign an attack on the left. Xiao Tian transformed into a yellow blur, charging towards the left side striped rat, its fiery claws striking at the creature's back. The striped rat was remarkably agile, dodging to the side and whipping its tail like a whip towards Xiao Tian's eyes. Now, Lin Chen seized the opportunity. Rushing towards the right side striped rat, the fire axe slicing through the air towards its head. The shadow-striped rat emitted a sharp shriek, its body blurring into a shadowy form, executing a skill akin to teleportation, narrowly avoiding the attack and lunging for Lin Chen's throat. Watch out! A voice cried out from the corridor. Lin Chen instinctively leaned back, the rat's sharp fangs grazing the tip of his nose, the rush of air causing his skin to sting. In the nick of time, Xiao Tian abandoned its opponent and leapt to Lin Chen's aid, its fiery claws striking the striped rat's flank, the searing pain eliciting a chilling scream from the creature. Now's our chance. Lin Chen sprang up, bringing the fire axe down with all his might, striking true upon the rat's head. Elite creature killed. Shadow-striped rat 1, earned 80 experience points. Special material, shadow fur 1. Critical hit effect triggered, earned double experience. After dispatching the other striped rat, Lin Chen's experience bar finally surpassed 100 points, elevating him to level 2 and granting him 5 free attribute points, all of which he allocated to mental strength, distinctly feeling a clearer connection with Xiao Tian. The sight within the warehouse relieved everyone. Shelves against the wall were stacked with compressed biscuits, canned goods, and bottled water, while a few boxes of emergency medical supplies lay in the corner. Wonderful. We have food, the girls exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Yet, Lin Chen's attention was drawn to the iron door deep within the warehouse, marked with obvious scratch marks and bloodstains. Approaching for a closer inspection, he discovered a half-bloodied school badge hanging from the doorknob, belonging to the school's security team captain. Lin Chen, alongside Xiao Tian, continued to hunt monsters to level up. They must possess formidable strength to protect everything they cherished. Chapter 4. The dark battle in the supermarket. The night in Jiangcheng had never felt so eerie. The blood-red moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the abandoned supermarket's glass facade as though it were stained with blood. Lin Chen crouched atop the rooftop of an adjacent office building, surveying the target structure with binoculars. His level 9 experience bar shimmered with overflowing brilliance. Breakthrough task activated. Infiltrate the abandoned supermarket. Retrieve the energy core guarded by the decaying wolf. Task hint. The target is located behind the refrigerated section in the supermarket's fresh produce area. Guarded by a level 5 beast with group summoning capabilities. Failure penalty. Level will drop to level 8. Unable to trigger a breakthrough task again within 24 hours. Are we really going in, Brother Chen? Zhao Lei rubbed his frostbitten hands. Having endured 3 minor beast waves since relocating from the laboratory 3 days prior, the howls of wolves sent shivers down their spines. Lin Chen lowered the binoculars, pointing toward the wandering shadow rats at the supermarket's entrance. Do you see that? They don't dare approach the supermarket, indicating the decaying wolf has a strong territorial instinct. But this also suggests there won't be too many beasts inside. He pulled up the system panel. Xiao Tian had reached level 7, and the power of its fire skills had significantly increased. The newly unlocked firewall skill would serve well to block their retreat. Over the past 3 days, they had not only rescued over 10 survivors, but also gathered a plethora of useful supplies, including a modified fire crossbow. Here is the plan. I'll sketch a simple map on the ground. Xiao Tian and I will charge in through the front door to attract the decaying wolf's attention. Zhao Lei, you take 2 others and enter the fresh produce area through the back door. Once you reach the refrigerated section, signal immediately. And what about you? A girl asked anxiously. I'll distract the decaying wolf while you retrieve the core and then retreat, Lin Chen replied, inspecting the arrows of the fire crossbow. The tips coated with a flammable paste made from firegrass. Remember, the core is a blue glowing orb. Once you obtain it, evacuate immediately, regardless of what occurs. I will follow. At 3 in the morning, the operation commenced. Lin Chen hurled a Molotov cocktail toward the supermarket's entrance with a slingshot. The sound of shattering glass and crackling flames instantly alerting the guards within. A shadow rat screeched as it charged out, only to be torn in half by Xiao Tian's fiery claws. Woof! Xiao Tian emitted a challenge, leading the charge into the supermarket. Lin Chen followed closely, the fire crossbow landing a precise shot on an approaching shadow rat. The interior of the supermarket was in disarray, shelves toppled and rotting food exuding a foul stench. From the far end of the fresh produce section came a low growl, as a massive gray wolf emerged, the very target of their mission, the decaying wolf. Its fur was matted with dark red stains, green drool dripping from its jaws, and its 2 glowing green eyes fixated intently on the intruders. With a low howl, 2 ordinary wolf-like beasts emerged from behind the shelves. Though only level 3, they coordinated seamlessly. Xiao Tian, firewall to block the path, Lin Chen shouted. An orange-red flame erupted at the entrance, sealing off their escape route and preventing other beasts from reinforcing. Xiao Tian lunged at the decaying wolf, its fiery claws clashing with the creature's fangs, sparks flying. Lin Chen used the fire crossbow to keep the other 2 wolves at bay, the flaming arrows deterring their advance. The decaying wolf far surpassed ordinary beasts in strength, nimbly dodging Xiao Tian's fiery assaults, its putrid saliva corroding the ground beneath it, leaving small craters. Xiao Tian gradually fell into a disadvantage, suffering deep wounds that exposed bone. Hold on. Lin Chen anxiously observed the fresh produce section, still awaiting the signal. He took the risk of circling to the decaying wolf's side, smashing a Molotov cocktail against its hind leg. Oh whoa! The decaying wolf howled in agony, turning furiously to attack Lin Chen. At that moment, Xiao Tian seized the opportunity, leaping to sink its teeth into the wolf's neck. I received the signal. Zhao Lei's voice crackled through the intercom. Lin Chen's spirits lifted. Xiao Tian, retreat. Just as they prepared to withdraw, the decaying wolf let out a chilling howl, its body swelling, green pus rupturing and releasing a cloud of toxic gas. Warning, detection of a dying beast evolution. The corruption wolf is mutating into a poison fog wolf, level 6. Recommendation to evacuate the danger zone immediately. Chapter 5 Analysis of the energy core. The noxious fog spread through the supermarket like a tide, leaving black corrosive marks in its wake. Lin Chen pulled the injured Xiao Tian through the wall of flames, where Zhao Lei awaited outside with the energy core. A blue crystal the size of a pigeon egg radiating a gentle glow. Breakthrough task completed. Calculating rewards. Level increased to level 10, awarded 10 attribute points. Unlocked second contract position. Acquired skill, summon beast enhancement, beginner. Temporarily increases summon beast attributes by 10. Acquired special item. Energy core, can be used to recharge city shields or evolve summoned beasts. An invigorating warmth surged through Lin Chen's body, alleviating his fatigue and the pain of his wounds. He promptly allocated his attribute points, 5 to mental power, 3 to constitution, and 2 to agility, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. We must leave this place. Lin Chen lifted the weakened Xiao Tian, the glow of the energy core seemingly agitating the surrounding beasts, with distant roars echoing in response. Upon returning to the temporary base, Lin Chen immediately used the energy core to heal Xiao Tian. As the blue crystal approached Xiao Tian's body, it transformed into specks of blue light that seeped into its wounds, visibly accelerating the healing of the once gruesome injuries, with a golden sheen faintly appearing beneath its fur. Detected summoned beast absorbing the energy core, triggering evolution opportunity. Evolution task activated. Collect 3 pieces of shadow pattern rat fur, 1 piece of boar's bone armor, and perform the evolution ceremony under moonlight. It really can evolve. Lin Chen clenched his fists in excitement, proving that his golden finger indeed empowers summoned beasts to grow stronger. At that moment, the radio in the base crackled to life, followed by a hoarse male voice. This is the survivor base of Jiangqing City. Repeat. Located at the East City Convention Center. The energy shield has been activated. Holders of energy cores may exchange for basic supplies and residence rights at the base. There truly is a base. Cheers erupted among the crowd. However, Lin Chen noted the condition of being an energy core holder. Glancing at the remaining half of the energy core in his hand, understanding the implications. In this new world, strength and resources are the foundations of survival. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Chen organized the group to pack their belongings in preparation for heading to the base, while also hunting beasts with the recovering Xiao Tian to collect evolution materials. With his newfound level 10 strength and the unlocking of the second contract position, his hunting efficiency surged, and he soon gathered all the necessary materials for Xiao Tian's evolution. On the eve of departure, Lin Chen performed the evolution ceremony on the rooftop. As moonlight bathed Xiao Tian, combined with the energy from the shadow fur and bone armor, a dazzling red light enveloped its body, initiating a transformation. The previously half-meter-long canine form elongated, its fur turning a fiery red, limbs becoming sturdier, and sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. Xiao Tian has completed its first evolution, Flamehound, level 7 to level 8. Unlocked skills, Flame Jet, area attack. Burned armor, enhances defense and inflicts burn damage. Potential rating increased, excellent. The evolved Flamehound now resembled a medium-sized dog, its body adorned with flickering flames, and its golden eyes radiated intelligence. It affectionately nudged Lin Chen's palm, emitting a low whimper. Lin Chen stroked Xiao Tian's burning fur, feeling the immense power within, his heart brimming with anticipation. He gazed toward the eastern city, where the glow of the energy shield could be faintly seen. Tomorrow, we shall explore the rules of this new world, Lin Chen murmured, and then we will grow stronger. In the night, a sudden flash of light illuminated the direction of the convention center, followed by a dull explosion, dimming the brilliance of the energy shield. Lin Chen's expression grew grave. It appeared that the base was not entirely safe. Chapter 6: The Base Barrier. As dawn pierced through the blood-red clouds, Lin Chen finally beheld the entirety of the survivor base. The Jiangqing City Convention Center was enveloped in a pale blue energy shield, with arcs of light flowing along its edges, keeping the falling ash and smoke at bay. In front of the heavy alloy gate, armed soldiers meticulously checked each survivor entering the base, and the bloodstains and shell casings on the ground indicated that this was not a peaceful era. Prepare your weapons and energy cores, Lin Chen quietly reminded the group as he slung the fire crossbow over his shoulder. While the Flamehound Xiao Tian obediently followed at his side, its flames subdued. While waiting in line for inspection, surrounding survivors cast curious glances. Some noticed Xiao Tian's distinctive fiery red fur and whispered, "That must be a summoned beast. It looks impressive. They must be a newly minted hunter. I wonder which team they belong to." When their turn arrived, the soldiers' gaze lingered on Xiao Tian for a long moment. Before carefully inspecting the half-energy core, Lin Chen submitted, then handed him a metallic wristband. Place your palm on it to register your identity. Points earned from core exchanges will be deposited directly into the wristband. Detecting base identity system, synchronizing data, identity authentication, survivor Lin Chen, level 10. Summoner, point balance, 150 points, energy core exchange. Permission level, F level. The metallic wristband fits snugly on his wrist, displaying personal information and point balance. Lin Chen examined the wristband curiously, discovering it also displayed the base map and task announcements. Upon entering the base, the sights before them left everyone in awe. The convention center's interior had been transformed into a multi-layered living area, with the first floor serving as a trading market and task hall, while the upper floors were residential areas. A massive energy tower stood in the center, continuously supplying energy to the shield. The air was filled with the aromas of food and a hint of disinfectant, creating a stark contrast to the desolation outside. Let us first allocate our accommodations. Following the map's guidance, Lin Chen arrived at the registration desk, exchanging 50 points for 2 4-person dormitories. Everyone should rest first. I will head to the task hall to gather information. Alone in the bustling first-floor hall, Lin Chen was surrounded by a cacophony of voices. With a large electronic screen scrolling various task information, staff in uniform busily attended to the counters, while groups of hunters discussed task details. In one corner, others were peddling various materials and weapons. Lin Chen noted the hall was divided into several areas: Hunter Registration Zone, Task Acquisition Zone, Resource Exchange Zone, and Trading Zone. He first approached the Hunter Registration window, intending to officially become a hunter. What are the requirements for registering as a hunter? Lin Chen inquired. The staff member behind the window, a competent short-haired woman, appraised Lin Chen, level 10 or above, possessing combat capability, and a registration fee of 10 points. Once registered, you may undertake tasks corresponding to your level, earning points and contribution upon task completion. After completing the registration, Lin Chen's wristband displayed the F-level hunter insignia. The staff handed him a manual. This is the hunter code and task level explanation. Newcomers are advised to start with F-level tasks, paying attention to task difficulty and risk warnings. While browsing the manual, Lin Chen's attention was captured by a note. For every 10 levels you increase, you may apply for a hunter rank promotion, unlocking higher level tasks and special permissions. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. A group of hunters clad in black combat gear surrounded a tall man, their uniforms embroidered with silver wolf emblems. The leading man wielded a glinting long knife at his waist, exuding an intimidating presence. It's the Wolf Fong Squad. I heard they just returned from a B-level mission. Team leader Zhao Feng has already reached level 25, a top-tier expert in the base. Lin Chen noticed that Zhao Feng's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he led his team toward the advanced task area, his expression revealing an unmistakable arrogance. He silently tightened his grip on the wristband, understanding that within this space, strength was the sole means to earn respect. Chapter 7. Hunter Registration. The task classifications in the Hunter's Manual were more detailed than Lin Chen had imagined. F-level tasks mostly involved menial chores within the base or explorations on the outskirts of the safety zone, while D-level tasks required venturing into the wilderness to hunt low-tier demon beasts, with rewards ranging from dozens to hundreds of points. Each task was accompanied by details on the number of participants and average completion times, as well as brief descriptions of past failures. A notification chimed on the wristband. Lin Chen opened the message, which was an announcement from the base. The first batch of material exchanges would commence tomorrow, requiring points or contributions, with rare materials and skill scrolls available in limited quantities. Attached was an extensive exchange list, among which the icons for Huiyan Jinghua and Fengji Lingyu caught his eye. These were precisely the materials needed for the second evolution of Xiaoyan and the future contract wind element summoned beasts. More points were needed. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the task panel, where a D-level task piqued his interest: clear the number 3 water source, eliminating the 15 to 20 level demon beasts that had taken residence there, with a reward of 200 points, a random beast core, and 10 contribution points. The water source was a crucial resource for the base, recently overrun by demon beasts, resulting in reduced water supply. The task required 35 people, yet the registration list remained empty. Upon checking the task details, he discovered that the target demon beast was the Dutsi Hua, an amphibious creature adept at spraying venom, posing a risk if approached alone. Should he seek teammates? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to attempt it solo first. His advantage lay in the long-range attacks and defenses of his summoned beast, and Xiaoyan's flames were particularly effective against poison attribute demon beasts. After registering for the task, the wristband prompted a team invitation feature. Just as Lin Chen was about to decline, he received an application. Newbie hunter Sumu requested to join the team, level 12. Occupation: Elemental Mage. Lin Chen was taken aback and opened her profile, revealing that she had joined the base 3 days prior and had completed 3 F-level tasks, all rated as excellent. He accepted her application, and soon a girl clad in a white trench coat approached him. "Hello, I'm Sumu," she greeted with a smile, her bright eyes sparkling and her cheeks adorned with 2 faint dimples, completely unperturbed by her apocalyptic experiences. "I noticed you taking on a D-level task alone and was a bit worried you might struggle. I'm Lin Chen, a summoner. He introduced himself succinctly. My summoned beast can handle the Dutsiwa. He gestured towards the nearby Lin Chen, who wagged its tail amicably, its flames dimming considerably. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment. An evolved summoned beast? I've heard of such unique abilities, but never thought I would see one. She excitedly produced her staff, the tip embedded with a pale blue gem. I specialize in ice spells and can freeze the venom. We should manage just fine together. While the two discussed tactics, two more requests to join the team came in. One was Wang Meng, a level 20 warrior with a robust physique wielding a massive axe. The other was Lina, a level 15 archer, sharp-eyed, carrying a composite bow on her back. This perfectly formed a 5-member team. Wang Meng rumbled, I've been to the number 3 water source. The Dutsiwa gather around the reservoir in considerable numbers. Lina added, their poison sacks are on their backs. Arrows can strike accurately. But someone needs to draw their attention. Lin Chen felt a flicker of anticipation at the sight of the impromptu team. This was his first collaboration with hunters of different professions, and the synergy between their diverse skills might yield unexpected results. Before setting off, Lin Chen purchased 5 antidotes and some spare arrows from the trading post for 50 points. Sumu prepared ice scrolls, Wang Ming checked the sharpness of his axe, and Lina adjusted her bowstring. By the way, how do we divide the points after completing the task? Wang Ming suddenly inquired. Base tasks are typically divided evenly, but sometimes adjustments are made based on contributions. Lin Chen pondered and proposed, basic points will be evenly distributed, while additional materials will be allocated based on need. How does that sound? The others had no objections. The team exited the base gates, the energy shield slowly closing behind them. As the fetid winds of the wilderness rushed toward them, the roars of demon beasts echoed from the distant ruins, marking the commencement of their new challenge. Chapter 8. Wilderness tracking. The number 3 water source was located at the old city's water treatment plant, approximately 5 kilometers from the base. The streets along the route had long been abandoned, with wrecked vehicles and collapsed buildings forming natural cover, concealing unknown dangers. Stay alert. There may be roaming Yingshu groups around here, Wang Ming cautioned, leading the way with his axe slung over his shoulder. Lin Chen instructed Xiaoyan to scout ahead. As the Lin Xuan's keen sense of smell could detect the presence of demon beasts early, he activated the map function on his wristband, marking potential ambush points. The department store on the left and the subway station on the right were both high-risk areas. They should stick to the middle street. The tip of Sumu's staff emanated a soft blue light, periodically releasing icy mist to probe the surroundings. My elemental perception indicates a significant energy response about 300 meters ahead, she reported. As they approached, they found the iron gates of the water treatment plant had been breached, twisted rebar still hanging with shredded flesh. The weeds within the plant grew as tall as a person, and the surface of the reservoir was covered in green froth, emitting a nauseating odor. The Dutsiwa must be in the pool. Lina readied her bow, aiming at the water's surface. Their camouflage made them difficult to spot if they remained still. Lin Chen directed Xiaoyan, breathe fire to test the waters. The Lin Xuan opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball, which exploded upon striking the water. With a resounding croak, dozens of fist-sized green frogs leaped from the pool, their toxin sacs swelling as they aimed their venom at the group. Freeze! Sumu waved her staff, and the pale blue mist instantly froze the airborne venom, forming sparkling ice droplets that fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming charged forward, swinging his axe to cleave 2 of the Dutsiwa that had jumped ashore in half. Hurry and help, he called. Lina's arrows struck the poison sacs on the frogs' backs with pinpoint accuracy, causing venom to splatter but harming no one. Meanwhile, Lin Chen commanded Xiaoyan to shoot flames at the shore, creating a wall of fire to block the Dutsiwa's retreat. Xiaoyan killed Dutsiwa 3, gained 45 experience points. Lin Chen level 10, gained 5 attribute points. The warm surge of leveling up invigorated Lin Chen, and he allocated all his attribute points to mental strength, feeling a closer bond with Xiaoyan, even vaguely sensing its emotions. Be careful, a big one is coming, Wang Ming suddenly shouted. The water surface of the reservoir churned violently, and a giant Dutsiwa, roughly the size of a round table, emerged. Its skin a deep purple, and its toxin sacs glimmering ominously. Elite monster detected. Dutsiwa King, level 22. Skills: Poison Mist Spray, Sonic Attack. Mass Summon. The Dutsiwa King opened its massive mouth, emitting a piercing shriek, causing the surrounding water to erupt with countless bubbles as more Dutsiwa emerged from the depths. Shoot its eyes, Lina. Freeze the water to stop its movement. Sumu, Lin Chen swiftly commanded. Wang Meng, hold the shore, and Xiaoyan, unleash your most powerful flames. The Lin Xuan inhaled deeply, swelling slightly before releasing a robust column of fire that struck the Duzi King's head with precision. The intense heat elicited a painful screech from the Duzi King, which thrashed wildly in the water, creating enormous waves. At that moment, the Duzi King suddenly expelled a large cloud of green poison mist, moving so swiftly that the group had no time to evade. Lin Chen's heart raced. Just as he was about to command Xiaoyan to disperse the poison mist with flames, he saw Sumu plunge her staff into the ground. The icy blue glow spreading outward to form a massive ice dome that enveloped them all. This is my defensive skill, Ice Crystal Barrier. It can block toxins. Sumu was sweating profusely, clearly straining to maintain the barrier. Quick, attack now. Wang Ming's massive axe cleaved through the air with great force, striking the forelimb of the poisonous Spike Frog King, while Li Na's arrow found its mark, piercing the creature's eye with precision. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen commanded Xiao Tian to leap onto the back of the poisonous Spike Frog King, delivering a fierce blow with its fiery claws into the creature's venom sac. Now is the time, Lin Chen exclaimed. The poisonous Spike Frog King emitted a deathly cry, its body convulsing violently, and the surrounding smaller poisonous spike frogs also lost their vitality. As it lay motionless, a blue energy wafted from its corpse, merging into Lin Chen's wristband. Defeated elite creature poisonous Spike Frog King, gained 300 experience points, special material, Venom Sac Core X1. Task completion 120, received additional rewards, 50 points. 5 contribution points. After dispatching the remaining poisonous spike frogs, the group rested by the pool. Wang Ming looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Brother Lin, you did well. Your command was quite professional, and your summoned beasts are formidable. Sumu inquired curiously, can your summoned beasts truly evolve indefinitely? I once read in the base library that evolving summoned beasts are legendary beings. Lin Chen smiled without directly answering, instead glancing towards the center of the pool. It seems there is something glowing over there. Chapter 9. The whisper of the wind. The light in the center of the pool emanated from a metal plate partially submerged in water, etched with intricate patterns, with the word purification faintly discernible. Lin Chen instructed Xiao Tian to evaporate the surrounding water with flames, revealing the complete device. It was a water purification core. Although somewhat damaged, its core components were still operational. This device should be able to restore the water source. Wang Ming tentatively touched the metal plate, immediately feeling a faint current. The base would undoubtedly require this, and submitting it would likely yield extra contribution points. Lin Chen stored the purification core in his backpack when the system suddenly displayed a notification. Discovered special item. Incomplete purification device. Can be submitted to the Research Institute for repair, gaining substantial contribution points. While collecting the spoils, Li Na discovered a green crystal within the corpse of the poisonous Spike Frog King. This must be a beast core, right? It seems to be of decent quality and should fetch a good number of points. According to their agreement, this beast core would belong to the entire team, and they planned to auction it at the base and split the proceeds. On their return journey, Lin Chen noticed an unusual flock of birds circling in the sky. These birds had grayish-blue feathers, their wings extending over a meter in length, with sharp beaks akin to blades. They were precisely the level 15 beast, Windblade Bird. Be cautious of the skies, Lin Chen warned, as Windblade birds excelled in group attacks, their feathers capable of transforming into flying knives. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen Windblade birds swooped down, their wings fanning out to launch sharp feathers. Sumu immediately conjured an ice barrier for defense. Wang Ming blocked with his massive axe, while Li Na drew her bow and retaliated, striking 2 of the birds. Xiao Tian, unleash the flames. Lin Chen commanded his summoned beast to attack the airborne Windblade birds, the flames scorching their wings and causing several to lose their balance and plummet. The battle concluded swiftly, but Lin Chen noticed a wounded juvenile bird that refrained from attacking them, instead cautiously hiding on a tree branch, fear evident in its azure eyes. This Windblade bird was significantly smaller than its kin, its feathers a pale blue, with a visible wound on its wing, suggesting it had been ostracized by others. Identified as a potential contract target, mutated Windblade bird, level 12, potential rating, excellent. Special status, injured, weak. Would you like to use the contract rune? Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. This was a prime opportunity to contract his second summoned beast. A wind-type summoned beast would excel in reconnaissance and ranged attacks, perfectly complementing the team's aerial capabilities. He gestured for the others to remain silent, and slowly approached the injured juvenile bird. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, Lin Chen spoke softly. A faint blue contract rune materializing in his palm. The juvenile bird warily stepped back, unable to fly due to its wing injury, and emitted a threatening screech. Sumu handed him a small vial of healing potion. Try this. It's a potent remedy from the base, effective even on beasts. Lin Chen poured the potion into his palm and slowly extended it towards the juvenile bird, perhaps sensing the kindness or succumbing to the pain of its injury. The juvenile bird hesitated momentarily before cautiously pecking at the potion in his hand. Seizing its moment of relaxation, Lin Chen gently pressed the contract rune against its forehead. A soft blue light enveloped the juvenile bird, its body trembling slightly, before it ceased to resist, a hint of gentleness flickering in its azure eyes. Successfully contracted the second summoned beast, Fengyu, level 12. Special talent. Wind Whisperer, can sense changes in air currents, providing danger warnings. Skills. Windblade, airflow acceleration. Reconnaissance. Once the contract was complete, the juvenile bird affectionately nuzzled Lin Chen's finger, its wing wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. It spread its wings and circled above Lin Chen's head, emitting a melodious chirp, the sound akin to the tinkling of wind chimes. I shall name you Fengyu, Lin Chen said with a smile, a surge of newfound power welling within him. Now, he possessed the fiery canine for ground attacks and the windblade bird for aerial reconnaissance, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Wang Ming and Li Na gazed in astonishment at the scene, not expecting Lin Chen to contract a second summoned beast so swiftly, and one with such promising potential as the windblade bird. Brother Lin's luck is truly remarkable. This mutated windblade bird is evidently extraordinary, Wang Ming remarked, noting that many summoners at the base contracted only ordinary beasts. On their way back, Fengyu scouted ahead, discovering several wandering beasts and allowing the team to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Lin Chen could perceive through the contract what Fengyu saw, granting him a form of aerial vision, a sensation that was truly remarkable. Upon returning to the base, the setting sun bathed the energy shield in a golden hue. Lin Chen gazed at the over 300 points on his wristband and his newly contracted summoned beast, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Even stronger beasts and more formidable challenges awaited him. Chapter 10. The first collaboration after submitting the Purification Core to the Research Institute. Lin Chen's team received a reward of 500 points and 30 contribution points, and with the task's inherent rewards, each member averaged over 200 points. The Beast Core from the Poisonous Spike Frog King auctioned for 1,200 points at the trading post, further enriching the team's earnings. I never expected such a lucrative return from a D-level task, Li Na remarked, examining the points on her wristband, a smile gracing her face. Sufficient to exchange for basic skill scrolls. Wang Ming, however, was more intrigued by contribution points. Once we reach 100 contribution points, we can apply for promotion to E-level hunters, allowing us to undertake C-level tasks with more substantial rewards. Sumu suggested, we cooperated quite well. Should we form a fixed team? The base has a team registration system, and fixed teams receive additional bonuses for tasks. Lin Chen concurred with this proposal. A fixed team would foster camaraderie, enhance collaborative efficiency, and provide mutual support in the face of danger. The four of them ventured to the Hunter Guild to complete the team registration, naming their group Starfire Team, symbolizing their spirit igniting like sparks in the apocalypse. Once registered, their wristbands received new features, shared team tasks, a 10 experience bonus, and a team storage. Lin Chen uploaded Fengyu's reconnaissance data and Xiao Tian's combat records to the team storage, facilitating his teammates' understanding of the summoned beast capabilities. What task shall we undertake next? Su Mu inquired, glancing at the task panel, where a C-level task caught her eye. Investigate the abandoned Genetic Research Institute, rumored to be occupied by high-tier beasts, but promising substantial rewards. Lin Chen examined the task details, noting that the target location was the Biological Research Institute in the east of the city, which had allegedly conducted genetic experiments even before the game's arrival, now occupied by a level 25 beast, the Aberration. The task offered 500 points and a random skill book. Yet the danger level was marked as high. It's a bit risky, but worth a try, Lin Chen analyzed. Fengyu can scout the interior first. Xiao Tian's flames can handle most biological beasts, while Su Mu's ice spells can control the situation. Wang Ming's defense and Li Na's ranged attacks will also play a crucial role. Wang Ming confidently patted his chest, assuring, as long as we don't encounter a Lord-level beast above level 30, our team should be able to manage. Before their departure, the squad procured ample supplies at the trading post. Lin Chen acquired flame essence to enhance the fiery prowess of Xiao Tian, while Fengyu exchanged for wind feathers to accelerate wound healing. Su Mu replenished ice-type scrolls and mana potions. Wang Ming purchased a set of lightweight armor, and Li Na exchanged for armor-piercing arrows. The exterior of the Genetic Research Institute exuded a futuristic aura, its glass facade reflecting the crimson sky, with the entrance coated in the viscous secretions of some creature. Feng Yu returned from aerial reconnaissance, relaying a vivid image to Lin Chen. The interior of the institute was teeming with mutated test subjects, and at the center loomed a grotesque behemoth, its body festooned with eyes and tentacles. Target monster detected. Aberration, level 25, Elite Lord. Skills: acid spray, tentacle attack, genetic contamination. Warning: this area is afflicted by genetic radiation. Prolonged exposure may lead to attribute degradation. Stronger than anticipated, Lin Chen frowned. And with the presence of radiation, we must act swiftly. He retrieved 4 radiation protection badges from his backpack, special items obtained through contributions that could resist low-level radiation. Upon entering the institute, the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the stench of blood assaulted their senses. The corridor was strewn with experimental equipment and skeletal remains, while the walls were riddled with bizarre biological tissues that appeared to writhe as if alive. These walls are problematic. Sumu's staff emitted a blue glow, indicating they were absorbing energy, accelerating my mana consumption. Suddenly, countless tentacles surged from the walls, coiling towards the group like venomous serpents. Wang Ming swiftly swung his massive axe to sever the tentacles, only to find new appendages sprouting rapidly from the severed ends. Attack the tumors on the walls, Lin Chen shouted, noticing the pulsating flesh-colored tumors connected to the tentacles, which served as energy nodes. Xiao Tian unleashed flames to scorch the tumors, while Feng Yu employed wind blades to slice through the airborne tentacles. Sumu cast a wide-area ice spike spell, freezing the writhing walls, while Lina's arrows struck true at the core of the tumors. Having cleared the corridor of obstacles, the group arrived at the central hall. It resembled a colossal incubation chamber, with the immense aberration suspended mid-air, its multitude of eyes turning simultaneously towards the intruders, emitting a piercing shriek. Execute the plan, Lin Chen bellowed, with Wang Ming drawing its attention, Sumu controlling its movements, Lina targeting its eyes, while I and my summoned beast search for weaknesses. The battle erupted instantly, marking the inaugural coordinated effort of the Xingho squad amidst the perilous realm of the Genetic Research Institute. Lin Chen understood that this was not merely a test of strength, but also a trial of their team's synergy. Chapter 11. Task board. The electronic screen at the Hunters Guild was perpetually crowded, various task information scrolling by like a flowing stream. Lin Chen's Xingho squad had just ascended to E-rank hunters, unlocking additional task permissions. They were currently focusing on the C-rank task area, seeking a suitable next objective. The mining cleanup task offered 800 points and 50 contributions. Sumu pointed to a task listing located in the Haishi Mountain mining area, rumored to be infested with numerous monsters disrupting resource extraction at the base. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. That would be perfect for upgrading my massive axe. I've heard that polishing it with obsidian enhances its armor-piercing capabilities. Lina noted the task's requirements: a minimum of 5 members in the squad, with defensive professions or summoned beasts necessary, as the internal structure of the mine was complex and could pose collapse risks. Lin Chen pondered. I recently sensed a new contract fluctuation. Perhaps we can find a suitable defensive summoned beast within the mine. Moreover, clearing the mine falls under long-term benefit tasks, granting the base priority in or procurement upon completion. Just as they were about to accept the task, a mocking voice interrupted. You E-rank hunters dare take on a mining task? Just last week, a squad fell victim inside, and they couldn't even retrieve the bodies. The speaker was a burly man with a mohawk, his D-rank hunter badge prominently displayed, flanked by 4 members exuding arrogance. They were from the Quanglong squad. Lina whispered a warning. They often snatched tasks from novices. The mohawk man approached Lin Chen, deliberately bumping into his shoulder. We are taking this task. If you know what's good for you, scram before you lose your life. Lin Chen, uninterested in a dispute, confirmed the task on the panel. The rule for task acceptance is first come, first served. If you have the capability, be quicker. The system notification chimed. Xingho squad successfully accepted C-rank task, Haishi Mountain mining cleanup. The Quanglong squad leader's expression darkened, but he could not alter the outcome. Only threatening. Just wait. You'll be the ones crying. Watching the Quanglong squad depart in frustration, Wang Ming scoffed. Who do they think they are? Treating C-rank tasks like their private property? Sumu voiced her concern. Do you think they might play tricks in the mine? It is quite possible. Lin Chen had anticipated this. We should prepare thoroughly, bringing extra detection devices and emergency supplies before our departure tomorrow. He glanced at the F-rank area on the task panel, where an inconspicuous task caught his eye. Find the lost pet. Help survivor Granny Zhang locate her cat, Xueqiu, last seen at the Old Town Vegetable Market. Reward, 30 points. 2 contributions. Let's take this task on our way. Lin Chen indicated the task, explaining that while F-rank daily tasks offered modest rewards, they would help familiarize them with the Old Town's terrain, and the vegetable market was not far from Haishi Mountain. The squad members had no objections. Knowing that an additional task meant more income, Lin Chen contacted task issuer Granny Zhang. Learning that Xueqiu was a pure white Persian cat that went missing 3 days ago while searching for food, leaving the elderly woman distressed and unable to eat. Tomorrow, we will first search for the cat at the vegetable market, then proceed to the mine. Lin Chen mapped out the route. Everyone should rest well today, check equipment, and prepare for the new task ahead. In a corner of the guild, a new bounty announcement had just been posted. Bounty for the claws of the level 25 monster. TG Xiong. Reward, 1,000 points, 80 contributions. Issuer, Research Institute. Lin Chen took a moment to examine it, recognizing it as a material potentially needed for their future breakthrough at level 19. Chapter 12. The Lost Companion. The Old Town Vegetable Market had long lost its former splendor, with rotting vegetables and animal carcasses emitting a foul odor. The plastic coverings of the sunshades were tattered, flapping noisily in the wind. The Xingho squad navigated cautiously among the stalls, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Granny Zhang mentioned that Xueqiu favored the fish area. Lin Chen opened his wristband to reveal a photo of a plump white cat perched atop a fish tank, and they kept an eye out for the white figure, wary of lurking monsters in the corners. Feng Yu circled overhead, intermittently emitting sharp calls to indicate direction. Xiao Tian kept low to the ground, its fiery red fur striking against the dim environment. Over here, there are cat paw prints. Lina pointed to the traces beneath a stall, with white cat fur caught in a torn net. Following the paw prints, they ventured deeper into the market, nearing the cold storage area. Suddenly, Lin Chen signaled the group to halt. Feng Yu detected an anomaly. There was an energy reaction inside the cold storage. Through the glass door of the cold storage, they could see piles of frozen meat and ice, with a snow-white cat crouched in the corner, facing several large gray mice, mutated shadow mice. It's Xueqiu, Sumu whispered, noting that the shadow mice were significantly larger than usual, at least level 10. The cold storage door was locked from the inside. Lin Chen attempted to break it open with a fire axe, but only left a white mark. The mutated shadow mice turned towards the noise, their crimson eyes glinting with menace. Forcing entry could harm Xueqiu. Lin Chen quickly devised a strategy. Xiao Tian prepared to unleash flames, while Sumu utilized ice spells to seal the doorway. The moment the door opens, we strike together. Wang Ming hefted his massive axe, gathering strength. Watch this. He aimed for the lock with a powerful swing, severing the alloy lock with a resounding crack. Now, the door cracked open just enough, and Xiao Tian's flames surged inside, forcing the shadow mice to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu launched ice spikes, blocking the escape route for the shadow mice. Lina's arrow struck the eye of the foremost Yingshu with unerring precision, while Wang Ming rushed into the cold storage to protect Xueqiu. Be cautious of their teeth, Lin Chen cautioned. The sharp fangs of the mutated Yingshu gleamed ominously, evidently laced with venom. Startled, Xueqiu darted from the corner, colliding with one of the Yingshu. Lin Chen, quick-witted and agile, scooped the white cat into his arms, simultaneously directing Feng Yu to use wind blades to disrupt the Yingshu. The synergy of teamwork was remarkable. Wang Ming laughed heartily, his massive axe cleaving the Yingshu in two, proving far easier than solitary combat. Sumu's ice spells countered the speed of the Yingshu perfectly, while Lina's arrows consistently struck their vulnerabilities, and Lin Chen controlled the battlefield's tempo through summoned beasts. The 5 mutated Yingshu were swiftly dispatched, without any injuries. Completed F-grade task. Find the lost pet. Earned 30 points. Contribution 2. Additional reward. Granny Zhang's handmade snacks. Slightly increases stamina recovery speed. Lin Chen handed Xueqiu to the arriving Granny Zhang, who wept tears of joy as she embraced the recovered feline, insisting on sharing her accumulated points with them, which Lin Chen graciously declined. Such a kind-hearted person, he thought. Granny Zhang pressed a packet of cookies into their hands, cautioning them about the dangers ahead in the Haishi mountain mining area, mentioning rumors of large rats prowling the tunnels. Lin Chen's heart stirred. How did she know about the mines? My son was a miner, Granny Zhang sighed, revealing that deep within the mine lay a vast cavern where the stones moved, urging them to steer clear of that area. This unexpected intel heightened the team's vigilance. After bidding farewell to Granny Zhang, they set forth towards the Haishi mountain mining area, unaware that a figure clad in black was observing their movements from a distant rooftop. Chapter 13. The rodent crisis. The entrance to the Haishi mountain mining area was barred by a colossal iron gate, a rusted sign reading "No Entry." Lin Chen scanned the gate with his wristband, and the system prompted, "Detected task-related area, access rights automatically unlocked." The iron gate creaked open, revealing a shadowy tunnel. A gust of damp, frigid air rushed forth, mingled with the scent of sulfur. The emergency lights on the walls flickered intermittently, illuminating the cobweb-covered tracks. "Fengyu, scout ahead," Lin Chen commanded, "and keep an eye on the ventilation ducts and side paths." Fengyu's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Relaying images from within the tunnel, the main passageway was intact, the left side path had collapsed, and the right passage led deeper, faint glimmers of luminous or visible. According to the map, the primary mining area lay in the right passage. Lin Chen opened the mine map, proposing, "We shall split into two groups. Wang Meng and Li Na will accompany me down the main route, while Su Mu and Fengyu will remain on guard at the rear, maintaining communication." After advancing approximately 100 meters into the tunnel, scattered or began to appear on the ground, with the walls embedded with glistening black stones. "This is obsidian," Wang Meng remarked, picking up a piece to weigh it. "It's quite valuable at the base." Suddenly, Fengyu emitted an urgent alarm. Lin Chen looked up to see countless gray-black shadows cascading from the ventilation duct. A horde of mutated Yingshu surged forth like a tide, numbering at least in the hundreds. "This is bad. A rodent swarm," Lin Chen commanded. "Let Xiao Tian erect a firewall ahead, and Su Mu quickly use an ice wall to seal our retreat." Su Mu's staff struck the ground, and an ice-blue wall swiftly rose, blocking the advancing Yingshu from behind. Wang Meng wielded his axe behind the firewall, each swing cleaving through multiple Yingshu, yet more continued to charge forward atop their fallen brethren. "They are gnawing at the ice wall." Su Mu's face paled. "The wall won't hold for long." Li Na's arrows flew like shooting stars, accurately targeting the larger individuals within the swarm, their SA leader among them. Indeed, Lin Chen discerned a giant Yingshu, the size of a small dog, lurking behind the swarm, its fur a mottled gray-black and its eyes an eerie purple, shrieking commands to the horde. Discovered elite monster, Yingshu King, level 18. Skills, group command, venomous fangs, burrowing. We must eliminate the Yingshu King first. Lin Chen ordered Fengyu. Use wind blades to disrupt it. Fengyu swooped down, unleashing several wind blades, which, though failing to injure the Yingshu King, successfully diverted its attention. The Yingshu King emitted a furious shriek before suddenly burrowing into the ground, vanishing from sight. "Watch out below," Lin Chen shouted. No sooner had he spoken than the ground erupted, the Yingshu King surging forth from beneath Wang Meng's feet, its sharp venomous fangs aimed at his ankle. Wang Meng reacted swiftly, swinging his axe to repel the Yingshu King, though his calf was still grazed, immediately darkening with poison. "I'm poisoned." Su Mu promptly tossed a detoxification potion. "This venom is potent." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen directed Xiao Tian to intensify the flame assault while retrieving his fire crossbow. Launching an arrow imbued with flame essence toward the Yingshu King. "A spark can ignite a prairie." Lin Chen activated the newly unlocked summoner skill, and Xiao Tian's flames transformed into a raging inferno, engulfing a substantial number of Yingshu. The Yingshu King shrieked in agony as the flames scorched it, exposing its body within the attack range. Li Na's armor-piercing arrow struck its eye with pinpoint accuracy, while Wang Meng, suppressing his pain, delivered a decisive blow, cleaving the Yingshu King in half. With the loss of their leader, the Yingshu swarm descended into chaos. Lin Chen seized the moment to command Xiao Tian to expand the flames, while Su Mu's ice wall constricted the encirclement, swiftly clearing the remaining Yingshu. Defeated Yingshu King 1. Gained 450 experience points. Acquired special material. Yingshu King's Venom Sac 1. Usable for crafting poisons or antidotes. Lin Chen leveled up to level 15, earned 5 attribute points. Wang Meng's wound gradually subsided under the detoxification potion's effects, though his complexion remained pale. "The venom from that rodent king is truly potent. I nearly met my end here." Lin Chen examined the Yingshu King's carcass. Ordinary Yingshu would not exhibit such organization. Someone must be orchestrating them from the shadows. Within the Yingshu King's body, he discovered a microchip engraved with unfamiliar symbols. "The Mad Wolf Squad," Li Na speculated. Lin Chen clenched the chip tightly. "Whoever it is, we must proceed with caution. Let us continue onward and remain vigilant." Faint tremors emanated from the depths of the mine, as though a colossal creature stirred. Fengyu circled above, issuing warning calls, heralding that a more perilous challenge loomed ahead. Chapter 14. Cave Intelligence. After dispatching the rodent swarm, the team took a moment to recuperate within the tunnel. Lin Chen allocated all newly acquired attribute points to his mental strength, distinctly feeling a clearer connection with both summoned beasts, even able to share parts of Feng Yu's vision. This chip is peculiar, Sumu remarked as she examined the microchip Lin Chen discovered, noting that its intricate patterns resembled some form of energy conduit, unlike anything naturally occurring. Wang Ming leaned in for a closer look. Whatever it is, it's certainly not benevolent. It could be the Mad Wolf Squad's doing, trying to ensnare us. Lin Chen shook his head. This technology appears quite advanced, not something an ordinary hunter could procure. Only research institutions and the military possess such capabilities at the base. He secured the chip, intending to present it for analysis upon their return, hopeful it might trigger a special mission. As they ventured deeper into the mine, the density of ore increased, the obsidian walls glimmering with a metallic sheen. Lin Chen instructed Xiao Tian to test the hardness of the ore with flames. The results showed only faint char marks left behind. Indeed, it is hard, Wang Ming exclaimed, excitedly chipping away at a piece of ore. This quality of obsidian could fetch a considerable number of points at the base. Suddenly, Li Na halted. Pointing at the wall of the tunnel ahead, there are signs of a struggle here. The wall bore distinct axe marks and residual energy, while the ground was littered with dried blood and shattered weapon fragments. After examining the scene, Lin Chen concluded, these are the remnants of the Mad Wolf Squad. They arrived before us and encountered a battle. Judging by the evidence, they suffered significant losses. Sumu sensed the lingering energy, noting fluctuations of defensive skills and the sounds of shattering rock. Feng Yu soared back from the front, conveying a vivid scene, deep within the mine. Colossal rock creatures lay dormant atop a mound of ore, while the members of the Quanglong Squad observed from a distance, seemingly devising strategies. Target discovered, High Yuanshi Kuolai, level 20. Characteristics, extremely high physical defense, immune to low-level elemental attacks, weakness unknown, quantity, 3. Is this the task's objective? Wang Ming furrowed his brow. Realizing they would be formidable opponents, a direct confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Lin Chen scrutinized the form of the Kuolai. Their cores glimmered with a red light in their chests, likely serving as their energy source. Feng Yu, can you discern the situation deeper within the mine? Feng Yu took flight once more, swiftly returning with fresh intelligence. A vast cavern lay deeper within, housing additional Haiyuanshi Kuolai and an even larger leader-level creature, with clusters of luminescent ore at the cavern's center. The task description indicated that the mine impacted resource extraction. It appeared these Kuolai were guarding something significant. Lin Chen reasoned that their objective was to eliminate the threat, but not necessarily to eradicate all. Perhaps there was a way to control them. Suddenly, Sumu pointed at markings on the wall. These were safety signs left by miners, accompanied by a line of small text indicating sound-triggered activation, advising to keep away from sound sources. Sound-triggered? Lin Chen realized. No wonder the Quanglong Squad hesitated to engage. These Kuolai might be activated by sound. They cautiously advanced, and indeed, the slumbering Kuolai remained unresponsive. In contrast, the distant Quanglong Squad seemed oblivious to this pattern, testing the waters with stones, which resulted in awakening one Kuolai and igniting an immediate conflict. We shall take a detour. Lin Chen resolved to avoid direct confrontation, opting to navigate through a side ventilation duct to directly access the cavern and locate the core area. The squad cautiously traversed the narrow duct, steering clear of the battling Quanglong Squad and the Haiyuanshi Kuolai. At the duct's end lay a small platform, beneath which the immense cavern sprawled, filled with countless stalactites hanging from above, and the ground embedded with glowing ore, sparkling like a starry sky. What is that? Li Na pointed to a corner of the cavern where a small turtle with a gray-green shell rested atop a mound of ore, gnawing on an energy crystal. Its shell was adorned with rocky patterns, suggesting formidable defense. Discoverable contract target, Shijia Gui, level 18. Characteristics, extremely high defense, energy absorption, skills, rock hardening, energy reflection, status, gentle. Currently feeding, Lin Chen's heart stirred. This was precisely the defensive summon he had sensed. Chapter 15. Pre-battle preparations. The air in the cavern was damp and cold, the sound of dripping water echoing in the vast space. Lin Chen's squad hid behind the platform, observing the Shijia Gui below and the distant cluster of Haiyuanshi Kuolai. That Shijia Gui appears quite docile, Sumu whispered, as it consumed the energy crystals, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding Kuolai. Wang Ming questioned, why is it not in conflict with those Kuolai? Are they allies? Lin Chen shook his head. The energy fluctuations of the Shijia Gui are tranquil. Lacking aggression, it is likely a neutral being. The Haiyuanshi Kuolai appeared to be guarding the clusters of ore at the cavern's center, ignoring the Shijia Gui. He resolved to attempt to contract the Shijia Gui. A defensive summon would be invaluable for their squad, especially in such a complex terrain. I will try to contract it. You all provide cover. To avoid awakening the distant Kualai, Lin Chen instructed Fengyu to remain vigilant in the air while he cautiously descended from the platform's edge, landing in the shadows at the cavern's base. The Shijia Gui remained engrossed in its meal, entirely unaware of their approach. Contractable target confirmed. Shijia Gui, level 18. Contract success rate, 65. Target in a gentle state. Suggestion: use energy crystals as bait to enhance success rate. Lin Chen retrieved energy or collected previously during a battle with shadow mice, which emanated a faint energy fluctuation. He gently placed the ore on the ground, slowly nudging it toward the Shijia Gui. The Shijia Gui finally noticed the movement. Retracting its head cautiously, its shell patterns beginning to glow. Lin Chen immediately ceased his movement, adopting a gentle demeanor to indicate he meant no harm. Do not fear. I will not harm you, he murmured, while radiating benevolent mental waves. This is for you to eat. The Shijia Gui hesitated briefly before gradually extending its head, delicately picking up the energy ore and quickly consuming it. It seemed satisfied, blinking its small eyes at Lin Chen, its hostility gradually dissipating. Target's favorability increased. Contract success rate raised to 85. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen summoned the contract runes in his palm, cautiously approaching the Shijia Gui. As the runes made contact with its shell, the Shijia Gui offered no resistance, allowing the runes to seamlessly integrate into its body, emitting a soft green glow. Successfully contracted the third summon, Shijia Gui, level 18. Acquired skills: rock hardening, significantly increases defense. Energy reflection, reflects 10 physical damage. Special talent: mineral digestion, can enhance shell hardness by consuming ore. Upon the completion of the contract, the Shijia Gui affectionately nudged Lin Chen's calf before returning to its feast of energy crystals. Lin Chen felt the potent defensive energy within it, elated at the substantial enhancement to their squad's defensive capabilities. Just as he intended to return to the platform, a sudden explosion and screams echoed from afar. The battle between the Quanlong squad and the Haiyuanshi Kualai had intensified. Should we assist them? Su Mu inquired through the communicator. Lin Chen observed the Quanlong squad, now encircled and having already lost 2 members, with the captain under siege by 3 Kualai, on the verge of demise. Despite their previous disdain, ignoring their plight was not in their nature. Lin Chen made a decisive choice, preparing for battle. The target was the ore cluster at the cavern's center, which could very well be the Kualai's energy source. The squad swiftly formulated a strategy. Wang Meng and the Shijia Gui would attract the Kualai's attention head-on. Utilizing the Shijia Gui's high defense to absorb attacks, Su Mu would unleash ice spells to hinder the Kualai's movements. Li Na would target the core in the Kualai's chest. Lin Chen would direct Xiaodian and Fengyu to execute area attacks, while searching for the ore cluster's weak point. Shijia Gui, activate rock hardening. Lin Chen commanded. The Shijia Gui's shell instantly transformed to a steel-like hardness, intricate rock patterns emerging on its surface. It strode forward with a steady gait toward the Kualai, resembling a moving fortress. The captain of the Quanlong squad, upon spotting the reinforcements, was both astonished and relieved, exclaiming, "Thank you. I'll buy you drinks once we're out." Lin Chen had no time to respond, his focus entirely on the distant ore cluster. The luminescent ore formed a massive crystal cluster, radiating the same energy fluctuations as the Haiyuanshi Kualai, clearly serving as the energy core of the entire mine. Now is the time. Charge! With Lin Chen's command, the Xingho squad surged into battle like a blade, marking the Shijia Gui's inaugural combat experience. Chapter 16. Initial exploration of the cavern. The entrance to the mine lay concealed beneath the cliffs of an abandoned quarry, the vine-covered opening exuding a damp chill. Lin Chen raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, as Fengyu took flight, entering the cave to scout, its gray-blue wings casting fleeting shadows in the dim light. Inside, the structure was intricate, resembling a natural cavern. Lin Chen shared Fengyu's perspective via the contract. The passage was narrow with numerous forks, and energy reactions emanated from deeper within. He retrieved an old map of the mine, marking potential or vein locations on his wristband, with the target being the crystal or vein of the number 3 tunnel, rumored to be inhabited by Tiepi Yanli. Wang Ming swung his colossal axe, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, just in time to test my new equipment. His lightweight armor, crafted from alloy material exchanged for rewards from the previous mission, covered vital areas. Su Mu lightly tapped her staff on the ground, blue ice crystals spreading across the surface, I have laid down a tracking spell. Should we become separated, we can regroup swiftly. She had specially enchanted each member's wristband with sensing runes, anticipating the presence of low-level shadow creatures in the cavern. My illumination spells can disperse the darkness. Lina meticulously examined her arrows. In addition to the regular arrows, she had prepared 3 armor-piercing arrows. The scales of the Yanxi were exceptionally tough, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. She turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Does your summoned beast possess the ability to breach its defenses?" Lin Chen gently stroked the contract stone at his waist, where the 3rd stone emanated a faint, earthy glow. This was the shadowy he had just contracted yesterday, which was currently curled up in his backpack. This level 15 defensive summon had been discovered in the pet area of the base, originally an experimental subject of the Research Institute, and had been chosen by Lin Chen for its docile nature. The hardening skill of the Shijia could withstand attacks, while the flames of the Shao Tian should soften the scales of the Yanxi. Lin Chen released the shadowy, and the palm-sized creature immediately grew to half a meter in length, its carapace covered in gray rock patterns. "Xiaojia, lead the way," he commanded. The shadowy let out a rumbling sound and slowly crawled towards the cave entrance, its rock patterns beginning to flicker with a gentle light as it entered a defensive state. Shao Tian excitedly circled around the shadowy, its fiery fur evaporating white mist in the humid air. As they entered the cave, the light dimmed abruptly, illuminated only by the blue glow of Su Mu's staff and the flames on Shao Tian. Stalactites hung overhead, and the sound of water droplets hitting the ground echoed hollowly, covering the faint sounds of movement in the distance. Feng Yu detected some activity in a left-side fork. Lin Chen suddenly halted, noting a considerable number of low-level stone worms. Wang Ming immediately stepped forward to protect the team, exclaiming, "Let them experience the might of the axe." However, Lin Chen shook his head, saying, "Do not stir the grass and alert the snake. Our target is the core vein. Xiaojia, use rock camouflage." The shadow's shell changed color to match the surrounding rocks, concealing the team in the shadows. Feng Yu flew to the ceiling of the cave, using airflow to disrupt the perception of the stone worms. The team advanced cautiously along the rock wall, avoiding several waves of patrolling stone worms. The deeper they ventured, the colder the air became, and flickering crystal clusters began to appear on the rock walls, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Ahead lay the 3rd mining tunnel, which was blocked by debris and required clearing, but the noise might attract guards. Wang Ming was about to take action when the shadowy suddenly issued a warning rumble towards the tunnel, its shell patterns flashing rapidly. Feng Yu returned from the depths of the tunnel, her wings smeared with green slime, delivering a clear signal of danger. At the other end of the passage, a massive Yanxi rested atop a crystal cluster, surrounded by several juvenile lizards on patrol. Chapter 17. The First Battle of Shadowy. Prepare for battle. Lin Chen whispered, his fingertips gliding over 3 contract stones. Feng Yu, attract the juvenile lizards. Shao Tian, ready your fire attack. It's your turn, Xiaojia. The shadowy responded to the command, its limbs tensing, and the rock patterns on its shell hardened like steel. It slowly crawled to the mouth of the tunnel and suddenly charged forward, clearing the debris blocking the path with a powerful thrust of its head, revealing the glimmering crystal veins deep within the tunnel. The slumbering iron-skinned Yanxi was startled awake, its nearly 3-meter-long body rising abruptly, its gray-black scaled tail sweeping across the ground and scattering crystal fragments. Several juvenile lizards shrieked and charged forward, their sharp claws aimed at the shadowy. The sound of metal clashing resounded as their claws struck the shadowy's shell, which remained unmoved, and in response, it unleashed a burst of earthy energy, sending the foremost juvenile lizard flying. Shadowy used the skill, Rock Impact, triggered passive effect, indestructible, 10 damage reflected upon being attacked. Well done, Wang Ming shouted excitedly, swinging his giant axe towards the juvenile lizard attacking from the side. Su Mu, freeze their feet. A pale blue mist enveloped the battlefield instantaneously, slowing the movements of the juvenile lizards. Lina's arrow found its mark in the eye of a juvenile lizard, and with a cry of anguish, Feng Yu dove down, her wind blade slicing through the gaps in the lizard's scales. Lin Chen's focus was entirely on the adult Yanxi, a level 20 elite beast, which was locking its cold vertical pupils onto him, saliva dripping from its mouth and corroding small pits into the ground. Shao Tian, flame jet, Lin Chen commanded. An orange-red column of fire surged towards the Yanxi, but was blocked by its forepaws, the scales smoking from the heat, without sustaining any significant damage. The Yanxi bellowed in anger and suddenly expelled a gray stone projectile aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. Xiao Jia defend. The Shi Jia Gui shot forward like an arrow, its shell perfectly intercepting the stone projectile. With a deafening boom, the stone exploded into fragments. And the Shi Jia Gui was knocked back 3 steps, cracks appearing on its shell, but they quickly repaired themselves with earthy energy. Shi Jia Gui used the skill, hardening regeneration, defense increased by 30, health regenerating over time. The scales were indeed tough. Lin Chen frowned, realizing they needed to strike its weakness. Fengyu, aim for its underbelly. Fengyu dove beneath the Yanxi. The airflow generated by her wings lifting the lizard's scales and revealing the relatively soft skin beneath. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen commanded, Xiao Tian, fireball attack its abdomen. The fireball unleashed by the flame dog struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the Yanxi as its massive body writhed violently. Its tail sweeping and sending the Shi Jia Gui flying. Xiao Jia. Lin Chen's heart raced. But he watched as the Shi Jia Gui landed and immediately curled into a ball, resembling a cannonball as it collided with the Yanxi's leg joint, toppling it to the ground. Now's our chance. Wang Ming seized the moment. Raising his giant axe high and pouring all his strength into a strike aimed at the Yanxi's neck. Get down. The axe blade struck where the scales met, not cleaving through but inflicting significant pain on the Yanxi. Sumu took advantage and unleashed an ice spike spell. Sharp icicles erupting from the ground and piercing the wound on the Yanxi's abdomen. Furious, the Yanxi's body suddenly surrounded itself with countless fragments of stone, forming a swirling storm of stone blades under its energy control, pushing Wang Ming and Sumu back. It's an area attack. Lin Chen shouted, everyone fall back. Xiao Jia, rock barrier. The Shi Jia Gui landed and positioned its limbs on the ground, its shell glowing brightly as a half-meter thick wall of rock rose up, blocking the storm of stone blades. Fragments flew from the wall, but it held steadfastly. Lina, shoot its eye. Lin Chen commanded, draw its attention. The armor-piercing arrow whistled through the air and struck the Yanxi's left eye, causing it immense pain and creating a gap in its stone blade storm. Lin Chen seized the moment. Xiao Tian unleashed the strongest flame vortex. The flame dog's flames surged, coalescing into a spiraling column of fire that accurately struck the Yanxi's wounded abdomen. This time, the flames penetrated the wound, igniting the fat within, and the Yanxi emitted a chilling scream as its body ignited in a fierce blaze. It's over. Lin Chen clenched his fist. Wang Ming broke through the remnants of the stone blade storm, his giant axe ablaze as it swung towards the Yanxi's neck. This time, with its scale protection gone, the neck was cleanly severed. The enormous body crashed to the ground, releasing a multitude of experience orbs and a beige beast core. Defeated elite beast. Iron Skin Yanxi, level 20. Experience gained, 800 points. Shi Jia Gui leveled up to level 16. Unlocking skill, Rock Cage. Obtained special materials, 10 Iron Skin scales. 1 Yanxi beast core. After the battle concluded, the Shi Jia Gui slowly crawled back to Lin Chen's side, its shell completely mended, now even more lustrous than before. Lin Chen patted its shell, feeling the energy within it had become more solidified. Xiao Jia, you've done a great job, Lin Chen smiled, feeding it an energy crystal. Now, let us clear the mining vein. Chapter 18. Core Guardian having cleared away the corpses of the juvenile lizards in the mining tunnel. The group finally beheld the full glory of the crystal vein. Embedded in the rock walls deep within the cave were vast expanses of pale blue crystals, radiating a gentle glow of energy. Tiny specks of light floated in the air, and inhaling them felt rejuvenating to the mind. What a rich source of energy! Sumu exclaimed, extending his hand. As he approached the crystals, the gem atop his staff resonated with a glow. These crystals could enhance spell potency and would surely fetch a high price if taken back. Lina cautiously chipped away at a piece of scrap, the purity of the crystals at the edge of the vein isn't high. But it should be enough to exchange for a considerable amount of points. She gazed into the depths of the mine, where the crystals took on a deeper shade of blue. It was the core area's crystals that were truly valuable, but they were undoubtedly guarded by formidable sentinels. Lin Chen directed Fengyu to conduct a reconnaissance mission, and soon, an internal image was projected. A cavern the size of a basketball court lay at the core of the mine, dominated by a towering blue crystal column. Encircling it were several lizards with crystalline wings, and lurking in the shadows was a purple rock lizard larger than a steel-skinned lizard, its carapace adorned with diamond-like crystals. Discovery of a leader-level beast. Crystal Rock Lizard King, level 23. Abilities, Crystal Jet, Energy Shield. Group Enchantment. Warning, this beast can manipulate crystal energy and possesses resistance to mental attacks. This poses a problem. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Realizing that the Rock Lizard King's energy shield and enchantment abilities would likely negate their control skills, Wang Ming wiped the blood from his axe blade, regardless of titles. A single swing will bring it down. However, Su Mu cautioned, the enchantment skill is perilous. If controlled, it may attack allies. We must first eliminate those flying crystal lizards. They could serve as support beasts. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Feng Yu can handle airborne units, but will need cover. Lina, you are responsible for supporting Feng Yu, prioritizing the elimination of the smaller lizards. Su Mu, prepare spells to break the shield. Wang Ming and Xiao Jia will engage directly while I and Xiao Tian seek opportunities to exploit its weaknesses. With their tactics assigned, the group began their advance towards the mine's core. The closer they approached, the more radiant the light from the crystals became. The walls adorned with interconnected crystals that pulsed with energy beneath their feet. Watch your step, Lin Chen suddenly cautioned. Noticing the ground crystals flickering with an ominous red glow, an energy-sensing device. We have been detected. No sooner had he spoken than beams of blinding light shot from the surrounding crystals, and several crystal-winged lizards burst forth from the shadows, scattering shimmering powder as they flapped their wings. Lin Chen immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though whispers echoed in his mind. Do not gaze at their wings, Su Mu shouted, wielding her staff to conjure an ice-blue halo, dispelling the mental interference powder. The halo swept over the group, instantly alleviating their disorientation. Feng Yu emitted a sharp cry, its wings stirring a fierce wind that scattered the powder while it dove to attack the nearest winged lizard. Now, Lina's arrow shot forth like a meteor, penetrating the crystal wing of the lizard with precision. The injured lizard emitted a mournful cry as it plummeted, shattering a large expanse of crystal upon impact. The crystal rock lizard king within the core cavern was stirred and slowly emerged from behind the crystal column. It was more elongated than a typical rock lizard, its purple scales embedded with crystals that pulsed with energy, its eyes sparkling with intelligence. A stark contrast to the chaotic state of lower-tier beasts. Human, vacate my territory. The rock lizard king surprisingly spoke, its voice grating like rocks grinding against each other. These crystals are a gift from the earth, not meant for your kind. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback before retorting. A talking monster? It deserves to die? He swung his massive axe forward, only to be thwarted by a crystal wall that suddenly rose before the rock lizard king. You are uncouth. The rock lizard king shook its head, its purple tail flicking lightly, causing countless crystal spikes to erupt from the ground, forcing Wang Ming to retreat repeatedly. Xiaojia, rock barrier, Lin Chen commanded, simultaneously instructing Xiao Tian to unleash a fiery attack on the crystal wall. The flames struck the wall, leaving only faint scorch marks, while the crystal wall absorbed the energy, growing even more resilient. It can absorb elemental energy. Su Mu exclaimed, switch to physical attacks. Lina's piercing arrows and Wang Ming's axe alternated in striking the crystal wall, finally creating a fissure. Feng Yu seized the opportunity to fly through the gap, attempting to slice the crystals on the rock lizard king's back, only to be flung away by its tail. You have provoked my ire. The rock lizard king's eyes flashed with anger, and the crystals surrounding it erupted with intense light, blinding everyone momentarily and conjuring a vision in their minds. The base being overrun by beast tides, loved ones wailing amidst flames. It is the enchantment skill. Lin Chen bit his tongue, the sharp pain helping him retain his clarity. Su Mu, dispel the illusion. With great effort against the mental assault, Su Mu thrust her staff into the ground, icy blue energy radiating from her. Fountain of awakening. The chilling energy coursed through them, shattering the illusion in an instant. As they regained their senses, they found the rock lizard king had approached the crystal column, absorbing its energy, the crystals on its body glimmering ominously. We cannot allow it to charge. Lin Chen shouted. Xiao Tian, create a fire vortex to block its escape. Xiao Jia, rock prison. Earthy energy surged from the ground, forming 6 rock pillars to confine the rock lizard king in the center, while the flames of the fiery vortex encircled the pillars, creating a wall of fire. Effective. Wang Ming took advantage of the moment to strike at the gaps within the rock prison with his axe, attempting to injure the rock lizard king inside. The rock lizard king retaliated angrily, battering against the prison, the rock pillars swaying violently, but remaining intact under the support of the stone-armored turtle's energy. It glanced up at the crystal column overhead, a look of determination crossing its face, before suddenly unleashing a torrent of purple crystals, connecting itself to the column. It intends to self-destruct. Su Mu exclaimed in horror, noticing the light from the crystal column dimming rapidly as the rock lizard king frantically absorbed its energy. Chapter 19. Post-battle gains. Retreat immediately. Lin Chen decisively commanded. Wang Ming, clear the way. Wang Ming swung his axe with all his might against the side wall. The rocks, already loosened by the crystals, crumbled, revealing a narrow passage. Sumu immediately conjured an ice wall to block the energy shockwave, while Li Na pulled Sumu away. And Lin Chen called back Feng Yu and Xiao Tian, cradling the curled-up stone-armored turtle as they followed closely behind. A deafening explosion reverberated behind them, the violent shockwave propelling them down the passage for several meters. Lin Chen shielded the stone-armored turtle with his body, feeling a sharp pain in his back as if struck by a boulder. Severe energy impact detected. Triggering Summoner's Guardian Mechanism. Temporary shield obtained. Absorbs 50 damage. Current health 37. Cough cough. Lin Chen spat out blood, struggling to rise and assess his teammates' conditions. Wang Ming leaned against the wall, groaning, his armor dented. Sumu's staff was broken in half, and her arm was cut. Li Na fared the worst, having been struck in the leg by debris, grimacing in pain. All three summoned beasts were injured to varying degrees, with Feng Yu missing several feathers. We are all still alive. Lin Chen sighed in relief, distributing healing potions to the group to treat their wounds. This place was not safe. Once the stone-armored turtle reverted to its original form, it immediately used rock energy to fortify their defenses, while Feng Yu, enduring its pain, flew to the passage entrance to keep watch. Xiao Tian licked Lin Chen's hand, emitting a worried whine. It's all right. Lin Chen patted its head, gazing toward the direction of the explosion, where energy smoke still billowed. What a pity those crystals are gone. Sumu, bandaging her wounds, remarked, it's a blessing we survived. At least we completed the extermination mission. She retrieved a recording device from her backpack. I captured footage of the Rock Lizard King's self-destruction, which will serve as proof of our completed task upon our return. After resting for half an hour, their injuries somewhat alleviated, they began their return journey along the same path. Wang Ming, leaning on his axe, led the way, muttering, that creature was truly ruthless, resorting to self-destruction. It seemed to be guarding something. Lin Chen pondered, noting that talking beasts were rare, especially one that referred to crystals as a gift from the earth. Unlike ordinary beasts which fought solely for survival. Li Na paused momentarily, their essay saying circulating in the base that high-tier beasts are forming their own civilization, even establishing beast tribes. Let us not dwell on that. Wang Ming interrupted, let us hurry back to the base for treatment. My back is about to give out. The return journey was smoother than the outward trek, as the explosion's shockwave had frightened off nearby low-tier beasts. Upon exiting the mine, the sunset painted the sky in hues of orange, the glow of the energy shield flickering in the distance, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Once back at the base, the group immediately headed to the medical room to attend to their wounds. The treatment costs are substantial. Merely the repairs for Wang Ming's armor and Li Na's leg injury amounted to 200 points. However, in comparison to the task rewards, it was well worth it. The sea-level mineral cave extermination task offered a reward of 1,000 points and 50 contribution points. Divided among the team, each member would receive an average of 250 points and 12 contribution points. Additionally, the 300 points earned from submitting the rock lizard materials made this mission quite fruitful. Most importantly, it signified significant growth for Xiaojia. Lin Chen gazed at the Jia Gui basking in the sun in the pet area. Its level had risen to 18, and the rock patterns on its shell had become increasingly intricate, even displaying a faint crystalline sheen. After absorbing the energy from the Rock Lizard King, its potential rating had improved. Summoned Beast, Jia Gui, level 18. Potential rating, excellent. Skills, Rock Impact, Hardened Regeneration. Rock Barrier, Rock Cage. New passive, Energy Absorption, can absorb a small amount of elemental damage and convert it into its own energy. Sumu approached with the repaired staff, saying, the Hunters Guild informed us that the data we submitted on the Rock Lizard King was significant, granting us an additional 10 contribution points. Her eyes sparkled. I have broken through with my ice spells, unlocking a new skill, Ice Spike Cage. Wang Ming flexed his fully restored shoulder. My great axe has also leveled up. The blacksmith added a layer of hardened coating with the rock lizard scales, increasing its slashing damage by 15. Li Na had acquired a new bow, an alloy 1 exchange for points, boasting better range and accuracy than her previous one. Each team member had reaped rewards, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Lin Chen glanced at his point balance on the wristband. Combined with previous accumulations, he now had 1,200 points, ample for exchanging a high-quality flame essence to elevate his Xiaodian to level 20. He proposed a few days of rest for everyone to enhance their abilities. I plan to have Xiaodian attempt a second evolution. What are your plans? Sumu produced a spellbook, stating, I intend to research new skills at the library. Lina expressed her desire to practice archery, while Wang Ming exclaimed, I will keep an eye on my axe at the blacksmith. The old ghost said he could enchant it with fire attributes and is waiting for me to deliver the materials. The group dispersed, and Lin Chen brought his 3 summoned beasts to the training grounds in the pet area. Xiaodian practiced fire skills in the open space. Shijia Gui absorbed energy in a corner, and Feng Yu circled low, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Lin Chen sat on a bench, noting his level of 19. The experience bar filled to 90, only a step away from level 20. He understood that surpassing the level 20 threshold would not be a simple task. According to system rules, the difficulty of the X9 level breakthrough mission would significantly escalate. It was time to prepare for the breakthrough mission. Lin Chen clenched his fists, directing his gaze toward the task board, where clues regarding the breakthrough mission awaited. Chapter 20. Level bottleneck after a 3-day rest. Lin Chen's level stagnated at 19, with 95 experience points, refusing to budge. No matter how many F-level daily tasks he completed with his summoned beasts, the experience bar remained still. The system panel began flashing a red alert. Breakthrough mission imminent. Please prepare. Just as in the game. Lin Chen murmured to himself upon seeing the prompt. Reaching X9 level necessitated completing a breakthrough mission to level up. He approached the Hunters Guild's task consultation desk, seeking specifics about the breakthrough mission. The short-haired girl who had assisted him during his hunter registration greeted him again. Surprised by Lin Chen's level, she raised an eyebrow. A level 19 summoner? Quite impressive. You are the fastest newcomer to reach the breakthrough threshold within 3 months. I would like to know more about the breakthrough mission. Lin Chen stated directly. The girl retrieved the information panel. Breakthrough missions are randomly generated by the system based on profession and capability, with no fixed templates. However, the higher the level, the greater the difficulty. A breakthrough from level 19 to 20 is considered a mid-level breakthrough, typically falling between C and B difficulty. She handed Lin Chen a manual. This contains the breakthrough experiences compiled by our predecessors for your reference. The manual documented various breakthrough mission cases. Warriors needed to slay a beast 5 levels higher than themselves. Mages had to draw specific magic arrays. And archers were required to achieve long-distance precision shots. The summoner cases were the fewest, with only 3. 2 had failed. And the successful one involved contracting a summoned beast with a special attribute no lower than their own level. A summoned beast with a special attribute? Lin Chen frowned, realizing that all 3 of his summoned beasts possessed common attributes. Feng Yu's mutation could be considered special, yet it lacked sufficient level. Do not worry too much. The girl reassured him with a smile. There are 3 attempts for the breakthrough mission, and if you fail, you can wait 24 hours before triggering it again. Oh, and you cannot form a team during the task. It must be completed solo. After leaving the Hunters Guild, Lin Chen arrived at the training grounds of the base. Xiaodian practiced the newly mastered fire leap, while Shijia Gui sparred against an iron bear for defense, and Feng Yu honed precise wind blade cuts in the sky. Observing their growth brought Lin Chen some comfort. It was time to trigger the mission. Lin Chen took a deep breath and silently chanted in his heart. Detecting host meets breakthrough conditions. Generating task. Breakthrough mission. Thunder trial. Mission objective. Survive for 3 hours in the Thunder Mountains during a thunderstorm and collect 3 portions of Thunder Essence. Mission restrictions. No human companions allowed. Summoned beasts may assist. Mission rewards. Level up to 20, unlock 3rd contract slot, and receive a random skill book. Failure penalty. Level drops to 18. Unable to trigger again within 24 hours. Upon reading the mission details, Lin Chen's expression turned grave. The Thunder Mountains were a high-risk area on the outskirts of Jiangxing. Notorious for frequent thunderstorms and home to lightning attribute beasts, the base rarely issued tasks there. Furthermore, the requirement to survive for 3 hours implied that avoiding the storm was impossible. One must face the tempest head-on. The lightning attribute counters the wind attribute, which could affect Feng Yu. Lin Chen analyzed the situation, noting that Shijia Gui's rock attribute provided decent defense against lightning, while Xiaoyan's fire attribute could attract lightning strikes. He opened the map. The Thunder Mountains were 20 kilometers from the base, necessitating passage through 2 active beast zones. The most troublesome aspect was the thunderstorm environment. As ordinary protective gear would be inadequate against lightning strikes, specialized lightning protection gear was essential. It appeared he would need to spend significantly. Lin Chen chuckled ruefully and turned toward the trading post. The lightning protection gear available at the trading post was scarce. With only 3 items, a lightning cloak priced at 800 points, which could reduce lightning damage by 30. A grounding badge at 1,200 points. capable of directing lightning into the ground, and the most expensive, a thunder resistance potion at 500 points, which could only maintain resistance for 1 hour. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and purchased the cloak, badge, and 3 bottles of potions, instantly depleting a significant portion of his savings. He also exchanged for some fatigue-resistant food and first aid kits, filling his backpack to the brim. During the preparation period, Su Mu and the others learned of his breakthrough mission and expressed considerable concern. The Thunder Mountains are too dangerous. Should we consult a senior for strategies? Su Mu handed him a lightning protection talisman. I exchanged my contribution points for this. It can withstand 1 powerful lightning strike. Wang Ming clapped him on the shoulder, saying, if it becomes too difficult, just give up. Levels can be regained with practice, but if you lose your life, there's nothing left. Lina gifted him 10 Thunderbreak arrows, which were said to temporarily disperse small areas of lightning and could be useful in critical moments. Touched by his teammates' care, Lin Chen reassured them, don't worry, I will be cautious. When I return from the breakthrough, we will undertake B-level tasks and strive for early promotion to E-level hunters. On the eve of departure, Lin Chen adjusted the status of his 3 summoned beasts to their optimal state and fed them energy crystals. Xiaotian had reached level 19. Shi Jiagui was at level 18, and Feng Yu was at level 17. This lineup should be capable of handling C-level difficulty tasks. Tomorrow, it would depend on you all. Lin Chen gently caressed the heads of his 3 summoned beasts as they prepared to break through this bottleneck together. Xiaotian emitted a fierce howl filled with determination, while the Shijia turtle nudged his palm with its head. Feng Yu brought forth a shimmering feather, the most resilient tail feather it possessed, which was said to guide the flow of air. Lin Chen carefully stored the feather and gazed out the window. In the direction of the Thunder Mountain range, faint purple lightning flickered amidst the clouds, as if awaiting the arrival of challengers. Chapter 21. Preparations for breakthrough. Lin Chen's experience bar overflowed after defeating the aberrant creature, and the golden number 19 was accompanied by a swirling breakthrough rune. His wristband vibrated, and a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has reached a level bottleneck. Breakthrough task will soon be activated. Finally, it was about to commence. Lin Chen stroked the hunter's wristband on his arm, where the screen displayed the prerequisites for the breakthrough task. He must retrieve the Thunder Trial Scroll from the Hunters Guild within 24 hours. With a preparation time of 72 hours, members of the Xingho team were gathered in the base's lounge, poring over a detailed map spread out on the table. Wang Ming pointed at the Thunder Mountain range to the west of the city, according to the guild's records. The core area of the Thunder Trial lies in the Haifeng Gorge, which is perpetually besieged by thunderstorms and inhabited by a pack of level 30 TG bears. Su Mu summoned the Beast Encyclopedia, projecting an image of a giant bear covered in thick gray armor. The TG bear's weaknesses are its abdomen and joints, but their resistance to lightning is formidable, reducing the effectiveness of fire and ice spells by 30. Lina polished her arrows, their tips glimmering with a cold light. I can craft armor-piercing arrows, but I need obsidian powder, which is quite expensive at the base's trading post. Shall we mine for it? Lin Chen shook his head. Time is of the essence. We will directly exchange for materials. This breakthrough pertains to unlocking the 3rd contract slot, and it must be executed flawlessly. He opened the team warehouse and exchanged all of his recently accumulated 1,200 points for the necessary supplies, 10 high-grade healing potions, 3 lightning protection runes, and the flame core essence for Xiaotian. Xiaotian lay on the ground, flames surrounding it more fervently than usual. After absorbing the energy from the aberrant creature, its evolution progress bar had reached 90. It only needed the energy acquired from the breakthrough task to undergo a 2nd evolution. Feng Yu was preening its feathers by the window, faint sparks of electricity dancing across its azure wings. It had absorbed mutated energy at the Gene Research Institute, awakening a slight affinity for lightning. I have applied for temporary support. Lin Chen called up the communication records. Professor Zhang from the Research Institute would provide the energy distribution map of the Thunder Gorge, as he owed them a favor after their last purification mission. When night fell, Professor Zhang arrived at the lounge with a data terminal. The elderly man, with white hair, projected a 3-dimensional model of the gorge and pointed to the cluster of stone pillars in the center. This is the area where thunderstorm energy is most concentrated, and the leader of the TG Bears, Leia, resides there. Its lair contains natural lightning crystals, which are the key items required for the breakthrough task. Lightning crystals? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was different from the hunting mission he had envisioned. The level 19 breakthrough task was elemental resonance, requiring the absorption of energy crystals corresponding to specific attributes. Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses. The summoner's breakthrough is particularly unique. not only must the summoner advance, but the primary summoned beasts must also absorb energy simultaneously, or it will affect the stability of the contract. Lin Chen understood at once why the system prompted him to bring his summoned beasts along. He looked at Xiao Tian, who seemed to comprehend the conversation, nudging his palm and emitting an eager low growl. On the eve of their departure, Lin Chen affixed the lightning protection runes to the summoned beasts and distributed anti-dizziness potions to his team members. Su Mu additionally crafted ice shield scrolls. Wang Ming sharpened the edge of his massive axe, and Li Na filled her quiver with armor-piercing arrows. Remember, our goal is the crystals, not to engage in prolonged combat. Lin Chen conducted a final equipment check. Feng Yu was in charge of reconnaissance. Xiao Tian would engage directly. Su Mu would control the battlefield. Wang Ming would protect the flanks, and Li Na would provide ranged support. Once we obtain the crystals, we retreat immediately. Understood? Understood. The three responded in unison. Outside, the base's energy shield glowed blue in the night, and distant roars of beasts echoed across the wilderness. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling the energy within him ready to break through, his heart brimming with anticipation for level 20, the third contract slot, and Xiao Tian's second evolution, which would propel his strength to unprecedented heights. Chapter 22. The Thunder Trial. The morning mist of the Thunder Mountain Range had not yet dissipated when heavy raindrops mingled with lightning began to fall. Lin Chen's team trudged along the muddy mountain path, with Feng Yu darting through the clouds, continuously relaying images of the terrain ahead. 3 kilometers ahead, a bear pack is active, numbering 5. Lin Chen shared Feng Yu's vision through their contract, steering clear of the rocky outcrop to the left, which was their foraging area. As they drew nearer to Hafen Gorge, the concentration of lightning energy intensified. The air crackled, and exposed skin felt a slight sting. Su Mu conjured an ice shield, a pale blue barrier that repelled most of the lightning particles. The energy intensity exceeds expectations. The protection runes will only last for 2 hours. Upon entering the gorge, the scene opened up dramatically. Towering stone pillars shot up from the ground, their surfaces marred by charred lightning scars. In the central clearing, a Tiji bear, far larger than its kin, lay dozing on a stone platform, its back flickering with electric light. It was the leader, Leia. Triggering breakthrough task, elemental resonance. Mission objective, acquire lightning crystals and complete energy resonance in the heart of the thunderstorm. Time limit, 12 hours. Failure penalty, level will drop to 18. Potential of summoned beasts will be compromised. Li Na, initiate a distraction attack. Lin Chen commanded in a hushed tone. An arrow whistled through the air toward a distant rock, shattering it with a crisp crack, awakening Leia. The giant bear roared in fury, rising to pound its chest, blue lightning spheres coalescing around it. Now, Lin Chen directed Xiao Tian to charge, flames engulfing the fire hound as it formed a wall of fire to block the bear pack's support. Feng Yu dove down, using wind blades to slice at Leia's hind legs to draw its attention. Leia roared and hurled a lightning sphere, but it was intercepted by Su Mu's ice wall. The collision of ice and lightning created a dense mist, providing Wang Ming the opportunity to flank the massive bear, his great axe swinging toward its joints. Clang! The axe blade struck the thick shell, sending sparks flying, leaving only a shallow white mark. What a tough shell! Wang Ming gasped, retreating as Leia's counterattack swept by, its electric-infused massive paw grazing his shoulder and instantly singeing his armor. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen dashed toward the stone platform, where indeed several sparkling lightning crystals lay scattered. Just as he reached for one, Leia unleashed a deafening roar, and its body surged with lightning, initiating a wide-area attack. Careful! Su Mu's ice shield immediately sprang up, but crumbled under the electric onslaught. Lin Chen was flung back by the shockwave, clutching a fist-sized lightning crystal. The crystal felt icy to the touch, yet it pulsed with violent energy, surging into Lin Chen's body like a torrent. He felt his meridians threaten to tear apart, quickly channeling system energy while pressing the crystal toward Xiao Tian. Absorb it. The firehound clamped its jaws around the crystal, flames and lightning intertwining around it, letting out a wail of both pain and exhilaration. Its form began to swell, black stripes emerging in its fiery coat, and its previously fiery claws were now encased in a lightning armor. Xiao Tian is undergoing a second evolution. Inferno Flame Wolf, variant. Acquired skills, Thunderfire Duality, Flame Thunder Domain. The brilliance of the evolution momentarily repelled Leia, and Lin Chen shouted, retreat. Task accomplished. Li Na loosed a smoke arrow for cover. Su Mu froze the ground to hinder pursuers, and Wang Ming hoisted the injured Lin Chen as they rushed out of the gorge under Feng Yu's guidance. Behind them, Leia's unwilling roar echoed, But the pressure emitted by the evolving Xiao Tian deterred it from pursuing too closely. Once out of the gorge, Lin Chen immediately sat down, channeling the remaining crystal energy into his body. The violent lightning collided and fused with his own energy in his dantian, shattering the barrier of level 19 like glass. Warm currents flooding throughout his body. Breakthrough successful. Level up to 20. Unlock third contract slot. Acquire skill. Beast Fusion. Beginner. Gain attribute points. 10. Lin Chen opened his eyes, feeling an extraordinary clarity in his senses. Able even to hear the sound of wings fluttering 100 meters away. He glanced at the side where Xiao Tian stood. The evolved infernal flame wolf now resembled a warhorse. Its black and red fur ablaze with thunderous fire, exuding an imposing presence. We have succeeded. Lin Chen smiled as he stroked the wolf's neck. While the distant thunderstorm gradually subsided, sunlight piercing through the clouds and showering golden rays. Chapter 23. Promotion to level 20 on the way back to the base. Lin Chen eagerly opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chen. Level, 20. Profession, Summoner. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 22, Constitution 20. Mental Power 35, Primary Attribute. Contract Slots, 39, Current Available, 2. Skills, Contract Summon, Beast Enhancement. Beast Fusion, Beginner. Points, 350. Contribution, 120. The significant increase in mental power allowed him to perceive the status of his summoned beasts more clearly, even sharing part of the vision of Fengyu. The Beast Fusion skill was an unexpected delight, although in its initial stage it could only last 5 minutes. The ability to temporarily merge the capabilities of summoned beasts would prove to be a trump card in critical moments. As he entered the base, the Hunter Guild's announcement echoed. Congratulations to Team Xingho's Lin Chen for achieving a level 19 breakthrough, promoted to E-level Hunter. Please proceed to the guild promptly for permission upgrades. In the guild hall, other hunters cast envious glances. While reaching level 20 was not considered top tier in the base, the rarity of summoners made Lin Chen's swift advancement truly exceptional. The staff responsible for registration smiled as they handed him the new hunter badge. Captain Lin, you are indeed young and promising. E-level hunters can undertake C-level missions and apply for exclusive training rooms. After upgrading his permissions, Lin Chen immediately explored the newly unlocked features, his gaze lingering on the hidden page of the Summoned Beast catalog, where coordinates for special beasts available for contract were displayed. One green that was flashing in the mining cave area. It is the shadowy. Lin Chen's heart stirred. He had previously detected traces of this defensive beast during the mining cave extermination mission, but had not been able to contract it due to his insufficient level. Now that the third contract slot was unlocked, it was the perfect time to make a contract. He promptly gathered his team members. Let's rest for half a day and head to the mining cave in the afternoon to contract a new summoned beast. Wang Ming, who was tending to a shoulder injury, straightened up upon hearing this. The shadowy? That is a top-tier defensive summoned beast. It is said that even artillery shells cannot penetrate the shell of an adult. Sumu consulted the data. There is a population of shadowy in the crystal cave deep within the mining area, but there are also 25-level Jingjia Dilong guarding it. So we must be cautious. In the afternoon, the newly equipped team set out again. Lin Chen exchanged his contribution points for a contract enhancement rune, which could increase the success rate of contracting special beasts. After evolving, Xiaoyan's strength had significantly increased, and with the dual Thunderfire skill, its combat power was comparable to 30-level beasts, sufficient to face most threats. The interior of the crystal cave was breathtaking, with stalactites emitting a soft glow and the ground covered with thick crystal sand. Fengyu's reconnaissance revealed that 3 shadowy were resting by a pond ahead, one of which was larger with faint golden markings on its back, precisely the mutated individual noted in the catalog. Discovered contractable target, golden shadowy, level 22. Potential rating, excellent. Special talent, crystal hardening, energy reflection. Lin Chen instructed Xiaotian and Fengyu to maintain perimeter vigilance while he approached slowly with the contract rune. The shadowy, wary, retracted its head, its golden eyes scrutinizing the newcomer. Lin Chen refrained from making any hasty moves and instead produced the Xiantai crystal he had collected from the mining cave, the shadow's favorite food. Indeed, upon smelling the crystal's aroma, the shadowy relaxed its guard and slowly extended its head. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen affixed the contract rune to its shell. A pale blue light enveloped the giant turtle, which struggled symbolically a few times before ceasing resistance, a hint of docility flashing in its golden eyes. Successfully contracted third summoned beast, Xuanwu. Naming. Skills, crystal armor defense, earth pulse, energy shield. Henceforth, You shall be named Xuanwu. Lin Chen smiled as he patted its sturdy shell, a feeling of solidity swelling within him. Now, his summon lineup was finally complete. The offensive Infernal Flame Wolf, the reconnaissance Fenyu, and the defensive Golden shadowy, forming a perfect triumvirate. Upon returning to the base, the guild issued an urgent mission announcement. A convoy transporting energy cores was ambushed on the outskirts of the city, requiring E-level hunters for support. Task level, B. Reward, 1,000 points, 50 contribution. A B-level task. Lina's eyes sparkled. If we complete this, we can apply for promotion to D-level team. Lin Chen examined the task details, frowning slightly. The attackers included not only beasts but also human bandits, which complicates matters more than a mere beast tide. Chapter 24. Convoy Commission. The convoy leader was a middle-aged man with an anxious expression, pacing back and forth in the guild hall. Upon spotting Team Xingho, he rushed over. Team Xingho, please, we urgently need your help. The man's name was Lao Zhou, the transport captain of the base's logistics department. Yesterday, their convoy was ambushed while returning to the base, losing 3 out of 10 transport vehicles, with half of the escort team casualties. They are now trapped at temporary outpost number 3, with signs of beast congregations in the vicinity. How many attackers are there? Lin Chen inquired. At least 20, all armed, and some can command beasts. Lao Zhou replied, visibly shaken. They used rocket launchers to breach our defensive vehicle. Their tactics were very professional, unlike ordinary refugees. Humans capable of commanding beasts? Lin Chen felt a surge of caution. These could very well be the fallen hunters, those traitors who collaborate with beasts for power. The base has always dealt with such individuals with lethal force. The task reward can be increased by 200 points, and I will personally donate a beast core crystal. Lao Zhou produced a fist-sized red crystal, pulsating with an energy glow, a valuable item for enhancing the potential of summoned beasts. Lin Chen looked at his team members, who all nodded in agreement. The rewards for a B-level task were generous, and rescuing the convoy was critical for the base's supply lines. He accepted the task scroll, which immediately displayed the detailed route and outpost coordinates on his wristband. Before departure, the base equipped them with an armed off-road vehicle and communication devices. Lin Chen fed the beast core crystal to Xiaodian. After absorbing the energy, the Infernal Flame Wolf's Thunder Fire aura became even more solidified, leveling up to 23. Xuanwu carried spare ammunition and supplies, its heavy shell providing temporary cover. The off-road vehicle sped along the desolate highway, passing abandoned car wrecks and dried bloodstains. Fenyu conducted aerial reconnaissance when an alarm suddenly sounded. There are signs of significant human activity and energy reactions from beasts 5 kilometers ahead. It is an ambush. Lin Chen immediately instructed the driver to stop. Pulling up the holographic map, they had set up an ambush in the valley ahead, with approximately 30 individuals and over a dozen beasts around level 20. Sumu magnified the reconnaissance image, pointing to the rocks on both sides of the valley. There is a reflection there. It must be snipers. Energy reactions are present at the valley floor, possibly explosives buried. Wang Ming tightened his grip on his great axe. Should we take a detour, or notify the base for support? Lin Chen shook his head. The convoy cannot afford to wait, and by the time support arrives, they will have already retreated. He whispered the plan, and glimmers of excitement sparked in the eyes of his companions. Half an hour later, an old pickup truck appeared at the valley entrance, carrying several survivors in disguise, precisely the members of Team Xingho. Li Na posed as the driver, while Lin Chen and Su Mu pretended to be injured civilians, and Wang Ming concealed himself in the cargo bed. The bandits in the valley fell right into the trap. A dozen armed men surrounded them, and the leader, a man with a scarred face, sneered, "Leave the vehicle, you may leave." Before he could finish, the cargo compartment suddenly exploded open, and Wang Ming emerged, wielding a massive axe, the force of which toppled 2 men in an instant. Simultaneously, Lin Chen summoned Xiaodian and Xuanwu, while the Infernal Flame Wolf unleashed bolts of lightning and fire, forcing the lurking snipers from their concealment. "They're hunters," Scarred Face exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger in his voice, before whistling sharply. Beasts hidden on either side of the valley roared and charged forth, dozens of ferocious wolves with green faces and sharp fangs, accompanied by several venomous pythons. Wind Whisper, take command of the skies. Lin Chen commanded the birds to engage the snipers while he leaped onto Xuanwu's shell, instructing, "Xuanwu, activate the energy shield." A pale golden shield expanded, blocking the venomous spray from the python. Xiaodian engaged in fierce combat with the wolves, its claws crackling with intertwined lightning and fire as they shredded the foremost attackers. Su Mu's ice spear struck true, hitting the python in a vital spot, while Li Na's arrows specifically targeted the bandits' weapons. Seeing the tide turn against him, Scarred Face suddenly produced a black crystal from his pocket, muttering incantations under his breath. The crystal emitted a strange red glow, and the previously chaotic beasts fell into an organized formation, beginning to coordinate their attacks. It's a beast control crystal. Sumu gasped. He is a fallen hunter. Lin Chen's gaze hardened as he commanded Xuanwu to charge forward, shouting to Xiaotian, Inferno Thunder Domain. The infernal flame wolf howled, and a surge of energy radiated from it, creating a 10-meter-wide domain. The beasts within writhed in pain as the red glow faded, returning to chaos. Impossible, Scarred Face uttered. Disbelief etched on his features as his control over the beasts was shattered. In that moment of hesitation, Lina's armor-piercing arrow soared through the air, striking the black crystal in his hand. The crystal exploded, sending Scarred Face flying, and Wang Ming's massive axe swiftly followed, decisively ending the conflict. Chapter 25. Ambush in the wilderness. After neutralizing the ambushers in the valley, Lin Chen immediately instructed Su Mu to interrogate the captive. A young bandit, who had been shot in the leg, quickly divulged the truth under the threat of ice spears. They were members of the Heya gang, headquartered in an abandoned military factory. This ambush on the merchant convoy was intended to seize energy cores to exchange with that master for methods of beast control. Who is that master? Lin Chen pressed. The bandit hesitated. I don't know her name specifically, just that she is a woman in a black robe. She can make beasts stronger and control them. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. A human capable of mass-controlling beasts was no ordinary foe, and this could be indicative of a larger conspiracy. He reported the situation back to the base via his communicator and decided to split their forces. Wang Ming would return with the captive to request reinforcements, while he, along with Su Mu and Li Na, would proceed to the third outpost to rescue the merchant convoy. By evening, the trio finally reached the temporary outpost. It was an abandoned gas station, its walls hastily reinforced and riddled with bullet holes. A dozen convoy guards were anxiously stationed at the entrance, their faces lighting up with relief upon seeing Lin Chen and his team. Captain Lin, you've come. The surviving guard captain hurriedly opened the gate, revealing 5 wounded individuals inside, with dwindling supplies of food and water. The interior was in disarray, bodies covered with white sheets lay on the ground, while several injured lay moaning in makeshift tents. Old Zhou's eyes brimmed with tears upon seeing Lin Chen. Thank you, Hunters Guild. Thank you. Lin Chen conducted a brief inspection of the defenses, his brow furrowing as he observed. The defenses here are far too weak. The walls could be breached at any moment. Have you noticed any large gatherings of beasts nearby? The guard captain's expression shifted. Last night, we heard roars from the northwest. It seemed quite close. Lin Chen immediately ordered Wind Whisper to take to the skies for reconnaissance. The returned images drained the color from everyone's faces. 3 kilometers northwest of the outpost, hundreds of beasts were gathering, including numerous elite creatures above level 25, with a massive one-eyed demon wolf leading the charge, roaring towards the outpost. Warning, medium beast tide detected, estimated level 25 to 30, including a lord-level beast. Current outpost survival probability, 37. They have been drawn here by the scent of blood. Sumu quickly assessed. Noting the structured nature of the assault, this is not a mere coincidence. It is a coordinated attack. Lin Chen made a swift decision. Immediately destroy excess supplies. Take only essentials and the wounded for evacuation. Li Na, clear a path with the guards. Su Mu, reinforce the vehicles with ice magic. I will hold the rear. As everyone prepared to retreat, the ground shook with the thunderous roars of beasts outside. Wind Whisper descended, its wings stained with blood. It had been spotted during reconnaissance. There is no time. Li Na pointed towards the rising dust. They are charging. Lin Chen took a deep breath, summoning all his summoned beasts. Xiaotian, intercept them head-on. Xuanwu, protect the vehicles. Wind Whisper, distract the one-eyed demon wolf. He leaped onto the rooftop, producing all his lightning runes. Su Mu, prepare the largest ice wall. The first wave of attackers consisted of dozens of wolves, leaping upon the corpses of their comrades in a frenzied assault on the walls. Xuanwu's energy shield expanded, absorbing much of the impact, but the continuous barrage caused it to flicker. Xiaotian's Inferno Thunder Domain exploded amidst the horde, temporarily repelling their advance. Yet more beasts continued to flood in. The one-eyed demon wolf stood at a distance, its crimson eye glimmering with intelligence. It did not charge, but instead emitted low growls, directing the assault on the weak points of their defenses. We must eliminate that lord. Lin Chen shouted to Li Na, can you aim at it? Li Na shook her head. It's too far, and the horde is blocking the shot. As Su Mu's ice wall shattered, Several venomous pythons seized the opportunity to slither into the outpost, their gaping maws lunging at the wounded. Lin Chen leaped from the rooftop. His mental focus sharpened, combined the summoned beasts. A pale golden light enveloped Lin Chen and Xiaotian, as lightning and fire energy infused his being, slowing the world around him. He felt an unending surge of power, instinctively taking a fighting stance, surrounded by intertwining energies of thunder and flame. Summoned Beast Fusion, Beginner Lin Chen Xiaotian. Duration, 5 minutes. Acquired skills, Thunder Fire Fist, Flame Thunder Step, Wolf Howl Intimidation. Lin Chen's figure became a blur, his Thunder Fire Fist crashing down on the python's head, shattering its hardened scales. He darted through the horde with Flame Thunder Step, each punch accompanied by explosive energy, carving a path through the beast swarm. Now, Lin Chen roared skyward, unleashing Wolf Howl Intimidation, causing the surrounding beasts to momentarily falter in confusion. Seizing the moment, Sumu unleashed a rain of ice spears, while Lina's armor-piercing arrow soared over the horde, striking the one-eyed demon wolf directly in its eye. The beast howled in agony, its command over the horde faltering as chaos ensued among the attackers. Retreat, Lin Chen bellowed, leaping onto the last truck, with Xuanwu following closely behind, shielding against the pursuing beasts. The truck sped down the bumpy road, the anguished roars of the demon wolf echoing behind them. Lin Chen dispelled the fusion state, collapsing in exhaustion within the vehicle, watching as the outpost succumbed to the tide of beasts, his heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 26. A pincer attack. The truck raced through the night, Lin Chen leaning against the side to regain his strength. The aftereffects of the fusion skill began to manifest. His limbs ached, and his mental energy was severely depleted. Sumu handed him a mana potion, speaking softly, "That was too risky. The beginner fusion state places a heavy burden on your body." There was no other choice at the moment, Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile, not expecting that the Heya gang would not only ambush them, but also summon a beast tied to attack. They clearly had no regard for the fate of the merchant convoy. Lina polished her bow and arrows. That woman in the black robe controlling the beasts is highly suspect. An ordinary fallen hunter wouldn't possess such power. Just then, the truck jolted violently as the driver shouted, "We've got a flat tire." The vehicle lost control, crashing into the roadside barrier. The group scrambled out, discovering neat cuts on the tire. It was clearly sabotage. Lin Chen immediately summoned Feng Yu for reconnaissance, and the images transmitted by the flying bird rendered his expression grave. The road ahead was obstructed by colossal boulders, and indistinct shadows flitted through the trees on either side. Another ambush. Wang Ming gripped his massive axe tightly, wondering how they had discerned their route. A troubling thought flickered through Lin Chen's mind as he gazed at the survivors of the caravan, his eyes settling on a seemingly honest young man. Upon catching Lin Chen's gaze, the youth's eyes flickered noticeably. "Are you the one who leaked our plans?" Lin Chen asked coldly. The young man's face turned pale, and he fell to his knees. "I was coerced. They captured my family and forced me to plant a tracker in your vehicle. It's too late to say this now." Lao Zhou kicked him in anger, exclaiming, "You have doomed us all." Silence. Lin Chen interrupted the chaos. Now was not the time for blame. Feng Yu reported that over 30 assailants were surrounding them, accompanied by several ferocious beasts, led by the second-in-command of the Heya gang. Sumu quickly set up defenses. "The truck can still start, but the boulders block the way. We can use the vehicle as cover. Xuanwu's shield can withstand frontal attacks." Lina climbed atop the truck. "I can snipe from here and see the enemies on the left hillside." Lin Chen nodded. "Wang Meng, hold the right flank. Sumu, focus on healing and crowd control. I will lead the summoned beasts for a frontal breakthrough. Our objective is not to engage in a direct confrontation, but to carve a path and charge through." As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted from the hillsides, bullets ricocheting off the metal of the truck. Several enormous wild boars charged the vehicle, their sharp tusks gouging deep scars into the metal. "Xiaotian, deal with those wild boars," Lin Chen commanded, sending Yin Lang into the fray, whose claws, crackling with fire and lightning, swiftly tore through the boar's thick hides. Xuanwu stood guard beside the truck, its energy shield absorbing most of the incoming bullets. The second-in-command on the hillside, a one-eyed man, cackled as he raised a rocket launcher. "Blast their turtle shell to pieces. Watch out," Lin Chen shouted as he lunged toward Sumu, pushing her aside just as a rocket struck Xuanwu's shield, the violent explosion dimming its glow and eliciting a pained groan from the creature. "Xuanwu." Lin Chen tenderly stroked the back of the stone turtle, noticing cracks forming on its shell. The one-eyed man's laughter echoed. "Without the shield, let us see how you defend yourselves. Charge." The bandits surged forward like a tide, their machetes and steel pipes glinting ominously. Wang Ming's axe, though formidable, began to falter against the sheer number of foes, and he sustained several wounds. Lin's arrows found their marks. Yet the relentless onslaught of enemies was on the verge of breaching their defenses. Worse still, distant roars heralded the approach of beasts, evidently drawn in by the sounds of the explosion. Lin Chen glanced at the system panel. The cooldown for the fusion skill still had half an hour remaining, and Xiao Tian's Yin Lei domain was also in cooldown. We must resort to that tactic, Lin Chen resolved, gritting his teeth as he retrieved the last piece of thunder crystal from his backpack. This was the remaining energy crystal from the breakthrough mission, originally meant for research. But now it must be used in desperation. He pressed the crystal against Xuanwu's shell, simultaneously channeling all his mental energy. Xuanwu, operate the energy shield at maximum capacity. The golden stone turtle let out a deafening roar, and the golden patterns on its shell illuminated brilliantly, causing the energy shield to expand threefold, enveloping the entire truck area. However, this evidently exceeded its limits, as more cracks appeared on the shell, seeping faint golden blood. Now, Lin Chen commanded Xiao Tian and Feng Yu to attack the boulders, unleashing a barrage of lightning and wind blades that finally opened a breach in the stone. Everyone, get on the truck, Lin Chen shouted as he pushed the injured and Lao Zhou onto the vehicle, while Wang Ming and Li Na swiftly retreated. Su Mu erected an ice wall to hinder the pursuers, while Lin Chen stayed behind, watching Xuanwu's shield shatter under the relentless assault of the bandits. Come back, Xuanwu. Lin Chen recalled the summoned beast, feeling a sharp pain as the forced overload inflicted serious wounds on Xuanwu, requiring extensive recuperation. The truck surged through the gap, and Lin Chen leapt onto the rear compartment, gazing at the encroaching horde of beasts and bandits, feeling a momentary sense of relief. Yet he knew this was not the end. The Heya gang and that mysterious woman in black would inevitably come after them once more. Chapter 27. Crisis of Trust. The morning sunlight streamed through the truck windows as it jolted along the desolate highway. The atmosphere inside was thick with silence, oppressive enough to stifle breath. The news of Xuanwu's injury weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart, and the revelation of the traitor cast a dark shadow over the team. Lao Zhou had tied up the informant in a corner. The young man, named Xiao Ma, was an apprentice of the caravan. He kept his head down, his shoulders trembling slightly, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. Such a traitor deserves to be thrown off the truck to feed the beasts, shouted an injured guard in fury, with others echoing his sentiment. Lin Chen silently regarded Xiao Ma. The youth appeared to be no more than 20, his face still bearing the marks of youth. He recalled the fear he had felt when he first encountered the disaster, his heart softening. He was merely coerced, and he had revealed his identity in time, preventing greater losses. Captain Lin, you are too soft-hearted, the guard leader retorted angrily. If it weren't for him, how could we have faced consecutive ambushes? Xuanwu wouldn't have been injured. Wang Ming grumbled. The base has regulations. Those who collude with fallen hunters are to be executed. Just hand him over to the base, and we need not dirty our hands. Su Mu spoke softly. His family is still in the hands of the Heya gang. Killing him won't save them, and will only put his family in greater danger. Lina lowered her bow. I think we should heed Lin Chen's decision. He always has a reason for his choices. The debate in the truck caused Xiao Ma to raise his head, tears mingling with dust as he spoke. I truly did not intend to betray you. They said if I didn't comply, they would kill my parents. I had no choice. Lin Chen handed Xiao Ma a bottle of water. Where is the headquarters of the Heya gang? Where does that woman in black usually stay? Xiao Ma took the water and drank it in one gulp, choking back his sobs. The headquarters is at the military factory in the east of the city. The woman in black resides in an underground laboratory and rarely shows herself. They have a secret warehouse where they stash the stolen energy cores. This information sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Chen's mind. Destroying the Heya gang's warehouse would not only weaken their power, but also reclaim the stolen resources. He activated the communicator to contact the base for support. We have located the headquarters of the Heya gang and request troops for an assault, as well as assistance in rescuing the kidnapped civilians. The base's response came swiftly. The Langya squad has been dispatched for support and is expected to rendezvous with you in 3 hours. Until then, maintain concealment and refrain from taking rash actions. Langya squad. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Is that the A-level squad led by Captain Zhao Feng? They are the elite of the base. Lin Chen, however, felt a tangle of emotions. He had encountered Zhao Feng at the Hunter-S Guild, and the arrogance he exuded had left him feeling uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the prowess of the Langya squad was undeniable, and their cooperation would significantly enhance their chances of annihilating the Heya gang. During the wait for support, Lin Chen assessed the condition of his summoned beasts. Xuanwu was healing in the contract space, Feng Yu's wings had nearly fully recovered, and Xiao Tian had leveled up to 24 after absorbing the energy from the Thunder Crystal. Mastering the lightning and fire skills, Sumu sat beside Lin Chen and softly inquired, "You seem to be wary of the Langya squad?" "It's not a matter of distrust, but rather caution," Lin Chen replied, gazing out the window. "The power dynamics within the base are intricate, and competition among hunter squads is fierce. I worry they may seek to claim credit for our findings and even overlook the safety of civilians." Lina leaned in. "I've heard that the Langya squad often sacrifices peripheral personnel to complete missions, and their captain, Zhao Feng, is notorious for his ruthlessness." Wang Ming frowned. "What shall we do? Our strength is insufficient to confront the Heya gang alone, especially not that woman in black who can control beasts." Lin Chen pondered for a moment. "We will follow our plan to rendezvous with them, but remain vigilant. The mission to rescue Xiao Ma's family will be ours to undertake. We cannot entrust it to others." 3 hours later, the convoy of the Langya squad arrived punctually. Leading them was Zhao Feng, a tall figure with a long knife gleaming coldly at his waist. He scrutinized Lin Chen's squad, his gaze penetrating. "So you are the ones who discovered the Heya gang's headquarters?" "Indeed, Captain Zhao," Lin Chen confirmed. Lin Chen stepped forward, stating that they had also obtained the locations of the enemy's warehouse and the hostages' holding points. Zhao Feng's team members scoffed behind him, clearly dismissing the young summoner. Zhao Feng himself waved his hand impatiently, insisting, "Hand over the intel, and you may leave. We will handle the rest of the mission." "We demand to participate in the operation," Lin Chen firmly replied, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring the hostages' safety. Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes, exuding a formidable aura. "Does a mere E-level team dare negotiate with me? Do you know the success rate of my Wolffang team?" The atmosphere grew tense, with both sides gripping their weapons tightly. At that moment, a command from the base crackled through the communicator. "Order the Xingho team to assist the Wolffang team, focusing on the rescue of the hostages, with rewards shared upon completion." Zhao Feng's expression darkened, yet he had no choice but to comply, coldly grunting, "Keep up. Do not hinder us." As Lin Chen watched the retreating figures of the Wolffang team, his unease intensified. This collaboration was unlikely to proceed smoothly. Chapter 28. The truth revealed. The weeds surrounding the military factory were half a person high, and the abandoned buildings loomed like monstrous silhouettes beneath the blood-red sky. Lin Chen crouched behind the ruins of a watchtower, using binoculars to survey the situation inside. The guards of the Black Crow gang were more vigilant than anticipated, with armed thugs patrolling and barbed wire and surveillance cameras surrounding the premises. Several large beasts lay near the entrance, clearly serving as living alarms. In the southeast corner, there was a ventilation duct wide enough for a person to pass through. Lina pointed toward a distant metal pipe. Noting the lack of surveillance and guards in that area, Zhao Feng deployed his strategy from the other side. "My team will launch a frontal assault to draw attention. The Xingho team will infiltrate through the ventilation duct, rescue the hostages, and regroup at the warehouse." His tone brooked no dissent, clearly unwilling to entertain suggestions. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, though his vigilance heightened. Zhao Feng had only assigned the task of rescuing the hostages, evidently intending to claim sole credit for recovering the energy core. However, now was not the time for disputes. Saving lives was paramount. At 11 o'clock at night, the operation commenced. The Wolffang team's off-road vehicles suddenly roared to life, gunfire and explosions shattering the silence. The thugs inside the factory were indeed drawn away, and the beasts at the door charged out with furious roars. Now was the moment. Lin Chen led his team swiftly toward the ventilation duct, with Wang Ming using his axe to pry open the barbed wire, while Su Mu cast an ice spell to lubricate the duct. One by one, they squeezed through the opening. Inside, the duct was dark and narrow, filled with the scents of rust and dust. Feng Yu led the way, his azure wings emitting a faint glow to illuminate their path. According to the intel provided by Xiao Ma, the hostages were being held near a laboratory on the underground level. Emerging from the duct, they found themselves in an abandoned warehouse. Outside, chaotic footsteps and gunfire indicated a fierce battle on the front lines. Lin Chen signaled for silence as they moved along the walls toward the laboratory. The corridor on the underground level was deserted, as all guards had been diverted to support the front. Lin Chen easily opened the iron door that held the hostages, revealing a dozen civilians inside, among whom were Xiao Ma's parents. "Dad, Mom." Xiao Ma rushed forward to embrace his parents, and the family was overwhelmed with joy. "We must leave quickly." Lin Chen urged everyone to follow. The Wolffang team's offensive would not last long, and they had to evacuate before the enemy could regroup. As they made their way out, Su Mu suddenly halted at the door of a laboratory, exclaiming, "There's an energy reaction inside. with strange fluctuations. Lin Chen peered through the crack in the door, and his pupils constricted at the sight within. In the center of the laboratory, a half-human, half-beast creature floated in a cultivation chamber, numerous tubes inserted into its body, while screens beside it flickered with complex data. This is a gene fusion experiment. Sumu covered her mouth in shock, realizing they were fusing civilians with beasts. The laboratory's computer was still active, and Lin Chen quickly copied the data. Discovering that these experiments were led by an individual codenamed Yi Xiao, with funding from the deputy director of the base's research institute. No wonder the Black Crow gang had access to control beast crystals and experimental equipment. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. There was a traitor within the base. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor as a woman clad in a black robe approached, accompanied by several guards. Indeed, the black-robed woman Xiao Ma had mentioned. She looked at Lin Chen and the others with surprise, followed by a cold smirk. So you managed to find this place. You have some skill. The woman removed her hood, revealing a pale face devoid of pupils, only swirling black voids in her eyes. Since you are here, you shall become new experimental subjects. She raised her hand, a black energy sphere materializing in her palm. Protect the hostages and leave. Lin Chen thrust the data disk into Su Mu's hands, shouting, Wang Ming. Lina, cover me. Xiao Tian and Feng Yu launched simultaneous attacks, unleashing thunderfire and wind blades toward the black-robed woman. However, a black barrier suddenly appeared before her, effortlessly deflecting their assault. The guards beside her transformed into half-beast forms, their speed and strength far surpassing those of ordinary thugs. They are augmented beings. Wang Ming swung his giant axe, only for it to be blocked by the augmented being's claws. They were clearly enhanced. Lin Chen summoned Xuanwu, although still injured. The energy shield was capable of withstanding attacks. Xiao Tian, Flame Thunder Domain. The thunderfire energy erupted, causing the augmented beings to emit pained howls as their movements slowed significantly. Lina's armor-piercing arrows struck their joints, temporarily suppressing their assault. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. The black-robed woman's energy sphere was hurled toward the hostages, and Lin Chen leaped forward to shield them, bracing his body against the impact. Lin Chen, Sumu gasped. Lin Chen felt as though a massive stone had struck his chest, blood instantly staining his clothes. Yet he endured the excruciating pain and shouted to Xiao Tian, merge. The thunderfire energy enveloped Lin Chen once more, transforming his figure into an afterimage as his thunderfire fist, fueled by rage, struck toward the black-robed woman. Clearly taken aback by his continued fighting spirit, she staggered backward, and the black barrier began to crack. Retreat. Lin Chen understood the necessity of not lingering, seizing the opportunity to lead everyone out the door to regroup with the Wolf Fang team. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he saw they had returned with the hostages and the data disk. You acted without authorization? We uncovered a far greater secret. Lin Chen tossed the data disk to him. The deputy director of the research institute colluded with the Black Crow gang to conduct human experiments. This is their true objective. Zhao Feng examined the data, his countenance growing increasingly grave. He finally regarded this young summoner with newfound respect, stating solemnly, return to base. This matter must be reported to higher authorities. Chapter 29. Team Cohesion. On the journey back to the base, Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Enduring the black-robed woman's attack had left him considerably injured, with his ribs aching, yet the energy within him slowly surged. This battle had imparted new insights into the application of his power, bringing him close to level 21. Sumu sat beside him, tending to his wounds with gentle movements. I never expected there to be a traitor within the base. The Research Institute's personnel dared to commit such acts. They are blinded by greed. Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile. The energy core and control beast technology could yield immense power. There would always be those willing to take risks. Wang Ming, gripping his axe, muttered, Zhao Feng's attitude has improved significantly. After seeing the experimental data, he even offered us the best healing potions. Lina nodded in agreement. He also mentioned recommending us for promotion to a D-level team in the guild, and the rewards for this mission will be prioritized for us. Lin Chen opened his eyes, gazing out at the fleeting scenery. This is merely the beginning. There are surely greater forces behind the deputy director of the Research Institute, and the remnants of the Black Crow gang must be dealt with. Our upcoming tasks will be even more demanding. Upon returning to the base, the Wolf Fang team headed directly to headquarters with the data disk, while the Xingho team returned to the Hunter Guild to submit their mission report. The staff responsible for their reception was astounded to see them return with both hostages and experimental data, immediately reporting to the guild's higher-ups. Soon, the guild leader himself personally met with them. This elderly man with white hair regarded Lin Chen with admiration in his eyes. Well done, Xingho team. Not only have you completed your mission, but you have also exposed the cancer within the base. This is more significant than any reward. The president announced on the spot. The Xingho team has been promoted to D level, rewarded with 5,000 points, 200 contribution points, and a 1-month exclusive training room usage right. Lin Chen ranked 180th individually, receiving the Guardian of the Base medal. The generous rewards ignited cheers among the team members, signifying their ability to exchange for higher-grade equipment and skill books. Lin Chen, however, placed greater importance on contribution points. 200 points were sufficient to exchange for the healing potion from Xuanwu, as well as to apply for access to higher-level summoning beast manuals. After handling the guild affairs, Lin Chen promptly headed to the pet hospital. Xuanwu lay asleep in a specialized treatment chamber, enveloped in golden nutrient fluid, while the cracks on its shell were slowly healing. The veterinarian smiled and remarked, "It's recovering well. In 3 days, it will be fully healed. After this evolution, its defense will be even stronger." Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, injecting the earth essence he had specifically exchanged into the treatment chamber, causing Xuanwu's body to tremble slightly and emit a soothing whine. In the following days, a tempest erupted within the base. The deputy director of the research institute was dismissed and investigated. All related personnel were isolated for examination, and the remnants of the Black Crow gang were eradicated by the Wolf Fong team, while the military factory's laboratory was completely destroyed. During this period, the Xingho team took the opportunity to regroup. Lin Chen judiciously allocated the rewards of points and contribution. He exchanged for Dragon Blood Crystal Core to accelerate Xiao Tian's evolution, purchased Wind Spirit Feathers for Feng Yu to enhance speed, provided Wang Ming with a set of sturdier armor, secured an advanced Ice-type skill book for Su Mu, and Li Na acquired a rare quality bow. The team's strength was comprehensively enhanced, and Lin Chen's level also broke through to level 21 after absorbing the energy knowledge from the experimental data, his mental power reaching 40 points, allowing him to control the skills of his summoned beasts with greater precision. One day, the team engaged in practical training in the exclusive training room. Lin Chen commanded 3 summoned beasts to coordinate their attacks. Xiao Tian controlled the battlefield with its flame thunder domain. Feng Yu executed precise strikes with wind blades, and Xuanwu provided defense with its shield. Their synergy allowed them to effortlessly defeat a simulated 30-level monster in the training room. Their cooperation was becoming increasingly adept. Su Mu applauded joyfully as her ice spells combined with Xiao Tian's flames produced scalding steam explosions, amplifying their power. Li Na's arrows, in conjunction with Feng Yu's gusts, significantly increased both range and accuracy. Wang Ming leveraged Xuanwu's shield to charge forward, showcasing the full might of his giant axe. Observing the harmonious collaboration among his teammates and summoned beasts, Lin Chen felt a profound sense of belonging. From their initial struggles for survival on campus to becoming an officially recognized D-level team by the base, they had endured life and death trials, forging an unbreakable trust among one another. The guild released a new B-level mission. Lin Chen activated his wristband, exploring the ancient ruins in the southern city to seek the legendary Heart of Elements. With substantial rewards at stake. Ancient ruins? The prospect gleamed in everyone's eyes, hinting at the possibility of rare materials and ancient legacies. Lin Chen nodded. It is said that powerful elemental guardian beasts reside within, making it ideal for us to hone our team synergy. Prepare yourselves. We will depart in 3 days. Outside the training room window, the energy shield of the base shimmered with a blue light under the sun, while the distant wilderness remained fraught with peril. Yet, Lin Chen's heart brimmed with confidence. As long as they remained united, no challenge was insurmountable. 3 days later, the Xingho team's off-road vehicle departed the base, embarking on their journey to the southern city ruins. Xuanwu had fully recovered and rejoined the team. Its evolved golden stone shell now adorned with a layer of light golden patterns, and the strength of its energy shield had increased by 50. Xiao Tian, having absorbed the Dragon Blood Crystal Core, had grown in size, and its Thunderfire skills now carried a hint of draconic might, capable of intimidating lower-level monsters. According to the guild's records, the southern city ruins were archaeological sites from before the Cataclysm, shrouded in an energy shield after the game's arrival, where the monsters had evolved elemental attributes. Lin Chen examined the holographic map. The entrance was located in the underground exhibition hall of the museum, where an energy rift awaited. Su Mu retrieved the ruins data. The legendary Heart of Elements could enhance the elemental affinity of summoned beasts, crucial for the evolution of both Xiao Tian and Feng Yu. However, the guardian beast was a level 40 elemental lord, possessing formidable strength. Wang Ming rubbed his fists together. Perfect. It's time to test my new armor, which has significantly improved my defenses and can absorb some elemental damage. Lina checked her new bow. This wind chaser can penetrate elemental shields, and its arrow speed has increased by 30, which should be useful against the elemental lord. As the vehicle approached the city's outskirts, the surrounding buildings grew increasingly dilapidated, and a faint energy fluctuation filled the air. Suddenly, Feng Yu emitted a warning signal. Lin Chen, via shared vision, spotted a group of 30-level flame lizards occupying the street ahead, their scales glimmering red in the sunlight, blocking their path. Fire-type monsters. Lin Chen commanded the vehicle to halt. Xiaotian, you have the advantage here. Let's warm up. The infernal flame wolf burst out of the vehicle, its claws crackling with thunderfire as they struck at the nearest lizard. To Lin Chen's astonishment, Xiaotian's flames suppressed those of the lizards, extinguishing the flames on their bodies swiftly before them. Xiaotian has learned a new skill, attribute suppression, dealing extra damage to lower-level monsters of the same attribute. Excellent. Lin Chen directed with a smile. Feng Yu, disrupt them with air currents. Xuanwu, protect the vehicle. Everyone else, attack freely. The battle concluded swiftly, the corpses of the flame lizards transforming into experience orbs. Lin Chen's level rose to 22, granting him new attribute points, which he allocated entirely to mental power, tightening his connection with his summoned beasts and enabling simple tactical coordination among the three. Half an hour later, they finally reached the museum. The ancient structure had largely collapsed, with only the central exhibition hall remaining intact, enveloped by a faint purple energy shield that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. This was the energy shield of the ruins. As Lin Chen approached for a closer inspection, he noticed elemental runes on its surface that required corresponding energy attributes to unlock. Su Mu's staff glowed blue. Ice energy can temporarily freeze the runes, allowing us to enter. Under the influence of her ice spell, a temporary entrance appeared in the shield. The team swiftly entered, and the scene within left them in awe. The underground exhibition hall was well preserved, its walls adorned with murals that flickered with a soft glow, depicting ancient summoners battling elemental beasts. In the center of the hall stood a circular altar, upon which floated 5 crystals of different colors, emanating corresponding elemental energy. The ground surrounding the altar was etched with intricate runes, forming a massive formation. Discovered the ruins of ancient summoners. Elemental altar. Triggered hidden quest. Element resonance. Quest objective. Activate the 5 elemental crystals. Awaken the elemental guardian beast. And defeat it. Quest reward. 1 fragment of the heart of elements. 1 ancient summoning technique scroll. Lin Chen approached the altar and reached out to touch the red flame crystal. The crystal instantly radiated light, merging into his body and creating a powerful resonance with Xiaotian. The infernal flame wolf erupted with excitement, flames surging around it. We need to activate the corresponding attribute crystals individually, Lin Chen realized. Sumu, try the blue water crystal. Sumu touched the water crystal, which lit up and integrated into her body, visibly enhancing her ice energy. Wang Ming activated the earth crystal, while Lina activated the wind crystal. Finally, Lin Chen activated the last lightning crystal using his mental power. Once all 5 crystals were activated, the altar trembled violently, and the ground beneath them split open, revealing a colossal beast composed of 5 elements slowly rising. Its body was formed of fire, ice, rock, storm, and lightning, radiating immense pressure. Encountered Elemental Guardian Beast, level 40. Lord level. Skills, Elemental Storm, Attribute Conversion, Energy Absorption. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen clenched his fists. Prepare for battle. This will be our first challenge since being promoted to a D-level team. The team exchanged determined glances, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. The summoned beasts roared, ready for combat. The new journey has officially begun. Chapter 31. Relics and treasures. The mournful cries of the elemental guardian beast echoed throughout the underground exhibition hall of the museum. Its form composed of 5 elements gradually disintegrating under the assault of intertwined lightning and ice spikes. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the altar, his mental focus intensely concentrated, directing 3 summoned beasts to alternately unleash their skills. Xiaotian, unleash the Inferno Thunder Domain for suppression. Xuanwu, erect an energy shield to obstruct elemental conduction. Feng Yu, disrupt its energy core. The final blow was delivered by Wang Ming's colossal axe, infused with earth energy, cleaving through the elemental shield and striking true at the core crystal embedded in the guardian beast's chest. With a crisp crack, the crystal shattered, and the massive form transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, the most resplendent amongst them coalescing into a colorful crystal the size of a pigeon egg. Suspended in the center of the altar. Reward obtained. Fragment of the Heart of Elements X1. Ancient Summoning Art Scroll X1. Fragment of the Heart of Elements. Significantly enhances the elemental affinity of summoned beasts. 3 fragments can be combined to form a complete Heart of Elements. Ancient Summoning Art Scroll. Contains the Lost Summoning Array. Can be deciphered in the guild library. Lin Chen carefully grasped the fragment of the Heart of Elements, its touch warm and smooth. With the energies of the 5 elements swirling gently within, he sensed the yearning emotions emanating from Xiao Tian and Feng Yu. This fragment was crucial for their evolution. Is this truly the legendary Heart of Elements? Su Mu gazed at the fragment with curiosity, noting the purity of its energy. Far stronger than that of the base's energy core. Lina picked up the ancient scroll from the ground. Its yellowed parchment inscribed with intricate arrays in archaic script. These symbols are rather peculiar. Surely the library at the base has methods for interpretation. While collecting their spoils, Lin Chen discovered a hidden compartment beneath the altar containing a box of experimental equipment, emblazoned with the insignia of a research institute. The equipment still bore a faint trace of beast genes, reminiscent of the energy fluctuations from the previous Black Crow Gang's laboratory. Had the research institute been here long ago? Wang Ming frowned, questioning why they had not made this public. Lin Chen placed the equipment into his backpack, certain that something was amiss. Upon returning, he would submit the scroll to the guild, while discreetly sending the equipment for analysis, ensuring not to alert anyone from the research institute. During their journey back, Feng Yu detected an unmanned drone tracking them. Lin Chen instructed Xuan Wu to release energy interference, successfully evading their pursuers. Yet he understood that the discovery of the Heart of Elements and the Research Institute's equipment would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions within the base. Upon their return, the Hunter Guild exhibited immense interest in the fragment of the Heart of Elements. With the guild leader personally meeting them, the Heart of Elements pertains to the secrets of summoned beast evolution, and both the Research Institute and military will surely covet it. You must refrain from disclosing the fragment's existence for now. I will arrange for additional protective measures for you. The guild's stance confirmed Lin Chen's suspicions. The competition among the 3 major factions for rare resources was far more intense than he had imagined. He handed the ancient scroll to the guild for interpretation, while carrying the fragment of the Heart of Elements and the Research Institute's equipment to the most authoritative private testing facility in the base. Lao Zheng's repair shop. Lao Zheng, a limping mechanic, was a renowned physicist before the cataclysm, having been ostracized for opposing the radical experiments of the Research Institute. As he examined the genetic residue on the equipment, his expression grew grave. This is a living energy extraction device, used to forcibly siphon the primal energy from beasts, causing them great harm. It is strictly prohibited by the base. Is the Research Institute still conducting illegal experiments? Lin Chen pressed. Lao Zheng nodded. They have been clandestinely researching a super-evolution plan, aiming to modify humans using beast genes. It is said that there have already been successful cases. This revelation weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. It seemed the incident with the Black Crow Gang was merely the tip of the iceberg, and a greater conspiracy lurked within the Research Institute. Chapter 32. Underlying forces. The bulletin board of the Hunter Guild was surrounded by a throng of people. The latest resource allocation list inciting an uproar. The originally designated B-level task rewards for hunter teams had been reduced by 30, with the remarks stating priority to supply military defense projects. Why should our rewards be cut? A hunter angrily pounded on the bulletin board. We risk our lives slaying beasts outside while they sit comfortably in the base. Keep your voice down. A nearby person quickly restrained him, explaining that the military had recently been reinforcing the northern defense line due to indications of a large-scale beast tide, thus prioritizing resource allocation. Lin Chen squeezed to the front to scrutinize the list, discovering that not only had the task rewards been diminished, but the exchange points for evolution materials had also increased by 50, while the Research Institute's exclusive supply channels remained unaffected. This blatant policy bias caused him to furrow his brow. This is a blatant resource bias. Wang Ming also saw the list, lamenting that their hard-earned points were now insufficient to even purchase evolution materials for Xiao Tian. Su Mu pulled up the base's announcements. The military has issued a new conscription order, requiring all D-level and above hunter teams to assign 1 member to the defense forces for a month. This is evidently a covert method to weaken the power of the Hunter Guild. Lina pointed to the small print at the bottom of the announcement. The Research Institute has received an additional quota of energy cores, supposedly for urgent research. Who knows what they are actually studying? While discussing, a young lieutenant in military attire approached, his chest badge indicating he was from the military's resource department. Xingho team, I am Lieutenant Zhang Yi, here to inform you that you are to report to military headquarters tomorrow at 9 o'clock for assignment of defense tasks. Lin Chen frowned. Guild tasks take precedence over military orders. We have already accepted a relic exploration mission. Zhang Yi scoffed, his tone condescending. This is a special period. All hunter teams must comply with the military's unified dispatch. This is the highest directive of the base. You best consider the implications. With that, he turned and left, offering no opportunity for rebuttal. The surrounding hunters felt a mix of anger and helplessness, obviously accustomed to the military's overbearing demeanor. This is outrageous. Wang Ming glared at Zhang Yi's retreating figure, truly treating us like their soldiers? Lin Chen restrained the impulsive Wang Ming. Do not act rashly. Confronting them head-on would not bode well for us. Let us return and discuss our strategy. On their way back to the dormitory, Lin Chen noticed they were being followed. Without drawing attention, he slipped into an alley, where Xiao Tian suddenly burst forth from the contract space. Pinning the pursuer to the ground, a young man clad in a white lab coat from the Research Institute, clutching a miniature scanner. Speak. Why are you following us? Lin Chen stepped on his wrist. The young man paled in fright. It was Director Liu who sent me. He wants to know what you brought back from the relics. Director Liu? Lin Chen recalled Lao Zheng mentioning the super evolution plan. This Deputy Director Liu was the one previously suspended for investigation and had quietly resumed his position. He claims that if you hand over the Heart of Elements, the Research Institute can provide any resources you desire and even assist in the special evolution of your summoned beasts, the young man pleaded incoherently. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. It seemed that the information regarding the Heart of Elements had already leaked, and the struggle among the three major factions had officially commenced. He knocked the pursuer unconscious and addressed his team. The situation is more complex than we imagined. We must rapidly enhance our strength, or we will become pawns in the struggle among various forces. That evening, the guild leader conveyed news. The military's defense task cannot be evaded. But I have secured a relatively easy patrol task for you. Additionally, part of the ancient scroll has been deciphered, detailing the element resonance array, which can enhance the elemental skills of summoned beasts. Come to the guild tomorrow to collect it. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Yet Lin Chen knew that this was merely the beginning of a power struggle. The true storm lay ahead. Chapter 33. Resource application. The conference room at the military headquarters was solemn and austere, with a large screen displaying the defense deployment map of Jiang City. Red dots indicating areas of beast congregation. The captains of several hunter teams sat at the conference table, the atmosphere oppressive to the point of suffocation. Lieutenant Zhang Yi stood at the front, using a laser pointer to indicate on the map. Signs of a level 3 beast tide have been detected along the northern defense line. Expected to arrive within a week. According to base directives, all teams of D level and above are to be divided into 3 tiers. The first tier will guard the city walls, the second tier is responsible for logistics, and the third tier will conduct peripheral patrols. He read aloud the allocation list, evidently assigning the more formidable teams to the most perilous guarding tasks, while those with close ties to the military were entrusted with the easier transportation missions. Xingho team, part of the third echelon, was assigned to patrol the periphery of the northwest region, encompassing abandoned factories and residential areas. When Zhang Yi uttered Lin Chen's name, a fleeting smirk of derision crossed his lips. This area was notoriously known for its scarcity of monstrous beasts. What was termed as patrolling was, in fact, a marginalization. Lin Chen understood this to be the military suppression of the Hunter Guild's factions. We request a change of area. Lin Chen raised his hand to speak. The energy fluctuations in the northwest region are anomalous. There may be high-level monstrous beasts hidden there, and our team is equipped with elemental detection devices, making us more suitable for reconnaissance tasks. Zhang Yi's expression darkened. The allocation plan has been finalized and cannot be altered. The hunter teams must obey orders. It is not that I refuse to follow orders. Rather, I am suggesting a reasonable allocation of resources. Lin Chen produced the energy data from the elemental heart fragment, concealing the core information. We have detected a peculiar energy response in the northwest region, which may be related to the source of the beast tide and requires further investigation. The other team leaders in the conference room whispered among themselves, many expressing discontent with the military's allocations. Lin Chen's proposal resonated with their sentiments. The military major seated at the head of the table coughed lightly. I permit the Xingho team to adjust their mission and take charge of reconnaissance in the northwest region. But they must report daily and request support immediately upon discovering anything unusual. No independent actions are allowed. The major clearly wished to defuse the situation, providing both parties an avenue for retreat. Although Zhang Yi was dissatisfied, he could only sit down begrudgingly. After the meeting, Lin Chen was summoned to the major's office. Major Zhao scrutinized him with sharp eyes. "You are Lin Chen?" The promising newcomer nurtured by the Hunter Guild, and the one who exposed the scandal at the Research Institute? "I merely did what was necessary." Major Lin Chen maintained his vigilance. Major Zhao handed him a document. "This is detailed information about the Northwest region. In fact, we have long been aware of the anomalies there, but our scouts have gone missing. You are a summoner, capable of reconnaissance with your summoned beasts, making you more suited for this task." He then shifted his tone. "The military is aware that you have obtained the elemental heart. Both the Research Institute and the Guild are keeping a close watch on you. If you are willing to surrender the fragment for military research, I can apply for the highest level of resource allocation for you, and even facilitate your team's direct promotion to level C." The blatant attempt at coercion made Lin Chen inwardly scoff, though he maintained a facade of composure. "The elemental heart pertains to the secrets of summoned beast evolution. I need to first ascertain its safety. Hastily surrendering it would be unwise." Major Zhao remained noncommittal. "You have 3 days to consider. Remember, in this space, only the military can truly protect you. The Guild and the Research Institute will only exploit you." After departing from the military headquarters, Lin Chen immediately headed to the Hunter Guild to request resources. The staff member in charge, upon seeing his task assignment, sympathetically remarked, "The Northwest region is very dangerous. 3 teams have gone missing previously. The inventory of the Thunder Grass and Wind Spirit Flower you need is insufficient. The Research Institute just requisitioned a batch yesterday." "Again, the Research Institute?" Lin Chen frowned. "They possess special authorization, claiming it is for urgent experiments." The staff member lowered their voice. "I've heard that Deputy Director Liu has been very active lately, recruiting numerous fallen hunters. No one dares to offend him." Lin Chen's mind raced. "If I can provide evidence of the Research Institute's illegal experiments, can I prioritize the exchange for resources?" The staff member's eyes lit up. "Of course. The Guild has been seeking leverage against him. If you can provide solid evidence, not only evolution materials, but even an A-level skill book can be requested for you." Exiting the Guild, Lin Chen gazed at the overcast sky. The struggle among the 3 major powers had already begun to impact ordinary hunters. Clenching his fists, he realized he must swiftly find incriminating evidence against the Research Institute, lest he face not only resource limitations, but also threats to his very survival. Chapter 34. The first setback. The abandoned factories in the Northwest region were shrouded in thick fog, the rusted steel frameworks resembling the skeletons of beasts, with a faint metallic scent of blood pervading the air. Lin Chen's off-road vehicle halted at the factory's perimeter, with Xuanwu deploying an energy shield to fend off the corrosive gases within the mist. The elemental detector registered activity. Sumu pointed at the instrument screen. Where the energy curve fluctuated violently, it exhibited a hybrid energy signature, containing both monstrous beast and human energy responses. Fengyu swooped down from above, its wings coated in a black, viscous substance, relaying unsettling imagery. Deep within the factory lay a colossal cage housing dozens of near-death monstrous beasts, while several individuals in white lab coats were siphoning their energy. "They are from the Research Institute." Lin Chen's pupils constricted. They were illegally conducting energy extraction experiments. Wang Ming furiously pounded on the car door. "No wonder the monstrous beasts have gone missing. They have all been captured as test subjects." Lina drew her bow, aiming at the factory entrance. "Should we charge in? We could capture their crimes on film." Lin Chen shook his head. "They are prepared. There is an energy barrier at the entrance. Forcing our way in would alert them. We will scout first and obtain evidence." He directed Fengyu to circle around to the rear of the factory, where they discovered a ventilation duct. Xuanwu utilized its energy shield to clear the corrosive sludge from the duct's entrance, and Lin Chen, accompanied by Su Mu, crawled inside, while Wang Ming and Li Na stood by outside. The duct led to the experimental area, and through a gap, they could see several cultivation pods, containing half-human, half-beast creatures, exactly as old Zheng had described regarding the super-evolved entities. Deputy Director Liu, clad in a lab coat, was conversing with a figure in a black robe, who was none other than the beast controller who had escaped during the He Yigang incident. "The energy of Experiment 37 is stable. We can proceed with the next phase of fusion." Liu's voice was cold. "Bring over the thunder pattern leopard we captured yesterday. I need to test the new beast control chip." The figure in black let out a hoarse chuckle. Does Director Liu not fear being discovered? The last incident involving the He Yigang has already raised suspicions. What is there to fear? Deputy Director Liu dismissed the concern. "The military requires my research results to combat the beast tide. The guild cannot provide evidence and can only watch helplessly. Once my super-evolved warriors are mass-produced, the entire Jiang city will heed my command. Lin Chen stealthily activated the recording function on his wristband, capturing the entire conversation. Just as he was about to film the cultivation pods, he suddenly felt his mental energy being assaulted. At the other end of the duct, a single eye was fixated on him. It was Experiment 37. This half-human, half-wolf monstrosity had somehow breached its pod, silently appearing at the duct's entrance, its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. Not good. Lin Chen yanked Sumu back, while simultaneously summoning Xiao Tian and unleashing the Flamed Thunder Domain. Lightning and fire instantaneously filled the duct, temporarily repelling the experimental subject. However, the explosion alerted those outside. Lu's voice rang out. Someone has intruded. Activate the defense system. An ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the factory, and energy barriers swiftly sealed all exits. Lin Chen made a swift decision. Retreat. The evidence we have is sufficient. We will hand it over to the guild. The three of them dashed out of the ventilation duct under Xiao Tian's cover, only to find Wang Ming and Li Na besieged by a group of super-evolved entities. These modified beings moved with incredible speed and retained monstrous beast traits. While Wang Ming's armor had already been torn in several places, Xuanwu maximized the energy shield. Lin Chen shouted as he joined the fray. Fengyu, disrupt their vision. A fierce battle erupted at the factory's periphery. Although they ultimately managed to break free, the team paid a price. Li Na was clawed by an experimental subject. The wound infected with an unknown virus, and signs of mutation began to appear. We must find an antiviral serum immediately. Sumu used ice spells to temporarily freeze the wound. This virus bore similarities to the energy of the beast-controlling crystals from the Heya gang. Only the Research Institute would possess the antidote. Lin Chen gazed at the spreading black markings on Li Na's arm, a surge of fury igniting within him. He immediately contacted the Hunter Guild, only to be informed that the guild leader was currently in an emergency meeting and could not be reached. When he sought assistance from the military, the response was that without evidence implicating the Research Institute, they could not intervene. This first setback made Lin Chen acutely aware that, without sufficient strength and evidence, opposing the colossal entity of the Research Institute was nearly akin to scaling the heavens. Chapter 35. Guild Mediation. Li Na's condition deteriorated rapidly. Black streaks had spread to her shoulders, and the skin around her wounds began to harden, subtly revealing a scaly texture. The doctors at the base hospital were at a loss, able only to administer suppressants to temporarily halt the virus's spread, urging them to swiftly contact the Research Institute for an antidote. To seek out Deputy Director Lu? That would be akin to walking into a trap. Wang Ming paced anxiously, wishing for an opportunity to seize the heart of elements. Lin Chen gazed at the unconscious Li Na, his expression grave. The suppressants would only sustain her for 72 hours. We must take risks. However, we cannot approach the Research Institute directly. We require a mediator. He thought of Zhou Ming, the vice president of the Hunter Guild, a man who had long advocated for a balance among the three major factions and was known for his sense of justice. Lin Chen approached him with audio evidence and photographs of the experimental subjects, laying out the entire situation. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Ming tapped his fingers on the table. Director Lu had military backing. Rash action could incite a war among factions. Yet, allowing him to continue his experiments would result in more victims. I do not wish for his immediate downfall. I only seek the antidote to save my comrade. Lin Chen spoke earnestly, offering in exchange to provide the guild with evidence of the Institute's illegal experiments, allowing you to decide when to disclose it. A glimmer of admiration crossed Zhou Ming's eyes. You are rational and value your comrades, qualities rare in this apocalypse. I can assist you in obtaining the antidote. But you must agree to one condition. Continue investigating the experimental base in the Northwest region and uncover evidence of their mass production of super-evolved beings. He explained, the guild has long suspected a connection between the Research Institute and the beast tides. Recent outbreaks have occurred alarmingly close to their experimental facilities. If you can establish this link, we can unite with the opposing forces within the military to bring down Director Lu completely. With the deal struck, Zhou Ming quickly procured the antidote through clandestine channels. After the green serum was injected into Li Na, the black streaks visibly receded, and she finally awoke from her unconscious state. Though still weak, she was no longer in grave danger. I am sorry for causing trouble for everyone, were Li Na's first words upon waking. Lin Chen shook his head. My decision was flawed. We should not have acted so rashly. This experience has taught us that combating the Research Institute requires a more meticulous plan. News from Zhou Ming soon arrived. Director Lu is aware of your intrusion into the experimental base and is applying for a military wanted order on the charges of theft of research results and collusion with beasts. The president has temporarily suppressed the wanted order, but you must urgently find evidence linking him to the beast tides. Otherwise, the guild cannot protect you. Worse yet, the allocation of resources at the base has become increasingly unfavorable to them. The previously requested thundergrass and wind spirit flowers have been completely frozen, and even routine ammunition supplies have been restricted, a clear indication of pressure from the Research Institute. Continuing like this is not viable, Su Mu analyzed. Our points only suffice for basic consumption, and the evolution of summoned beasts has come to a standstill, leaving us unable to enhance our strength and unprepared for greater crises. Lin Chen looked at the mere 800 points remaining in his wristband and suddenly recalled old Zheng's words. There exists an underground black market within the base, where one can procure anything, including restricted evolutionary materials, albeit with considerable risk. Wang Ming's eyes brightened. Shall we try our luck in the black market? It is better than waiting idly. Li Na voiced her concerns. The black market is a den of iniquity, rumored to be infiltrated by all three major factions, especially the Research Institute, which frequently captures experimental subjects there. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. The risks are indeed significant, yet it also presents an opportunity. Not only can we acquire evolutionary materials, but we may also uncover evidence of the Research Institute's black market dealings, achieving two objectives at once. He contacted Zhou Ming for information about the black market. After much hesitation, the vice president provided him with an address and a code word. Seek out a merchant known as Lao Gui, a neutral party who only accepts hard currency, and it is advisable to bring rare beast materials as bargaining chips. Before setting off, Lin Chen carefully secured the fragment of the Heart of Elements. He had a premonition that this journey to the black market might prove pivotal in disrupting the balance of power. Chapter 36. Numerous doubts. The black market was concealed within the oldest underground air raid shelter of the base, its entrance disguised as a dilapidated repair shop. Following Zhou Ming's instructions, Lin Chen knocked thrice on the iron door and uttered the password for part replacement, at which the heavy door creaked open. In stark contrast to the base's pristine environment, the interior of the black market was dim and damp, with narrow passages lined with stalls illuminated by the flickering glow of kerosene lamps, showcasing a bizarre array of goods, from rusty firearm parts to the glimmering cores of magical beasts, and even suspicious syringes labeled as genetic serums. The air was thick with a pungent melange of engine oil, blood, and cheap alcohol, as passers-by obscured their faces with hoods, their eyes warily assessing strangers. Here, there were no rules, only power and profit. Is this your first visit? A raspy voice emerged from nearby, belonging to an elderly man missing a front tooth, leaning on a cane, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing them closely. Do you require a guide? Lao Gui's stall can be difficult to locate, and many hunters here are on the lookout for newcomers like you. Lin Chen recognized the snake-like tattoo on the man's clothing, the emblem of the black market's local gang, the Viper Gang. He subtly released a hint of a summoner's mental pressure. We seek Lao Gui for legitimate business. The old man sensed the pressure and his demeanor shifted to one of respect. Ah, a distinguished guest. This way, please. Lao Gui happens to be trading in a safe house today. Navigating through the labyrinthine passages, the old man led them to a warehouse marked with a sign indicating repairs in progress. After knocking 5 times, a low voice inquired from within, "Where's the cargo?" 3 living specimens and a batch of parts. Lin Chen responded with the code word provided by Zhou Ming. The warehouse door opened to reveal a tall, middle-aged man seated in the shadows, a scar running from the corner of his eye to his chin, Lao Gui. Flanking him were 2 formidable bodyguards, clearly high-tier hunters. Zhou's vice president sent you? Lao Gui got straight to the point, stating that you possess rare materials and wish to exchange them for restricted items. Lin Chen pushed forward a bag containing the scales of the experimental subjects, scales from super-evolved beings, capable of resisting elemental attacks, a rarity in the black market. We seek thundergrass, wind spirit flowers, and information regarding the Research Institute's black market transactions. Lao Gui examined the scales closely, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. Indeed. The work of Director Liu, you possess considerable audacity to provoke the Research Institute. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I can provide the materials, but the price will be doubled. As for the information, I can share one piece of news. The Research Institute transports experimental subjects out of the city every Wednesday night through a secret passage, destined for the Purification Zone in the west. The Purification Zone? Lin Chen frowned. That area is marked as an absolute no-go zone by the base, rumored to be occupied by high-level magical beasts, and no one dares to approach. Lao Guei chuckled coldly. That place is not a beast-free zone. It is the Research Institute's secret base. They conduct large-scale beast-tide inducement experiments there, using the corpses of humans and magical beasts to nourish the mother nest. This revelation struck like thunder. Lin Chen finally understood why beast tides consistently emerged precisely in weak defense areas. The Research Institute was orchestrating it all. How much is this information worth? Lin Chen inquired. You cannot afford it. Lao Guei shook his head, but we can collaborate. If you help me deliver a batch of goods to the outskirts of the purification zone, I will reveal the exact location of the mother nest and provide you with all the materials you desire. The goods he referred to were energy cores, clearly smuggled goods. Lin Chen recognized the extreme danger of this task, yet for the sake of evidence and materials, he had no choice but to agree. It's a deal. But we want to receive half the materials up front, with the remainder to be paid after the task is completed. With the agreement established, Lao Guei dispatched someone to deliver the thunder grass and wind spirit flowers, along with a secret map of the purification zone. Upon receiving the materials, Lin Chen immediately had Xiaodian and Fengyu absorb them. The energy fluctuations of the two summoned beasts noticeably strengthened, advancing their evolution progress. As they departed the black market, the elderly man from the Viper gang quietly warned, recently, individuals from the Research Institute have placed bounties on your heads in the black market, and military personnel are inquiring about your whereabouts. Exercise caution. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed they had become the focal point of the struggle among the three major factions. On the way back to the base, he meticulously examined the map provided by Lao Guei, noting that the location of the purification zone was precisely along the path of the beast tide moving from the northwest. Various suspicions intertwined, gradually forming a terrifying hypothesis. Chapter 37. Resource allocation meeting. The high-level meeting of the base was convened in a circular hall, adorned with 12 Roman columns intricately carved with images of the city before the catastrophe, standing in stark contrast to the desolation outside. Lin Chen sat in the section designated for the Hunter Guild, marking his inaugural participation in the base's most prestigious resource allocation meeting, surrounded by pivotal figures from various factions. Seated at the head of the table was General Zhao, the supreme commander of the base, flanked on the left by the director and deputy director of the Research Institute, and on the right by the president of the Hunter Guild and senior military officials. The expressions of the three representatives were grave, as the holographic projection on the table displayed the dire situation. The energy shield of the northern defense line was critically low, and the purification zone was experiencing fluctuations from beasts above level 40. The energy cores in the base's reserves would only suffice for half a month. Such was the reality. General Zhao's voice was steady as he reported that, according to reconnaissance reports, the scale of the beast tide in the purification zone had reached level 4 and was expected to assault the western defense line within 10 days. We must promptly decide on a resource allocation plan. The deputy director of the Research Institute, Liu, was the first to speak. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, my suggestion is to prioritize the super evolution plan. If I could have 50 energy cores, we could deploy the first batch of super evolution warriors into battle, sufficient to withstand the level 4 beast tide. Absurd. The president of the Hunter Guild slammed the table in outrage. Your experiments have already triggered 3 beast tides, and you wish to gamble the fate of the base? All resources should be directed towards reinforcing the walls and arming the hunter teams. The casualty rate of the hunter teams has surpassed 30, rendering them incapable of assuming the primary defensive responsibility. Deputy Director Liu countered, asserting that only super evolution warriors could secure victory at minimal cost. Disagreements surfaced within the military as well. General Zhao advocated for balanced distribution, while Captain Zhang Yi, supporting the Research Institute, insisted on prioritizing the experiments. The super evolution plan is the trend of the future. If we do not invest now, we will miss our chance. The debate raged on, and Lin Chen noticed General Zhao's gaze flicker towards him several times, laden with curiosity. He understood that this meeting was not merely about resource allocation but also a contest for dominance among factions. The Hunter Guild needed him, a newcomer, to break the stalemate. I hold a different opinion. At the president's indication, Lin Chen stood, and all eyes instantly turned towards him. Based on our team's reconnaissance in the northwest, the beast tide in the purification zone is not a natural occurrence, but rather induced by the Research Institute's mother nest experiment. Upon uttering these words, the hall erupted in uproar. Deputy Director Liu's face shifted dramatically. Nonsense. Produce evidence. Lin Chen presented photographs and recordings from the experimental base. We discovered illegal experiment sites in the northwest where the Research Institute captured beasts for energy extraction and conducted super-evolution modifications on humans. The energy fluctuations from these experiments attract beasts, resulting in the beast tide. The recorded dialogue between Deputy Director Liu and a figure in a black robe played clearly, plunging the hall into silence. Deputy Director Liu attempted to defend himself. This is fabricated. It's a frame-up by the Hunter Guild. Whether it is fabricated or not can be verified by investigating the purification zone, Lin Chen replied. The black market transaction records from Lao Gui indicate that the Research Institute transports experimental subjects to the purification zone weekly, where the energy fluctuations align precisely with those of super-evolved beings. General Zhao's complexion darkened, and his gaze towards Deputy Director Liu was filled with suspicion. Voices of dissent surged within the military, demanding the suspension of the super-evolution plan and a thorough investigation of the purification zone. Deputy Director Liu, cornered, lashed out, "He is lying. Lin Chen hoards the elemental heart and colludes with black market merchants, all to seize resources. Arrest him." As his loyalists prepared to act, General Zhao intervened forcefully. "Enough. Until the truth is determined, suspend resource supplies for the super-evolution plan. Energy cores will be prioritized for the defense line and the Hunter Guild." General Zhao turned to Lin Chen. "Starfire team, I command you to lead a reconnaissance unit to the purification zone and procure evidence of the mother nest. Upon your successful return, I will not only grant you sea-level team status, but also allow you to prioritize the exchange of any resources." This decision not only afforded the Hunter Guild a semblance of face, but also maintained the military's control. Deputy Director Liu's expression soured. Yet he had no choice but to acquiesce to reality. After the meeting, Vice President Zhou Ming patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Well done. This move has thoroughly disrupted the Research Institute's plans. However, be cautious. Director Liu will not relent easily, and the mission in the purification zone will undoubtedly be fraught with traps." Lin Chen nodded, aware that this was merely a temporary victory. The true battle was just beginning in the purification zone. Although the scales of resource allocation had temporarily tilted, the struggle among the three factions would only intensify. Chapter 38. Experimental report. The reconnaissance mission in the purification zone was dubbed Operation Venus Flytrap, led by the Starfire team. Equipped with 5 military scouts and 3 elite hunters from the guild. Before their departure, Lin Chen received an encrypted file covertly delivered by Zhou Ming, a preliminary experimental report on the super-evolution plan. The report revealed that the initial goal of the super-evolution plan was to study the genetic fusion of humans and beasts, enhancing human survival capabilities. However, under Deputy Director Liu's oversight, the research direction twisted towards an extreme pursuit of combat enhancement, disregarding the suffering and ethical concerns of the experimental subjects. Record of Experiment 73. The gene of the thunder-patterned leopard was injected into a human soldier, endowing the subject with electrical abilities, yet causing a loss of rationality, attacking all living beings, with a survival time of 17 hours. Record of Experiment 109. An attempt to forcibly catalyze evolution using energy cores led to an explosion, resulting in the deaths of 3 researchers and causing abnormal gatherings of beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. Record of Experiment 156. Successfully cultivated controllable super-evolved beings after implanting a chip. They could fully obey commands, but required regular injections of beast blood to maintain stability. Otherwise, they would undergo secondary mutations. Most chilling was the note on the final page. Breakthroughs in the mother nest experiment allow for control over low-tier beasts using special sound waves. High-tier beasts require guidance from energy cores. A large-scale test in the purification zone is recommended to collect practical data. So, the beast tide was indeed artificially manufactured. Su Mu trembled with rage, incensed that so many lives were sacrificed for weapon testing. Wang Ming gripped his giant axe tightly. "Once we locate the mother nest, we must utterly destroy it." Lin Chen noted the signature at the end of the report. In addition to Deputy Director Liu, there was a blurred signature from a high-ranking military official. Although the name was obscured, the handwriting bore some resemblance to General Zhao's. There were indeed individuals within the military involved in the experiments. Lin Chen's expression grew solemn, realizing that this mission would not only involve traps set by the Research Institute, but also the threat of internal betrayal from the military. He made 3 backups of the experimental report, concealing them in the contract space of his summoned beasts and his tactical backpack, just in case. He also equipped his team members with anti-tracking devices and emergency signal flares, agreeing to regroup at the old lighthouse on the outskirts of the purification zone if they became separated. On the way to the purification zone, the convoy encountered 3 bizarre attacks from beast tides, each assault occurring with impeccable timing, as if someone were orchestrating them. Lin Chen instructed Feng Yu to ascend for reconnaissance, and indeed discovered drones hovering high above, evidently surveilling their movements. These were surveillance drones from the Research Institute. Lin Chen commanded Xuanwu to release energy interference. They intended to ascertain our route and set traps in advance. The convoy was ambushed in a canyon, not by beasts, but by well-equipped figures in black. These individuals were agile and wielded weapons bearing the Research Institute's insignia, clearly part of Deputy Director Lu's private armed forces. Leave the elemental heart, and I shall spare your lives. The leading figure in black laughed menacingly as he charged, his arm visibly augmented, covered in a layer of armor, demonstrating astonishing strength. A super-evolution warrior. Lin Chen directed his summoned beasts to engage. Xiao Tian, target his joints. That is his point of weakness. The claws crackling with lightning and fire struck precisely at the juncture of the black-clad warrior's arm, indeed sparking a burst of flames. However, the adversary's resilience was extraordinary. The wound quickly ceased to bleed and became even more ferocious. After a fierce battle, although the ambushers were repelled, 2 military scouts perished, and several guild hunters sustained injuries. Lin Chen gazed at the bodies of his fallen comrades, a seething anger igniting within him. To conceal the truth, these individuals had resorted to attacking the regular forces of the base. There was no longer a path for them to proceed as planned. Lin Chen recalibrated the navigation, opting to take a detour through the underground passage to evade their surveillance. The underground passage, once a subway line before the disaster, was dark and damp, teeming with mutated creatures. Yet, it offered signal jamming, making it less likely to be detected and thus safer. Lin Chen activated his tactical light, illuminating the moss-covered tracks, silently praying that they would soon locate the mother nest and bring an end to this calamity wrought by humanity itself. Chapter 39. Covert investigation. The water in the underground passage rose to their ankles, the frigid liquid floating with unidentified biological remnants. Lin Chen's tactical light pierced the darkness, revealing a sign at a fork in the path. This was an abandoned section of the Jiangxing Metro Line 3, 5 kilometers from the core of the purification zone. The elemental detector registered a response. Su Mu's voice was tense, indicating high-intensity energy fluctuations ahead, originating from multiple sources. Lin Chen signaled for the team to halt and deployed the Wind Whisper for reconnaissance. The images relayed by the flying scout revealed that the platform ahead had been transformed into a temporary base, where over a dozen researchers in white lab coats were installing equipment, surrounded by dozens of super-evolved sentinels. The energy readings emanated from the chips embedded in their chests. It was an outpost for the Research Institute. Lin Chen lowered his voice, noting that they were setting up a signal tower likely intended to control the beast tide. The military scout captain suggested circumventing them, as a direct assault would alarm the enemy. However, the guild hunter argued that destroying the signal tower could weaken their control over the beast tide and alleviate the pressure on the base, making the risk worthwhile. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen proposed a split strategy. Wang Ming would lead half the team through the left tunnel to scout ahead in the purification zone, while he would take the remaining members to destroy the signal tower, creating chaos to divert attention, and then regroup at the lighthouse. Once the plan was set, the team swiftly divided. Lin Chen watched Wang Ming's silhouette fade into the darkness, a sense of unease settling in his heart. While separating would enhance efficiency, it also heightened risk, particularly in the presence of a traitor. Accompanied by Su Mu and 2 guild hunters, he stealthily approached the outpost, cloaked in shadows. Under the platform's lights, Deputy Director Lu was personally directing operations, shouting into a communicator. The energy of the mother nest has reached critical levels. We must complete the final guidance within 3 days, or it will spiral out of control. The fact that Director Lu himself had arrived indicated that the mother nest experiment had reached a crucial phase. Su Mu conjured an ice mirror on the wall, reflecting the platform's scene, revealing that they were calibrating a sound wave generator, identical to the control device described in the reports. Lin Chen aimed for the energy interface of the generator, instructing, "Wait for my signal. Su Mu will incapacitate the guards with ice spikes, the hunters will provide cover, and I will destroy the generator." The operation commenced at midnight. The Wind Whisper suddenly dove down, shattering the platform's lights and creating chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu unleashed ice spikes, freezing the foremost super-evolved creatures in place. Lin Chen summoned Xuanwu to withstand the attacks while he charged toward the generator, accurately tossing a grenade into the energy interface. A resounding explosion echoed as the signal tower collapsed. Deputy Director Lu bellowed in frustration, "Capture them. Do not let them near the mother nest." Super-evolved beings surged forth like a tide. Lin Chen commanded the summoned beasts to engage while retreating, only to find their escape route blocked by unidentified individuals, 2 military scouts, their firearms aimed directly at him. "You are the traitors," Lin Chen exclaimed in shock and fury. The scouts sneered. "General Zhao has long reached an agreement with Director Liu. Once the mother nest experiment succeeds, all of Jiangsheng will belong to us. You and these hunters are merely subjects of the experiment." In a moment of crisis, a guild hunter stepped forward, shielding Lin Chen from bullets. "Captain Lin, flee. We will cover you." Lin Chen suppressed his grief and charged into the right tunnel with Su Mu. Gunfire and explosions erupted behind them, and he realized those hunters would never return. Why did they do this? Su Mu's voice trembled with tears. "We are all human. Why must we turn against one another?" Lin Chen clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, because of power and greed. In this apocalypse, some have forgotten the essence of survival, fixated solely on dominating others. After escaping the underground passage, they awaited Wang Ming and the others at the designated old lighthouse, yet their silhouettes never appeared. Lin Chen deployed the wind whisper over a wide area, discovering only traces of battle and blood at the edge of the purification zone, along with a fragment of Wang Ming's battle axe. They may have encountered misfortune. Lin Chen's heart plummeted. Perhaps they had been betrayed by the traitor. Just then, his wristband abruptly received an encrypted message from Wang Ming. "The mother nest is located at the nuclear power station in the center of the purification zone, heavily guarded. Beware of military ambushes. Deputy Director Liu intends to sacrifice live humans to complete the final evolution." The message abruptly ceased, clearly interrupted by danger during transmission. Lin Chen gazed toward the red light in the direction of the purification zone, knowing they could no longer wait. Immediate action was imperative. Chapter 40. The disappearance of the beasts. The nuclear power station in the purification zone was shrouded in an eerie red light. Its once silver reactor shell now covered in dark red, vein-like structures, resembling a colossal living organism pulsating. Lin Chen and Su Mu crouched on a distant hillside, observing this terrifying mother nest through binoculars. Energy barriers surrounded the nuclear power station, with hundreds of super-evolved beings patrolling outside. Further afield on the plains, a dense swarm of monsters gathered like a tide, yet they dared not approach the core area, evidently controlled by some unseen force. Wang Ming's information was indeed accurate. This was the mother nest. Lin Chen pointed towards the top of the reactor, where dozens of energy conduits were inserted, connecting to the surrounding towers, which were emitting control signals directing the beast tide to attack the base. Su Mu's elemental detector went haywire, signaling energy readings beyond the instrument's limits. The core of the reactor had been completely transformed, at risk of imminent explosion. More alarmingly, in the square of the nuclear power station, hundreds of captured civilians were bound to an altar, with Deputy Director Liu standing at its center, wielding a staff embedded with shards of elemental hearts, preparing for some ritual. He intended to offer live sacrifices. Su Mu covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with terror. The life energy of those civilians would be absorbed by the mother nest, fully activating its control over the beast tide. Lin Chen counted the guards in the square, at least 50 super-evolved beings, along with several armored vehicles. A direct assault would be tantamount to suicide. He needed a strategy to divert attention and disrupt the ritual. "Look there." Lin Chen pointed to the nuclear power station's ventilation system, where the energy barrier was thinnest, directly connected to the reactor's interior. "If we can infiltrate and sabotage the energy conduits, we can temporarily destabilize the mother nest." The infiltration plan proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Likely due to Deputy Director Liu's focus on the ritual, the guards at the ventilation ducts were few. Under the cover of Xuanwu, they evaded surveillance cameras and successfully entered the reactor control room. The control room was deserted, a large screen displaying real-time data of the mother nest, fusion degree 87. Energy reserve 92, life energy pending absorption, 327 individuals, estimated completion time, 1 hour 30 minutes. The adjacent computer contained more detailed records, and as Lin Chen quickly scanned through them, he uncovered a shocking secret. The so-called disappearance of the beasts was not an abduction, but rather a proactive absorption by the mother nest. The mother nest released special hormones to attract specific types of beasts, subsequently disassembling them through an energy field, converting them into its own energy. Recent large-scale disappearances of beasts were due to the mother nest's need for energy during its upgrades. It could not only control the beast tide, but also actively devour beasts to evolve. Lin Chen stared in astonishment at the evolutionary roadmap displayed on the screen. If it completed its final fusion, it could command high-level beasts of level 40 and above, submerging the entire Jiangsheng in a tide of beasts. Su Mu operated the console, exclaiming, I have located the control program for the energy conduit, but I require a password to shut it down. Lin Chen glanced at the experimental records on the computer and discovered that the password was, in fact, Deputy Director Lu's birthday. After entering the password, a countdown appeared on the screen. Energy conduit shutdown program initiated, effective in 15 minutes. Success. Just as Su Mu was about to celebrate, the door to the control room was suddenly blown open, and Deputy Director Lu charged in with an evolved creature, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Indeed, it is you. I suspected the guild would send you to your demise. Your plan shall not succeed. Lin Chen summoned Xiao Tian and Feng Yu, proclaiming, the mother nest will soon spiral out of control. Your beast-tide empire is but a fleeting illusion. Too late. Deputy Director Lu raised his staff, announcing that the ritual had entered its final phase. Even without the energy conduit, I can complete the fusion using the shards of the elemental heart. As for you, you will become the final energy supplement for the mother nest. The evolved creature lunged forward, and as Lin Chen pulled Su Mu back, he realized their escape route had been blocked. In a moment of peril, the walls of the control room were suddenly breached, and Wang Ming, bloodied and battered, burst in, followed closely by General Zhao and the president of the Hunter Guild. Director Lu, your conspiracy ends here, General Zhao declared, pointing his gun at Deputy Director Lu. The military will not tolerate a lunatic who endangers the base. Deputy Director Lu's expression shifted dramatically. You were supposed to be my ally? I was merely utilizing you to gather evidence, General Zhao replied coldly. From the moment you initiated the beast tide, the outcome of today was sealed. The situation reversed in an instant, yet Lin Chen understood that the true crisis had not yet subsided. The countdown on the screen abruptly halted, and the energy readings of the mother nest began to skyrocket, with red alert lights flashing incessantly. Chapter 41. Laboratory clues. The uncontrollable energy of the mother nest triggered violent tremors, causing cracks to appear in the walls of the nuclear power plant, while dark red, vein-like structures expanded wildly, consuming everything in their path. Seizing the opportunity, Deputy Director Lu broke free from his restraints and inserted the shard of the elemental heart into the console. Even in failure, I shall drag you down with me. Mother nest, consume. With his command, the floor of the control room began to writhe, transforming into a viscous mass of flesh and blood, attempting to ensnare everyone. Lin Chen summoned Xuanwu to deploy the maximum energy shield, temporarily halting the spread of the organism. We must retreat. This place is going to explode. General Zhao directed the soldiers to cover the civilians' evacuation, while the president of the Hunter Guild engaged the evolved creature. Amidst the chaos, Deputy Director Lu took the chance to escape through the ventilation ducts, and without hesitation, Lin Chen pursued him. You assist the others. I will chase him. Lin Chen shouted to Su Mu, determined to reclaim the shard of the elemental heart. The ventilation ducts were filled with a metallic scent and erratic energy flows, and Lin Chen relied on Feng Yu's guidance to relentlessly pursue. Deputy Director Lu dashed ahead, occasionally turning to fire energy blasts to hinder Lin Chen's progress. Give up. You cannot escape. Lin Chen's mental focus zeroed in on the target, commanding Xiao Tian to initiate a long-range attack. Deputy Director Lu was cornered at the end of the duct, with nowhere to flee. Leaning against the wall, a maniacal grin spread across his face. I cannot escape. And neither will you. Look at this. He pulled out a remote control and pressed a button. Suddenly, the wall beneath the duct opened, revealing a hidden laboratory filled with incubation pods, each containing a clone resembling Lin Chen. These are perfect vessels cultivated from your genes. Deputy Director Lu cackled. I have studied you thoroughly. Your summoner physique is most suitable for fusion with the mother nest. Once I transplant your consciousness into one of these clones, I will inherit your summoned beasts and the elemental heart. Lin Chen stared in shock at the clones, their eyes tightly shut, each connected to tubes, emanating a similar spiritual resonance to his own. You madman. Lin Chen seethed with fury, commanding Xiao Tian to unleash the strongest attack, maximizing the flame thunder domain. Lightning and fire energy flooded the duct instantaneously, and Deputy Director Lu screamed as flames engulfed him. Yet in his final moment, he pressed another button. The liquid in the incubation pods began to boil, and the eyes of the clones snapped open, their vacant gazes turning towards Lin Chen. They will inherit my will and complete the super-evolution plan. Deputy Director Lu's voice faded amidst the flames. You will never escape me. The clones began to break free from their pods, their movements stiff, yet possessing similar summoning abilities, managing to summon inferior replicas of Xiao Tian and Feng Yu. Lin Chen found himself besieged by the clones. Although these replicas were weak, their sheer numbers quickly drove him to the brink. Feng Yu, find an exit. Lin Chen shouted. simultaneously commanding Xuanwu to release an energy shockwave, temporarily pushing back the clones. A bird spotted an access hatch at the top of the duct, and Lin Chen, along with his summoned beasts, surged forth, only to find himself back near the altar of the nuclear power plant. General Zhao and the president were organizing the final evacuation. The civilians had been safely relocated, but the energy explosion of the mother nest intensified, causing the entire nuclear power plant to begin collapsing. Lin Chen, hurry, retreat. The president waved at him, urging him to flee as the mother nest was about to explode. Lin Chen glanced back towards the laboratory, hearing the approaching roars of the clones. He knew this was not the moment for a lingering battle and could only turn to flee with the main group. As he dashed out of the nuclear power plant, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky, and a dark red shockwave expanded outward. Lin Chen was thrown into the air by the blast. Just before losing consciousness, he felt something emerge from the center of the explosion and merge with his body. Upon awakening, Lin Chen found himself lying on a hospital bed in the base, with Su Mu and Wang Meng standing by his side, their faces brimming with joy. You are finally awake. You have been unconscious for 3 days and nights. What happened to the mother nest? Lin Chen struggled to sit up. It has been completely destroyed. And the beast tide has dissipated, Wang Meng replied. Deputy Director Liu was killed in the laboratory, and his followers have all been apprehended. You have made a significant contribution. The guild intends to promote us to a C-class team. Lin Chen sighed in relief, yet unease lingered within him. He could sense a strange energy within him, akin to the fluctuations of the mother nest, and at times, memories that did not belong to him flickered in his mind. Records of Deputy Director Liu's experiments and images of the clones. Chapter 42. Pressure from above. During Lin Chen's recuperation in the hospital, the situation at the base underwent a dramatic transformation. The downfall of Deputy Director Liu triggered a sweeping purge within the Research Institute. Researchers who supported the Super Evolution Project were dismissed, and a new team from the guild took over, redirecting research towards safer energy shield technologies. The military also conducted internal reorganizations, with General Zhao seizing the opportunity to eliminate the factions that had supported Deputy Director Liu, firmly consolidating control over the base's military power. The Hunter Guild, having demonstrated exceptional performance in the Purification Zone mission, received increased resource allocations, significantly enhancing its status. On the surface, it appeared that the relationships among the 3 major factions had eased, yet Lin Chen understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The strange energy within him grew increasingly active, occasionally releasing uncontrollable dark red waves, agitating his summoned beasts. One day, General Zhao personally visited the hospital, flanked by 2 guards, exuding an imposing presence. He regarded Lin Chen with a gentle smile. Captain Lin, it seems you are recovering quite well. Thanks to you, the base has been able to avert this crisis. Just fulfilling my duties as a hunter, Lin Chen remained cautious, sensing General Zhao's scrutinizing gaze upon him, as though assessing an object. After some pleasantries, General Zhao shifted to the crux of the matter, regarding the findings from the Purification Zone. I hear you discovered Deputy Director Liu's experimental data, and the information on those clones? Lin Chen understood the military's true interest lay in the research outcomes of the Super Evolution Project. The data was lost in the battle, and the clones were destroyed along with the mother nest. General Zhao's smile dimmed slightly. Is that so? What a pity. The original intention of the Super Evolution Project was commendable. It was merely led astray by Deputy Director Liu. The military aspires to persist in research, striving to develop a secure evolutionary methodology. However, the notion of conducting experiments on living beings eludes my comprehension. Lin Chen firmly rejected this proposition. General Zhao's expression darkened, and his tone bore an unmistakable threat. Captain Lin, you must recognize the gravity of the situation. The base requires formidable power to combat the beast tide. The technology of super evolution is a necessary sacrifice. Is it not true that you have also assimilated the energy of the mother nest within you? This indicates that you have already accepted the fusion, merely deceiving yourself. His words struck Lin Chen profoundly. Indeed, the military was aware of the changes occurring within him. I can grant you time to contemplate, General Zhao stated, leaving behind a document, an invitation to join a secret military research project. By aligning with us, you shall not only gain control over the energy within you, but also receive the utmost resource support. Otherwise, his implication was clear without further elaboration. Once General Zhao departed, Lin Chen perused the document, discovering it contained detailed records of the fluctuations of the energy within him, including abnormal reactions during his unconscious state. It was evident that the military had been monitoring him closely. Even more unsettling was the mention of the secondary fusion project, aimed at utilizing the residual energy of the mother nest and fragments of the elemental heart to cultivate a fully controllable super-evolution summoner. Disturbingly, he was classified as the optimal fusion subject. They intend to use you as a new experimental subject, Su Mu exclaimed, her complexion paling upon reviewing the document. We must vacate the hospital at once. This place is no longer safe. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, preparing to rise when suddenly, the ward door swung open. The guild president and vice president Zhou Ming entered, flanked by elite guild guards. It appears you are already informed, the president remarked gravely. General Zhao has exerted pressure on the guild, demanding the surrender of you and all materials related to the mother nest, threatening to reduce our resource allocation otherwise. What does the guild intend to do? Lin Chen inquired. The president sighed. There are divisions within the guild. Some advocate for the surrender of the materials to ensure safety, while others support your protection. Vice President Zhou and I will do our utmost to delay. But you must depart the base swiftly and seek refuge in the Free Alliance to the east. He handed Lin Chen an energy storage device. This contains all evidence from the Purification Zone mission and a letter from the guild. The Free Alliance will accept you. We have also exchanged the fragments of the elemental heart for purification crystals, which can temporarily suppress the energy of the mother nest within you. The deteriorating situation surpassed his worst fears. Lin Chen realized he had become a pawn in the military's and guild's power struggle. Gazing out at the energy shield, he felt, for the first time, that this sanctuary had transformed into a perilous place. Chapter 43. The conspiracy of the Research Institute. The nighttime base was suffused with an atmosphere of tension, with patrolling soldiers doubled in number and surveillance cameras flickering ominously, evidently scanning for specific targets. Clad in the guild's camouflage uniform, Lin Chen departed the hospital under the protection of guards. Su Mu and Wang Meng were already awaiting him with their summoned beasts at the designated location. Our off-road vehicle has been confiscated by the military. We must utilize the underground passage. Wang Meng handed Lin Chen a map, revealing that the guild had established a secret route leading directly to the base's periphery. Within the underground passage, Vice President Zhou Ming awaited them, surrounded by several heavy backpacks filled with supplies and equipment. And this, he said, handing Lin Chen a USB drive, contains the latest plots from the Research Institute. They are not only orchestrating the Beast Tide, but are also covertly selling super-evolution technology to other bases, inciting greater chaos to expand their influence. The documents on the USB indicated that Deputy Director Liu was merely a frontman. The true mastermind was the Institute's director. With support from members of the higher echelons of the Alliance Council, they sought to control all survivor bases through the manipulation of the Beast Tide and super-evolution technology. Zhou Ming's voice was low and urgent. The mother nest in the Purification Zone is merely a test subject. A larger super mother nest is being constructed in the northern wilderness and is expected to be operational within 3 months. This revelation sent chills down Lin Chen's spine. The Beast Tide and Super Evolution Project were merely components of a grander scheme, and humanity's internal strife posed a more formidable threat than the beasts themselves. The Free Alliance was also investigating the matter but lacked substantial evidence. Zhou Ming cautioned, "Take the evidence with you. They will cooperate. Remember, be vigilant of the Council's cleaners. They specialize in hunting down informants." After bidding farewell to Zhou Ming, the trio advanced through the underground passage. The passage led to an abandoned sewage treatment plant, adjacent to the base's outer defensive line. Lin Chen activated the disruptor provided by Zhou Ming, temporarily blocking the defense system signals, while Xuanwu employed an energy shield to obscure the surveillance cameras. Just as they were about to breach the defense line, alarms blared, and searchlights converged on their location. Lieutenant Zhang Yi emerged with a squad of soldiers, a triumphant smile on his face. "I knew you would be here. General Zhao anticipated you would take this route." The soldiers raised their weapons, and super-evolution beings materialized from the shadows, evidently well prepared for this encounter. "Hand over the USB, surrender, and you may yet preserve your lives," Zhang Yi commanded. Lin Chen realized that capitulation was not an option. He passed the USB to Su Mu. "You all must escape first. I will provide cover." "No. We leave together," Su Mu protested. "That is an order," Lin Chen declared fiercely, summoning all his summoned beasts. "Xiao Tian, clear the path. Xuanwu, protect their escape. Fengyu, disrupt communications." A fierce battle erupted, with Lin Chen deliberately luring the conflict to another side, diverting most of the military's attention. He watched as Su Mu and Wang Ming vanished into the night, a sigh of relief escaping him, before turning to face the pursuing soldiers and super-evolution beings. "Capture him. Alive." Zhang Yi's voice echoed behind him. Lin Chen leaped into the nearby river, utilizing the water's flow to conceal his presence. However, he was acutely aware that this respite would be temporary. The military would swiftly encircle the area, compounding his troubles. The energy of the mother nest within him became increasingly volatile during the skirmish, dark red patterns beginning to surface on his skin and his consciousness blurring. He needed to suppress the energy. Lin Chen retrieved the purification crystal, pressing it against his chest. The chilling touch momentarily cleared his mind. But the crystal soon grew scorching hot, fissures appearing on its surface. He could only endure for half an hour. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly, realizing he had become a solitary figure, evading military pursuit while contending with the encroachment of the energy within him. He climbed up the riverbank, finding himself in an unfamiliar forest. The tracker on his wrist indicated he was in the gray area between the base and the Free Alliance. A realm devoid of military control and Free Alliance protection, a true no-man's land. In the distance, the roars of beasts and the sounds of soldiers searching reverberated. Lin Chen took a deep breath, retracting his summoned beasts into the contract space, and ventured deeper into the dense woods alone. He understood that from this moment onward, his struggle was no longer merely for survival. It was to unveil the truth and thwart the conspiracy aimed at the annihilation of humanity. Chapter 44. Evidence in hand. The forest within the gray area was fraught with peril, not only from wandering beasts, but also from patrolling factions and mercenaries. Lin Chen concealed himself amidst the dense canopy, observing a group of individuals clad in black uniforms passing below. Their armbands bore the emblem of the cleaners, precisely the hunters Zhou Ming had warned him about. The target was last seen in this vicinity. Expand the search radius. Upon discovery, eliminate him without hesitation. Do not bring him back, the cleaner's captain ordered coldly. Remember, he must not reach the Free Alliance alive. Lin Chen held his breath, minimizing his presence. Although the energy of the mother nest within him had been temporarily suppressed by the purification crystal, it continued to erode his consciousness slowly. Flashes of Deputy Director Lu's experimental images and the Council's clandestine plans flitting through his mind. Once the cleaners departed, Lin Chen leapt from the tree and followed the map Zhou Ming had provided, progressing toward the Free Alliance. He needed to reach his destination swiftly to deliver the evidence contained within the USB. Otherwise, not only would he be hunted, but Su Mu and Wang Meng could also face peril. Along the way, Lin Chen took a moment to rest at an abandoned outpost, unexpectedly discovering a functioning terminal within. He inserted the USB drive and uploaded the incriminating evidence of the Research Institute's conspiracy to the anonymous section of the Global Survivors Network. The document meticulously unveiled the Super Mother Nest project, employing genetic engineering to cultivate controllable beast tides, utilizing the mother nest for remote control, and selling defective superevolution technology to various bases, inciting internal chaos. When the timing was ripe, they would unleash the advanced beast tide controlled by the Super Mother Nest to obliterate all opposing forces. Members of the Council would relocate to the safe zones through the ARC project, reconstructing a new world under their dominion. The evidence encompassed experimental records, financial flows, communications from Council members, and even blueprints of the Super Mother Nest. At the end of the document, Lin Chen left the contact information for the Freedom Alliance, urging all survivors to unite against the oppression. The moment the upload was complete, the terminal suddenly exploded, evidently triggered by a self-destruct program initiated by the USB drive. Lin Chen narrowly evaded injury from the debris, but the blaze from the explosion was bound to attract nearby enemies. As he bolted from the outpost, he encountered two level 35 shadow leopards attacking him. These beasts moved like phantoms, their claws capable of piercing energy shields. Lin Chen commanded Xiaodian and Fengyu to engage in coordinated combat, only to find that his mental control was delayed. The mother nest's energy began to interfere with his connection to the summoned beasts. Damn it! Lin Chen was struck by a shadow leopard's tail and slammed against a tree, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The purification crystal shattered completely, unleashing a torrent of dark red energy uncontrollably. Strangely, upon sensing the energy, the shadow leopards ceased their assault, crawling on the ground and emitting a low growl of submission. To Lin Chen's astonishment, he found himself able to vaguely perceive their emotions and even issue simple commands. Was this the controlling ability of the mother nest? Both thrilled and alarmed. He recognized that while the energy erosion was perilous, this ability could prove life-saving in critical moments. He attempted to command the shadow leopards to stand guard while he seized the opportunity to recover his strength. At that moment, the distant roar of helicopters echoed, signaling the approach of military forces. Lin Chen immediately mounted one of the shadow leopards and directed the other to cover their retreat. racing towards the direction of the Freedom Alliance. Utilizing the ability to control the beasts with the Mother Nest's energy, Lin Chen deftly evaded the military and scavengers' encirclement, achieving speeds double that of before. 3 days later, he finally spotted the emblem of the Freedom Alliance, a blue flag embroidered with a golden dove of peace, fluttering atop the ruins of a border town. The town's guards raised their weapons upon seeing Lin Chen riding a shadow leopard. Halt. Identify yourself. I am Lin Chen, captain of the Xingho team, here with crucial evidence from the base, seeking the leader of the Freedom Alliance. Lin Chen produced a letter from the guild. After verifying his identity, the guards respectfully allowed him passage. The elders of the Alliance have been awaiting your arrival. Your companions arrived yesterday and are anxiously waiting for you. Upon seeing Su Mu and Wang Ming, Lin Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed. The two were overwhelmed with emotion, speechless upon confirming his safety. The evidence has been uploaded to the network. Now the world knows of the Council's conspiracy, Lin Chen stated. Su Mu nodded. The Freedom Alliance has united 5 bases, preparing to jointly combat the Council's Super Mother Nest project. However, we require your assistance. Only you can sense the Mother Nest's energy and locate its position. Lin Chen touched his chest, where dark red energy was coursing beneath his skin. He knew that the true battle was just beginning. Chapter 45, Power Struggles. The headquarters of the Freedom Alliance was situated within a university town that had thrived before the cataclysm. Here, the rigid barriers of bases were absent, replaced by vibrant farmlands and workshops. Survivors performed their respective roles, their faces adorned with a relaxed smile distinct from that of the Jiangqing base, as if the shadow of the apocalypse had faded significantly in this place. The Elders' Council of the Alliance convened in the library. 6 white-haired elders gathered around a long table, with a holographic projection in the center displaying the distribution of survivor bases worldwide. Lin Chen sat across from them, recounting in detail the experiences at the Jiangqing base and the Super Mother Nest project. The Council's ambitions had been long-standing. The Grand Elder sighed, expressing their belief that ordinary humans were a burden in the apocalypse, seeking to filter out elites through beast tides and super-evolution technology to establish a so-called new order. The second elder added, currently, 3 bases have openly supported the Council, 5 remain neutral, and 7 have joined our resistance alliance. However, the Council controls the majority of energy core mines and super-evolution technology, far surpassing our strength. Lin Chen produced the blueprints of the Super Mother Nest from the USB drive. According to the schematics, the energy core of the Super Mother Nest requires fragments of star cores to activate, a rare material found only beneath the ice layers of the Arctic. The Council's mining teams have already set out. We must stop them. The Arctic is too distant, and our aerial forces are insufficient for a long-range assault. The third elder shook his head. Moreover, the Council has deployed heavy troops along the way. A direct assault would come at too great a cost. We can unite with the neutral bases to sever the Council's supply lines, Lin Chen proposed. The construction of the Super Mother Nest requires a plethora of rare metals, all of which must be transported via trade routes. If we can cut off their supply, we can delay their progress. The elders fell into contemplation. This plan posed minimal risk and high feasibility, yet it demanded precise intelligence and formidable execution. The Xingho team is willing to undertake this mission, Lin Chen volunteered. We are familiar with the Council's transport routes and defense patterns, and my summoned beasts can sense energy related to the Mother Nest, making it easier to locate the transport teams. The elders exchanged glances, and ultimately the Grand Elder nodded. We will provide equipment and intelligence support and dispatch 2 elite teams to assist you. Remember, the goal is to delay, not to engage in direct confrontation. We need to build our strength and await the right moment for a decisive battle. With the task assigned, Lin Chen's team was responsible for the most perilous central transport line, located within the Council's core control zone, where defenses were the most stringent. Before departure, the Alliance's intelligence officer brought bad news. The Hunter Guild at Jiangqing Base had been purged, with the President and Vice President Zhou Ming being dismissed, replaced by a new president who had completely aligned with the Council. Many hunters within the guild, unwilling to submit, were secretly relocating to the Freedom Alliance. The intelligence officer handed over a list, revealing that the Council's scavengers were hunting them down. You may assist them on your journey. The list contained the names of several hunters Lin Chen recognized, including companions of the fallen hunters in the purification zone. We will assist them. Lin Chen clenched his fists, realizing the Council's expansion was far beyond expectations, leaving them little time. On the way to the central transport line, Lin Chen's team indeed encountered the hunted guild hunters. These individuals were gravely injured, carrying minimal supplies and weapons, pursued by scavengers and the Council's super-evolved beings. Captain Lin, The hunter's eyes ignited with hope upon seeing Lin Chen. Without hesitation, Lin Chen commanded the battle. Shaotian, use the flame thunder domain to trap the super-evolved beings. Xuanwu, protect the hunter's retreat. Fengyu, disrupt the scavenger's communications. During the battle, Lin Chen once again harnessed the mother nest's energy to control the beasts. Several low-tier beasts in the vicinity suddenly turned against their former foes, attacking the scavengers and buying precious time for the hunters to retreat. You can control beasts? The surviving hunters exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chen briefly explained the energy changes within him, and the hunters' expressions grew complex. The council is researching this ability, referring to it as beast mastery, believing it to be the ultimate direction of human evolution. This news weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart, revealing that the council had long been aware of the mother nest's energy effects. The true aim of the Super Mother Nest project might be to mass-produce super-evolved beings possessing the power of beast mastery. Upon reaching the central transport line, Lin Chen observed that the defenses were indeed formidable, with heavy troops stationed, energy detectors, and high-level beasts patrolling. He understood that to sever the transport route, a meticulously crafted plan was essential, alongside the exploitation of the existing tensions among various factions. Chapter 46. Temporary compromise. The core hub of the central transport line was a suspension bridge spanning a gorge, where the council's transport convoys passed daily to transport rare metals to the Super Mother Nest construction base in the northern wasteland. Lin Chen lay on the hillside opposite the canyon, peering through his binoculars at the defensive energy shield on the bridge, the heavy artillery positions, the super-evolved guards, and the two level 40 pterosaurs patrolling the skies. A direct assault was utterly impossible. Wang Meng, observing the defenses on the bridge, gasped in disbelief. Our firepower cannot even breach the energy shield. Su Mu accessed the intelligence provided by the Alliance. The energy core of the bridge was located at the bottom of the canyon, guarded by an elite team. If we could destroy the core, the shield would fail, preventing the convoy from crossing. Lin Chen shook his head. The canyon's base was rife with energy interference, rendering summoned beasts unable to enter, and the council would certainly have set traps there. After 3 days of observation, he discovered a pattern in the transport convoy. Every Wednesday, a special convoy would pass through, with double the usual guards, and the escorting super-evolved beings were all speed types, evidently transporting critically important supplies. Tomorrow was Wednesday. Lin Chen pointed to the holographic map, asserting that the special convoy was undoubtedly transporting key components urgently needed by the Super Nest, and we should focus our efforts on this convoy. However, we cannot seize it outright. We must employ strategy. His plan was to exploit the discord between the Council and the Free Alliance, combined with the local power, the Taisho Gang, to create chaos among the three parties. Seizing the opportunity to destroy the energy core of the bridge, the Taisho Gang consisted of bandits lurking near the canyon, neither obeying the Council nor joining the Alliance. Driven solely by profit, frequently raiding transport convoys, Lin Chen instructed Su Mu to forge an order from the Council, claiming they would eliminate the Taisho Gang, while simultaneously sending Wang Meng to meet the gang's leader, falsely stating that the Council intended to cross the river and eliminate them, sowing discord between the two parties. Would this ploy succeed? Wang Meng expressed concern, stating that the leader of the Taisho Gang was reputedly cunning and would not be easily deceived. We must provide them with an irrefutable reason to believe us. Lin Chen produced a chip taken from a super-evolved being. This was a control chip implanted by the Council, which the Taisho Gang would certainly recognize. We will claim to have intercepted Council communications, indicating that their purge operation has already commenced. The plan unfolded with remarkable ease, as the Taisho Gang fell for the ruse, beginning to set ambushes on both sides of the canyon in preparation for an assault on the Council convoy. Meanwhile, Lin Chen led his main force stealthily into the canyon's depths, awaiting the opportune moment. At noon on Wednesday, the special convoy arrived as scheduled. 10 heavy armored vehicles slowly traversing the suspension bridge under the protection of super-evolved beings. Just as the convoy reached the center of the bridge, the ambush from the Taisho Gang erupted, rockets and explosives raining down like a torrential storm. The energy shield flared to life, blocking most of the attacks. Now is the moment. Lin Chen and his team dashed towards the energy core, as the guards at the canyon's base were indeed drawn to the battle on the bridge, leaving their defenses vulnerable. The protective shield of the energy core was weaker than anticipated. Xuanwu's energy shock quickly breached a gap. Just as Lin Chen was about to place the explosives, he suddenly received an urgent communication from the Alliance. Cease all actions immediately. The Council has learned of your plan and is dispatching heavy forces to surround you. You have been betrayed. A jolt of panic surged through Lin Chen as he prepared to retreat, only to hear gunfire erupt at the canyon's entrance. The council's enforcers and super-evolved beings charged in, and to his astonishment, leading them was Lieutenant Zhang Yi from the Jiangxing base. Lin Chen, did you not foresee this? Zhang Yi sneered. Your plan has long been divulged to us by a traitor within the alliance. Surrender now, and the council promises you a position as a senior researcher, far superior to being a pawn in the alliance. The conflict between the Taisho gang and the council convoy also came to a halt, with the gang's leaders standing beside Zhang Yi, clearly having been bought off. Kid, thank you for the gift of your achievement. We shall graciously accept this energy core. With enemies on all sides, Lin Chen found himself in a dire predicament. He surveyed the hostile surroundings and then glanced back at the energy core, suddenly making a startling decision. I can surrender, but under certain conditions. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You wish to negotiate terms? The structure of the energy core is highly unstable. Any forced destruction could trigger an explosion, leading to the collapse of the entire canyon. Lin Chen pointed at the core's control panel, asserting that he knew how to safely shut it down, leaving the council with an intact core, but in return, they must allow my team to leave unharmed. This proposal caused Zhang Yi to waver. The super nest desperately needed the energy core, and he could not afford the risk of it being destroyed. The Taisho gang's leader also nodded in agreement. I can attest that if you shut down the core, your people will be allowed to leave. Lin Chen looked at Su Mu and Wang Ming, his gaze resolute. You must go first. Seek out the main forces of the alliance in the Arctic and inform them of the council's true intentions. I will find a way to delay them and seek an opportunity to escape. No, we cannot leave you behind. Su Mu shook her head in tears. This is an order. Lin Chen barked, discreetly signaling them to prioritize taking the evidence to the Arctic over rescuing him. Under Lin Chen's insistence, Su Mu and Wang Ming departed with tears in their eyes. Lin Chen fulfilled his promise, safely shutting down the energy core, only to be shackled with specially designed energy handcuffs by Zhang Yi and escorted onto the convoy headed for the northern wasteland. He watched the direction in which his team had vanished, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He had left a tracker within the core and discreetly signaled Fengyu to follow Su Mu, ensuring their safety. This temporary concession was made for the sake of ultimate victory. Chapter 47. Rumors of the black market. The cold winds of the northern wasteland cut across Lin Chen's face like knives as he found himself imprisoned in the council's mobile prison. The energy handcuffs binding his wrists and ankles suppressed his mental power, preventing him from summoning his summoned beasts. Through the iron bars, he could see the distant silhouette of the super nest, a colossal structure 10 times the size of the purification zone's nuclear power plant. Its surface covered in a shimmering metallic shell, with countless energy conduits extending underground like the roots of a giant beast. In 3 days, the super nest would be activated. The enforcers escorting him chatted idly, proclaiming that soon all lower-tier beasts would heed our commands, and those foolish enough to resist the alliance would be utterly crushed. Have you heard? The council's high-ranking officials are injecting Beastmaster serum to gain the ability to control beasts, far surpassing that Lin Chen. Unfortunately, the serum has side effects, causing many to turn into monsters, relegated to the status of experimental subjects. These conversations tightened Lin Chen's heart. The council was indeed mass-producing Beastmaster power. Once the super nest was activated, they would possess an army composed of super-evolved beings and controlled beasts, the implications of which were dire. The mobile prison halted at a temporary base, and Lin Chen was forcibly removed from the vehicle and brought before a researcher clad in a white lab coat. He recognized this individual as the assistant to Deputy Director Liu, who had previously participated in the Super Evolution project. Captain Lin, it is an honor to meet you. The researcher adjusted his glasses with a disingenuous smile. Your Beastmaster power is currently the most stable, and the Council hopes you will cooperate with our research to refine the Beastmaster serum. What if I refuse to cooperate? Lin Chen replied coldly. The researcher gestured towards a nearby incubation chamber, where a clone identical to Su Mu floated. Your companion has already been captured by us. Should you refuse to cooperate, she will become the next experimental subject. Lin Chen's heart sank, knowing this was a lie. Fengyu would protect them, but he could not take the risk. He feigned anger. What exactly do you want me to do? Quite simple. Merely extract a blood sample and record your energy wave data. The researcher presented a consent form. Sign this voluntary experimental agreement, and your companion will be allowed to leave safely. Lin Chen understood that the agreement was undoubtedly fraught with traps. Yet he pretended to acquiesce. I need to see her first to confirm her safety. The researcher hesitated momentarily before conceding. You may, but only through the glass. The so-called meeting was indeed a ruse. The figure on the other side of the glass was merely a projection. However, While engaging in dialogue with the researcher, Lin Chen discreetly used a microblade concealed within his nail to sever the circuitry of the energy handcuffs. Though he could not completely free himself, he was now able to release a small amount of mental power. That evening, Lin Chen found himself imprisoned in a cell at the base, with several prisoners of the resistance against the alliance held in the adjacent cell. One bearded middle-aged man quietly asked, "Are you Lin Chen, the summoner who exposed the council's conspiracy?" Lin Chen nodded, and a glimmer of hope ignited in the middle-aged man's eyes. "I am an intelligence officer of the Zhou Lianming, codenamed Yi Xiao. I know how to escape from here and can assist you in destroying the super mother nest, but I require your help." Yi Xiao informed Lin Chen that within the base lay an underground black market, comprised of a group of disgruntled researchers and soldiers who had secretly established contact with the Zhou Lianming, providing intelligence and supplies. The leader of this black market was a former energy supervisor of the base, demoted for opposing the use of the energy core for the super mother nest. The black market operatives were plotting a rebellion, time for the day the super mother nest was activated. Yi Xiao stated that they needed someone to sabotage the base's defense system, allowing for a coordinated effort. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart. Does the black market have a way to contact the outside world? I must confirm the safety of my companions. They have secret communication channels, Yi Xiao nodded, but you must first gain their trust, ideally by providing valuable intelligence. Lin Chen recalled rumors he had overheard during transport. The council was purchasing star core fragments at exorbitant prices from the black market, and their Beastmaster serum had severe side effects that required a rare plant known as Jinghua to alleviate. This intelligence piqued Yi Xiao's interest. Jinghua only grows in the southern marshes, and the council's transport team will collect it tomorrow. This is a prime opportunity for us to seize supplies. Lin Chen recognized this as the perfect chance to contact the black market and earn their trust. He began to quietly gather strength, awaiting the actions of the following day, while silently praying for Su Mu and Wang Ming to reach the Arctic safely and bring reinforcements. Chapter 48. The underground entrance. The night was as dark as ink, and the abandoned subway station at the edge of the base exuded a damp, moldy odor. Following the coordinates provided by Lao Gui, Lin Chen knocked 3 times on the rusted ticket window and pressed a specific combination on the vending machine. With the sound of gears turning, the machine slowly moved aside, revealing a dark passage behind it. This was far more concealed than the last air raid shelter. Wang Ming illuminated the depths of the passage with his tactical flashlight, where countless specks of dust floated in the beam. The scale of this smuggling network was substantial. Su Mu's staff emitted a faint glow, illuminating the graffiti on the walls. These symbols were the smuggler's markings. The triangle represented a safe passage, and the skull indicated a trap zone. It seemed Lao Gui had not deceived them. Lin Chen instructed Feng Yu to scout ahead, and through shared vision, he observed an iron gate at the end of the passage, where 2 guards armed with submachine guns were smoking. He signaled for the team to remain in the shadows. The guards were equipped with standard military gear, suggesting a connection between the smuggling network and the military. Linan knocked an arrow. Do we need to deal with them? No, Lin Chen replied. Lao Gui said there would be someone to assist us. He produced a token inscribed with a serpentine design, the Black Market's Pass. Indeed, as they approached the iron gate, the guards opened it upon seeing the token. Their expressions blank as they gestured for them to enter. At the end of the passage was a vast underground warehouse, where dozens of containers were neatly arranged, each bearing the insignias of various factions, including military ammunition boxes, research institute refrigeration units, and even supplies marked by the Hunters Guild. A dozen workers were busy unloading cargo, each wearing masks and working in silence. This way, please. A man in work attire approached, pulling open the door of a container, revealing a surprisingly well-appointed temporary office inside, where Lao Gui sat on a sofa, sipping tea. You arrived earlier than expected. Lao Gui set down his cup, pointing to a map on the table. This batch of energy cores is in container number 3. You need to deliver them to the abandoned lighthouse on the outskirts of the purification zone before 3 in the morning. Someone will be there to assist you. Lin Chen examined the route marked on the map, which conveniently passed through the Beast Tide Warning area in the Northwest District. This route is too dangerous. It will take us through a monster nest. Fortune favors the bold, Lao Gui sneered. This route is a smuggling passage tacitly approved by the Military and Research Institute. With energy barriers set up along the way, ordinary monsters will not approach. But be wary of the scavengers, a group of uncontrolled super-evolved beings that specifically target smuggled goods. He handed Lin Chen a signal device. If you encounter scavengers, press this. A patrol will happen to pass by. Remember, do not open the containers for inspection. You are not meant to see what is inside. Lin Chen accepted the signal device, his doubts intensifying. the more Lao Gui emphasized not to inspect. The more suspicious the contents became. He feigned checking the container's lock, subtly allowing Xian Wu to release a faint energy pulse. Inside the container, besides the energy core, there were strong genetic fluctuations, as if it contained living beings. We set off. Lin Chen discreetly closed the container, instructing the team to drive the truck disguised as a military transport vehicle out of the underground warehouse. As the truck traveled along the desolate road, Lin Chen observed in the rearview mirror that 2 vehicles were following them at a distance. He whispered, "We are being watched. It could be Lao Gui's people. Or perhaps another faction." Sumu pulled up the map. Ahead is the Mist Canyon, a necessary passage for smuggling routes, and also the easiest place to set an ambush. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Prepare for battle. Whoever it is, they will pay a price for trying to seize our belongings." As the truck entered the canyon, the fog suddenly thickened, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Just as Feng Yu's alarm sounded, a screeching sound of brakes echoed ahead, as 2 off-road vehicles blocked the road. Chapter 49. The transaction turmoil. From the thick fog emerged a dozen masked individuals, armed and surrounding them. The burly leader removed his mask, revealing a scarred face. It was none other than the remnants of the Black Crow gang. "Lin Chen, we meet again." The scarred face grinned menacingly, brandishing a cleaver. "Hand over the container, and we might spare your lives. The Black Crow gang has not been wiped out." Wang Ming leaped from the vehicle, his giant axe sparking against the ground. "I didn't sever your leg last time. I'll make sure to do it this time." Lin Chen refrained from making a rash move. These members of the Black Crow gang were well equipped, exhibiting faint energy fluctuations from the Research Institute. "Are you here on behalf of Director Liu?" The scarred face's expression shifted slightly. "Enough talk. Hand over the goods, or you will become test subjects." He whistled, and several mutated beasts charged out from the rocks on both sides of the canyon, all modified genetic failures with grotesque appearances. They are failed subjects of the super-evolution experiment. Sumu's staff glowed blue with intensity. They feel no pain and have high defenses. Howl of Heaven, Realm of Flame and Thunder. Lin Chen summoned the Inferno Flame Wolf, creating a clear space with a surge of fire and lightning. "Xian Wu, protect the truck. Lina, take out their ranged attackers." The battle erupted instantly, with Black Crow gang members charging alongside the beasts, while the scarred leader attempted to access the container from the side. Lin Chen discerned his intent. With a flick of his mental energy, Feng Yu's wind blades accurately severed his wrist. "Ah!" The scarred leader shrieked, retreating as green blood flowed from his severed arm, indicating he too had undergone modifications. Just then, distant sirens blared as 3 military off-road vehicles sped toward them. Machine guns mounted on their roofs aimed at both sides of the melee. Lieutenant Zhang Yi jumped from one of the vehicles, commanding loudly, "Everyone halt. The military is executing a mission. Anyone engaging in combat will be dealt with ruthlessly." Upon seeing this, the Black Crow gang members immediately retreated, vanishing into the fog. Zhang Yi approached Lin Chen, his sharp gaze fixated on the container. "What are you transporting? Show me your pass." Lin Chen produced the token given by Lao Gui. Upon seeing it, Zhang Yi's expression shifted slightly, yet his tone remained firm. "This is a restricted area. Come with me back to the base for inspection." "We have an urgent transport mission," Lin Chen argued. "Lao Gui can vouch for us." Zhang Yi scoffed. "Lao Gui? He has long been under the control of the Research Institute. You are being used without realizing it." He suddenly waved his hand, causing the container to be opened. As the soldiers approached, the container began to shake violently, a crashing sound echoing from within, and the genetic fluctuations intensified. Lin Chen was alarmed. Indeed, there was something alive inside. "Quick, open it." Zhang Yi's face paled. It was an uncontrollable super-evolved entity. Lin Chen decisively instructed Xian Wu to envelop the container with an energy shield while commanding the Inferno to attack the lock. The moment the container door opened, a creature, covered with eyes, burst forth, opening its gaping maw to bite the nearest soldier. "It's a juvenile of the mother nest," Zhang Yi shouted. "How dare the Research Institute smuggle this?" The blood of the mother nest juvenile is imbued with a potent corrosive nature, rendering ordinary attacks utterly futile. Lin Chen commanded his 3 summoned beasts to launch a concerted assault. Xiaoyan's thunderfire temporarily suppressed its regenerative abilities. Xuanwu's energy shield thwarted the corrosive effects, while Fengyu disrupted its sensory perception. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Chen noticed Zhang Yi surreptitiously activating a communicator, hurriedly reporting a discovery of the mother nest juveniles smuggling and requesting immediate destruction. Yes, the Xingho squad was also present. Ultimately, the mother nest juvenile was reduced to ashes by Xiaotian's Inferno Thunder domain, but Lin Chen keenly observed Zhang Yi collecting the juvenile's ashes, his gaze laced with avarice. "Thank you all," Zhang Yi said, stowing away the urn with a noticeably softened demeanor. "Old Gui has been silenced by the Research Institute, and the map you received is a trap. The secret base in the purification zone does indeed exist, but the true mother nest lies deeper." He handed Lin Chen a storage device, stating, "This contains the military's internal reporting channels. Submit the evidence, and Director Lu's days will be numbered. In return, assist me in delivering this batch of energy cores to the true destination, the Resistance stronghold on the northern front." Chapter 50. The smuggling network. The off-road vehicle traversed the road back to the base as Lin Chen repeatedly examined the contents of the storage device, a detailed map of the smuggling network, marking the clandestine passages and trading points of the three major factions. The military exploited the smuggling network to transport prohibited weapons. The Research Institute illicitly traded experimental subjects and mother nest juveniles, while the Hunter Guild resold rare materials through the black market. Though they appeared to be adversaries, they were, in reality, entwined in a web of smuggling interests. "No wonder Old Gui said the waters ran deep." Sumu scrutinized the densely packed markings on the map. Realizing that high-ranking officials within the base were undoubtedly involved, such a large-scale smuggling operation could not persist without their complicity. Wang Ming pounded his fist onto the seat, exclaiming, "These individuals only care for their own interests, disregarding the lives of those outside. Frontline warriors are short on ammunition while they profit from weapon smuggling." Li Na pointed to a red dot on the map, saying, "The mother nest location in the purification zone is here, a mere 50 kilometers from the northern front. If a large-scale beast tide truly erupts, the defenses will collapse in an instant." Lin Chen turned off the storage device, declaring, "We cannot fully trust Zhang. His collection of the mother nest's ashes certainly harbors ulterior motives. However, the evidence of the smuggling network is genuine, and we must find a secure way to disclose it." Upon returning to the base, Lin Chen refrained from contacting the guild or the military directly and instead sought out Old Zheng's repair shop. Upon viewing the contents of the storage device, Old Zheng's expression grew grave as he closed the shop door. "You've stumbled into serious trouble. The markings here involve over half of the base's upper echelon, including General Zhao's nephew. Then we must expose them," Lin Chen insisted. "We cannot allow them to continue endangering the base." Old Zheng shook his head, stating, "A forceful approach will only lead to silence. I know a person, a military discipline officer, who has been secretly investigating the smuggling network. We can present the evidence to him." 3 days later, Old Zheng arranged a clandestine meeting. The discipline officer, a grizzled colonel, remained silent for a long time after viewing the evidence. "I had already suspected this, but lacked solid proof. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to take them down." He promised confidentiality and to expedite the investigation, but requested Lin Chen's team temporarily vacate the base to avoid scrutiny. "Director Lu and military personnel have begun to suspect you. The recent resource blockade is a signal. Head to the Western Free Alliance stronghold. It is a neutral zone, and they will not dare to touch you." Before departing, Lin Chen entrusted the elemental heart fragment to Zhou Ming for safekeeping. "If anything happens to us, give this to a reliable person. It may be key in combating the mother nest." Zhou Ming sighed. "Are you really leaving? The guild needs your strength." "We are only temporarily departing," Lin Chen replied, gazing at the energy shield enveloping the base. "Once we address the smuggling network, we will return. The mother nest in the purification zone must be destroyed, or no one will be safe." On the eve of their departure, Lin Chen allowed his 3 summoned beasts to undergo evolution. After absorbing the thundergrass, Xiaodian evolved into the Thunder Prison Flame Wolf, mastering a broader range of thunder and fire. Fingyu fused with the Wind Spirit Flower, evolving into the Storm Kite, enhancing its speed and gaining the ability to create small tornadoes. Xuanwu, having absorbed the energy from the mother nest juvenile, now boasted a denser pattern of golden markings on its shell, with an energy shield capable of withstanding high-level elemental attacks. As the team's off-road vehicle left the base, Lin Chen turned back to see the sky beyond the energy shield growing increasingly ominous, the distant wilderness echoing with the roars of a beast tide. He understood that leaving was not an act of evasion, but rather a strategic retreat for a more profound counteroffensive. The last segment of video in the storage device began to play automatically, capturing Old Gui's final words before his silencing. "The energy of the mother nest derives from the negative emotions of humans and beasts. Director Lu is researching methods to control the mother nest. He seeks to become the master of the beast tide." Lin Chen gripped the steering wheel, his gaze resolute. The smuggling network was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true threat lay concealed in deeper shadows. Their new journey was only just beginning. Chapter 51. The emergence of the blood moon, a sinister purple halo, suddenly enveloped the blood-red clouds above Jiangxing, with a dark crimson moon flickering within. The base's alarm system emitted a piercing shriek, and the energy shield radiated with unprecedented brightness, enveloping the entire city in a blue aura. Lin Chen stood atop the Hunter Guild's lookout tower, gazing at this rare astronomical phenomenon, a wave of intense unease surging within him. An urgent notification popped up on his wristband. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. The blood moon phenomenon will persist for 72 hours. Beast activity increased by 50. Exercise caution against a large-scale beast tide outbreak. This was no ordinary blood moon. Vice President Zhou Ming approached him, his expression grave as he handed over a report. The research institute had detected the same phenomenon globally, with particularly strong energy responses in the northwest region. Likely the source of the beast tide. Attached to the report were satellite images showing immense crimson patterns across the northwest wilderness, resembling some ritualistic formation, with the center being the purification zone mentioned by Old Gue. Even more shocking was the faint outline of dozens of high-level beasts, encircling a massive shadow, seemingly engaged in a gathering, the Blood Moon Council. Lin Chen recalled information gleaned from the Wind Wolf King's memory fragment, realizing this was a signal for the Beast Alliance's assembly. Utilizing the energy of the Blood Moon to strengthen their kin, members of the Xingho squad hurriedly arrived, each bearing a serious expression. Li Na displayed recently received intelligence. The Northern Front had already faced the first wave of Beast Tide, comprising a level 30 Wind Wolf pack with over 500 members, displaying a well-coordinated assault. Coordinated? Wang Ming furrowed his brow. Aren't beasts driven solely by instinct? Sumu accessed battlefield footage, revealing several wind wolves executing distinct roles. Some feigned attacks to draw fire, while others maneuvered to breach defenses, even utilizing the terrain to set traps. They are employing tactics. This is beyond what ordinary beasts can achieve. Lin Chen clenched his fists, a terrifying hypothesis confirmed. The Blood Moon Council had commenced operations, and the Wind Wolf King was but one of its members. This beast tide represented an organized offensive, likely targeting the energy core of the base. The Hunter Guild's emergency mobilization order was swiftly issued, directing all sea-level and above teams to the Northern Front for support. The Xingho squad was assigned to the left flank, tasked with defending the most vulnerable abandoned industrial zone. Before departing, Zhou Ming discreetly handed Lin Chen a black crystal. This is an energy sample brought back from the purification zone. It can temporarily shield against the beast's perception. It might save your lives in a critical moment. As they traveled towards the front lines, the blood moonlight streamed through the vehicle's windows, illuminating the desolate wilderness where the echoes of beast roars reverberated from the once silent ruins. Lin Chen observed the agitated Xiaotian and Fengyu in the contract space. They could sense the call of the shared energy and the malignant force emanating from the blood moon. Prepare for battle, Lin Chen commanded solemnly, as the off-road vehicle surged through the night. Ahead, the front lines blazed with fierce flames, the roars of the beast tide deafening. The battle at the Northern Front had escalated to a fever pitch as the Wind Wolf pack crashed against the energy shield like a surging tide, their sharp claws screeching against the barrier. The cannonade of the base resounded incessantly, yet it proved insufficient to halt the relentless charge of the monstrous beasts. As the radiance of the shield dimmed at a visibly alarming rate, the Xingho team had established their position within the confines of a derelict factory, which served as the left flank's pivotal stronghold. Should it fall, the tide of beasts would directly threaten the energy core of the base. Lin Chen commanded his team to fortify their defenses, as the energy shield conjured by Xuanwu formed a dual barrier with the base's own shield, temporarily repelling the onslaught of the wind wolves. They were probing for weaknesses in their defenses. Li Na crouched at a vantage point, her arrows finding their mark with precision against the wind wolves attempting to scale the walls, each charge focusing on different locations as if charting a map of their defenses. Sumu conjured an ice wall with his frost spells before the position, momentarily stalling the offensive. The energy is depleting too rapidly. My mana potions will only sustain me for 2 hours. Has support from the base not yet arrived? Lin Chen activated his communicator, but only fragmented static and distress signals met his ears. A sense of dread enveloped him. It seemed other positions were also ensnared in peril. At that moment, Fengyu emitted a series of urgent calls, relaying a disconcerting sight. The Wind Wolf pack was retreating, replaced by a horde of wild boars engulfed in flames. Their target the shield node guarded by Xuanwu. Fire elemental beasts. Lin Chen shouted. Xiaotian, activate the domain of Yen Lei to suppress them. They counter Xuanwu's earth element. The infernal flame wolf leapt forth, enveloping the battlefield in a tempest of fire and lightning. The fire boars howled in agony amidst the storm, their assault clearly waning. Yet Lin Chen noted a peculiar absence of fear in the eyes of these beasts. Instead, they exhibited an almost fanatical resolve, as if compelled by a commanding force. Something was amiss. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Ordinary beasts did not exhibit such reckless bravery. They were under the thrall of some power. He extended his psychic energy to probe, and indeed, he sensed a familiar energy wave among the fire boars, akin to the beast-controlling crystals used by the Black Crow gang. Yet pure, imbued with the malevolent aura of the Blood Moon. The Blood Moon Council was manipulating them. Lin Chen realized with clarity that the Wind Wolf King was merely the vanguard. The true puppeteer was orchestrating the horde from afar. During a lull in the battle, Lin Chen sent Feng Yu deeper into the beast tide for reconnaissance. The images transmitted back sent chills down everyone's spine. On a hillside behind the battlefield, several colossal beasts were seated within an energy circle formed by the Blood Moon, with the one-eyed demon wolf at the forefront. A blood-red crystal embedded in its forehead radiating an eerie crimson glow. That was the Council's command node. Lin Chen recalled fragments of memory. Destroying the crystal would sever their connection, but annihilating the node would not be a simple task, as it was guarded by dozens of high-tier beasts. A reckless assault would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Chen observed the weakening shield and made a decisive resolution. Wang Ming and Su Mu would hold the line, while I will take Xiao Tian and Feng Yu to flank them. We must destroy that command node. Just as he prepared to act, the communicator suddenly transmitted a clear signal, the voice of Vice President Zhou Ming resonating with unprecedented gravity. All teams, be advised. The true target of the Blood Moon Council is not the defense line, but the nest in the purification zone. They are fainting. Hurry back to defend the entrance of the purification zone. Chapter 52. Crisis at the defense line. The entrance to the purification zone lay concealed within an abandoned missile silo. Once a clandestine military base, now overtaken by monstrous beasts following the cataclysm. By the time Lin Chen arrived, the battle had reached the brink of collapse. As dozens of level 40 and above Lord-tier beasts besieged the entrance, the defensive fortifications erected by the military torn apart as if made of paper. Lin Chen, you've finally come. Lieutenant Zhang Yi, covered in blood, saw the Xingho team as though they were salvation. The Council's main force is here. They seek to breach the seal of the nest. Lin Chen gazed into the depths of the silo, where a ghostly violet light flickered, and a suffocating pressure emanated from the depths. A multitude of beasts of varying species surrounded the entrance, each adorned with blood-red crystals embedded in their foreheads. Moving in perfect unison, clearly under unified command. It's a multi-elemental lord joint attack. Su Mu's complexion paled as the blue light on her staff flickered violently. There are at least 5 different elemental lords, forming an energy cycle formation. The energy cycle formation was a high-tier tactic of the Blood Moon Council, wherein the complementary energies of various attributes generated an unceasing wave of attacks. Lin Chen could see the flames spewed by the Fire Element Lord being augmented by the Wind Element Lord, morphing into fire dragons that assaulted the defenses. The rock barriers erected by the Earth Element Lord thwarted counterattacks, while the Water Element Lord healed the injured comrades. If this continued, the defense line would not withstand for half an hour. Wang Ming swung his massive axe to cleave through the incoming rocks, his armor already riddled with cracks. They must shatter the energy cycle. Lin Chen studied the operation of the formation, discovering that energy threads connected each lord, and at the center was a massive wind wolf. The Wind Wolf King that had previously escaped. Although it did not directly attack, it was constantly adjusting the flow of energy, evidently the core of the formation. Target the Wind Wolf King. Lin Chen resolved, for it was the nexus of the energy cycle. Disrupting its command could break the formation. He instructed Xuanwu to expand its energy shield to its maximum range, temporarily withstanding the energy impact. Su Mu unleashed a powerful ice spell to freeze some of the energy threads. Lina's armor-piercing arrow accurately struck the blood-red crystal of the Wind Wolf King, diverting attention, while Wang Ming led several soldiers in a feigned attack from the flank to disrupt their formation. Xiao Tian unite. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen fused with the infernal flame wolf, the energy of lightning and fire surging to its peak. He traversed the battlefield with the flame lightning step, evading flames and rocks, charging directly towards the Wind Wolf King's core of the formation. The Wind Wolf King, clearly taken aback by the breakthrough in defenses, reacted too late as Lin Chen closed in. The thunderous fist, imbued with a sense of devastation, struck towards the blood-red crystal embedded in its forehead. Yet at the moment of contact, it was repelled by an invisible energy. This is the Council's protective energy. Lin Chen was astonished to discover that all the Lord's energies converged through the threads to the Wind Wolf King, forming an impregnable defense. The Wind Wolf King let out a disdainful roar, summoning a tempest that sent Lin Chen hurtling away. A glimmer of intelligence shone in its eyes as it spoke in human language. Insignificant human, you cannot thwart the descent of the blood moon. The nest shall awaken in due time. This was the first time Lin Chen had heard a beast speak human tongue, the immense shock momentarily rendering him dazed. At that moment, all the energy threads surrounding the Wind Wolf King suddenly ignited, and all the lords redirected their attacks toward Lin Chen. An unavoidable storm of energy engulfing him in an instant. Chapter 53. Tactical adjustments. Amidst the violent explosions, Lin Chen felt as though his body was being torn asunder. In that critical moment, he channeled all his psychic energy into Xuan Wu's energy shield, which, though cracked and battered, miraculously absorbed the fatal blow. Lin Chen. Su Mu's ice spells arrived just in time, freezing the surrounding energy fluctuations, allowing Wang Meng to rush over and pull him back to the defense line. Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his fused state forcibly undone, while Xiao Tian lay limply on the ground, clearly exhausted. He gazed at the still operating energy cycle formation, a heavy sense of foreboding settling in. Ordinary attacks could not breach their defenses. He needed to discern the pattern of energy flow. He instructed Feng Yu to ascend to a high altitude to capture an overview of the formation, projecting the imagery onto a makeshift tactical board. Through slow-motion analysis, Lin Chen identified a minuscule gap in the energy cycle whenever the Fire Element Lord's attack concluded. There was a brief moment before the Wind Element Lord could respond, during which the energy flow experienced a momentary stagnation. This was the formation's flaw. Lin Chen pointed to the gap in the projected image. Though it lasted only a fraction of a second, it was ample time for a precise strike. However, seizing this opportunity required a high degree of coordination, someone to accurately time the strike, someone to distract the other lords, and someone to deliver the fatal blow. Lin Chen gazed at his team, his eyes brimming with determination. We must devise a new strategy. The division of their new tactics was swiftly established. Su Mu would calculate the time discrepancy in energy flow, employing ice-based spells to create visual markers. Li Na would utilize specially crafted flash arrows to disrupt the perceptions of rival lords. Wang Meng would lead the soldiers in a feigned assault, drawing the majority of the enemy's fire, while Lin Chen, alongside the recovering Xiao Tian and Xin Wu, would await the opportune moment to strike the Wind Wolf King. To enhance their chances of success, Lin Chen crushed the black crystal given by Old Zhou and smeared it onto Xiao Tian's claws. Upon contact with the Leihua energy, the crystal emitted a sizzling sound, generating a black mist capable of disrupting energy flow. Positions are set. Prepare to execute the gap strike plan. Lin Chen inhaled deeply. His mental focus sharpened, establishing a deeper connection with his summoned beast. The battle reignited. Su Mu's ice markers illuminated the battlefield. Flickering in synchrony with the rhythm of energy cycles, Li Na's flash arrows detonated at the perfect moment, causing a brief delay in the Fire Lord's attack. Wang Meng's colossal axe crashed down upon the earth barrier like a tempest, attracting the majority of the formation's energy. Now is the time, Lin Chen shouted. The moment perfectly timed. Xian Wu's energy shield surged forward, forming a golden bridge. Xiao Tian charged across the bridge, its claws, now coated in black mist, tore through the strands of energy. Lin Chen swiftly followed, channeling the energies of the elemental heart fragment into his fist, striking down upon the blood-red crystal embedded in the Wind Wolf King's forehead. This time, the black mist successfully disrupted the flow of energy, causing the crimson crystal's radiance to momentarily dim. The convergence of Leihua energy and the elemental heart's power finally cracked the crystal. A howl of agony erupted from the Wind Wolf King, sending the energy cycle formation into chaos, causing the attacks from various lords to become disordered. Now is our chance to break through. Lin Chen commanded everyone to focus their attacks on the chaotic energy nodes, alleviating the pressure on their defenses. Yet, he knew this was but a temporary respite. The Wind Wolf King would soon restore the crystal, and they must seize this opportunity to accomplish more. Lin Chen's gaze shifted towards the depths of the launch well, where a haunting purple glow intensified, as if something was about to break free. A powerful premonition surged within him. The mother nest in the purification zone was the true threat. Chapter 54. The trace of the Wind Wolf. After the Wind Wolf King retreated with its remnants, the entrance to the purification zone temporarily regained its tranquility. Lin Chen declined Captain Zhang Yi's suggestion for a respite, insisting on delving deeper into the launch well for reconnaissance. He understood that the Blood Moon Council would not relent easily. He must swiftly uncover the secrets of the mother nest. It is far too dangerous in there, Zhang Yi cautioned, noting that the military had previously dispatched 3 reconnaissance teams, none of whom returned. The detectors indicated powerful energy reactions below, at least level 50 or higher Lord-class demon beasts. Precisely because of the danger, we must go. Lin Chen's resolve was unwavering. We have disrupted their energy cycle, and this is the optimal moment to investigate the mother nest. If we wait for the council to repair the formation, it will become difficult to enter. Just then, the communication from Vice President Zhou Ming arrived. The Starfire team is authorized to enter the purification zone for reconnaissance. I will dispatch reinforcements shortly. Be sure to collect energy data from the mother nest, as it may pertain to the safety of the entire Jiang city. With the guild's command, Zhang Yi ceased his objections and sent 2 soldiers familiar with the terrain to guide them. The passage of the launch well was dark and damp, with walls adorned with purple vines that emitted a faint glow, causing a slight sting upon contact with the skin. These are blood moon vines, capable of absorbing energy. The guiding soldier explained. The deeper one goes, the denser the vines become, with energy concentrations sufficient to instantly mutate an ordinary hunter. Lin Chen instructed Xian Wu to lead the way, the golden energy shield shielding them from the vine's encroachment. Feng Yu scouted ahead, and the images transmitted from the flying birds revealed a vast underground cavern at the passage's end, filled with luminescent crystals. And at the center of the cavern stood a massive structure resembling a beehive, truly the mother nest mentioned by the old ghost. That is the mother nest. Su Mu's staff emitted intense energy fluctuations, absorbing the energy of the blood moon, while the surrounding crystals functioned as energy converters. Scattered throughout the cavern were numerous bones, both human and beast, evidently the sacrifices consumed by the mother nest. Lin Chen noted distinct claw marks on the bones, suggesting they were not attacked by ordinary demon beasts, but rather meticulously handled by some intelligent being. Caution, there are living creatures here. Lin Chen signaled for everyone to halt, and Feng Yu relayed an alert. Dozens of pairs of green eyes were hidden in the shadows of the cavern. With a low howl, a pack of demon beasts, larger than ordinary wind wolves, emerged. Their fur exhibited a dark blue hue, and the blood-red crystals on their foreheads shimmered ominously. They were the Wind Wolf King's elite guard, Shadow Wind Wolves. Encounter with elite demon beast, Shadow Wind Wolf, level 45. Skills, Shadow Stealth, Wind Blade Storm. Energy absorption. These wind wolves were evidently more formidable than those previously encountered, adept at utilizing the cavern's shadows to conceal themselves. Just as Lin Chen was about to issue combat commands, he noticed that the Shadow Wind Wolves did not attack immediately. Instead, they formed a semicircle, encircling them as if waiting for something. They are stalling for time. Lin Chen immediately grasped the situation. The Wind Wolf King might be summoning reinforcements or repairing the defenses of the mother nest. He resolved to strike swiftly. Wang Ming, hold the left flank. Li Na, suppress the right. Su Mu, create an ice wall to block the retreat. Xiao Tian, break through head-on. The infernal flame wolf's lightning fire domain unfurled once more, illuminating the shadows of the cavern. The shadow wind wolves howled in agony within the domain, their shadow stealth skill rendered ineffective. However, their counterattacks were ferociously relentless, with wind blade storms raining down like a tempest, causing Xian Wu's energy shield to quickly become riddled with cracks. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Chen noticed a slightly larger shadow wind wolf consistently lurking in the back, directing the others through energy strands. A realization dawned on him. That must be the Wind Wolf King's adjutant. If he could eliminate it, the command structure of these beasts would unravel. Li Na, target the wolf to the left rear. It is the commander, Lin Chen shouted. Li Na's armor-piercing arrow flew true, only to be intercepted by an abruptly materializing wind wall. The Wind Wolf King emerged from the depths of the cavern. Its forehead crystal, though still cracked, was now capable of channeling energy. Humans, you should not have come here. The Wind Wolf King's voice dripped with icy wrath. The awakening of the mother nest must not be disturbed, and the will of the Blood Moon Council must be fulfilled. Chapter 55. Wilderness Pursuit. The appearance of the Wind Wolf King instantly froze the atmosphere within the cavern. Lin Chen could sense that this demon beast was far more perilous than before. The energy fluctuations surrounding it were infused with the purple essence of the mother nest, indicating it had received some form of enhancement. What exactly do you intend to do? Lin Chen clenched his fists, bracing for battle. The Blood Moon Council. The awakening of the mother nest. What is all of this for? The Wind Wolf King emitted a deep growl, seemingly mocking humanity's ignorance. The world should return to its primal state. You outsiders have disrupted the ecological balance. The blood moon will purify everything. allowing demon beasts to reclaim their dominion over the world. Its words confirmed Lin Chen's suspicions. The Blood Moon Council's objective was to utterly annihilate human strongholds and dominate the entirety of Jiang City. Lin Chen ceased his words, directing his summoned beasts to launch an attack. Xiao Tian, suppress with lightning fire. Xian Wu, protect your comrades. Feng Yu, disrupt its energy. The columns of fire from the infernal flame wolf surged towards the Wind Wolf King, yet it effortlessly evaded them. The Wind Wolf King's speed had multiplied, its form becoming an afterimage within the cavern, and the wind blades sliced through the air like scythes, forcing everyone to retreat. It has absorbed the energy of the mother nest. Sumu gasped, its speed and power enhanced by at least 30%. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against it. Lin Chen observed that the Wind Wolf King, after each dodge, would draw closer to the energy crystals embedded in the cavern walls, seemingly replenishing its energy through the crystals. He shouted, shatter those glowing crystals. Cut off its energy supply. Wang Meng's giant axe struck the nearest crystal with a resounding clang, but the surface remained unscathed, merely leaving a white mark. It's too hard, Wang Meng exclaimed. This material is even tougher than Xian Wu's shell. Utilize elemental attacks. Lin Chen commanded Su Mu. Ice-based spells may prove effective. Su Mu's ice spike technique accurately struck the crystal, resulting in a layer of frost forming on its surface. Seizing the opportunity, Li Na unleashed a piercing arrow, finally creating a crack upon the crystal. The Wind Wolf King emitted an enraged roar, abandoning its offensive to protect the other crystals, indicating their vital importance to it. It was safeguarding the crystals. Lin Chen recognized this as an opportunity. It revealed that the mother nest had not yet fully awakened and required these crystals for energy. The battle transformed into a war of attrition. The Xingho squad relentlessly attacked the energy crystals, while the Wind Wolf King fought desperately to defend them, leading to a stalemate. Lin Chen understood that this situation was unfavorable for them. Their supplies were limited, while the Wind Wolf King could continuously draw energy from the mother nest. We must retreat, Lin Chen decisively commanded. Feng Yu, clear the path. Xian Wu, hold the rear. Feng Yu's wind blades carved a passage ahead, while Xian Wu utilized an energy shield to fend off the Wind Wolf King's pursuit. As Lin Chen and his team fought while retreating, they finally burst forth from the launch well. Just as they exited the purification zone, a violent explosion erupted behind them. The Wind Wolf King had detonated the remaining energy crystals, completely sealing off the entrance. They were concealing the secrets of the mother nest. Lin Chen gazed at the blocked well, his heart heavy with unease, as it signified that the awakening of the mother nest had reached a critical phase, and the Blood Moon Council would undoubtedly unleash a larger-scale beast tide. On the way back to the base, Lin Chen instructed Feng Yu to continue tracking the Wind Wolf King's whereabouts. The images transmitted by Fei Niao revealed that the Wind Wolf King had not returned to its pack, but was advancing deeper into the northwestern region, where the blood moon patterns were densest. It was heading to participate in the council's gathering. Lin Chen analyzed, if we follow it, we may uncover the lair of the Blood Moon Council and ascertain their grand scheme. Tracking in the wilderness proved more challenging than anticipated. The Wind Wolf King was exceedingly vigilant, constantly altering its route while leaving a few shadow wolves to guard the rear. Lin Chen commanded his team to cautiously evade the patrolling beasts, utilizing the terrain to conceal their tracks, stealthily following their target like hunters. As night fell, they arrived at a valley shrouded in crimson mist. The silhouette of the Wind Wolf King vanished into the fog, and faint beast roars echoed from within the valley, with energy fluctuations even more intense than in the purification zone. This must be the assembly point of the council. Lin Chen signaled for everyone to hide behind the rocks, instructing Feng Yu to conduct aerial reconnaissance while ensuring safety. Fei Niao cautiously flew into the mist, soon transmitting images that left everyone in shock. In the center of the valley, a platform was encircled by a dozen massive beasts, each a lord-level entity, their foreheads adorned with blood-colored crystals, as they performed a ritual around a colossal purple crystal. Chapter 56. The Edge of the Trap. The mist in the Crimson Valley was permeated with a dangerous aura. Lin Chen observed the council meeting through Feng Yu's perspective, his heart racing uncontrollably. The 13 lords on the platform represented all known elemental attributes, with the largest being a giant bear engulfed in black flames, its aura significantly stronger than even that of the Wind Wolf King. That was the Yan Yuxiong, one of the leaders of the Blood Moon Council. Lin Chen recognized this legendary beast, rumored to have reached level 55, just a step away from godhood. Su Mu's staff trembled violently, clearly suppressed by the immense energy. They were conducting an energy sacrifice, and the purple crystal was a core fragment of the mother nest. Absorbing the energy from the 13 lords, Lin Chen noted that each lord had a pile of bones before them, comprising both human and beast remains, evidently sacrificial offerings. The Wind Wolf King placed the energy crystals it brought atop the pile of offerings, and the purple core fragment immediately radiated light, absorbing energy from the crystals. They were accelerating the awakening of the mother nest using life energy. Lin Chen gasped in horror. Should they complete the ritual, the consequences would be dire. Wang Ming tightened his grip on his giant axe. Let us launch a surprise attack. While they are distracted by the ritual, we might destroy the core fragment. Lin Chen shook his head. Too risky. If all 13 lords strike simultaneously, we stand no chance. Moreover, the valley is riddled with energy traps. Feng Yu has already detected at least 5 energy sensing devices. He pointed to the spot where the Wind Wolf King stood. There. The ground bore intricate engravings. Those were wind-type energy traps, and once triggered, they would create a storm cage that even Xian Wu's shield might not withstand. Lina also noticed something amiss. The rocks on either side of the valley were suspicious, covered in glowing moss, likely a type of alarm device. Just as they were observing, the Yin Yuxiong Wang suddenly lifted its head, its gaze seemingly piercing through the mist, directed towards Lin Chen's hiding place. Lin Chen's heart sank. He quickly instructed Feng Yu to conceal their presence, while he himself reigned in his mental energy. There is a human presence. The voice of the Yin Yuxiong Wang boomed like thunder, reverberating through the valley. Wind Wolf King, is it you who brought back a tale? The Wind Wolf King's expression changed, bowing its head respectfully. My lord, I am unaware. It may be a hunting team that has tracked us. Incompetence. The Yin Yuxiong Wang snorted coldly. You cannot even shake off a mere insect and dare to call yourselves an intelligent race? Go and eliminate them. Do not disturb the ritual. The Wind Wolf King accepted the command and advanced towards Lin Chen's direction, accompanied by 2 level 40 lords. Lin Chen realized they had been exposed and decisively ordered, retreat, break through towards the base. Our people are there. The team immediately fell back, only to find their escape route sealed by the crimson mist, accompanied by the sounds of beast roars, evidently reinforcements dispatched by other lords. Lin Chen glanced at the map on his wrist, discovering they were encircled in a narrow valley, with the only exit leading towards the Wind Wolf King. It was a trap. Lin Chen suddenly understood. The Wind Wolf King had long since discovered them, deliberately luring them here. The rocks on either side of the valley erupted, and countless energy filaments surged from the ground, forming a massive energy net that ensnared the entire squad in its center. The Wind Wolf King, flanked by reinforcements, appeared outside the energy net, its eyes gleaming with triumph. Insignificant humans, daring to pry into the council's secrets, prepare to become offerings for the mother nest. The energy net began to constrict, arcs of electricity crackling ominously, evidently imbued with a potent paralysis effect. Xian Wu deployed an energy shield to resist, but the energy from the electric net was rapidly depleting it, dimming the shield's glow. Chapter 57. The Wisdom of the Wind Wolf King. The speed at which the energy net constricted accelerated, and cracks began to appear in Xian Wu's shield. Lin Chen gazed at the Wind Wolf King outside the net, suddenly realizing the terrifying aspect of this beast. It possessed not only immense power, but also excelled in strategy and cunning, which made the Blood Moon Council all the more perilous. It was draining our energy. Lin Chen quickly assessed the situation. The intensity of the energy net's attacks was escalating, and Xian Wu could not hold out much longer. They needed a way to break free. He scrutinized the structure of the energy net, noting that the mesh was densest in the direction of the Wind Wolf King, clearly indicating the control core's location. An audacious plan formed in Lin Chen's mind. Wang Ming, strike the left side of the energy net with your giant axe to create the illusion of a breakthrough. Su Mu, prepare your ultimate ice spell, and release it on my command. Lina, aim for the Wind Wolf King's forepaw, which is crucial for its control of the energy. Xiao Tian, prepare your most powerful thunderfire attack. The moment the orders were given, Wang Ming's giant axe, imbued with earth energy, crashed into the left side of the energy net, causing violent turbulence within the electric mesh, prompting the Wind Wolf King to immediately reinforce the left defense. At that instant, Lin Chen shouted, now? Su Mu's ice spell erupted not at the energy net itself, but at the energy nodes on the ground, temporarily halting the flow of energy. Lina's piercing arrow struck the Wind Wolf King's forepaw accurately, revealing its weak point in energy control, causing the Wind Wolf King to wince in pain, resulting in a momentary disruption of the energy net. Xiao Tian seized this opportunity to condense all thunderfire energy into a single point and struck fiercely at the weakest point on the right side of the energy net. Boom. The thunder fire and ice energy created a violent explosion, blasting a gap in the energy net. Lin Chen immediately directed everyone to break free. Hurry. The gap can only last for 10 seconds. A multitude surged through the breach, just as they entered the valley passage. A furious roar from the Feng Lang Wang echoed behind them. Lin Chen turned back and felt a chill run down his spine. The Feng Lang Wang had abandoned its pursuit and activated the rocky mechanisms on either side of the valley. Countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, sealing off their escape route. It was not intent on killing us, but rather on trapping us. In an instant, Lin Chen comprehended the Feng Lang Wang's cunning strategy. This passage certainly harbored other traps, and we had been led into a dead end. The rock walls on either side of the passage began to ooze a purple viscous liquid, exuding a nauseating odor that caused the surrounding flora to wither upon contact. Su Mu's complexion drastically changed, its corrosive venom. It intends to poison us within the passage. Ahead, the corridor narrowed further, with a faint glimmer of light at its end. Lin Chen instructed Feng Yu to scout ahead. The imagery returned by the flying bird made his heart sink. At the end of the passage lay a vast underground lake, where two water-type lords stood, clearly awaiting their arrival. They were caught in a pincer. Wang Ming furiously struck the rock wall, lamenting the Feng Lang Wang's treachery, which was more cunning than that of any human. Lin Chen forced himself to remain calm. Although the Feng Lang Wang's tactics were astute, they also revealed its vulnerabilities. Its excessive reliance on traps and schemes indicated that its direct combat prowess was not invincible. He observed the encroaching venom and the water-type lords ahead, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Su Mu, utilize ice-type spells to freeze the venom and slow its spread. Wang Ming, create a foothold on the rock wall with your giant axe. Li Na, prepare your shining arrows. We shall turn this terrain to our advantage. Lin Chen commanded Xian Wu to sink into the ground, reinforcing the rock wall with earth-type energy. Xiao Tian then conjured a thunderfire barrier in the center of the passage, temporarily obstructing the venom. He himself climbed atop the foothold created by Xian Wu, focusing his mental energy to await the Feng Lang Wang's entry into the passage. As anticipated, the Feng Lang Wang, accompanied by a few shadow wind wolves, charged in. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others trapped within the passage, a gleam of triumph flickered in its eyes. Just as it prepared to launch its final assault, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "Now!" Li Na's shining arrow exploded, temporarily blinding the Feng Lang Wang and causing it to lose control over the traps. Wang Ming's giant axe descended from above, forcing the Feng Lang Wang to retreat. Su Mu infused the rock wall with ice-type energy, freezing the venom while also creating a slick ice surface. Xiao Tian's thunderfire erupted once more, this time not aimed at the Feng Lang Wang, but rather striking the ice surface to generate a cloud of steam. As the steam enveloped the area, Lin Chen led the group past the Feng Lang Wang, successfully breaking free from the passage. When the Feng Lang Wang dissipated the steam, it could only watch helplessly as they vanished into the wilderness, releasing a thunderous roar of rage. Chapter 58, a desperate breakout upon escaping the passage. Lin Chen dared not linger, directing his team to sprint towards the base with all their might. The intelligence of the Feng Lang Wang haunted him. This beast would undoubtedly initiate a broader search, and they needed to return to the base as swiftly as possible to report their findings. The blood-red moonlight in the wilderness grew increasingly bright, and the once dormant beasts became exceptionally active. They encountered several waves of patrolling beast squads along the way, clearly a net laid by the Feng Lang Wang. Fortunately, Lin Chen had previously instructed Feng Yu to scout the route, allowing them to evade most dangers. Ahead lay the Haifeng Gorge. Passing through the gorge would grant them access to the base's defensive perimeter. Lin Chen glanced at the map, his heart settling slightly. The terrain there was treacherous, preventing the Feng Lang Wang's main force from deploying effectively, thus providing them a chance to escape their pursuers. Upon entering the gorge, the cliffs on either side rose steeply, the central passage barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. Lin Chen ordered Xian Wu to lead the way, while Xiao Tian remained alert behind them. He understood that such terrain was ideal for ambushes. The Feng Lang Wang would likely seize this opportunity. As expected, the moment they entered the midpoint of the gorge, a massive boulder suddenly blocked the passage, and the roar of wind wolves echoed from behind. Lin Chen looked up to see the cliffs flanked with shadow wind wolves, with the Feng Lang Wang standing atop the highest rock, coldly observing them. This time, there will be no escape. The Feng Lang Wang's voice reverberated through the gorge, declaring that surrendering to become a sacrifice for the mother nest was their only fate. Lin Chen remained silent, instead quickly assessing the surrounding environment. The rock walls were dotted with protruding stones, thickly draped with vines that seemed precarious. He noted that the vines were darker than ordinary plants, clearly having absorbed a substantial amount of blood moon energy. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Chen. Su Mu. Detect the energy flow within the rock walls. Li Na. Prepare fire arrows. Wang Meng. Reinforce Xian Wu's shield. The detection results arrived swiftly. The rock walls contained an abundance of wind-type energy, and those vines appeared to act as energy conductors. Lin Chen nodded. This aligned with his suspicions. The Fenglang Wang was harnessing the gorge's terrain to accumulate wind-type energy, using the vines as conductors to launch a wide-area attack. He commanded Li Na to shoot fire arrows at the vines atop the cliff while instructing Su Mu to infuse the ground with ice-type energy. The interaction between ice and wind-type energies would create chaotic energy disturbances. The fire arrow struck true, igniting the vines, which erupted in a release of wind-type energy that reacted violently with Su Mu's ice-type infusion, throwing the entire gorge's energy flow into disarray. Clearly caught off guard by Lin Chen's counter-strategy, the Fenglang Wang momentarily lost control over the wind-type energy. The shadow wind wolves atop the cliffs were swept up in the chaotic energy and tumbled down. Now, Lin Chen shouted, Xian Wu, break through the boulder. The golden stone-armored turtle emitted a deafening roar, enveloped in a golden glow, as it charged towards the boulder blocking the passage. Under the influence of the chaotic energy, the boulder's defenses weakened, and Xian Wu forcibly created an opening. They broke free. Lin Chen led the charge through the opening, the Fenglang Wang's furious roar echoing behind them. Upon escaping the Haifeng Gorge, the energy shield of the base was finally in sight. Lin Chen looked back. The Fenglang Wang stood at the gorge's exit, not pursuing them further, its cold gaze filled with unwillingness and a hint of eerie anticipation. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. Something felt amiss. The Fenglang Wang's intelligence exceeded that of ordinary beasts. It could not simply concede defeat. This pursuit seemed more like a guiding strategy. The thought sent shivers down his spine. If the Fenglang Wang had intentionally allowed them to return, what was its purpose? Was there a traitor within the base? Or was the Council's true goal not the purification zone at all? Chapter 59. Fragments of Memory upon returning to the base. Lin Chen immediately reported the situation regarding the Blood Moon Council to the Hunters Guild. Vice President Zhou Ming listened intently to the report, his expression grave, and led Lin Chen to the guild's secret meeting room, where the senior officials of the base, including General Zhao and the head of the Research Institute, had gathered. Your discoveries are of utmost importance. General Zhao scrutinized the reconnaissance footage brought by Lin Chen, his brow furrowing deeply. The simultaneous sacrifice of 13 lords indicates that the awakening of the Mother Nest has entered its final phase. Historical records show that the Blood Moon Council only holds such a ritual once every 1,000 years, aimed at awakening the slumbering beast progenitors. Beast progenitors? This term was new to Lin Chen. Director Zhang from the Research Institute explained, legend has it that before the game arrived, powerful beast progenitors existed on Earth. They are the source of all beasts. The game's arrival effectively activated their dormant genes. And the ultimate goal of the Blood Moon Council is to awaken these progenitors to reclaim dominion over the world. This revelation struck Lin Chen like a thunderclap, finally clarifying the meaning behind the Fenglang Wang's mention of purification, the complete eradication of humanity to restore the ancient world ruled by beasts. We must stop them, Vice President Zhou Ming asserted decisively. Based on the coordinates provided by Lin Chen, we must destroy the core of the purification zone's mother nest. I propose forming an elite team, led by the Xinghua team, to penetrate the purification zone and execute the demolition mission. General Zhao nodded in agreement. The military will dispatch the Langya team for support, commanded by Captain Zhao Feng, while the Xinghua team will provide tactical assistance. We will set out in 3 days, and it is imperative to destroy the mother nest's core before the blood moon concludes. After the meeting, Lin Chen was retained by Director Zhang for a private discussion. The venerable professor handed her a transparent crystal. This is the latest energy analysis device developed by our research institute, capable of analyzing the energy flow of the mother nest. The energy data you collected in the purification zone is of utmost importance, and may aid us in identifying the vulnerabilities of the mother nest. Lin Chen accepted the analysis device, and suddenly recalled the fragmented memories obtained from the Wind Wolf King's lair. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to present these fragments to Director Zhang for further study. These are memory shards acquired after defeating the Wind Wolf King. They may contain crucial information regarding the Blood Moon Council. Director Zhang took the fragments, his eyes widening with astonishment. This is a fragment of the spiritual core, formed only by beasts of wisdom at a certain level. It is exceedingly rare. If we can interpret the information within, it will be vital for understanding the Council's plans. The research swiftly yielded results. Director Zhang projected the information from the memory fragments onto a screen. The images flickered intermittently, filled with the perspectives and thoughts of the beasts. The Blood Moon Council is indeed awakening the progenitor. The core of the mother nest has 3 energy nodes, corresponding to the elements of wind, fire, and earth. The Inferno Bear King is the main militant faction of the council, advocating for the complete extermination of humanity. However, the council is not of one mind, as some lords harbor reservations about awakening the progenitor, fearing it may unleash unpredictable calamities. This is crucial, Lin Chen exclaimed, pointing at the energy nodes mentioned in the footage. If we can destroy these 3 nodes, we can sever the energy supply to the mother nest and prevent the awakening of the progenitor. More importantly, the memory fragments alluded to a secret. While the Wind Wolf King appeared to obey the council, it secretly researched methods to restrain the progenitor, seemingly aware of the dire consequences of its awakening, which are far from the council's rosy portrayal. This Wind Wolf King is quite cunning, Vice President Zhou Ming mused, noting the inconsistency in its actions, both executing the council's orders and covertly leaving clues. Perhaps we can leverage this. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he recalled the Wind Wolf King's enigmatic gaze. Suddenly, he comprehended. It had intentionally allowed them to witness the council's ritual, purposefully permitted their escape, and even facilitated their acquisition of this information. It sought to use them to thwart the awakening of the progenitor. This revelation shocked everyone. If the Wind Wolf King were indeed a double agent, the internal dynamics of the Blood Moon Council were far more complex than anticipated, potentially presenting an opportunity for humanity. Chapter 60. Clues of the Nest. With 3 days remaining before their operation, Lin Chen utilized this time for final preparations. He combined the information from the memory fragments with the topography of the purification zone, crafting a detailed distribution map of the energy nodes. The Howling Sky absorbed the newly acquired Thundergrass, solidifying its Thunderfire energy and reaching a 95 evolution progress. Xuanwu, by absorbing Earth-type crystals, enhanced the strength of its energy shield by another tier. Zhao Feng, the captain of the Wolf Fang team, approached Lin Chen. For the first time, this proud A-level hunter lowered his guard to earnestly discuss tactics. According to your intelligence, the 3 energy nodes in the purification zone are each guarded by different lords, and a direct assault would incur significant losses. We need to collaborate and simultaneously destroy all 3 nodes. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The Wolf Fang team possesses formidable strength and should handle the most challenging fire node, which is personally guarded by the Inferno Bear King. The Starfire team will take charge of the Wind node, which lies within the territory of the Wind Wolf King. We will also request the military to dispatch a team for the Earth node, where defenses are relatively weak. Zhao Feng gazed at the map Lin Chen had drafted, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. I didn't expect your understanding of energy flow to be so profound. This map is even more precise than the military's satellite scans. Just a stroke of luck, having gleaned some internal information, Lin Chen replied, withholding the Wind Wolf King's secret, as this intelligence was too critical to share lightly. On the eve of departure, Director Zhang presented the latest research findings. We have analyzed the energy frequency of the mother nest and crafted a targeted interference device. Although it cannot directly destroy the nodes, it can halt their energy flow for 10 minutes, providing ample time for you to install explosives. He also conveyed some grim news. The energy detector at the Research Institute indicates that Blood Moon energy is rapidly converging, and the core of the mother nest is reacting more intensely. The progenitor may awaken ahead of schedule, leaving you with little time. On the day of action, the 3 teams convened at the entrance to the purification zone. The military team, led by Lieutenant Zhang Yi, though not as powerful as the Wolf Fang and Starfire teams, was well equipped with heavy demolition devices. After a brief assignment of tasks, the 3 teams infiltrated the purification zone from different directions. The Starfire team's path was the most familiar, being the same route they had previously escaped through. Lin Chen instructed Feng Yu to scout ahead, and indeed, they found that the Wind Wolf King's guards were much more lax than before, even deliberately leaving a passage at a critical juncture. It's clearly cooperating with us, Sumu whispered, noting the guards' predictable patrol routes, which were evidently lenient. Yet Lin Chen felt an increasing sense of caution. The more lenient it is, the more we must be vigilant. The Wind Wolf King's intentions remain ambiguous, and we cannot fully trust it. As they delved deeper into the purification zone, the energy fluctuations around them intensified. The blood moon vines on the rock walls emanated an eerie glow, and a faint metallic scent filled the air, indicating that numerous creatures had been sacrificed here. The imagery transmitted by Feng Yu revealed that the wind energy node was situated at the center of a colossal wind tunnel. Surrounded by wind-type beasts, Yet their primary focus was not the node itself, but the passages leading to other areas. It is safeguarding our route to the node. Lina exclaimed, astonished. This is practically leading us there. Arriving at the edge of the wind tunnel, Lin Chen indeed spotted the energy core of the node suspended at its center, with only a handful of token guards present. He activated the interference device as per their plan. A blue glow enveloped the core, and the energy flow began to decelerate. Just as Wang Meng was about to install the explosives, Lin Chen abruptly halted him. Wait, the energy response from the node seems off. It's too stable. Unlike a naturally occurring energy core, he scanned the core with the analysis device given by Director Zhang, and the results caused everyone's expressions to shift dramatically. This was not a genuine energy node, but a disguised trap filled with compressed wind energy. Once detonated, it would unleash a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating the entire wind tunnel. We've fallen into a trap, Lin Chen shouted. This is the Wind Wolf King's scheme. Chapter 61. Energy detection. The disguised node within the wind tunnel began to emit a blinding light, with the compressed wind energy on the verge of detonation. Lin Chen made a swift decision. Xuanwu, maximize the energy shield. Sumu, erect an ice wall. We must withdraw. The golden armored stone turtle let out a thunderous roar, its golden shield enveloping everyone. Sumu's ice spells instantaneously froze the surrounding air, forming multiple layers of ice walls. Protected by the shield, they raced desperately toward the exit of the wind tunnel. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated behind them as the compressed wind energy generated a massive storm, causing the entire wind tunnel to begin collapsing. Xuanwu's shield trembled violently amidst the storm, its golden glow flickering, until finally, just before it was on the brink of shattering, it propelled everyone out of the wind tunnel. Coughing, Lin Chen rose, his body covered in dust, while Xuanwu's shell bore numerous cracks, evidently sustaining considerable damage. Why would the Wind Wolf King do this? Sumu asked, supporting the injured Lina, a look of confusion on her face. If it seeks to prevent the progenitor's awakening, why set traps to harm us? Lin Chen gazed at the collapsed wind tunnel, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. It was not trying to harm us, but to alert us. The energy response of this disguised node differs entirely from what was described in the memory fragments. It is signaling to us that the true energy nodes have been relocated. He produced the analysis device, and indeed, amidst the chaotic energy turbulence from the explosion, he detected 3 faint yet stable energy signals, one of which was rapidly moving northwest. The true wind energy node is on the move. Lin Chen realized, understanding that the energy system of the mother nest had been upgraded. The nodes were no longer fixed, but now carried by the lords themselves. This discovery elucidated the Wind Wolf King's behavior. It utilized a false node to test Lin Chen's capabilities while revealing the location of the true nodes through the explosive energy chaos. Lin Chen immediately contacted the other teams. Emergency situation. The energy nodes are mobile, carried by the lords themselves, so tread carefully. The response from the Langya squad arrived swiftly, with Zhao Feng's voice tinged with relief. Thank goodness for your reminder. We just discovered something amiss with the fire-type node and are in the process of retreating. The Yin Yuxiong Wang is indeed moving with the genuine node. The military squad also sent word that they had located the Earth-type node, which was being transported by an Earth-type lord and was headed toward the core of the nest. All squads immediately converged on the core of the nest. Lin Chen made a decisive call. The lords would undoubtedly bring the nodes back for fusion with the core, presenting us with the singular opportunity to destroy all 3 nodes simultaneously. On the way to the core, Lin Chen constantly tracked the signal from the wind-type node using the analyzer. To his astonishment, the signal was actually approaching them, as if it were actively welcoming them. It has arrived. Feng Yu issued a warning as a familiar figure emerged in the passage ahead. The Feng Lang Wang was swiftly approaching with the genuine node, followed closely by several shadow wind wolves. Human, you have not disappointed me. The Feng Lang Wang halted, its eyes devoid of hostility. You have passed my test and proven yourself worthy of knowing the truth. It placed the wind-type node on the ground, the purple core radiating a soft glow. This is the true energy node, containing the essence of wind-type energy. To destroy it, one must neutralize it with the corresponding elemental energy. A forced explosion will only trigger a backlash of energy. Lin Chen regarded it warily. What exactly do you intend to do? Why help us? A flicker of complex emotion passed through the Feng Lang Wang's eyes. Because the awakening of the ancestor will not only obliterate humanity, but will also lead to our demise as beasts. The Blood Moon Council has been deceived by the Yin Yuxiong Wang. They are unaware of the true power of the ancestor, which is dark energy capable of devouring the entire world. Chapter 62. core layout. The Feng Lang Wang's words left Lin Chen utterly astonished. This remarkably intelligent beast was willing to collaborate with humanity to thwart the ancestors' awakening. Gazing into its sincere eyes, Lin Chen ultimately decided to place his trust in it. Albeit temporarily. What do you need us to do? Destroy the 3 energy nodes and prevent their fusion with the core, the Feng Lang Wang stated gravely. But our strength alone is insufficient. The Yin Yuxiong Wang has already sensed my plan and dispatched numerous guards to protect the core. We must devise a meticulous strategy. It summoned a 3-dimensional map of the core, projecting it onto the rock wall. The core lies at the deepest part of the underground cavern, shielded by 3 layers of energy barriers. The Yin Yuxiong Wang personally guards the innermost layer, while other lords patrol the periphery. The Earth-type and Fire-type nodes have already entered the first layer of barriers and will soon commence fusion. Lin Chen immediately contacted the other squads, revealing the Feng Lang Wang's plan. Although Zhao Feng harbored reservations about collaborating with the beasts, he ultimately acquiesced in light of the larger picture. The Langya squad will be responsible for breaching the first layer of barriers to draw the Yin Yuxiong Wang's attention. The military squad will assault the second layer of barriers to halt the node's fusion. The Xinghua squad will join forces with the Feng Lang Wang to infiltrate the core area and destroy the 3 nodes. The operation commenced swiftly. The Langya squad's assault echoed like thunder, Zhao Feng's long blade imbued with golden fighting spirit cleaving a gash in the first layer of barriers. The Yin Yuxiong Wang was indeed drawn in, furiously leading its main force to encircle them. Now is the time, the Feng Lang Wang commanded, as a tempest enveloped it, propelling Lin Chen and the others like arrows toward the core area. It was thoroughly acquainted with the layout of the nest, effortlessly evading the patrolling guards and slipping into the second layer of barriers through a hidden passage. The military squad awaited their arrival. Lieutenant Zhang visibly hesitated upon seeing the Feng Lang Wang, but adhered to orders. We have created a breach in the barrier, but it can only hold for 5 minutes. Passing through the second layer of barriers, they finally reached the cavern housing the core. The sight before them was breathtaking. A massive purple sphere, 100 meters in diameter, floated at the center of the cavern, its surface veined with energy threads connecting to the surrounding rock walls. The 3 energy nodes rotated around the core, preparing for fusion. Quick! They are about to fuse. The Feng Lang Wang shouted, pointing at the energy threads connecting the nodes to the core. Cut these connections to stop the flow of energy. Lin Chen immediately commanded his summoned beasts. Xiao Tian, attack the connection lines of the fire-type node. Xian Wu, protect Su Mu and Li Na. Feng Yu, disrupt the earth-type node. The Lian Yu Yanlang's thunderfire struck the fire-type connection lines with precision, severing the purple threads in an instant. Su Mu's ice spells froze the wind-type connection lines, and Li Na's armor-piercing arrows swiftly followed, completely severing them. The Feng Lang Wang took matters into its own hands. As a whirlwind shredded the earth-type node's connection lines, the fusion of the 3 nodes was temporarily halted, but the core suddenly emitted a blinding light, with countless energy threads emerging from the rock walls to reconnect the nodes. The roar of the Yin Yuxiong Wang echoed from afar, clearly having freed itself from the Langya squad's entanglement. It's back. The Feng Lang Wang's expression shifted. I will hold it off. You all destroy the nodes. Remember, use the corresponding elemental energy to neutralize them. Do not force an explosion. The Feng Lang Wang turned to face the cave entrance, its form enveloped in a colossal storm. Preparing to confront the Yin Yuxiong Wang alone, Lin Chen, observing its retreating figure, made a decision in his heart. Wang Meng, cover me. Su Mu, prepare the strongest ice energy. Li Na, buy me time. He summoned Xiao Tian, pouring all his mental energy into the elemental heart fragment. Xiao Tian, merge one last time. We will use Thunderfire energy to completely neutralize these nodes. Chapter 63. Division of Labor and Cooperation. The Thunderfire energy enveloped Lin Chen once more, but this time, he infused it with the power of the elemental heart fragment, his flames radiating a resplendent golden hue. Lin Chen felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, even sensing the flow of energy around him. Su Mu, ice energy ready. Lin Chen bellowed. The moment I neutralize the node, freeze the residual energy to prevent reconnection. Understood. A massive ice spear coalesced at the tip of Su Mu's staff, its blue glow illuminating the entire cavern. Li Na, cover the Feng Lang Wang. Lin Chen glanced toward the cave entrance. The Feng Lang Wang's storm was being suppressed by the Yin Yuxiong Wang's black flames, clearly on the verge of collapse. They needed time. Li Na's arrows shot forth like meteors towards the Yin Yuxiong Wang. Though they could not inflict harm, they successfully caught its attention, granting the Feng Lang Wang a moment of respite. Wang Ming swung his massive axe, blocking the energy threads that emerged from the rock walls, shielding Su Mu, who was casting spells. Lin Chen took a deep breath, fully merging his consciousness with Xiao Tian, condensing the thunder fire energy into a point, accurately aiming at the nearest wind-type node. The golden flames reacted violently with the purple node energy, emitting a sizzling sound reminiscent of fire meeting water. Now, Lin Chen shouted, his mental focus razor-sharp, guiding the thunder fire energy to neutralize the wind-type essence of the node. The purple glow on the node's surface gradually faded, revealing a golden hue of thunder fire. Just as the neutralization was nearing completion, Lin Chen called out, Su Mu. The pre-prepared ice energy erupted instantaneously, encasing the wind-type node in golden ice crystals, entirely severing its connection to the core. The first node was successfully destroyed. Next, Lin Chen pressed on, directing the thunder fire energy towards the earth-type node. This node boasted stronger defenses, its surface covered in a thick rocky shell. Xianwu, lend a hand. Lin Chen commanded the golden stone armored turtle to weaken its shell with earth-type energy. Xianwu roared, slamming its palms onto the ground, as earth-type energy surged toward the node like waves, loosening the rocky shell. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen drove the thunder fire energy into the core of the node, beginning the neutralization of the earth-type essence. This process proved more arduous. The weight of the earth-type energy considerably slowed the neutralization rate. A pained roar from the Feng Lang Wang echoed from the cave entrance, causing Lin Chen to glance back in alarm. The Feng Lang Wang had been surrounded by the Yan Yuxiong Wang's black flames, its fur igniting, clearly sustaining heavy injuries. Hurry up. Lin Chen infused more of his mental energy into the Lei Hua energy, ultimately achieving the neutralization of the earth-type node just before the Feng Lang Wang succumbed. Su Mu's ice-type energy soon followed, freezing the second node. Only the final fire-type node remained. Yet the Yan Yuxiong Wang had already freed itself from the entanglement with the Feng Lang Wang and charged furiously towards Lin Chen. The black flames surged forth like a tidal wave, melting the very rocks in their path. Wang Meng, block it. Lin Chen understood that he could not complete the neutralization under the assault of the Yan Yuxiong Wang. Give me 30 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Meng raised his colossal axe to confront the black flames, resulting in a violent explosion as his fighting spirit collided with the flames. This valiant warrior endured for a full 25 seconds amidst the black fire, ultimately being hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily against the rock wall. His fate uncertain. Wang Meng. Lin Chen's eyes widened in anguish. Seizing this precious moment, he poured all of his Lei Hua energy and the power of the elemental heart into the fire-type node. The golden Lei Hua clashed fiercely with the black flames at the core of the node. Lin Chen could feel his mental energy depleting rapidly, his consciousness beginning to blur. Just as he was on the brink of losing awareness, the neutralization of the fire-type node was finally completed. Su Mu's ice-type energy arrived just in time to freeze the last node. With all three nodes destroyed, the brilliance of the mother nest's core dimmed instantly, and the energy threads connecting to the rock walls snapped one after another. The Yan Yuxiong Wang let out a desperate roar, its black flames crashing wildly toward Lin Chen. But without the support of energy, the attacks could no longer inflict fatal damage. Lin Chen gazed at the fallen Feng Lang Wang and Wang Meng, barely holding onto his last vestiges of strength before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 64. The battle for the nest. Lin Chen awoke amidst a violent tremor, finding himself lying in the ruins of the cave. The brilliance of the mother nest's core had completely extinguished, and the surrounding rock walls were continuously collapsing, signaling that the entire nest was on the brink of collapse. Wang Meng. Su Mu. Lina. Lin Chen struggled to rise, a sickly sweetness rising in his throat. He saw Su Mu nearby, using ice magic to heal the injured Li Na and Wang Meng, while Xianwu defended against falling rocks with the last of its energy shield. We are fine. Su Mu's voice was weary. The Wolf-Tooth team and the military squad had arrived to provide support and were clearing the remaining demonic beasts. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze shifting to the other side, where the Feng Lang Wang lay in a pool of blood, its flames extinguished. Breathing faintly but still alive, Lin Chen approached, hesitated for a moment, and administered the last vial of healing potion to it. The Feng Lang Wang slowly opened its eyes, looking at Lin Chen with a flicker of complex emotion. Why do you save me? Because we are allies, at least we were just now, Lin Chen replied calmly. And your actions to prevent the ancestors' awakening are worthy of salvation. The Feng Lang Wang chuckled softly, a sound tinged with relief. Perhaps the council was wrong. Not all humans are invaders. Unfortunately, it is too late. Its body began to glow, transforming into specks of green light that merged into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen was astonished to discover that his mental energy was instantly replenished and his mind filled with a wealth of knowledge about wind-type energy. Alongside fragments of memories from the Fenglang Wang, the true purpose of the Blood Moon Council, and the complete prophecy of the ancestors' awakening. Acquired the inheritance of the Fenglang Wang. Mastery of wind-type energy, beginner, memory fragment 1. This is the Fenglang Wang's inheritance? Lin Chen marveled at the newfound power within him, realizing it had chosen him as its successor. Su Mu approached, handing Lin Chen a purple crystal. This was found in the mother nest's core. Director Zhang said it is an energy core fragment that can significantly enhance the potential of summoned beasts. Lin Chen accepted the fragment, sensing the pure energy it contained. He brought it close to Xiao Tian, who emitted an excited roar. The surrounding lei was surging dramatically. The evolution progress bar, finally reaching 100. Xiao Tian has completed its third evolution. Yin Yu Zhan Lang Wang. Unlocked skills. Yin Lei Domain. Range increased by 50. Long Shi Lin Yu. Ultimate skill. Potential rating. Epic. The evolved Xiao Tian's stature approached that of a lion, its black-red fur ablaze with golden Lei Hua. Small dragon horns sprouting from its forehead, exuding a faint dragon majesty. It approached Lin Chen, affectionately nuzzling his palm while emitting a low growl. Fantastic. Lin Chen felt the immense power of Xiao Tian, his heart brimming with hope. We must leave quickly. The nest is collapsing. With the support of the Wolf-Tooth team, the Xinghua team struggled to exit the crumbling mother nest. Outside, the blood-red moonlight had begun to fade, the purple halo in the sky gradually dissipating, and the roars of the beast tide receded into the distance. The blood moon had ended. Zhao Feng approached Lin Chen, an unusual admiration on his face. You all did well, successfully preventing the ancestors' awakening. The base will remember your contributions. Lin Chen gazed at the gradually calming wilderness, yet felt no relief in his heart. The memory fragments from the Fenglang Wang revealed that although they had thwarted the mother nest's fusion, the Blood Moon Council was not obliterated, and the Yin Yuxiong Wang would undoubtedly return. More importantly, the memories mentioned an even more terrifying existence. The true ancestor was not sleeping within the mother nest, but was sealed deep underground. And the Blood Moon Council's ritual was merely to weaken the seal. This was merely the beginning. Lin Chen clenched his fist, observing the evolved Xiao Tian and the recovering Xian Wu. The true battle was yet to come. Chapter 65. Energy backflow. The tremors caused by the collapse of the mother nest persisted throughout the night. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the blood-red clouds, illuminating the scarred purification zone, Lin Chen and his team finally exhaled in relief. The blood moon had completely vanished. The energy fluctuations of the demonic beast significantly diminished, and the rampaging beast tide had finally receded. The Wolf-Tooth team was busy clearing the battlefield, collecting usable resources and energy cores. Zhao Feng approached Lin Chen, handing him an energy detector. Although the mother nest's core has been destroyed, residual energy has formed a backflow, seeping underground. Director Zhang said this might trigger new geological changes. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Lin Chen gazed intently at the blinking red dots on the detector, his brow furrowing. The direction of the energy backflow is northwest, which is the legendary sealing ground. Zhao Feng continued, his expression grave. According to the base's ancient records, that place seals an even more terrifying existence, the true ancestor mentioned in the Fenglang Wang's memories. This revelation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Although they had halted the fusion of the mother nest, the energy backflow might inadvertently weaken the ancestor's seal. Lin Chen immediately contacted Director Zhang, reporting the situation regarding the energy backflow. The professor's response arrived swiftly, his voice laced with unprecedented tension. Evacuate the purification zone immediately. The frequency of the energy backflow matches the energy frequency of the seal perfectly. They are resonating. If this continues, within 3 days, the seal will completely shatter. The evacuation order was promptly issued. Lin Chen led his team, following the main force back to the base. The sights along the way were haunting. The once vibrant wilderness had turned to char, the ground littered with traces of energy impacts, many demonic beast corpses frozen in combat poses, clearly having perished instantaneously in the energy backflow. The power of the energy backflow is immense, Su Mu remarked, gazing at a fire-type demonic beast frozen into an ice sculpture at the roadside, her eyes filled with shock. This is not a natural phenomenon. It seems as if someone is guiding the flow of energy. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he recalled the memory fragments of the Fenglang Wang, and indeed found a vague record within. There was a mysterious water-type lord within the Blood Moon Council, skilled in manipulating energy flow, whose ability was precisely the energy backflow. It is a remnant of the council. Lin Chen suddenly understood. Although the Yin Yuxiong Wang had escaped, this water-type lord had remained, utilizing the residual energy of the mother nest to deliberately guide the backflow to strike the seal. He immediately reported this discovery to Zhao Feng, suggesting that a team be dispatched to intercept the energy backflow. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, ultimately consenting to the formation of a pursuit team comprising the Xingho squad and several members of the Wolfang team, tasked with investigating the source of the energy backflow. This source lay deep within a subterranean river in the purification zone. Lin Chen led his team to infiltrate the riverbed, where they indeed uncovered an anomaly. A gigantic, octopus-like beast was coiled at the riverbed, its tentacles inserted into the energy nodes, continuously channeling energy towards the northwest. Encountering the remnants of the council, Abyssal Octopus King, level 50, skills, energy backflow, mental control, water prison technique. The creature's power far surpassed any lord they had previously encountered. Its energy fluctuations even more formidable than those of the flame prison bear king. Lin Chen sensed its mental prowess scanning the surroundings, clearly having detected their presence. Its mental strength was formidable. Lin Chen warned his teammates. Su Mu, use ice-based spells to block mental detection. Li Na, aim for its tentacles, the key to energy conduction. Wang Meng, prepare for a fierce assault. Xiao Tian, be ready to merge at any moment. The battle erupted instantaneously. Su Mu's ice spells formed a wall at the riverbed, temporarily halting the Octopus King's mental probing. Li Na's armor-piercing arrow accurately struck the junction between the tentacle and the energy node, successfully interrupting part of the energy flow. Wang Meng's massive axe, imbued with fighting spirit, struck forcefully at the Octopus King's head. However, the Abyssal Octopus King's defense exceeded expectations, Wang Meng's strike merely leaving a white mark on its skin. The Octopus King roared in fury, simultaneously launching attacks with its 8 tentacles, creating a massive whirlpool of water at the riverbed, pulling everyone into its grasp. This is bad. It's the water prison technique. Lin Chen felt himself ensnared by an invisible force, the surrounding water thickening like glue. Xiao Tian merge. Lightning and fire energy erupted again. As Lin Chen maneuvered through the whirlpool, his thunderous fist, imbued with a sense of destruction, aimed at the Octopus King's eye, its weak point. But the Octopus King reacted swiftly, one tentacle blocking the attack just in time, absorbing the thunderous blow. It can absorb energy attacks. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing this was the first beast he had encountered that could directly absorb thunder and fire energy. The Octopus King emitted a triumphant laugh, converting the absorbed thunder and fire energy into water energy, retaliating against Lin Chen. Struck by his own energy, Lin Chen felt his blood surge, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 66. The emergence of the Lord being struck by his own energy inflicted significant injury upon Lin Chen, forcing the dissolution of his merged state. Xiao Tian anxiously circled the water prison, yet could not break through the Octopus King's energy shackles. Its energy conversion had a delay. Su Mu's voice came through the ice wall, where she was exerting all her strength to maintain the ice defense. Every time it absorbs energy, its core experiences a 0.5-second energy disruption. This was crucial information. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the pain, focusing on observing the energy flow of the Octopus King. Indeed, as Su Mu had indicated, whenever it absorbed an attack and transformed it, a brief flicker of light would emanate from the purple core in its chest. Wang Meng, use your fighting spirit attack to distract it. Lin Chen shouted. Li Na, prepare the fire arrows and await my signal to launch. Su Mu, lock onto its core with ice energy. Wang Meng's massive axe struck again at the Octopus King, the collision of fighting spirit and water causing a violent explosion. The Octopus King instinctively extended its tentacle to absorb the energy, and the core in its chest began to flicker. Now, Lin Chen shouted, Li Na shoot. Su Mu freeze. The fire arrow, imbued with flames, accurately targeted the core. Almost simultaneously, Su Mu's ice energy arrived, instantly freezing the core area of the Octopus King. The explosion of fire and ice energy forcefully interrupted the Octopus King's energy absorption process, causing a crack to appear in its core. Roar. The Octopus King let out a pained roar. The binding force of the water prison significantly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen commanded Xiao Tian to unleash its strongest attack. Xiao Tian, Dragon Breath Purgatory. The evolved flame prison werewolf king unleashed a thunderous roar, exhaling golden dragon fire that transcended ordinary thunder and fire, infused with a hint of draconic majesty. The flames disregarded the water's obstruction, striking the crack in the Octopus King's core with precision. Boom! The golden flames erupted within the core. The Octopus King's body convulsed violently, its 8 tentacles thrashing wildly against the water's surface, ultimately falling limply as its massive form sank slowly to the riverbed. Defeated the Abyssal Octopus King, gained 10,000 experience points. Acquired special item, Energy Backflow Core X1. Earned 5 skill points. With the demise of the Octopus King, the phenomenon of energy backflow indeed ceased. Lin Chen instructed his team to collect the spoils and approach the Octopus King's carcass, probing with his mental power. Deep within its brain, Lin Chen sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, consistent with the aura of the council leader mentioned in the memory fragments of the Wind Wolf King. This Octopus King was merely a pawn. Lin Chen frowned, realizing that the true manipulator of the energy backflow was the shadowy hand behind the council. Far more dangerous than the Flame Prison Bear King. He discovered a black crystal within the Octopus King's core, containing a segment of information. The true aim of the Blood Moon Council was not merely to awaken the ancestor, but to harness the sealed energy of the ancestor to open a portal to another world, inhabited by even more powerful beast clans. They sought to summon reinforcements. Lin Chen handed the crystal to Zhao Feng, his expression grave. The Council's ambitions surpass our imagination. They intend not only to dominate Earth, but also to introduce beasts from other worlds. Zhao Feng stared at the information within the crystal, silent for a long time. It seems that peace is merely temporary. We must rapidly enhance our strength to prepare for an even greater storm. On the return to the base, Lin Chen gazed at the evolved Xiao Tian, his heart brimming with determination. The strength of the Flame Prison Werewolf King had reached level 45, and Xuanwu had also ascended to level 40 after absorbing the Octopus King's energy, unlocking a new skill, Earth Pulse. Yet Lin Chen knew this was far from sufficient. The information within the crystal indicated that the shadowy hand behind the council had already reached level 60, just a step away from divine level. To confront such an entity, he and his summoned beasts needed to grow stronger. Chapter 67. Thunderfire Combined Strike. Upon returning to the base, Lin Chen immediately reported the information from the Octopus King's crystal to the higher-ups. This revelation caused a significant stir. The base promptly initiated its highest level of preparedness. The Hunter Guild issued numerous hunting missions, the military began fortifying defenses, and the Research Institute accelerated the development of energy weapons. Due to their outstanding performance in the Purification Zone, the Xingho squad was directly promoted to a B-level squad, gaining access to more resources and privileges. Lin Chen utilized the rewarded points and contributions to exchange for superior equipment for his teammates. He equipped Wang Ming with a set of heavy armor capable of absorbing elemental damage, procured a high-level ice skill book for Su Mu, and provided Li Na with a sniper bow capable of penetrating energy shields. He devoted most of the resources to nurturing his summoned beasts. After absorbing the energy core of the Octopus King, Xiao Tian's level rose to 48. Just one step away from the next breakthrough, Xuanwu's Earth Pulse skill became increasingly adept, allowing it to sense energy flows within a radius of 100 meters. And Feng Yu, with Lin Chen's aid, awakened her basic ability to control wind energy. During the recovery period, Lin Chen did not relax his training. He practiced the application of wind energy with Feng Yu, discovering that after obtaining the legacy of the Wind Wolf King, he could achieve a deeper resonance of energy with Feng Yu, significantly enhancing the potency of both their wind skills. Our wind blades can merge, Lin Chen exclaimed in delight. Realizing that when he and Feng Yu unleashed their wind blades simultaneously, the two would automatically combine into a more powerful attack, substantially boosting their ranged offensive capabilities. Su Mu also made a new discovery. My ice spells combined with Xiao Tian's thunder and fire can create steam explosions. With a power increase of 30 compared to individual attacks, Wang Ming and Xuanwu's collaboration has grown increasingly harmonious. Xuanwu's seismic pulses can preemptively alert us to enemy attacks, while my fighting spirit harnesses its earth energy to unleash more formidable area attacks. Li Na has devised a new strategy. My arrows can be infused with Feng Yu's wind energy, significantly enhancing both range and penetration. And they can even alter their trajectory mid-flight. The overall strength of our team has achieved a qualitative leap in a remarkably short period. Lin Chen is confident that even if they encounter a level 50 lord again, they will be ready for battle. A week later, the Hunters Guild issued an urgent mission. A multitude of thunder-type monsters has emerged in the western wilderness, gathering energy, as if preparing for a ritual. Intelligence indicates that these beasts are remnants of the Blood Moon Council, attempting to restore the energy backlash. The Xingho team proactively accepted this task. On their way to the western wilderness, Lin Chen instructed Feng Yu to scout from the skies and discovered that the thunder beasts were indeed conducting a ritual, encircling a massive thunder crystal and continuously channeling energy to provoke another energy backlash. These are remnants of the council. Lin Chen observed the monsters on the screen, recognizing familiar figures among them, those who had previously followed the Yin Yu Xiongwang. They aimed to complete the unfinished mission of the Octopus King. This time, the enemy numbers are greater, and their strength is formidable, led by a level 50 Thunder Beast Lord, whose power rivals that of the Abyss Octopus King they encountered before. A direct assault would be futile. Lin Chen scrutinized the formation of the ritual, noting that their energy flow created a cycle that amplified each other, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. He conceived a bold plan. We shall execute a Thunderfire combination strike. Xiaoyan's Thunderfire energy can masquerade as ritual energy, infiltrating their system and then detonating. This plan carries considerable risk. If discovered, Xiaoyan would be countered by the ritual's energy. Yet, it remains the most effective approach. Lin Chen directed Xiaoyan to conceal its presence and stealthily approach the ritual formation, disguising its Thunderfire energy as Thunder-type energy to inject into the cycle. As expected, the Thunder Beast Lord did not detect any anomalies, believing the ritual's energy had intensified. When Xiaoyan's energy spread throughout the cycle to its maximum extent, Lin Chen shouted, "Now, detonate!" Xiaoyan emitted a thunderous roar, and the injected Thunderfire energy erupted instantaneously. Golden flames surged within the thunder energy, triggering a chain reaction that shattered the entire ritual formation. The thunder crystal exploding into fragments. The Thunder Beast Lord roared in fury, only to find its energy in disarray due to the collapse of the cycle. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen commanded the team to launch a full-scale assault. Now, attack with all your might. Chapter 68. The Wolf King's demise. The collapse of the thunder ritual plunged the beasts into chaos. Lin Chen seized this moment to direct the team in a comprehensive attack. Wang Ming, protect Su Mu. Li Na, suppress the Thunder Beast Lord. Feng Yu, disrupt the other monsters. Xiaoyan, focus your assault with me. The infernal Wolf King's dragon breath erupted once more, golden flames spreading through the chaotic throng of monsters. This time, Lin Chen infused the Wind Wolf King's legacy energy into the flames, enhancing their cutting power exponentially with wind energy. Although the Thunder Beast Lord was in disarray, it remained a formidable foe. It unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning a storm of lightning as it attempted to reorganize its defenses. Li Na's armor-piercing arrow struck true at its eye, temporarily halting its advance, yet the storm's range continued to expand. Su Mu, ice-based containment. Lin Chen shouted. We must sever its energy supply. Su Mu's ice spells surged like a tide towards the Thunder Beast Lord, creating a massive ice prison around it. The lightning storm was momentarily contained within the icy confines, unable to spread. However, the Thunder Beast Lord's strength far exceeded expectations, and cracks began to form in the ice prison. Hurry, it's about to break free. Su Mu cried out anxiously, continuously channeling ice energy to reinforce the prison. Lin Chen knew they could not wait any longer, directing Xiaoyan to unleash its most powerful attack. Xiaoyan, maximize the infernal thunder domain. We must finish it before it escapes. The infernal flame wolf unleashed a deafening roar, the thunderfire energy erupting from its center and forming a colossal domain with a 50-meter diameter. Lin Chen poured all his mental energy into the fragment of the elemental heart, enveloping the Thunder Beast Lord in a golden light, forcibly extracting its thunder energy. The Thunder Beast Lord howled in agony as its energy was forcibly drawn out, the storm's power diminishing. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The Thunder Beast Lord suddenly self-destructed. It relinquished its resistance, condensing all its energy into a single point, preparing to perish alongside everyone. This is bad. It's going to self-destruct. Lin Chen gasped in horror. This was a common suicide attack employed by council beasts, immensely powerful. At that critical moment, Xuanwu surged to the front of the ice prison, enveloped in golden light. Activating its newly unlocked ultimate skill, Earth Guardian. The golden stone armored turtle's body expanded several times, its golden patterns glowing brightly, forming a massive energy barrier that encompassed the entire ice prison. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the Thunder Beast Lord's energy detonated, engulfing the area in lightning. Xuanwu's energy barrier shook violently amidst the blast, the golden light flickering, ultimately managing to shield against the self-detonation's energy just as the barrier was on the verge of collapse. After the explosion, the Thunder Beast Lord had turned to ash, and the surrounding beasts perished from the shockwave. Xuanwu's massive form gradually shrank, its shell marred with cracks. Evidently gravely injured, but having successfully protected everyone. Xuanwu. Lin Chen rushed over, tenderly stroking the turtle's shell. Are you all right? Xuanwu emitted a weak whine, nuzzling Lin Chen's palm. Clearly exhausted of energy, Lin Chen hurriedly retrieved the finest healing potion and administered it to Xuanwu. While clearing the battlefield, Lina discovered a black token beside the Thunder Beast Lord's remains, inscribed with the emblem of the Blood Moon Council and a wolf's head motif. Is this the Wind Wolf King's token? Lin Chen recognized the insignia, which represented the Wind Wolf King's status within the council. Why was it found on the Thunder Beast Lord? He probed the token with his mental energy, and indeed uncovered a message left by the Wind Wolf King. This wise lord, before sacrificing itself, had already sensed the council's true intentions. It left behind a token of the council, granting the holder temporary trust from the council, enabling infiltration into their secret base. This is a gift from the Wind Wolf King. Lin Chen grasped the token tightly, filled with emotion. It had anticipated that they would confront the council's remnants and left behind the key to infiltrate. This discovery invigorated everyone. With this token, they now had the opportunity to delve into the council's secret base and obliterate this threat once and for all. Chapter 69. The Wolf King's vow. The Wind Wolf King's claws sliced through the air with a shrill cry, and Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he poured every ounce of his mental energy into the contract space. Xuanwu's colossal body stood as an impenetrable wall before him, the golden energy shield trembling violently under the impact of the claws, spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly. Hold firm. Lin Chen's throat tasted of iron as he forcefully channeled the energy from the fragment of the elemental heart into the shield. The pale purple elemental force intertwined with the golden barrier, miraculously stabilizing its crumbling state. The Wind Wolf King's claws hovered mere inches from Lin Chen's throat, its emerald eyes swirling with disbelief and fury. Now, Su Mu's ice magic cascaded like a waterfall, the frigid air instantly freezing the Wind Wolf King's limbs. Lina's armor-piercing arrow whistled through the air, striking its old shoulder wound with precision. The obsidian powder smeared on the arrowhead detonated, rapidly corroding the surrounding fur with dark mist. Wang Ming's mighty axe descended like thunder, the weighty blade infused with earth energy crashing into the Wind Wolf King's flank. The sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. Under this triple assault, the Wind Wolf King emitted a soul-piercing howl. It summoned its strength to break free from the ice, its massive form twisting in midair as azure wind blades swept through the surroundings like a torrential downpour. Lin Chen had long been prepared, commanding Xiao Tian to unleash the realm of flame and thunder. The energy wall, woven with lightning and fire, forcefully obstructed the gale blade storm, consuming vitality in the process. Lin Chen keenly observed that the energy fluctuations surrounding the Wind Wolf King became exceedingly unstable, a crimson hue faintly surfacing beneath its azure fur. It intended to perish alongside them. Suddenly, the blood-colored crystal upon the Wind Wolf King's forehead erupted with a blinding red light, causing the corpses of all the wind wolves in the valley to tremble violently as their residual energy was forcibly extracted, coalescing into a colossal azure tornado. This was the Wind Wolf King's forbidden technique, the Song of the Wind's Burial, an ultimate attack at the cost of its clan's energy. Xuanwu maximized the energy shield. Lin Chen roared, slamming the final lightning rune onto Xuanwu's shell. Su Mu, overlay the ice wall. Wang Ming, defensive stance. Lina, cover. The team members instantly formed a defensive formation, Xuanwu's golden shield, Su Mu's multi-layered ice walls, and Wang Ming's armor defenses stacking upon one another. Lin Chen then merged with Xiao Tian for the second time, the energy of thunder and fire enveloping him in a dense armor, while he gathered an unprecedented energy sphere in both hands. The azure tornado roared, devouring everything in its path, reducing rocks to powder, the energy shield flickering violently upon contact. Xuanwu emitted a pained whimper, the golden patterns on its shell rapidly dimming, while Su Mu's ice walls shattered inch by inch. Wang Ming braced against the enormous axe, his legs sinking half a foot into the ground amidst the tempest, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he channeled all energy from the merged state into his fists, unleashing the flame and thunder break. The energy fist, interwoven with lightning and fire, carried a destructive aura, tearing through the outer defenses of the tornado and surging against the energy flow created by the Wind Wolf King. This tactic was gleaned from fragments of the Wind Wolf King's memories, a counterattack utilizing the opponent's energy trajectory for precise strikes. The collision of energies produced a blinding light that engulfed the entire valley, sending everyone flying. Time passed, and Lin Chen awoke amidst violent coughing, his body feeling as though it had been shattered. The merged state had long since dissipated, and Xiao Tian lay feebly beside him, its tongue hanging limply. In the valley's center, the massive form of the Wind Wolf King lay in a pool of blood, its blood-colored crystal shattered, the azure for devoid of all luster. Yet, it had not entirely succumbed to death. Its murky eyes gazed at the blood moon above, emitting a faint whimper from its throat. Chapter 70. The death of the Wolf King. Lin Chen struggled to crawl closer, the Wind Wolf King's gaze turning towards him, its eyes now devoid of previous ferocity, instead reflecting a hint of liberation. It slowly raised its forepaw, placing a crystal shimmering with azure light before Lin Chen. This was its source crystal, containing the ancestral memories of the Wind Wolf clan. Mother Nest. Must stop. The Wind Wolf King's voice was intermittent, each word accompanied by a cough of blood. Blood Moon Council is not merely as it appears. Its pupils gradually lost focus. Casting one last glance at the Blood Moon, its body entirely devoid of life. With the death of the Wind Wolf King, the residual energy of the wind wolves in the valley suddenly converged into countless light points, flowing into the source crystal in Lin Chen's hand. The crystal erupted with a gentle azure glow, merging into Lin Chen's brow. A sharp headache assailed him instantly, as countless memory fragments surged into his mind like a tide. These were the Wind Wolf King's childhood memories, struggling for survival in the blood-red wilderness, witnessing the massacre of its clan by human hunters. The first assembly of the Blood Moon Council, where 13 lords swore blood oaths to reclaim their homeland from human occupation, within the depths of the Mother Nest. The terrifying plan unveiled by the Flame Prison Bear King to awaken the slumbering beast god using the energy of millions of living beings. And the inner turmoil of the Wind Wolf King, which loathed senseless slaughter, yet had to obey the council's orders. The clearest memory depicted a scene. On a night dominated by the blood moon, 13 lords sat encircled around the core of the Mother Nest, drawing a massive formation with their blood, at the center of which floated a black crystal exuding a suffocating aura of evil. The deep voice of the Flame Prison Bear King echoed within the memory. When the beast god awakens, the world shall revert to chaos, and all races will be purified beneath the blood moon. Lin Chen curled up in pain, overwhelmed by the enormity of these memories, as though they might shatter his mental realm. Su Mu, noticing the anomaly, rushed over to press against his temples, gently channeling ice energy to help him untangle his chaotic mental state. Do not resist, guide these memories. Su Mu's voice bore a soothing power, as this was the Wind Wolf King's legacy, undoubtedly containing vital intelligence regarding the Blood Moon Council. With Su Mu's assistance, Lin Chen gradually gained control over the torrent of memories. He observed the Wind Wolf King's life as a bystander and comprehended the true intentions of the Blood Moon Council. They did not merely seek to annihilate humanity, but aimed to awaken the primordial beast god through the Mother Nest, fundamentally altering the ecological balance of the world. Even more shocking was the revelation that the Mother Nest was not a natural formation, but a biological weapon left behind by an ancient civilization, with the Blood Moon Council merely exploiting its power. When the beast god awakens, not only will humanity be purified, but most low-tier demon beasts will also become sacrifices. Thus, Lin Chen opened his eyes, filled with complex emotions. The Wind Wolf King had been seeking a way to thwart the council. It had intentionally lost to them, hoping they would leave with these memories. He opened his palm, revealing a blue wolf tooth pendant resting quietly within, a token formed from the fusion of memories, containing a portion of the Wind Wolf clan's energy. As long as one possessed this pendant, they could influence the actions of low-tier wind wolves to a certain extent. This was the final gift left by the Wind Wolf King. While clearing the battlefield, Wang Meng and Li Na discovered a concealed cave, inside which lay intelligence crystals collected by the Wind Wolf King. The crystals detailed the organizational structure of the Blood Moon Council, the strengths and weaknesses of each lord, and the energy circulation patterns of the Mother Nest. One segment of footage revealed the Flame Prison Bear King secretly cultivating a completely controlled army of demon beasts, seemingly intending to eliminate other lords after the awakening of the beast god. This intelligence is crucial, Li Na exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With this, we can formulate targeted defense plans and even fragment the council's power. Yet, Su Mu appeared troubled. However, the crystals indicated that the awakening of the Mother Nest is on a countdown. The final phase will be completed before the blood moon ends. We have less than 2 days. Lin Chen rose, gazing solemnly at the Wind Wolf King's corpse, rendering a military salute. In this war between humans and demon beasts, there is no absolute good or evil, only the struggle for survival. The Wind Wolf King exemplified this through its demise, securing a precious opportunity for humanity. We must return to base immediately. Lin Chen stowed away the intelligence crystals and wolf tooth pendant, his gaze resolute. This intelligence must be promptly conveyed to the guild and military, and we must unite all available forces to prepare for the awakening of the mother nest. As they cleared the battlefield, Lin Chen noticed the Wind Wolf King's body transforming into light points, dissipating into the earth of the valley. He understood this to be the demon beast's return to nature, yet felt a twinge of reluctance. Perhaps, as shown in the Wind Wolf King's memories, humanity and demon beasts need not be destined for destruction. A possibility for coexistence may exist in the future. Before departing the valley, Lin Chen instructed Feng Yu to circle 3 times in the sky, a gesture of respect from the Wind Wolf clan. He donned the wolf tooth pendant around his neck, its faint glow resonating with the fragments of the elemental heart, a new power slowly awakening within him. He could vaguely sense the flow of wind elements around him, a new ability gained from merging with the Wind Wolf King's memories. Let us go. Lin Chen cast one last glance at the blood-red valley. The true battle was only just beginning. The team members readied their equipment and intelligence, embarking on their journey back to base. The wilderness remained fraught with peril under the night sky, yet their steps were unwaveringly resolute. The sacrifice of the Wind Wolf King illuminated their understanding. This war was not solely for humanity's survival, but to prevent the spread of disaster. Along the way, Lin Chen used the communicator to send critical intelligence to Vice President Zhou Ming and General Zhao, requesting an immediate emergency meeting. The astonishment and gravity emanating from the communicator heightened his awareness of the urgency of the situation. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the crimson clouds, the Xingho squad finally glimpsed the energy shield of the base. The shield's radiance appeared even dimmer than before, evidently indicating that the base had endured significant assaults during their absence. Soldiers stationed atop the city walls erupted into thunderous cheers upon witnessing their return, for they were the sole team to emerge alive from the purification zone. Lin Chen stood upon the battlements, gazing at the ever-growing horde of monstrous beasts in the distance, clutching tightly to the wolf fang pendant resting against his chest. The intelligence obtained at the cost of the Wind Wolf King's life would prove pivotal in altering the course of battle. He understood that the next 2 days would determine the fate of all in Jiangqing. The ultimate confrontation between man and beast was set to unfold before the blood moon descended. The wolf fang pendant shimmered with a verdant glow in the morning light, as if in response to his resolute determination. This was the Wind Wolf King's vow, and Lin Chen's commitment. At any cost, he would thwart the awakening of the mother nest and safeguard the future of all creatures inhabiting this land. In the distance, the sanguine moon gradually faded, while on the horizon, a more terrifying energy was brewing, heralding an even greater storm. Lin Chen inhaled deeply and turned towards the command center of the base. His silhouette elongated in the morning light, embodying unwavering conviction and profound responsibility as he embarked on a new journey. Chapter 71. Intelligence storm. As Lin Chen pushed open the doors to the command center, the upper echelon of the base had already convened. Around the circular conference table, General Zhao tapped his fingers upon the holographic map, his brow furrowed in concentration. The newly appointed Director Zhang from the Research Institute adjusted his glasses, rapidly jotting down notes. Vice President Zhou Ming gazed solemnly at the intelligence crystal of the Wind Wolf King, an oppressive atmosphere permeating the room. "You have finally returned," General Zhao remarked, lifting his gaze to Lin Chen, a flicker of exhaustion mingling with anticipation in his eyes. "Is the intelligence from the Wind Wolf King reliable? Is the Blood Moon Council truly awakening the ancient beast gods?" Lin Chen placed the primordial crystal core onto the conference table, the azure light emanating from the crystal projecting fragments of the Wind Wolf King's memories. When the images depicting the beast god plan presented by the Inferno Bear King appeared, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the conference room. Director Zhang paused in his note-taking, shock flashing through his eyes behind his lenses. "This is impossible. The energy conversion rate of the mother nest is nowhere near sufficient to awaken the beast gods, unless they are using living sacrifices." Lin Chen seized the moment, bringing forth the details of the blood-red formation from his recollections. The memories revealed that the council had established 10 energy collection towers in the Northwest District, each imprisoning hundreds of captives, all to be sacrificed simultaneously at the end of the blood moon. The holographic map immediately indicated the locations of these energy towers, which fortuitously formed a colossal ring encircling Jiangqing. Vice President Zhou Ming pointed at the center of the ring. This is the energy convergence point, merely 50 kilometers from the base. If the sacrifices succeed, the shockwave could directly obliterate the shield's core. General Zhao slammed his fist on the table, immediately mobilized the 1st and 3rd Legions to collaborate with the Hunter Guild in exterminating the energy towers. Lin Chen, your Xingho squad is familiar with the terrain. You will be responsible for guiding the main offensive. Wait, Director Zhang interjected suddenly, projecting a set of complex data. A forceful attack will trigger the self-destruct mechanism of the energy towers. Not a single captive can be rescued. We need time to decipher the energy circulation system, at least 3 days. We do not have 3 days, General Zhao retorted. The blood moon will descend in 46 hours, and the council may launch a full-scale assault at any moment. As the two sides fell into heated debate, Lin Chen noticed a waveform resembling that of the mother nest's core in the corner of Director Zhang's projected data, suddenly recalling a detail from the Wind Wolf King's memories. He spoke up. The core of the energy towers is the blood moon crystal. This crystal has a weakness. It is vulnerable to dual element attacks. If we can simultaneously employ 2 opposing elemental attacks on the crystal, we could temporarily incapacitate the system. This revelation brought the argument to an abrupt halt. Director Zhang quickly retrieved data on the blood moon crystal, indeed discovering a note. Dual element resonance may lead to energy disruption. Vice President Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. The elemental skills of summoned beasts are precisely applicable. Lin Chen, your Xiaotian already possesses dual element capabilities of thunder and fire. It may be feasible. Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, the fragments of the Wind Wolf King's memories contained records of dual element attacks. Yet they required specific resonance conditions. He gazed out the window at the waning blood moon. I need time to train. And not only Xiaotian. Fengyu can also awaken the dual elements of ice and wind, thus enhancing efficiency. General Zhao decisively declared, you have 24 hours. The base will fully cooperate and provide all necessary evolution materials. Zhou Ming, the Hunter Guild must select 10 elite teams to act alongside the Xingho squad at dawn tomorrow. Director Zhang, a contingency plan for deciphering the energy towers must be prepared. After the meeting, Lin Chen made his way directly to the resource repository. The guild had long since prepared the highest grade materials for him. The Thunder Dragon scales and Earth Fire essence needed for Xiaotian, and the frigid ice crystals and storm feathers required for Fengyu, piled high like a small mountain. The elderly guard cheerfully handed him a bronze key. Vice President Zhou specifically instructed that the ancient document repository on the 2nd underground level is now open to you. It may contain records on dual element awakenings. The repository was permeated with the scent of dust, and the yellowed parchment scrolls chronicled the secrets of summoners from before the cataclysm. One scroll, titled Elemental Resonance Record, elaborated on the methods of dual element awakening. Trials must be completed at corresponding elemental nodes, allowing summoned beasts to absorb pure primordial energy, subsequently guided into fusion by the contractor's mental strength. Among the pages lay a tattered map, marking 7 elemental nodes surrounding Jiangxing. Lin Chen's finger traced the 2 nearest nodes, the flame node at the abandoned volcanic site, and the storm node at the high-altitude Eye of the Storm. Perfect trial locations for both Xiaotian and Fengyu. As he closed the document, his wristband suddenly vibrated. It was an urgent message from Su Mu. Energy fluctuations have been detected on the west side of the base, suspected to be the Council's vanguard. We discovered this at the defense tower. The message included a photograph, revealing crimson runes etched onto the wreckage of the defense tower, identical to the runes from the memory of the Mother Nest's formation. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the window, where the crimson mist outside the base thickened ominously. Gripping the bronze key tightly, he recognized that their time was running short. The dual element awakening was not only an opportunity to enhance their strength, but also the sole hope for saving Jiangxing. Chapter 72. Movements of the Council. The remnants of the defense tower glowed eerily red in the night. Upon Lin Chen's arrival at the scene, the Xingho squad was already examining the runes. Su Mu's staff hovered in midair, delicate strands of pale blue energy entwining the runes, but being continually eroded. This is a spatial marking rune. Lin Chen crouched down to touch the rune, feeling a sharp sting at his fingertips. The council was marking the energy flow trajectory. They sought to identify the weak points in the shield. Wang Ming struck the edge of the rune with his axe, sparks flying but failing to inflict any damage. This wretched thing is still absorbing energy. The remnants of the defense tower are nearly depleted. Lina carefully applied a special solvent to the arrowhead, cautiously dabbing it onto the rune. The purification agent provided by the guild can only temporarily suppress it. It cannot eradicate it entirely. 3 such runes have already been discovered in the west, distributed in a very systematic manner. Lin Chen pulled up the base's energy distribution map, marking the locations of the runes, which indeed formed a straight line directly pointing to the energy pipeline of the shield's core. He suddenly recalled a tactic from the Wind Wolf King's memories. This is an energy diversion tactic. They are directing the Mother Nest's energy to strike the weak points of the shield, while simultaneously marking coordinates with the runes. No sooner had he spoken than a violent explosion erupted from a distance. The western shield rippled suddenly, the energy index plummeting by 10. The communicator crackled with Director Zhang's alarmed voice. A leak has occurred in the energy pipeline. Unknown energy is infiltrating along the rune's trajectory. Lin Chen immediately commanded, Su Mu, use ice energy to freeze the spread of the runes. Wang Ming, lead the team to reinforce the defense tower. Li Na, notify nearby patrols to inspect all defensive facilities and report immediately if any runes are discovered. He himself dashed toward the energy pipeline control room. As new crimson runes continued to emerge along the walls, spreading like living vines. In the control room, the technicians were drenched in sweat as they operated the instruments. The needle on the energy gauge oscillating wildly, while the red alarm light pierced their eyes painfully. Captain Lin, the pipeline pressure is about to exceed the critical point. A technician shouted, the invader's energy is tainted with mental pollution. Our control system is on the verge of being compromised. Lin Chen commanded Xiaodian to unleash the realm of flame thunder, the energy of lightning and fire temporarily repelling the encroachment of the runes. He fixated on the energy waveform on the gauge and suddenly discerned frequencies intertwined with the memories of the Wind Wolf King. It was the mental interference of the Council. They were employing the mental power of a Lord-level demon beast to assault the control system. He immediately connected to the base S broadcast. All mental-type hunters, proceed to the energy control room at once. Utilize mental barriers to purify the invading energy. Repeat, this is a top-level command. 10 minutes later, 5 mental-type hunters arrived, their pale green mental barrier enveloping the control room. When the barrier overlapped with the flame thunder realm, a miracle transpired. The two energies resonated, and the protective shield formed could completely isolate the encroachment of the blood-red runes. This exemplified the principle of dual attribute resonance. Lin Chen realized, as recorded in the Elemental Resonance Codex, that attribute complementarity worked in this manner. The synergy of mental defense combined with elemental assault could yield a remarkable effect of 112. Just then, Fengyu emitted an urgent cry. Through shared vision, Lin Chen saw a colossal eye of wind materializing in the sky to the west of the base, where dozens of wind-type demon beasts circled, the energy column piercing the shield. The true intent of the Council was not to destroy the pipeline, but to locate the core of the shield using the energy of the Eye of Wind. They were stirring the grass to scare the snake. Lin Chen immediately comprehended that the runes were merely bait. The real lethal move was the positioning of the Eye of Wind. He decisively commanded, all teams, regroup to the west. Su Mu, prepare a large-scale ice spell to freeze the Eye of Wind. Wang Ming, lead the defense team to reinforce the core area. Li Na, notify the archers to prepare armor-piercing arrows, targeting the center of the Eye of Wind's Lord. Upon arriving at the western city wall, Lin Chen noted that the Eye of Wind had expanded to a 100-meter radius, with the azure energy column stabbing into the shield like a sword, emitting a piercing shriek. Cracks on the shield's surface spread continuously, with energy readings plummeting below the 60 warning line. At the center of the Eye of Wind, a lithe wind-type lord unfurled its wings, its feathers displaying an eerie purplish-blue hue. It was none other than the wind-type representative of the Blood Moon Council, the Storm Falcon King. It had evidently noticed Lin Chen on the city wall, its sharp gaze penetrating the energy fluctuations to lock onto him. It seemed I have taken the place of the Wind Wolf King. The voice of the Storm Falcon King resonated directly in Lin Chen's mind, laden with unmasked malice. Human, your time of death has come. Lin Chen clenched his fists, with Xiaodian growling beside him, the energy of lightning and fire poised to unleash. He understood this was merely a probing attack from the Council, yet they had already bared their fangs. The true battle was about to commence. Chapter 73. Elemental Clue. The energy column of the Storm Falcon King was ultimately frozen by Su Mu's ice array. But irreversible damage had already occurred to the shield's core. After testing, the technicians concluded that the energy shield could withstand at most 2 more large-scale attacks. A method of repair must be found before the blood moon descends. The atmosphere in the command center was tenser than the previous night. General Zhao slammed the latest reconnaissance report onto the table. The Council's 10 energy towers have been activated, each surrounded by Lord-level guardians exceeding level 40. To complicate matters, we have lost satellite signals in the northwest sector. They are likely setting a larger trap. Director Zhang adjusted his glasses and projected a set of elemental maps, based on the dual attribute resonance data provided by Lin Chen. I have discovered periodic weaknesses in the defenses of the energy towers. There is a 3-minute energy conversion gap every hour during which targeted attribute attacks will yield optimal results. He highlighted the locations of 7 elemental nodes. Coincidentally, these nodes corresponded to the attributes of the energy towers. If we could awaken summoned beasts at the nodes, they would acquire pure primordial energy, enhancing destruction efficiency by 50. Vice President Zhou Ming added, records from the literature indicate that ancient summoners constructed altars at elemental nodes, guiding energy fusion through rituals. Lin Chen, your Xiaodian, and Fengyu must complete their awakening before dawn tomorrow. Otherwise, we stand no chance. Lin Chen gazed at the flame node and the storm node on the map, situated 30 kilometers and 50 kilometers away, respectively. A round trip would require at least 6 hours, not including the time needed for trials, making the timeline exceedingly tight. He addressed his team members. Su Mu and I will take Xiaodian to the volcanic ruins. Wang Ming and Li Na prepare vehicles and supplies. We will split into 2 teams and regroup before the energy tower launches its attack. Before departure, Director Zhang presented 2 metal boxes. These are elemental collectors crafted overnight by the Research Institute, capable of preserving primordial energy during trials. And this, he handed over a diamond crystal, is the elemental locator, which displays the energy concentration and safe zones of the nodes. The off-road vehicle sped through the wilderness before dawn, with discarded buildings and wandering low-tier demon beasts flashing past the windows. Sumu calibrated the elemental locator, the flame icon on the screen flickering. We are 5 kilometers from the volcanic ruins, and the energy concentration has reached level A, suitable for the fire attribute trial. Lin Chen caressed Xiaoyan's neck. The fur of the infernal flame wolf felt hotter than usual, clearly sensing the call of the source energy. He opened the elemental resonance codex, which contained only a few phrases regarding the fire trial. Enter the heart of the earth's fire, bathe in the soul of magma, to grasp the true essence of flames. The volcanic ruins were more magnificent than imagined. The enormous crater resembled the mouth of a colossal beast, with dark red magma churning within, the scent of sulfur acrid. The locator indicated the elemental node was located at the bottom of the magma lake in the volcano's center, where the energy concentration exceeded the instrument's measurement limit. How do we descend? Sumu observed the boiling magma, frowning. Even if Xiaodian was unafraid of fire, the pressure of the magma could crush it. Lin Chen noticed naturally formed caves on the volcanic wall, the entrance adorned with ancient runes. We should traverse the cave. There must be a passage leading to the lake's bottom. The literature indicated that ancient summoners constructed trial passages to avoid direct confrontation with magma. Inside the cave was a world of its own, the walls adorned with luminescent crystals illuminating the passage as brightly as day. The deeper they ventured, the higher the temperature rose, the air becoming so dry it felt close to igniting. Yet Xiaodian grew increasingly excited, leading the way with light steps, occasionally sniffing the rock walls. At the end of the passage lay a circular stone platform, directly above the roiling magma lake. An enormous flame array was engraved on the platform, perfectly matching the illustration in the Elemental Resonance Codex. At the center of the array was a recess shaped precisely to accommodate the elemental collector provided by Director Zhang. This was the altar for the fire trial. Lin Chen placed the collector into the recess, and the array instantly radiated a red light, resonating with the energy of the magma lake. Xiaodian, stand in the center of the array, relax your mind, and guide the energy into your body. The infernal flame wolf stepped into the array without hesitation, the red light enveloping it instantly. Astonishingly, a pillar of fire erupted from the surface of the magma lake, accurately injecting into Xiaoyan's body. Xiaodian let out an excited roar, its form shifting continuously within the red light, the originally black and red fur gradually revealing golden patterns. Xiaodian is undergoing elemental awakening. Dual attribute resonance of lightning and fire detected. Acquiring primordial flame energy. Commencing fusion with thunderous power. The system prompt echoed continuously. But Lin Chen noticed the runes at the edge of the array beginning to flicker with red light, energy readings soaring abnormally. He suddenly recalled the warning from the literature. Trials carry risks. Energy overload may lead to rampancy. Chapter 74. Trial commences. The energy column from the magma lake surged abruptly, the red glow threatening to engulf the entire cave. Xiaodian curled in pain at the center of the array, the golden patterns growing chaotic. The thunderous fire energy clashing violently within it, clearly indicating signs of energy overload. Xiaodian, focus your mind and guide the energy. Lin Chen rushed to the edge of the array, pouring his mental power unreservedly into the contract link. He could distinctly sense the chaos within the body of Xiaoyan. The primal flame energy was excessively domineering, clashing violently with the power of thunder as the two energies vied for dominance. Su Mu's staff immediately unleashed a gentle wave of ice energy, forming a barrier around the array. I will neutralize part of the firepower with ice energy. Take this opportunity to guide their fusion. The ice blue energy filaments entwined around the red array, producing a vast amount of white steam. The high-temperature steam acted as a buffer, slightly stabilizing the raging energy. Lin Chen seized this chance to transmit the energy fusion technique, inherited from the Wind Wolf King's memories, into Xiaoyan's consciousness. With thunder as the bone and flame as the skin, the harmony of yin and yang ensures the cycle of life. This was a dual attribute fusion mantra summarized by ancient summoners, guiding energy to flow along a specific trajectory through mental force. Xiaoyan seemed to grasp the essence of this principle. Its anguished roars gradually transformed into a deep, resonant dragon's chant. The thunder and fire energy within began to flow along golden patterns, forming a circulating energy ring. Suddenly, the elemental collector at the center of the array lit up, beginning to absorb the overflowing primal energy. Lin Chen noticed the collector's gauge rapidly rising, while the screen displayed the progress of energy fusion, 30, 50, 70. Just as it was about to complete, the lava lake suddenly roiled violently, and a colossal claw covered in obsidian scales emerged from the lake, striking towards Xiaoyan within the array. Be careful, Lin Chen shouted, simultaneously summoning Xuanwu. The golden stone tortoise instantly unfolded its energy shield, blocking the sudden attack. The owner of the giant claw slowly rose from the lava, revealing a massive lava beast. Its eyes ablaze with fierce flames, the elemental lord guarding the flame node, Yin Yu Ma Shi. Encountering Elemental Guardian, Yin Yu Ma Shi, level 50, skills, Magma Eruption. Obsidian Armor, Energy Theft. Yin Yu Ma Shi was evidently awakened by the energy fluctuations of the array, roaring in fury as its enormous tail swept across, shattering the cavern walls. Rocks fell like rain, and Su Mu hurriedly released an ice wall to block, but it melted into steam under the intense heat. It wants to seize the primal energy. Lin Chen immediately understood. The guardian beast's duty was to test intruders, and only by defeating it could they gain complete elemental recognition. Xiaoyan, complete the fusion first. Leave this to us. The infernal flame wolf roared resolutely within the array, hastening the energy fusion process. Lin Chen commanded Xuanwu to expand its shield to the maximum range, while shouting to Su Mu, freeze its limbs. Its weakness lies in the red scales on its abdomen. Su Mu's ice spells cascaded down like a waterfall, but they only left brief frost upon the Ma Shi's obsidian armor. The Ma Shi's magma eruption, infused with a destructive aura, surged forth, causing Xuanwu's shield to flicker violently upon contact, the golden patterns dimming rapidly. This approach was unsustainable. Suddenly, Wang Ming's communication came through. We encountered a similar guardian beast at the storm node, a level 50 storm beast. Feng Yu is trapped. The urgency of the dual-line situation tightened Lin Chen's heart, but he quickly regained his composure. Although Yin Yu Ma Shi was formidable, its movements were relatively sluggish, and it seemed bound to the vicinity of the lava lake. He noticed that each time the Ma Shi attacked, the red scales on its abdomen would briefly illuminate, revealing a passage for energy flow. Su Mu, use ice spikes to attack its eyes and divert its attention. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Xuanwu, prepare an energy impact targeting its abdomen. The ice spikes precisely struck the Ma Shi's eyes, and though blocked by its eyelids, they successfully provoked its wrath. The Ma Shi roared, lowering its head and opening its massive jaws to unleash magma. At that moment, Xuanwu's energy shield suddenly contracted, then erupted violently. The golden energy impact crashing into the Ma Shi's abdomen like cannon fire. The Ma Shi emitted a pained howl, cracks appearing in the red scales of its abdomen, with rich fire energy leaking from the fissures. Lin Chen seized this opportunity to inject the primal energy from the elemental collector into Xiaoyan's body. The red light within the array surged to its peak, causing Xiaoyan's size to swell to 3 meters long, its black and red fur now adorned with golden dragon scales. Tiny dragon horns sprouting from its forehead, and its tail tip ablaze with intertwining thunder and fire energy. Xiaoyan completed dual attribute awakening. Yin Yu Lei Long Long, gained skills, Thunder Fire Dual Dragon Whirlwind, Dragon Scale Shield, Elemental Devour. The awakened Xiaoyan emitted a thunderous roar. The Thunderfire Dual Dragon Whirlwind erupting like 2 colossal dragons racing from the array to precisely strike the wound on Yin Yu Ma Shi's abdomen. The mashi disintegrated into a flurry of fiery sparks, with the purest essence merging into Xiaoyan, solidifying its dragon horns further. The elemental collector at the center of the array was now filled with energy, emanating a soft red glow. Lin Chen stowed the collector, feeling an even closer bond with Xiaoyan, a wave of strong confidence surging within him. He looked at the communicator. Wang Ming, hold on. We will be there to support you shortly. Outside the cavern, the rising sun pierced through the crimson clouds. Lin Chen knew time was of the essence. The energy tower's assault could commence at any moment. Yet, gazing at the imposing Yin Yulei Longlong beside him, he felt a profound assurance regarding the impending decisive battle. Chapter 75. Trial of Flames. The golden dragon scales of Yin Yulei Longlong shimmered with a metallic sheen under the morning sun. Lin Chen leaped on his Xiaoyan's back. Feeling the surging thunder and fire energy within his steed, its speed multiplied several times over. Su Mu's ice spells trailed behind, clearing out the low-level monsters along their path. How's it going on Feng Yu's side? Lin Chen inquired through the communicator. Wang Ming's voice came through, breathless. Not good. The storm beast summoned a tornado. We are trapped outside the eye of the storm, and Li Na's arrows cannot penetrate. A violent explosion echoed through the communicator, followed by Li Na's frantic shout. It's absorbing energy from the storm eye. Its size is increasing. Lin Chen glanced at the elemental locator, noting that the energy index at the storm node had surpassed the critical point, exhibiting unstable fluctuations. He patted Xiaoyan's neck. Accelerate. We must reach them before Feng Yu's energy is depleted. Yin Yulei Longlong let out a dragon's roar, its limbs bursting forth with thunder and fire energy, propelling it to even greater speeds as trees and rocks were uprooted by the gusts, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. Su Mu conjured an ice shield to withstand the wind pressure from their rapid movement while continuously updating the locator's data. The 50-kilometer distance was covered in less than half an hour under their full sprint. When the storm node came into view, Lin Chen gasped. The eye of the storm, 100-meter diameter vortex, drew a continuous stream of azure energy into the body of the storm beast at its center. The beast's main body resembled a small mountain, composed entirely of pure airflow, with only a flickering wind crystal at its core. Feng Yu was ensconced at the center of the storm eye, her azure wings already showing signs of damage, clearly exhausted. Wang Ming and Li Na struggled at the outer edge of the eye, with Wang Ming wielding his giant axe to form a wall of wind against the relentless barrage of wind blades, while Li Na searched for an opportunity to attack. Now, Lin Chen shouted as he leaped from Xiaoyan's back, simultaneously commanding, Xiaoyan, unleash the Thunderfire Dual Dragon Whirlwind at the edge of the storm eye to create chaos. Su Mu, freeze the bottom of the storm eye to cut off the energy supply. The Thunderfire Dual Dragon Whirlwind of Yin Yulei Longlong sliced through the edge of the storm eye like two blades. The collision of incompatible energies resulted in a tremendous explosion, briefly disrupting the energy flow of the storm beast. Seizing the moment, Su Mu unleashed her ice spell, freezing the bottom of the storm eye into a vast expanse of ice, temporarily halting the energy supply. Feng Yu absorbed the energy from the collector. Lin Chen hurled the elemental collector towards the center of the storm eye, directing, guide the energy, as I taught you. Feng Yu caught the collector with her last ounce of strength, the azure feathers of the storm resonating with the primal energy within. Unlike Xiaoyan's trial of flames, Feng Yu's awakening was gentler, with the azure energy flow gradually revealing ice blue patterns, like snowflakes dancing in the wind. The wind language is currently undergoing elemental awakening, detecting a resonance of ice and wind dual attributes, gaining primordial storm energy, beginning to merge with the power of ice. The storm behemoth evidently sensed the threat, roaring in fury, while the energy flow of the eye of the storm became increasingly violent. It conjured dozens of wind blades, shooting towards the wind language like a torrential downpour, yet was blocked by an unexpectedly manifested ice wall. The awakened ice and wind energy began to retaliate. We must bide some time. Lin Chen commanded everyone to launch an assault. Xiao Tian, distract the behemoth. Xian Wu, protect the wind language. Wang Ming and Li Na, target its energy core. The Yin Yulei Longlang's dual vortex of thunder and fire continuously collided with the storm behemoth's air-based form. Although it couldn't inflict substantial damage, it successfully drew its attention. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming dashed beneath the behemoth, swinging his colossal axe imbued with earth energy towards the core wind crystal, while Li Na's armor-piercing arrow followed like a shooting star. Clang! The axe blade and arrow struck the wind crystal simultaneously, leaving only faint white marks. The energy flow of the storm behemoth instantly counterattacked, sending Wang Ming flying. and Lina suffered a gash on her arm from a wind blade. Its core is protected by an energy shield. Lin Chen immediately understood that a dual attribute attack was necessary to break through. Sumu, prepare your ice energy, wait for my signal. He mounted Xiao Tian and charged towards the storm behemoth, simultaneously gathering his mental energy. Xiao Tian, dragon scale shield. We shall push through. The golden scales of Yin Yu Lei Long Lang glowed, forming a dense shield of thunder and fire, forcefully carving a path through the center of the eye of the storm. As Lin Chen approached the wind crystal, he leaped off his mount, channeling the energy from the flame collector into Su Mu's ice spell. Now, ice and fire dual heavens. The ice-blue energy sphere enveloped the red flame core, crashing towards the wind crystal like a meteor. The two opposing energies created a violent explosion upon contact, causing the storm behemoth to emit a pained roar, with the energy shield cracking. Seizing this moment, the wind language unleashed its ice and wind dual attribute energy like a sharp blade towards the fissure. The wind crystal shattered under the assault of the two energies, and the storm behemoth's form began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into countless azure light particles. As the eye of the storm dissipated, the fully awakened wind language unfurled new wings. The left wing was composed of azure storm feathers, while the right wing was formed of ice-blue frost feathers, shimmering with a dreamlike brilliance in the sunlight. Wind language completed dual attribute awakening. Ice Wind Ling Huang. Gain skills. Ice Storm, Wind's Healing, Elemental Clone. Potential rating, Epic. Lin Chen caught the wind language as it descended from the skies. Feeling the gentle yet powerful energy within, a heavy stone finally lifting from his heart. Both summoned beasts had achieved dual attribute awakenings. Now it was time to test their results. Suddenly, the communicator crackled with General Zhao's voice, laden with unprecedented gravity. All teams, return to base immediately. The Council's full-scale attack has been advanced. 10 energy towers have activated simultaneously, and the Beast Tide has breached the first defense line. Chapter 76, The Storm Challenge. On the way back to the base, the light from the activated energy towers glowed like 10 blood-red stars in the northwest region. Through shared vision, Lin Chen saw a torrent of millions of demon beasts charging towards Jiangcheng, with the vanguard already reaching the first defense line. The sound of artillery and beast roars intertwining in an apocalyptic scene. The first defense line would not hold for half an hour. General Zhao's voice echoed through the communicator as teams executed their prearranged plans. The Xinghua team was tasked with destroying the 3rd and 7th energy towers, the two closest and weakest in defense. The 3rd energy tower was of the fire attribute, while the 7th was of the wind attribute, perfectly corresponding to the awakened attributes of Xiao Tian and the wind language. Lin Chen opened the tactical map, marking the optimal route. We will split into 2 groups. I will take Xiao Tian to the 3rd tower, while Su Mu and the wind language will proceed to the 7th tower. Wang Meng and Li Na will be responsible for support, maintaining open communication. With the assignments complete, the off-road vehicle navigated through the ruins. Lin Chen observed the defensive fortifications passing by outside the window. Soldiers were tensely laying landmines and energy cannons, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and tension. Xiao Tian lay in the passenger seat, its golden scales glimmering amidst the bumps, clearly prepared for battle. As they approached within 5 kilometers of the 3rd energy tower, Lin Chen instructed Xiao Tian to deploy its dragon scale shield and proceed on foot. The ground surrounding the energy tower had been charred black, with dozens of fire lizards patrolling around the tower's base, their scales gleaming red in the sunlight, precisely level 45 Yanjia lizards. At the top of the tower, a massive fire lord absorbed the energy tower's light, resembling a standing giant of flame wielding a burning longsword, one of the fire lords of the Blood Moon Council. The Yin Mo Jiang. Lin Chen crouched behind the ruins, observing that the defenses of the energy tower were more formidable than anticipated. The base was covered in fire runes, forming an invisible barrier that ignited any creature that approached. The patrol route of the Yanjia lizards was erratic, evidently trained with expertise. A diversion was necessary. Lin Chen whispered to Xiao Tian to create chaos without revealing their position. Yin Yu Lei Long Lang nodded, silently maneuvering to the side, spitting a small burst of thunderfire towards a distant rock. The explosion attracted half of the Yanjia lizards, which roared and charged towards the source of the sound, creating an opening in the defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen and Xiao Tian infiltrated, only to discover the secret of the fire runes. They formed a cyclical energy net that required the simultaneous destruction of 3 nodes to temporarily deactivate. The 3 nodes were guarded by 3 elite Yanjia lizards, their scales a deeper crimson, clearly of captain rank. Xiao Tian, take the left node. Use the Thunderfire Dual Vortex for a quick resolution. Lin Chen assigned the tasks. I will distract the central guard, and once you resolve your task, we will regroup to attack the right side. Yan Yulei Longlang transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards the left node, instantly enveloping the elite lizard in the Thunderfire Dual Vortex. Although this level 48 elite creature put up a fierce resistance, it was no match for the awakened Xiao Tian, whose golden claws easily tore through its fiery armor. The central elite lizard, drawn by the sound of Lin Chen's gunfire, roared and charged towards him. Lin Chen fired while retreating, leading it away from the tower base. At that moment, the right elite lizard sensed something amiss and turned to support its central companion. Now, Lin Chen shouted, simultaneously unleashing his mental energy, Xiao Tian. The right node. Yan Yulei Longlang's speed surged, becoming several times faster, its golden figure racing like lightning. The dragon scale shield smashing through the ordinary lizards that attempted to intercept it, the Thunderfire energy accurately striking the right node. All three nodes were simultaneously destroyed, and the glow of the fire runes extinguished in an instant. The barrier vanished. Lin Chen rushed towards the tower base. Xiao Tian, cover me. Yan Yulei Longlang expanded its flame and thunder domain around the tower base, preventing lizards from approaching. Lin Chen infused the primordial fire energy from the elemental collector into a specially crafted bomb, placing it at the energy conversion core of the energy tower according to the blueprints provided by Director Zhang. Just then, the Yin Mo Jiang at the top of the tower finally detected the intruder. It let out an enraged roar, pointing its burning longsword at Lin Chen, and a massive fire sword energy cleaved downwards. Be careful. Lin Chen quickly dodged as the sword energy struck the ground, erupting into a sea of flames. The Yin Mo Jiang leapt down from the tower top, each step igniting the ground beneath it, its longsword gathering terrifying energy. Encountering Council Lord, Yin Mo Jiang, level 52, skills, fire sword energy, flame domain, fire embodiment. The Yin Mo Jiang's strength vastly exceeded that of the previously encountered lords. Its flame domain could continuously drain the opponent's energy, and its fire embodiment rendered it immune to physical attacks. Lin Chen knew that prolonging the battle was unwise. The immediate priority was to detonate the bomb. Xiao Tian, entangle it. Lin Chen set the detonation time for 5 minutes later. We must evacuate before then. Yan Yulei Longlang charged at the Yin Mo Jiang. Without hesitation, the Thunderfire Dual Vortex colliding with the fire sword energy, generating massive explosions. The golden dragon scales clashed against the burning armor, producing a harsh metallic screech. Although Xiao Tian was slightly outmatched in strength, it surpassed in speed and agility, continuously wearing down its opponent with Thunderfire energy. Lin Chen glanced back during his retreat and noticed that the flames of the Yin Mo General's sword had suddenly surged, evidently preparing to unleash a powerful attack. He immediately shouted, Xiao Tian, maximize the dragon scale shield. A golden shield illuminated around the Yin Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf, effectively absorbing the impact of the fiery assault. Taking advantage of the smoke generated by the explosion, Xiao Tian transformed into a red streak of light, swiftly joining Lin Chen before they made their escape. After running 5 kilometers, a thunderous explosion echoed behind them. The third energy tower collapsed amidst the flames, dimming the blood-red glow in the northwest district. Just as Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his communicator blared with Su Mu's startled voice. There's a problem with Tower 7. There's more than one Wind Lord here. We are surrounded. Chapter 77. The Flame Dragon and the Ice Phoenix. The eye of the storm at Tower 7 was more ferocious than the storm nodes. Upon arrival, Lin Chen witnessed Su Mu being besieged by 3 Wind Lords, her ice shield already marred with cracks. Wang Meng and Li Na struggled from the side, both bearing wounds. The ice wind energy from Feng Yu formed a barrier, barely fending off the attacks, but it was evident that they had reached their limits. The assailants were 3 Wind Lords from the Blood Moon Council, the level 50 Storm Eagle King, the level 49 Wind Serpent Queen, and the formidable level 53 Wind Walker. These 3 leaders coordinated seamlessly. The Storm Eagle King provided aerial suppression, the Wind Serpent Queen blocked their retreat with poisonous mist, while the Wind Walker harassed them with high-speed strikes. We're here, Lin Chen shouted, instructing Xiao Tian to unleash the realm of thunder and flame, immediately enveloping the battlefield in lightning and fire, temporarily driving back the Wind Lords. Su Mu, what's the situation? Have you found the core of the energy tower? Su Mu leaned against a rock, panting. The Wind Walker can manipulate the flow of energy. We can't get close to the tower's base. It can also create wind clones, making it impossible to discern its true form. Lin Chen observed the battlefield. noting that the Wind Walker's figure continually split while moving at high speed, generating a multitude of afterimages, each capable of launching an attack. Surrounding the energy tower was a swirling azure energy flow, evidently allowing the Wind Walker to replenish its strength through the tower. We must eliminate the Wind Walker first. Lin Chen quickly devised a strategy. Its true form should be located where the energy flow was densest. Feng Yu's ice storm could freeze the energy flow, preventing it from splitting. The awakened ice wind phoenix emitted a clear cry, its wings unfurling as an ice blue storm swept around the energy tower. The previously flowing energy coalesced into icy crystals, and the Wind Walker's afterimages became fixed in place, leaving only the figure directly in front of the tower's base still in motion. That's the true form. We found it. Lina's armor-piercing arrow, infused with ice energy, shot forth, striking the Wind Walker's wing with pinpoint accuracy. The Wind Walker let out an enraged shriek, its high-speed figure momentarily faltering. Xiao Tian, thunder and fire double tornado. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to command the attack. Sumu, use ice spikes to block its retreat. The thunder and flame energy from the Yen Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf roared forth, while Sumu's ice spikes formed a wall around the Wind Walker. Unable to evade the onslaught, the Wind Walker was struck head-on by the thunder and fire double tornado, emitting a cry of agony. At that moment, the Storm Eagle King and the Wind Serpent Queen launched their attacks simultaneously. The Eagle King's wind blades rained down like a tempest, while the Serpent Queen's poisonous mist spread along the winds. Lin Chen commanded Xuanwu to deploy an energy shield and shouted to Wang Meng, "Create a barrier with earth energy to block the poison." Wang Meng's massive axe struck the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise, temporarily shielding them from the toxic fumes. However, the Storm Eagle King's wind blades relentlessly battered against Xuanwu's shield, causing the golden barrier to flicker ominously. This won't do. Lin Chen gazed at the energy tower, realizing they needed to destroy the core swiftly. Sumu, you and Feng Yu go plant the explosives. We'll cover you. The ice wind phoenix spread its wings, unleashing an ice storm that temporarily trapped the two leaders. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu dashed toward the tower's base, ice magic coalescing beneath her feet to form a path of ice, propelling her forward like lightning. Feng Yu released elemental clones to distract the Wind Lords. The Wind Walker, having recovered, emitted a sharp cry, its body exploding with azure light as it reached its maximum speed, shooting like a comet towards Sumu. Not good, Lin Chen shouted. Xiao Tian, intercept. The Yen Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf matched the speed, its golden form colliding with the azure streak in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of thunder and wind energy. The two leaders engaged in a fierce aerial battle, golden dragon scales clashing with azure wind blades, neither yielding. In this brief respite, Sumu successfully positioned the explosives at the core of the energy tower, just as she was about to retreat. The Wind Serpent Queen broke through the earthen wall, spewing poison at her unprepared figure. Be careful. Lina's arrow struck the Wind Serpent Queen's vital point, momentarily halting its assault, but some of the toxic mist had already enveloped Sumu. Purple spots erupted on Sumu's skin, indicating she had been poisoned. Feng Yu emitted an anxious call, infusing Sumu with ice wind energy to temporarily suppress the toxin spread, though its efficacy was limited. Retreat, Lin Chen decisively ordered. Xiao Tian, return. The Yen Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf responded to the command with a dragon's roar, unleashing a surge of thunder and flame to push back the Wind Walker before swiftly returning to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen scooped up the poisoned Sumu and commanded everyone to withdraw. Wang Meng, cover the rear. Lina, provide support. We retreat along the planned route. After reaching a safe distance, Lin Chen pressed the detonator. The seventh energy tower collapsed amidst the ice storm, the azure energy dissipating into the air. The blood-red glow in the northwest district dimmed further, yet Lin Chen's heart sank. The purple spots on Sumu's body continued to spread. The Wind Serpent Queen's toxin was more potent than anticipated. Hold on, Sumu. Lin Chen administered healing potions into her body. We will return to the base to find the antidote. You will be fine. Sumu managed a weak smile, pointing toward the sky. Look, Xiao Tian and Feng Yu. Lin Chen looked up to see the Yen Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf and the Ice Wind Phoenix spiraling in the air, their energies resonating to form a colorful energy barrier, blocking the pursuing Wind Lords. The awakened summoned beasts were utilizing their newfound powers to protect their companions. Chapter 78. Dual Elemental Awakening. On the way back to the base, Sumu's breathing grew increasingly faint. The Wind Serpent Queen's toxin had spread to her neck, her skin exhibiting an eerie bluish-purple hue. Lin Chen poured all his mental strength into the contract link, allowing Feng Yu's ice wind energy to continuously purify the toxin. But the results were minimal. Hold on, we'll reach the base in 10 minutes. Lin Chen's voice trembled. It was the first time he felt so powerless. Once invincible in the game, he now grasped his own insignificance in the face of life and death. Xiao Tian seemed to sense his anxiety, slowing its pace to shield the off-road vehicle with its body. The golden dragon scales emitted a gentle glow, and the thunder and flame energy enveloped the vehicle in a warm current, temporarily slowing the toxin's spread. Feng Yu spread its ice wind wings, accelerating the vehicle's progress, leaving 2 trails of azure and ice blue air behind. The energy shield of the base finally came into view. As Lin Chen rushed into the medical center with Su Mu in his arms, Director Zhang was already waiting with the medical team at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Mu's condition, the old director's expression changed. This is the bone-corroding poison of the Wind Serpent Queen. We need the Wind Serpent's reverse scale and Ice Phoenix flowers to concoct the antidote, but we have none in stock. I'll go get it. Lin Chen turned to leave, but was stopped by Vice President Zhou Ming. The council's full-scale assault has begun. The first line of defense has already fallen. You cannot leave. Zhou Ming's voice was heavy. The medical team will use dialysis equipment to maintain her condition temporarily. We must trust them. Lin Chen watched the red light of the emergency room illuminate, filled with self-reproach. If he hadn't insisted on splitting their forces, if he had arrived sooner. Su Mu wouldn't have been poisoned. Wang Ming patted his shoulder. This isn't your fault. We all did our best. The most important thing now is to destroy the remaining energy towers. Otherwise, more lives will be lost. Lina handed him a recent intelligence report. The guild has organized 5 teams to destroy the energy towers, but the council's counterattack has been fierce, so far. Only 2 towers have been successfully destroyed. General Zhao instructed us to take an hour to regroup before proceeding to support the pivotal number 5 energy tower, which is of the earth attribute and boasts the strongest defenses. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to attain calmness. He approached the window, gazing at the fierce battle outside the base, where cannon fire and beastly roars intertwined to create an apocalyptic scene. The glow of the energy shield was fading, having already dipped below the critical threshold of 50. After an hour, we will set out. Lin Chen's voice resonated with unprecedented determination. Before that, I must see Su Mu. Outside the isolation window of the medical center, Su Mu lay on the hospital bed, her body riddled with tubes, the readings on the life monitor fluctuating weekly. Lin Chen pressed his hand against the glass, silently vowing, "When I return, I will surely save you." He turned and walked towards the training room, with Xiao Tian and Feng Yu quietly following behind. Lin Chen needed to master the full power of his dual attribute awakening in the shortest time possible, not only to destroy the energy tower, but also to protect those around him. Inside the training room's holographic simulator, Lin Chen accessed the combat data of the Flame Demon General and the Windwalker, beginning to rehearse dual attribute tactics repeatedly. Xiao Tian's Thunderfire Dual Tornado could enhance its power through the Dragon Scale Shield, while Feng Yu's Ice Storm could resonate with Su Mu's ice spells. More importantly, he discovered that the energies of the 2 summoned beasts could complement each other. The high temperatures generated by Thunderfire and the low temperatures from the Ice Wind would create a formidable shockwave. This was the elemental clash described in the Elemental Resonance Record. Lin Chen observed the explosive energy data in the simulator, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If he could wield it skillfully, he would possess the strength to confront even the Flame Prison Bear King. An hour later, Lin Chen emerged from the training room, the confusion in his gaze replaced by resolute determination. He addressed Wang Ming and Li Na, who had come to join him. Prepare to depart. Target number 5 energy tower. This time, we will not separate. We will act together. The red light of the medical center turned green just then. Director Zhang exited the emergency room, removing his mask. She is temporarily out of danger, but the antidote must be found within 12 hours. Otherwise, the toxin will infiltrate her heart. A heavy weight lifted from Lin Chen's heart as he said to Director Zhang, "Please take good care of her. We will bring back the antidote." On the way to the number 5 energy tower, Lin Chen activated his communicator, observing the battle footage sent by other teams. The lords of the council were exceedingly tenacious. Each energy tower's guardians exerted their utmost effort, evidently aware of the significance of these towers to the Beast God plan. The No. 5 tower was personally guarded by the Earth attribute leader of the council. Li Na retrieved the data. Earth Golem, level 55. Possessing the strongest defense and recovery abilities of the Earth attribute, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with. Lin Chen caressed Xiao Tian's dragon scales, feeling the mental energy flowing within him. No matter how strong the defense, there are weaknesses. We have dual attribute attacks, and that is our advantage. The flame-prisoned thunder dragon wolf emitted a roar, seemingly responding to his words. The ice wind spirit phoenix settled on Lin Chen's shoulder, its ice-blue feathers gently brushing against his cheek, conveying a sense of reassurance. Lin Chen raised his gaze toward the distant number 5 energy tower, where the earthy yellow glow shone the brightest, clearly the area of concentrated energy. He knew this would be the most arduous battle, yet he no longer hesitated. For he had the most reliable companions and the most powerful summoned beasts by his side. Chapter 79. The Council's Surprise Attack. The No. 5 energy tower stood like a black crystal that had sprouted from the ground, its towering height of 100 meters adorned with earthy yellow runes, seamlessly blending into the surrounding rocky terrain. There were no ordinary monsters guarding the base. Instead, a thick layer of rocky armor surrounded it, evidently a defensive fortification of the Earth Golem. Lin Chen crouched on a distant hillside, observing carefully with binoculars. The absence of guards made it even more dangerous. For the Earth Golem had surely connected the energy tower with the surrounding geological structures, triggering traps upon any approach. Wang Ming pressed his hand against the ground, sensing subtle vibrations. There is energy flowing underground, covering a vast area, at least a radius of 1 kilometer. It can perceive our location through the earth. Lina adjusted her specially made arrows. The armor-piercing arrows provided by Director Zhang can penetrate rock, but they need to hit the energy node. The problem is we cannot locate where the node is. Lin Chen accessed the data on the Earth Golem. The energy core of an Earth Attribute Lord is usually located at the heart, but the Earth Golem is rather unique. Its core can move, hidden in any location within its rocky armor. At that moment, the ground around the energy tower suddenly heaved, a fissure opening in the rocky armor as the head of the Earth Golem rose from the gap. This lord's physique resembled a small mountain, composed entirely of black rock, with eyes like burning orange crystals, wielding a massive stone hammer. Encountered Council Lord. Earth Golem, level 55. Skills: Rock Armor, Seismic Wave, Earth Devour. Core Shift. The Earth Golem had evidently detected them, letting out a deep roar as it slammed its stone hammer into the ground. The rocks on the hillside immediately loosened, boulders cascading down like a waterfall, completely exposing their position. We have been discovered, Lin Chen shouted, commanding a retreat. Quickly leave the hillside. As they reached the flat ground, the hillside where they had just stood collapsed, forming a massive pit. The Earth Golem's stone hammer struck the ground again, causing spiderweb-like fissures to crack open. Orange energy flowing along the crevices, animating the rocks in its wake into numerous small stone monsters. They are earth puppets. Wang Ming swung his giant axe, cleaving through the approaching stone monsters, but there were too many. They seemed endless. Lin Chen noticed that the energy of the stone monsters originated from the Earth Golem. As long as it continued to supply energy, the puppets would appear in a steady stream. He made a decisive call. We must cut off the energy supply first. Xiao Tian, use Thunderfire Dual Tornado to attack the base of the energy tower. The golden silhouette of the flame-prisoned thunder dragon wolf surged forth like lightning. The Thunderfire energy erupting at the base of the energy tower, temporarily halting the flow of energy. The movements of the stone monsters noticeably slowed, and the rocks on them began to crumble. Effective, Lin Chen exclaimed. Fengyu, freeze the fissures with ice storm to prevent energy recovery. The ice wind spirit phoenix spread its wings, the ice blue storm swiftly enveloping the ground fissures, freezing the orange energy flow into ice crystals. The Earth Golem let out an enraged roar, its rocky armor cracking open even more fissures as its massive body fully emerged from the ground. The stone hammer in its hand gathering terrifying energy. It is about to unleash its ultimate move. Lin Chen shouted, Xuanwu, maximize the energy shield. Everyone, take cover behind the shield. The golden shield of the golden stone armor turtle instantly expanded, enveloping them all. The Earth Golem's stone hammer crashed down upon the ground, a terrifying seismic wave radiating from the energy tower's center, causing the earth to undulate like waves, the runes on the rocky armor shining brightly. The Xuanwu shield trembled violently amidst the seismic wave, the golden patterns flickering incessantly, ultimately shattering after enduring for 3 seconds. Everyone was thrown back by the shockwave. Wang Ming and Li Na sustained minor injuries, while Lin Chen remained unharmed thanks to Xiao Tian's protection. This defense is incredibly formidable. Wang Ming struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ordinary attacks cannot breach its defenses. Lin Chen observed the ever-flowing energy on the Earth Golem, and suddenly recalled the records in the elemental resonance record. Earth attributes are most vulnerable to high-frequency vibrations and extreme temperature differences. Xiao Tian, Fengyu, Prepare for elemental clash. The flame prison thunder dragon wolf and ice wind spirit phoenix soared into the sky. Their thunder fire and ice wind energies converging above. The two opposing energies collided, generating high-frequency vibrational waves that struck the earth golem's rocky armor like invisible blades. Crack! Spiderweb-like fissures appeared on the armor, and the earth golem emitted a pained roar, its orange energy flow becoming chaotic. We have found it. Lina's armor-piercing arrow accurately shot toward the fissure, which was the temporarily stagnant energy core. The core is located on its left shoulder. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, commanding all summoned beasts to launch a full-scale attack. Xiao Tian, Thunderfire Dual Tornado. Fengyu, Enhance Ice Storm. Xuanwu, Energy Impact. Three energies simultaneously struck the earth golem's left shoulder, shattering the rocky armor and revealing the pulsating orange core within. The earth golem let out a thunderous roar in agony, its colossal form beginning to crumble, ultimately disintegrating into a myriad of rock fragments. The earthy glow of the energy tower extinguished with the demise of the earth golem. Lin Chen discovered a flickering orange crystal amidst the debris. This was the core of the earth golem, a vital ingredient for concocting the antidote for Sumu. We did it, Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement, but his smile quickly froze on his face. In the distance, dozens of flying demon beasts were approaching, with the Inferno Bear King leading the charge. This strongest leader of the council had evidently been drawn by the explosion of the energy tower and had come personally to investigate. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the orange crystal, observing the horrifying figure drawing nearer, aware that the true battle was finally upon them. Chapter 80. Tactical Emergence. The shadow of the Inferno Bear King loomed over the entire sky. This level 58 council leader was as massive as a hill, its black fur ablaze with dark red flames. Each flap of its wings generated waves of scorching heat, sizzling the rocks beneath. Run! We are no match for it. Wang Ming pulled Lin Chen behind him, gripping his giant axe in a defensive stance. You take the crystal and flee. I will hold it off. However, Lin Chen did not retreat. He gazed at the blood-red crystal embedded in the Inferno Bear King's forehead and suddenly recalled details from the memory of the Wind Wolf King. Its target was the remnants of the energy tower. Not us. The council needed to recover the energy core, otherwise, the Beast God plan would be delayed. Indeed, upon landing, the Inferno Bear King did not immediately attack, but instead approached the ruins of the energy tower, its massive claws sifting through the rubble, evidently searching for the undestroyed core components. Its attention was solely focused on energy recovery, casting only a disdainful glance at Lin Chen and his companions, as if regarding insignificant ants. This is our opportunity, Lin Chen whispered urgently. Its defenses are weakest while it is recovering energy. We can launch a surprise attack and at least inflict some damage. Lina shook her head. The gap is too vast. Even if we succeed in a sneak attack, we won't harm it, and it could cost us everything. How will we know unless we try? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. We possess dual attribute attacks and an elemental counter strategy. This is our only chance. If we can wound it, we can buy more time for the base. He quickly devised a strategy. Xiao Tian and Fengyu. Prepare for elemental counter. Target the base of its wings, where the energy flow is weakest. Wang Ming, distract it with your axe. Lina, prepare the armor-piercing arrow to strike the blood-red crystal once it is injured. With the plan set, Lin Chen took a deep breath, elevating his mental focus to its peak. He could sense the surging energy within Xiao Tian and Fengyu, both summoned beasts ready for action, golden and azure light swirling within them. Now, Wang Ming roared, unleashing his axe imbued with earth energy towards the Inferno Bear King's hind leg. Though this strike failed to inflict damage, it successfully drew the beast's attention. The Inferno Bear King turned in fury, dark red flames coalescing in its mouth, evidently preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Now, Lin Chen shouted, elemental counter. The thunderous energy of the Inferno Thunder Dragon Wolf collided with the icy winds of the Ice Wind Spirit Phoenix in the sky, generating high-frequency vibrations that struck the base of the Inferno Bear King's wings with pinpoint accuracy. The Inferno Bear King howled in agony, the fur at the base of its wings torn apart, revealing the searing muscle beneath. Although the wound quickly became engulfed in flames and began to heal, it evidently impaired its flight capability. Effective, Lin Chen exclaimed. Lina, fire the arrow. The armor-piercing arrow whistled through the air toward the blood-red crystal on the Inferno Bear King's forehead, but it was intercepted by a fiery shield just before contact. The Inferno Bear King was utterly enraged, dark red flames enveloping its entire body, the surrounding temperature soaring to the point where rocks began to melt. Retreat. Lin Chen understood the importance of knowing when to withdraw. Their objective had been achieved. The group swiftly retreated while Xiao Tian and Feng Yu unleashed energy to hinder any pursuit. After running a considerable distance, Lin Chen glanced back to see the Inferno Bear King roaring amidst the ruins of the energy tower, yet it did not pursue. It remained fixated on recovering the energy core. We successfully wounded it. Li Na exclaimed with excitement. This is the strongest leader of the council. Lin Chen, however, looked at the orange crystal in his hand, devoid of victorious joy. This is merely temporary. It will recover swiftly. We must return to the base without delay, not only to save Su Mu but also to inform everyone of the Inferno Bear King's weakness. On the journey back to the base, the communicator transmitted good news. The other 4 energy towers had been successfully destroyed by other teams, leaving only the final 2 main towers guarded by the Inferno Bear King. General Zhao's voice, weary yet filled with hope, resonated. You all did excellently, Xingho team. Return now. We need you for the final battle plan. As they finally caught sight of the base's entrance, Lin Chen's wristband vibrated unexpectedly. It was a message from the medical center. Su Mu's condition had worsened. Toxins were beginning to invade her heart, and the antidote was urgently needed. Lin Chen's heart raced as he rushed toward the medical center, acutely aware that time was of the essence, not only for Su Mu's sake, but for the future of Jiang City as well. Chapter 81. Weakness Analysis. Outside the emergency room of the medical center, Lin Chen paced anxiously. Director Zhang was inside preparing the antidote with the core of the earth golem. Through the glass wall, he could see Su Mu's pallid complexion, her life monitoring curve nearly a straight line. Rest assured, the old director is the best pharmacist in the base. Deputy Chairman Zhou Ming reassured him, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder and offering a cup of hot water. The council's offensive has temporarily halted. The Inferno Bear King seems to be regrouping, giving us a few hours to catch our breath. Lin Chen accepted the cup, his fingers trembling slightly. I shouldn't have let her act alone. If only I had. No what ifs. Lin Chen, Zhou Ming interrupted, his expression turning serious. Every decision on the battlefield carries risks. You have done remarkably well. Destroying 2 energy towers and wounding the Inferno Bear King was beyond anyone's expectations. He displayed a video. This footage was captured by a drone. The Inferno Bear King's wings are indeed injured and cannot achieve high-speed flight for the foreseeable future. General Zhao wishes you to analyze its weaknesses and formulate the final battle strategy. In the video, the Inferno Bear King was seen repairing the energy tower. Although its wing injury was healing amidst flames, it was evidently somewhat unbalanced during flight. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon its neck, where the fur color was slightly lighter than elsewhere and devoid of flames. There, Lin Chen pointed at the video. Its neck is a blind spot for energy flow. The flame coverage is weakest. Zhou Ming immediately instructed the technicians to enlarge the image, and they soon discovered faint blue energy flowing beneath the lighter fur, starkly contrasting with the dark red flames of other areas. This is a manifestation of its core energy clashing with the council's energy. The memory of the Wind Wolf King had mentioned that the Inferno Bear King was originally a neutral lord, forcibly controlled by the council, hence the energy conflict. This revelation sparked Lin Chen's interest. If they could amplify this conflict, perhaps they could free it from the council's control. Just then, the emergency room door opened, and Director Zhang emerged, weary but relieved. The antidote has been successfully prepared and injected into Su Mu. The toxins are receding. However, she needs to rest and cannot partake in battle any longer. Lin Chen's anxious heart finally eased. He turned to Zhou Ming, saying, I need to go to the command center. I have new findings regarding the Inferno Bear King's weaknesses. The tactical meeting at the command center was in full swing. General Zhao projected the final battle plan onto the screen. The remaining 2 main towers were the core of the Beast God plan and must be destroyed before the Blood Moon descended. However, the Inferno Bear King was guarding them, and conventional attacks would be ineffective. They needed to devise a targeted strategy. Lin Chen approached the stage and summoned the energy analysis chart of the Yin Yuxiong Wang. Its vulnerability lay in the energy conflict zone at its neck, an area shielded from flames and a critical point controlled by the council. If a dual attribute attack were concentrated there, it could not only inflict damage but also potentially disrupt the council's mental control. Director Zhang added that, according to the energy analysis, the defenses in that region were 40 weaker than in other areas, and particularly susceptible to dual attacks of lightning and ice. Lin Chen's Xiao Tian and Feng Yu possessed precisely these 2 attributes. General Zhao tapped his fingers on the map. We can deploy as follows. The main force will feign an attack from the front to draw the Yin Yuxiong Wang's attention. The Xinghua team will maneuver from the flank to approach using terrain cover and launch their dual attribute attack. Other teams will be tasked with clearing the surrounding lords to prevent reinforcements. He turned to Lin Chen. This mission is the most perilous. Do you have confidence in its completion? Lin Chen thought of Su Mu, bedridden, the fallen Feng Lang Wang, and the people in the base awaiting hope. He nodded resolutely. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. After the meeting, Lin Chen visited Su Mu in her hospital room. She had awakened. Her complexion pale, yet her gaze clear. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she offered a weak smile. I heard you were going to confront the Yin Yuxiong Wang. Lin Chen sat by her bedside, taking her hand. Do not worry. We have a plan. Rest well, and we shall return. Su Mu retrieved a blue ice amulet from beneath her pillow. This is made from Feng Yu's feathers. It can withstand a lethal attack once, and you must carry it. Lin Chen accepted the amulet, feeling the residual icy energy, warmth swelling in his heart. He gently embraced Su Mu. Upon my return, we will watch the sunrise at the elemental node together. As he exited the hospital room, the evening sun streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon the cold metallic walls. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the amulet, his resolve solidifying. The final battle was imminent, regardless of the price. He would emerge victorious. Chapter 82. Simulation training 12 hours before the decisive confrontation, the base entered a state of heightened alert. Soldiers reinforced defensive structures. Hunter teams inspected their gear, and researchers conducted final weapon calibrations, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Lin Chen led the Xinghua team to the simulation training room, where the holographic simulator could realistically recreate battlefield conditions and opponent capabilities. He retrieved the latest data on the Yin Yuxiong Wang and set up the final confrontation scenario. We have only one opportunity to strike and must ensure a precise hit on its weakness. Let us commence the simulation until we achieve a 100 success rate. The first simulation ended in failure. They had underestimated the Yin Yuxiong Wang's perception range and were detected as they approached. The simulated Xiao Tian was swiftly overwhelmed by fiery onslaughts. Lin Chen scrutinized the data replay, his brow furrowed. Its mental coverage extends beyond the intelligence reports. We must find a method to shield from its mental detection. Wang Meng recalled their previous battle. The Xianwu's energy shield could block physical attacks, but could not prevent mental probing. Unless we create a disturbance field using dual attribute energy. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. The collision of Xiao Tian's thunderfire energy and Feng Yu's icy wind could disrupt mental detection. In the second simulation, they attempted to generate small-scale elemental clashes while approaching. Indeed, the Yin Yuxiong Wang's perception exhibited blind spots, allowing them to draw near its attack range. However, just as they initiated their full assault, the simulated Yin Yuxiong Wang suddenly turned, engulfing everyone in flames. Its reaction speed exceeded their expectations. Lina wiped the sweat from her brow. Our attack tempo is too slow. Lin Chen analyzed the data. Elemental clashes require 3 seconds of energy accumulation. That duration is a vulnerability. We must find a way to shorten this accumulation time or use other attacks to mask the energy fluctuations. He recalled a passage from the literature, mental guidance. If I inject mental energy into both types, forcibly accelerating their fusion, perhaps I can reduce the accumulation time to 1 second. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Forcibly accelerating energy fusion could lead to energy surges, endangering oneself. Yet Lin Chen hesitated not. During the third simulation, he maximized his mental energy, infusing it into Xiao Tian and Feng Yu. The thunderfire and icy wind energies collided under forced guidance, generating a shockwave exponentially stronger than before, albeit at the cost of Lin Chen's mental strength. Blood trickling from his lips. It worked. Li Na exclaimed. The accumulation time reduced to 0.8 seconds. They successfully struck the weakness. But Lin Chen's mental energy depletion was excessive, and the simulated him fell into a brief stupor post-attack. Should such a situation arise in real combat, the consequences would be dire. A method to reduce mental energy consumption was imperative. Lin Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, pondering if he could utilize an external energy source. Suddenly, he remembered the residual primordial energy within the elemental collector. I shall use this. Infusing primordial energy into his mental strength could diminish the backlash. In the fourth simulation, Lin Chen merged primordial energy with his mental strength and infused it into the summoned beast. The power of the elemental clash not only remained undiminished, but grew stronger with the addition of primordial energy, while his mental energy consumption decreased by 60, preventing any backlash. Perfect, Wang Ming exclaimed. This method is viable. In the subsequent hours, they continually refined tactical details. How Wang Ming's earth energy could create the optimal attack platform. When Li Na's armor-piercing arrows should be fired for maximum effect, and how Xianwu's shield could be deployed most swiftly post-attack. As their success rate stabilized at 100, The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The blood moon was set to descend, and the moment of reckoning drew ever nearer. Lin Chen gazed into the bloodshot yet determined eyes of his team members, a swell of confidence rising within him. After a brief hour of rest to replenish energy, Lin Chen powered down the simulator. In 1 hour, we shall set forth to create miracles. Outside the training room, the sun broke through the crimson clouds, casting a golden sheen upon the energy shield of the base. Lin Chen understood that this might be the last sunrise many would see, yet he vowed to ensure that more would witness the sun of tomorrow. Chapter 83. Practical Examination. The horn of the final battle sounded in the morning light. The energy shield of the base slowly opened a breach, and a coalition of thousands of soldiers and hunters surged forth like a tide towards the 2 final energy towers. Artillery fire cleared the path ahead, the light of energy cannons streaking across the sky like meteors. Lin Chen's Xinghua team lay concealed among the ruins on the flank, awaiting the main force to draw the Yin Yu Xiongwang's attention. Through his binoculars, he spotted the towering energy tower, its earthy glow more radiant than before. Evidently, in the final stages of energy accumulation, the main force had entered the attack range. Wang Ming's voice quivered with tension. The Yin Yu Xiongwang is reacting. The ground surrounding the energy tower heaved, and the massive form of the Yin Yu Xiongwang rose from beneath, dark red flames enveloping it as it let out a deafening roar. Its wings had fully healed, yet Lin Chen noticed that as it flapped, the blue energy flows at its neck exhibited fluctuations. Its old wounds had not completely mended. Now is the moment. Lin Chen whispered orders. Act according to plan. Maintain stealth. The team advanced towards the predetermined attack position, using the ruins as cover. Xiao Tian and Feng Yu forged ahead, continuously creating small-scale elemental clashes to disrupt the Yin Yu Xiongwang's mental detection. Xian Wu employed an energy shield to mask their presence, while Wang Ming and Li Na remained vigilant, on guard against potential ambushes. As they neared the edge of the attack range, an unforeseen event occurred. A patrolling wind-type lord detected them, emitting a sharp alarm. The Yin Yu Xiongwang's attention pivoted instantly towards the flank, dark red flames gathering in its mouth. They were exposed. Lin Chen decisively ordered a preemptive strike. Wang Ming, create the earth platform. Wang Ming's giant axe struck the ground with force, earthy energy surging forth, forming a towering rock platform. Lin Chen leaped onto the platform, merging the primordial energy with his mental force and injecting it into Xiao Tian and Feng Yu. Elemental clash. Targeting the neck, the Yin Yu Lei Long Lang and Bing Feng Ling Huang simultaneously ascended, as the energies of thunder and fire collided with ice and wind under enforced guidance, creating shockwaves akin to invisible blades that accurately struck the neck of the Yin Yu Xiongwang. A howl erupted from the Yin Yu Xiongwang, its fur at the neck being violently disrupted, revealing the searing muscles and blue energy currents beneath. The blood-colored crystal controlled by the council began to crack, and dark red flames erupted in brief chaos. Success. Li Na's armor-piercing arrow, imbued with ice energy, was shot forth, striking the fissure with precision and shattering the blood-colored crystal completely. The Yin Yu Xiongwang's body trembled violently as the dark red flames gradually receded, revealing its original brown fur. It stared blankly at its own claws, the fierceness in its eyes replaced by confusion, clearly liberated from the council's control. We did it! Wang Ming shouted in excitement. At that moment, the energy tower suddenly erupted in blinding light, the blood moon in the sky reaching its zenith. The Yin Yu Xiongwang clutched its head in agony, its body once again enveloped in dark red flames. As the confusion in its gaze was overtaken by a deeper ferocity, the council's backup control program was activated. Not good. It is about to self-destruct. Lin Chen observed the sharply rising energy index surrounding the energy tower and shouted for a hasty retreat. The body of the Yin Yu Xiongwang began to swell, the dark red flames reaching unprecedented intensity. It gazed at the distant energy tower and let out a deafening roar, its massive form charging towards the energy tower, evidently intent on perishing alongside it. Stop it! Lin Chen cried out, or all previous efforts would be in vain. The Yin Yu Lei Long Lang and Bing Feng Ling Huang unleashed their strongest attack simultaneously, intertwining the thunder-fire dual dragon tornado and ice storm into a wall of energy, attempting to obstruct the Yin Yu Xiongwang. Yet, at this moment, the Yin Yu Xiongwang had entered a frenzy, and the energy wall crumbled before it like paper. With the last elemental clash, Lin Chen poured all his mental force and primordial energy into the summoned creature, aiming for its heart. The final elemental clash produced a tremendous explosion, and the Yin Yu Xiongwang's charge finally halted. It lowered its head to gaze at the wound on its chest, a flicker of relief crossing its eyes. As its colossal body collapsed before the energy tower, completely devoid of life. Almost simultaneously, the brilliance of the energy tower peaked, then began to dim sharply, ultimately extinguishing completely. The blood moon in the sky lost its energy supply, gradually vanishing into the clouds. Distant cheers erupted, as the main force successfully destroyed the last energy tower. Lin Chen looked at the fallen figure of the Yin Yuxiong Wang, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. This victory came at a tremendous cost. Yet they had ultimately triumphed. Chapter 84. Research on attribute restraint. At the moment the blood moon descended, Jiangcheng's energy shield erupted with dazzling light. The survivors emerged from their shelters, gazing at the dissipating crimson clouds above, voicing their triumphant cries of survival. The base's broadcast echoed with General Zhao's hoarse but powerful voice. We have won. The conspiracy of the Blood Moon Council has been shattered, and the Beast God Project is utterly bankrupt. The Xinghua squad stood atop the ruins of the energy tower, looking at the celebrating crowd in the distance, their faces displaying weary yet content smiles. Wang Meng thrust his giant axe into the ground and plopped down amidst the ruins. Finally over. Time for a good rest. Li Na wiped her bow, the arrowhead glinting coldly in the sunlight. Over? I fear it is not that simple. Although the council has failed, many lords still roam the periphery, and we remain unaware of the full truth behind the Beast God Project. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the corpse of the Yin Yuxiong Wang, its body dissipating into specks of light, with the purest strand of energy merging into him. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated, displaying new intelligence. Unknown energy fluctuations detected, 90 match with prehistoric civilization relics. Prehistoric civilization relics? Lin Chen recalled the records in Elemental Resonance Chronicles, which stated that the power of ancient summoners derived from prehistoric civilizations. Could it be that elemental nodes and energy towers were both modifications of prehistoric relics? He activated the communicator to contact Director Zhang. Does the Research Institute possess any information regarding prehistoric civilizations? Director Zhang responded with surprise. Why do you suddenly ask this? While analyzing the remnants of the energy tower, we discovered some strange symbols that are currently being deciphered. Preliminary estimates suggest that these energy towers indeed are creations of prehistoric civilization, with the council merely having grasped a portion of their usage. A surge of curiosity welled within Lin Chen. Where are these symbols located? I wish to see them. In the underground laboratory of the Research Institute. The core components of the energy tower were carefully placed within a containment field. The blood-colored runes on the surface had faded, revealing even older golden patterns beneath, identical to the runes of the elemental nodes. These symbols recorded methods of energy conversion. Director Zhang pointed to one segment of the pattern. We found that energies of different attributes can convert under specific conditions, which overturns our previous understanding. Lin Chen's attention was drawn to a segment detailing attribute restraint. This segment meticulously documented the interactions among elements. Fire restrains wind, wind restrains earth, earth restrains water, water restrains fire. However, dual attributes can break this restraint. For instance, the thunder-fire dual attribute can restrain pure fire attributes. This revelation enlightened him. No wonder the Yin Yuxiong Wang was injured by our dual attribute attack. It is a pure fire attribute, while our thunder-fire dual attribute contains the power of thunder that restrains it. Director Zhang adjusted his glasses. This reveals the profound principle of attribute restraint. A single attribute has a clear restraint relationship, yet dual attributes can form complements, even reversing the restraint. If we can master this principle, we could devise optimal strategies against different beast types. Lin Chen retrieved previous battle data. Systematically studying attribute restraint. Xiao Tian's thunder-fire dual attribute restrains pure fire and pure wind attributes, but is restrained by pure water attributes. Feng Yu's ice-wind dual attribute restrains pure earth and pure wind attributes, but is restrained by pure fire attributes. His fingers danced over the virtual keyboard, constructing a complex model of attribute restraint. If we could awaken 3 attributes and summon beasts, forming a triangular cycle, we could achieve comprehensive defense. This notion sparked a glimmer of realization in Director Zhang's eyes. Theoretically feasible, but it requires a more powerful energy source and a more complex fusion ritual. The elemental altar mentioned in the literature may be capable of this, as it served as a site for attribute fusion in prehistoric civilization. Where is the elemental altar? Lin Chen pressed on. Director Zhang produced an ancient map, based on the deciphered runes. The largest elemental altar is deep within the ancient ruins south of the city, precisely in the underground exhibition hall of the museum you previously explored. The energy fluctuations there perfectly match the prehistoric civilization energy we detected. Lin Chen recalled the elemental altar in the underground exhibition hall of the museum, realizing that while he had focused on combating the elemental guardian beasts, he had not thoroughly explored it. It appeared that greater secrets lay hidden there. We shall explore it tomorrow, Lin Chen resolved. As research on attribute restraint pertains to future combat methods, mastering it promptly is imperative. As he departed the research institute, night had fallen. The base's celebration continued, the glow of the bonfire illuminating the joyful faces of the people. Lin Chen gazed at this hard-won peace, his determination to uncover the truth solidified. Only by mastering greater power could he safeguard this tranquility. Chapter 85. Legends of the Altar. The underground exhibition hall of the museum in the southern city was even quieter than the last time. After the destruction of the Blood Moon Council, the energy fluctuations here had stabilized, yet a faint trace of elemental essence still lingered in the air. Lin Chen's team held specially designed glow sticks, cautiously traversing the shattered exhibition hall, advancing toward the location of the elemental altar etched in their memories. According to the map provided by Director Zhang, the altar should be at the deepest part of the exhibition hall, just beyond that stone door. Lin Chen pointed to a stone door inscribed with runes ahead. The patterns on the door were identical to the golden runes of the energy tower's core. Wang Ming attempted to push the stone door, but it did not budge. It is too heavy. It would take at least 10 people to open it. Furthermore, there exists an energy lock upon the stone door. Forcibly opening it would trigger a trap. Lina meticulously examined the runes inscribed on the stone door. These were elemental runes that required corresponding energies to activate. Observe, there are 5 recesses, each corresponding to the elements of fire, water, wind, earth, and thunder. Lin Chen instructed Xiao Tian to breathe a small flame into the fire recess, which immediately illuminated with a vibrant red glow. He subsequently directed Feng Yu and Xian Wu to infuse the respective energies into the corresponding recesses. All 5 recesses glowed brilliantly, and the stone door emitted a deep, resonant sound as it gradually swung open. Behind the door lay a vast subterranean chamber, far more magnificent than one could have imagined. In the center of the circular hall stood an altar towering 10 meters high, composed of 5 colored crystals corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes. Surrounding the altar was an intricate array of golden runes, forming a colossal energy circulation formation. This was the elemental altar. Lin Chen marveled at the scene before him. More spectacular than the descriptions in the literature, its energy conversion efficiency was at least 10 times that of the energy tower. Director Zhang's communication arrived just in time. We have detected energy fluctuations from the altar via satellite. It is currently in a dormant state and requires a specific ritual for activation. The elemental key mentioned in the literature should be nearby. Locating it will enable the altar's activation. The elemental key consists of 5 crystals, each engraved with elemental runes corresponding to the 5 attributes. Lin Chen's team searched the hall diligently and soon discovered them nestled within the stone pillars at each corner. Each crystal radiated the glow of its respective element, resonating with the altar's energy. What should we do now? Wang Ming placed the earth attribute crystal into the altar's corresponding recess, which immediately fitted snugly and emitted an earthy yellow light. Should we place all the keys at once? Lin Chen shook his head. It is not that simple. The literature specifies that activating the altar requires a specific sequence. Otherwise, it could lead to an energy surge. The correct order should follow the cycle of earth generating metal, metal generating water, water generating wood, wood generating fire, and fire generating earth. However, there are no metal and wood attributes here. Suddenly, he recalled the principle of dual attribute awakening. Perhaps we could substitute with dual attribute energy. Following earth, the next is thunder, which generates wind, wind generates ice, ice generates fire, and fire generates earth, forming a cycle. This conjecture was bold yet aligned with the elemental philosophy of ancient civilizations. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen placed the earth attribute crystal into the recess and subsequently added the thunder, wind, ice, and fire attribute crystals in order. Once all 5 crystals were embedded, the altar erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and the energies of the 5 elements flowed within the circulation formation, forming a multicolored energy column that shot up to the ceiling. The entire hall began to tremble, the golden runes illuminating in unison as the ancient altar slowly awakened. Elemental altar activation successful. Permissions granted. Elemental conversion, attribute fusion, energy enhancement, dual attribute summoned beasts detected, attribute sublimation is possible. A system notification resonated in Lin Chen's mind, and he could distinctly feel the altar's energy resonating with Xiao Tian and Feng Yu. The two summoned beasts excitedly approached the altar as the golden runes danced around them, seemingly conducting some form of ritual. Just then, movement emerged from the shadows of the hall as dozens of pairs of glowing eyes flickered in the darkness. Lin Chen immediately became alert, raising his glow stick toward the shadows. It was the elemental puppets of the ancient civilization, activated by the altar-S energy. Here to guard this ancient relic. Chapter 86. Exploration of the ruins as the morning light pierced through the clouds. Lin Chen's team arrived at the entrance of the elemental ruins documented in the literature. This ancient structure, concealed within a valley, was partially buried underground. Its exposed lintel adorned with long-lost elemental runes that still shimmered faintly despite the ravages of time. Xianwu used its energy shield to clear the debris at the entrance, causing the runes to suddenly illuminate, projecting a complex array onto the ground. This was the entrance formation of the ancient summoners. Lin Chen crouched to touch the runes. Feeling a familiar energy wave, corresponding elemental energy needed to be infused to unlock it. Xiao Tian, try infusing it with thunderfire energy. The Yin Yulei Long Lang unleashed a stream of fine thunderfire, precisely injecting it into the formation nodes. The runes seemed to come alive, lighting up in sequence, and the heavy stone door creaked open slowly, revealing a pitch-black passage. The walls on either side of the passage were embedded with glowing elemental crystals, illuminating the path as bright as day. Fengyu, scout ahead. Lin Chen signaled the team to remain vigilant. The ice wind spirit phoenix spread its wings and flew into the passage, quickly relaying a clear image. At the end of the passage was a circular hall, with a stone platform in the center, surrounded by scattered bones and a faint residue of energy permeating the air. Upon entering the hall, Lin Chen noticed murals adorning the walls, depicting scenes of ancient summoners coexisting with elemental beasts. Most striking was a grand painting. 10 robed summoners stood around an altar, each manipulating different elemental energies, with a 7-colored crystal suspended in the center. This was the prototype of the elemental altar. Sumu caressed the mural, the gem atop her staff resonating. The runes depicted were identical to those discovered at the volcanic ruins, indicating this was indeed a sacred training ground for ancient summoners. Suddenly, Wang Ming's massive axe struck the ground, producing a crisp sound. Watch your step. Everyone looked down to see that the stone slabs beneath them were silently shifting, revealing spikes below. Lin Chen immediately commanded Xianwu to deploy its energy shield, enveloping everyone within a golden barrier. As the trap was triggered, the stone walls of the hall suddenly unleashed a barrage of elemental arrows, fire, ice, and wind blades interwoven into a lethal barrage. It was a defensive mechanism. Lina swiftly knocked an arrow to her bow, accurately targeting the arrow launch points on the walls. These arrows tracked energy fluctuations and could not be entirely evaded. Xiao Tian, unleash the thunderfire domain. Lin Chen shouted. The Yin Yulei Long Lang erupted with thunderfire energy, forming a swirling energy wall that annihilated the elemental arrows upon contact. Xianwu seized the opportunity to seal the trap's opening with its stone armor, causing the heavy stone slab to close once more under the pressure of energy. After the mechanisms temporarily subsided, the stone platform in the center of the hall suddenly rose, revealing a passage below. The entrance to the passage was inscribed with a prominent warning rune: non-elemental inheritors, enter and perish. Lin Chen pressed his palm against the rune, and the fragments of the Heart of Elements suddenly glowed, resonating with the rune. The warning rune gradually faded, replaced by a gentle light: Thunderfire Inheritor, Icewind Inheritor, Earth Inheritor. Welcome back. It appeared our summoned beast's attributes perfectly matched the requirements. Lin Chen sighed in relief. This was likely an identity verification set by the ancient summoners, allowing only those with corresponding elemental attributes to enter. The scenery within the passage opened up magnificently, leading into a long corridor that extended into the depths, with elemental crystals displayed in niches on either side, emanating energies of various attributes. Suddenly, Fengyu emitted a warning call. Lin Chen, through shared vision, saw that at the end of the corridor stood several stone statues, their eyes glowing a menacing red, wielding rusted spears. Guardian Stone Statue detected, level 45, skills, elemental charge, stone skin hardening, energy rebound. The stone statues activated suddenly as the team approached, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. They moved with clear purpose. Spear-wielding statues charged forward while shield-bearing statues formed a defensive formation, their bodies illuminated by runes glowing with various elemental lights. Assign the fire attribute stone statue to Xiao Tian, the ice attribute to Fengyu, and the earth attribute to Xianwu. Lin Chen instantly strategized. directing Wang Meng to protect the flanks while instructing Li Na to target their joints with precision. The Yin Yu Lei Longlang's Thunderfire Dual Vortex erupted first, enveloping the fire attribute stone statue. The stone skin of the statue cracked under the intense heat, but still retaliated by wielding its spear. The Ice Wind Spirit Phoenix's Ice Storm froze the joints of the Ice Attribute Stone statue, while wind blades precisely severed its energy lines. Xian Wu's energy shield blocked the charge of the Earth Attribute Stone statue, producing a dull thud as the stone armor collided. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Chen discovered that the energy core of the stone statues resided within the crystal embedded in their chests, requiring corresponding elemental attacks to destroy it. He commanded the summoned beasts to concentrate their attacks on the core. Thunderfire countered the ice attribute, while Icewind countered the fire attribute, and the energy of the earth could neutralize the soil attribute. As the last stone statue crashed to the ground, the door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. Behind it lay a more spacious area, at the center of which stood a colossal circular altar, precisely the elemental enhancement device recorded in ancient texts. Surrounding the altar were 8 elemental nodes, each corresponding to different attributes, their crystals flickering with faint light. Finally, they had found it. Li Na excitedly stepped forward but was halted by an invisible force, an energy barrier. Lin Chen noticed the groove at the center of the altar, perfectly shaped to accommodate the fragments of the elemental heart. He placed the shard into the groove, and it erupted with a dazzling array of colors, resonating with the surrounding elemental nodes. The runes on the altar lit up in sequence, forming a massive energy vortex. Just then, the entire ruin trembled violently, and a deep roar emanated from beneath the altar. Lin Chen's heart tightened, knowing that the true guardian beast was about to emerge. The ultimate test of the elemental altar was only just beginning. Chapter 87. Elemental Guardian. The brilliance of the energy vortex intensified, and the ground beneath the altar cracked open, releasing a surge of dense elemental energy. A colossal beast, formed from the 8 elements, began to rise slowly. Its body was composed of flames, ice, rock, storms, and other energies. While its head shimmered with a myriad of colors, it was the ultimate boss guarding the elemental altar, the Elemental Guardian. Encountered Ancient Guardian Beast, Elemental Guardian, Level 60, Skills, Elemental Storm, Attribute Switch, Energy Absorption, Primordial Impact, Traits, Immune to single attribute attacks. Each attribute switch resets part of its health. The roar of the Elemental Guardian reverberated throughout the space, with 8 elemental energies swirling within its form, causing its surface color to constantly change. Lin Chen instantly understood the warning in the texts. This guardian beast could switch attributes at will, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. They needed to employ dual attribute attacks. Lin Chen shouted, "Xiao Tian, prepare Thunderfire Twin Tornado. Feng Yu, restrain it with Icewind Storm. Xian Wu, guard the entrance of the altar." The Thunderfire energy from the Yin Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf resonated with the fire attribute of the Elemental Guardian, causing its size to swell. The torrent of flames spewed from the Guardian, carrying a sense of destruction, and Xian Wu's energy shield flickered intensely upon contact, its golden patterns quickly dimming. It could absorb single attribute energy. Su Mu exclaimed, quickly changing the attribute of her staff. An ice blue energy wall formed in front of the shield. They had to utilize a dual attribute combination that countered the Guardian. Lin Chen immediately adjusted their strategy. Xiao Tian would attack its ice form with Thunderfire, while Feng Yu would assault its fire form with Icewind. Wang Meng, your earth energy counters the storm attribute. Seize the opportunity to attack. The Elemental Guardian indeed switched to its ice form, its surface covered in a thick layer of ice, and the surrounding air dropped to freezing temperatures. Xiao Tian's Thunderfire Twin Tornado struck the ice layer like a sword, the paralysis effect of the lightning causing cracks to appear while the flames melted the gaps. Now was the moment. Li Na's armor-piercing arrow, imbued with earth energy, shot forth and precisely struck the ice cracks. The explosion of the arrow's impact elicited a pained roar from the Elemental Guardian, forcing it to relinquish its ice form and switch to its storm form. In its storm form, the Elemental Guardian transformed into a tornado, swirling with countless blades of wind. Wang Meng's giant axe spun into a wall of wind, creating a collision of earth energy and storm, producing a shower of debris to temporarily halt the assault. Feng Yu's Icewind energy rotated in reverse, forming a counter-vortex that diminished the storm's might. The battle descended into a tug-of-war. The Elemental Guardian continuously switched attributes, restoring part of its health with each change, while the team's energy consumption escalated. Su Mu's mana potions were nearly depleted. Wang Meng's armor was riddled with scratches, and Li Na had little ammunition left. If this continued, they would be exhausted. Wang Ming gasped for breath, propping his giant axe against the ground for support. They needed to find its core. Lin Chen observed that each time the elemental guardian switched attributes, a flash of multicolored light sparkled at its chest. This was likely the location of its energy core. However, the core was enveloped in layers of elemental energy, making direct attacks impossible. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from the mural. Ancient summoners guided energy attacks through altar nodes. Su Mu analyzed the energy flow of the altar nodes. Lin Chen shouted, Wang Ming, find a way to lure it to the center of the nodes. Su Mu's staff quickly scanned, projecting an energy circuit map onto the ground. They needed to activate the fire, ice, and lightning nodes simultaneously to form an energy triangle that could temporarily bind it. Wang Ming immediately swung his giant axe to attract attention, deliberately leading the elemental guardian towards the node area. Xiao Tian and Feng Yu coordinated their attacks, forcing the guardian to keep moving. The moment the elemental guardian stepped into the energy triangle, Lin Chen shouted, now, activate the nodes. Xiao Tian's thunderfire energy surged into the lightning node, Feng Yu's icewind energy into the ice node, and Su Mu's fire magic into the fire node. The three nodes erupted with brilliant light, forming a golden energy cage that trapped the elemental guardian at its center. Attack the core. Lin Chen concentrated all his mental energy, and the elemental heart shard burst forth with its strongest radiance. Xiao Tian, ultimate skill, Yin Yu Thunder Dragon Break. The Yin Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf absorbed the energy of the altar, its form swelling to 5 meters in length, the thunderfire energy coalescing into a dragon shape, roaring as it charged towards the core of the elemental guardian. This time, the energy cage obstructed the attribute switch, and the dragon crashed violently into the multicolored core, erupting with a cataclysmic brilliance. The elemental guardian let out a mournful roar amidst the light as its form gradually disintegrated, ultimately transforming into 8 streams of elemental energy that flowed into the 8 nodes of the altar. The entire ruin trembled violently as a crystal panel rose from the center of the altar, inscribed with a message from the ancient summoners. Air. Enhance your companions with elemental power to confront the impending darkness. Lin Chen gazed at the activated elemental altar, aware that the critical enhancement phase was about to commence. Yet he understood that this did not signify the end. The destruction of the elemental guardian had likely drawn the attention of the Blood Moon Council. They needed to hasten the enhancement process and prepare for new challenges. Chapter 88. Puzzle solved. The brilliance of the elemental altar gradually stabilized, with the 8 nodes radiating a gentle light of differing attributes, forming a complex energy network on the ground. Lin Chen approached the crystal panel and touched it, causing it to illuminate, revealing rows of ancient text. Su Mu swiftly employed translation runes to decipher. Enhancing the elemental altar required passing 3 trials: attribute resonance, energy guidance, and soul link. Only those summoners who completed all trials could gain the recognition of the elemental essence. The requirements for the first trial of attribute resonance were immediately displayed. The summoner and the summoned beast must synchronize energy at the corresponding node, with an error not exceeding 0.1 seconds. This posed a significant test of their synergy. Lin Chen took a deep breath, deciding to begin with Xiao Tian. He and Xiao Tian stood at the fire and lightning dual attribute node, closing their eyes to sense the flow of each other's energy. The Yin Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf emitted a deep dragon's roar, and the thunderfire energy resonated with the node, causing the runes on the ground to begin spinning. As the rotation reached its peak, the panel prompted, synchronization begins. 3, 2, 1. Lin Chen and Xiao Tian simultaneously summoned their energy, injecting the thunderfire twin tornado precisely into the node. The synchronization rate on the crystal panel instantly soared to 98. They were just 2 away from achieving a perfect score. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, analyzing. It was an issue of energy output rhythm. I was a fraction slower than you. During the second attempt, Lin Chen adjusted his breath and fully matched Xiao Tian's energy rhythm. This time, the synchronization rate reached 100, and the fire and lightning nodes erupted with dazzling light, infusing into Xiao Tian's form. The scales of the Yin Yu Thunder Dragon Wolf became even more resplendent, and the thunderfire energy grew more substantial. Xiao Tian has completed the attribute resonance trial, gaining the effect. Thunderfire damage increased by 20, skill cooldown reduced by 10. Next came Feng Yu's Icewind Dual attribute trial. With prior experience as his guide, Lin Chen synchronized effortlessly with the Bingfeng Lingwang. The azure and teal energies melded flawlessly into the node, achieving a synchronization rate of 100. The wings of Feng Yu manifested intricate ice crystal patterns, creating an airflow that could freeze the surrounding air. Fenyu successfully completed the attribute resonance trial, resulting in an effect that expanded the ice wind's range by 30 and added a slowing effect. The trial for the earth attribute of Xuanwu proved to be the most arduous. The dense and stable earth energy required prolonged maintenance. Lin Chen and Xuanwu jointly infused energy. Yet the runes at the node frequently exhibited turbulence. Wang Ming advised, try synchronizing with the rhythm of your breath. Xuanwu's breathing frequency is half hours. Adjusting his breath, Lin Chen gradually infused energy in harmony with Xuanwu's cadence. This time, the runes stabilized and rotated smoothly, ultimately resting at a synchronization rate of 99. Though it fell short by 1, the panel still deemed it a pass, and Xuanwu's carapace displayed golden earth patterns, enhancing its defensive energy. Xuanwu completed the attribute resonance trial, gaining an effect that increased the strength of its energy shield by 25 and allowed it to absorb elemental damage. Upon the completion of the first trial, the crystal panel revealed the second trial, energy guidance. This required channeling the energy from 8 nodes through a formation to the central altar without allowing any energy to overflow. This demanded the cooperation of the entire team. Lin Chen promptly organized the roles. Su Mu would control the fire and ice nodes. Wang Ming would oversee the earth and stone nodes. Li Na would manage the wind and lightning nodes, while he himself would guide the final energy flow. As the energy guidance commenced, torrents of energy from the 8 attributes surged forth from the nodes, resembling 8 colorful ribbons soaring towards the central altar. However, the conflicting energies repelled one another. Fire and ice converged to produce steam, while lightning and earth clashed, igniting sparks, rendering the energy flow exceedingly unstable. Envelop the energy flow with mental force, Lin Chen shouted, simultaneously unleashing a mental barrier, envisioning them as gentle streams flowing along the formation. The team focused their minds, directing the energy flow with intent. Su Mu's ice energy enveloped the flames, forming a sphere of blended ice and fire. Li Na's wind energy entwined with the lightning, creating a spiraling energy band. Wang Ming's earth energy served as a foundation, supporting all energy flows. Under their guidance, the energy flow gradually stabilized, infusing into the central altar along the formation's trajectory. When the last trace of energy entered, the altar erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, signifying the completion of the second trial. The text on the crystal panel shifted. Final trial, Soul Link. Using the blood of the summoner as a catalyst, establish an eternal bond with the summoned beasts. Without hesitation, Lin Chen cut his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the altar. The blood merged with the energy flow, coursing through the contracts into the 3 summoned beasts. Xiaodian, Fengyu, and Xuanwu all let out a resonant roar, their elemental energies surging, tightening their connection with Lin Chen like never before. Upon completing the soul link, he acquired the passive skill, elemental sharing, temporarily borrow the elemental attributes of the summoned beasts. With all 3 trials successfully passed, the elemental altar was fully activated. The energies from the 8 nodes converged into a pillar of light, reaching skyward, illuminating the ruins of the entire ruins, reviving the ancient structure's former glory. The text on the crystal panel finally settled. The power of the elements has been inherited. Go forth, inheritor, and protect this world. Lin Chen understood that the enhancement was complete, yet he sensed that the altar's energy explosion would inevitably attract outside attention. He glanced at his team members, each bearing a fatigued yet exhilarated expression. They had not only gained formidable power, but also comprehended the profound truth of the symbiosis between ancient summoners and their beasts. At that moment, Lin Chen's wristband suddenly emitted an urgent alarm, signaling an emergency communication from the base. The Blood Moon Council has launched a full-scale attack, with the Yin Yu Bear King personally leading the charge. The northern defense line has fallen, and immediate assistance is requested. Chapter 89. Device activation. The energy of the elemental altar continued to surge, yet Lin Chen's team had no time for celebration. The news of the northern defense's collapse rang like a clarion call, urging them to return immediately. Lin Chen cast one last glance at the crystal panel at the altar's center, where the text flickered, revealing a simple map that marked a secret passage leading directly to the base. The ancient summoners had anticipated this day. Lin Chen felt a thrill. This passage could save them half the time. The team swiftly entered the secret passage, its walls adorned with elemental crystals providing ample illumination. The passage was ingeniously designed, utilizing elemental energy to counteract gravity, allowing them to float effortlessly and conserve their strength. The murals along the way depicted the ancient summoners' battles against the shadow beast tide. mirroring the current crisis posed by the Blood Moon Council. They too had faced similar peril. Sumu documented the mural's details as they walked, noting how they had utilized the elemental altar to empower their summoned beasts, ultimately sealing the source of the shadows. At the end of the passage stood an energy door, inscribed with runes identical to those on the altar. Lin Chen pressed his palm against the door, the energy from the elemental heart fragment activating the runes. And familiar energy fluctuations emanated from beyond the door. Upon exiting the passage, they found themselves in an abandoned warehouse behind the base, a mere 10 minutes from the command center. Inside the command center, chaos reigned. The holographic map displayed the northern defense line in red, with the points of failure expanding continuously. General Zhao was issuing orders. All reserves to the second defense line. The Hunter Guild is responsible for covering civilian evacuations. The Research Institute must activate backup power immediately. Upon seeing Lin Chen's team return, a glimmer of hope flickered in General Zhao's eyes. You're finally back. The Yin Yu Bear King's strength exceeds imagination. Its dark flames can directly corrode our energy shields. Our defenses are about to collapse. Lin Chen analyzed the elemental altar's enhancement data. Our summoned beasts have completed the elemental enhancement and are now capable of confronting it. However, we need the base's cooperation to create an opportunity for attack. Vice President Zhou Ming quickly brought up a tactical map. The Yin Yu Bear King commands from the center of the defense line, surrounded by 5 Lord-level guards exceeding level 45. We can create a diversion to draw the guards' attention while you launch a surprise attack on the Bear King. Director Zhang wheeled in an energy projector. This is a temporary amplifier modified using data from the elemental altar, capable of boosting your dual attribute attacks by 50. But it requires 5 minutes to charge. The plan was rapidly formulated. Lin Chen's team would disguise themselves as retreating soldiers to approach the elevated position of the Yin Yu Bear King. Wang Ming would lead the assault team on the left flank to distract the Lord Guards. Su Mu and Li Na would protect the amplifier, awaiting its charge completion, while Lin Chen would strike at the opportune moment. The battlefield at the northern defense line had transformed into a hellish scene. Dark flames scorched the battered defensive structures. The roars of beasts intertwined with the cries of humanity. Lin Chen rode shouty on, struggling to advance amidst the retreating soldiers, while Xuanwu's energy shield deflected the searing flames. And Fengyu scouted above, evading the patrolling beasts. Only 1 kilometer remained to their target. Fengyu transmitted a visual feed. The Yin Yu Bear King loomed on a makeshift platform, using dark energy to corrode the core of the shield, while 5 Lord Guards patrolled nearby, forming a tight defensive circle. Wang Ming's diversionary signal suddenly activated, and the left flank erupted with violent explosions. 3 Lord Guards immediately rushed towards the commotion, creating an opening in their defense. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen commanded Xiaodian to accelerate, the energy of thunder and fire enveloping him as he charged through the obstructing beasts. 30 seconds until charge completion. Sumu's voice crackled through the communicator. The Yin Yu Bear King clearly sensed the ambush, rising to its full height of 10 meters, exuding an oppressive aura. The remaining 2 Lord Guards turned to intercept, coalescing dark energy into massive fists aimed at Xiaotian. Xuanwu, unleash an energy shockwave. Lin Chen shouted. The golden stone tortoise surged forth from the contract space, its golden energy shockwave temporarily repelling the Lord Guards. Xiaotian seized the moment to leap towards the platform, preparing a dual vortex of thunder and fire. Charging complete, Lin Chen activated the amplifier, and the thunder-fire energy surged dramatically, manifesting into a true dragon form. The Yin Yu Bear King roared, unleashing dark flames that clashed with the thunder-fire dragon vortex. 2 energies annihilated each other, producing shockwaves that sent everything surrounding them flying. Now, Fengyu Ice Storm. The Ice Phoenix unleashed a sudden ice storm from the side, freezing the flow of dark flames. The attack of the Yin Yu Xiong Wang revealed a flaw, and Lin Chen seized the opportunity to channel all the energy from the elemental heart fragment into the howling sky. Ultimate skill, Yin Yu Lei Long Pa. The enhanced thunderfire vortex, radiating with a spectrum of colors, instantly pierced through the dark flames and struck fiercely against the chest of the Yin Yu Xiong Wang. The Bear King let out a deafening roar, his massive body hurled away, crashing into the high platform. Dealt fatal damage. Yin Yu Xiong Wang's health decreased to 30. Lin Chen understood that this was merely the beginning. The wounded Bear King would become even more frenzied. He commanded his team to retreat swiftly, joining forces with Wang Ming, who had arrived to provide support. In the distance, the blood moon was nearing the horizon, heralding an impending final battle amidst the clash of the energy altar's radiance and the dark flames. Chapter 90. Elemental altar. The roar of the yin, Yuxiong Wang, echoed across the land. As dark flames surged towards the second line of defense of the base like a tide, Lin Chen's team employed guerrilla tactics, utilizing the terrain. The Howling Sky's Thunderfire twin vortices continuously harassed the enemy, while Fengyu's ice storm delayed the pursuers, and Xuanwu protected the injured soldiers during their retreat. Yet, the Bear King's regeneration capabilities were astonishing. The wound on his chest was quickly healing under the nourishment of dark energy. This approach would not suffice. Lin Chen observed the energy readings on his wristband. The team's energy consumption had surpassed 70. They must once again harness the power of the elemental altar to defeat him completely. Just then, Vice President Zhou Ming's communication came through. The Research Institute had analyzed the data from the elemental altar and discovered that it could remotely guide energy. But it required someone to activate the resonance runes at the altar. I will. Su Mu immediately volunteered, asserting that her ice energy could resonate with the altar, and she was skilled in rune manipulation. Lin Chen promptly devised a plan. Su Mu would lead a squad back to the elemental altar to activate the resonance, while Wang Meng and Li Na would assist me in restraining the Yin Yuxiong Wang. We would regroup around the altar and set the final trap. Once the roles were assigned, Su Mu led her soldiers back to the ruins via a secret passage. Lin Chen commanded his team to engage while retreating, intentionally luring the Yin Yuxiong Wang towards the elemental altar. The Bear King clearly saw through their ruse, but was incensed by the continuous provocations, roaring as he pursued relentlessly, with the remnants of the Lord's guards trailing behind. The valley housing the elemental altar had been temporarily transformed into a battlefield. Upon their arrival, Lin Chen's team found that Su Mu had already activated some of the resonance runes, causing elemental symbols to illuminate the stone walls on either side of the valley, forming a natural barrier. The energy from the 8 nodes surged anew, poised for the ultimate eruption. It's time. Lin Chen gazed at the approaching Yin Yuxiong Wang, determination flashing in his eyes as he activated the first phase of the runes. Su Mu waved her staff, and the fire, lightning, and wind nodes erupted simultaneously, forming a triangular energy wall that ensnared the Bear King in the center of the valley. The Lord's guards attempted to break through, but were staunchly held back by Wang Meng and Li Na, while Xuanwu's energy shield absorbed the Bear King's initial assault. Second phase. Attribute transformation. The ice, earth, and water nodes activated, suddenly altering the properties of the energy wall. Flames transformed into frost, and lightning morphed into a storm, creating a chaotic energy vortex. The dark flames of the Yin Yuxiong Wang were diminished within the vortex, emitting a furious roar. Now, Fengyu marked the core. The ice wind energy from the ice phoenix coalesced into a mark upon the Bear King's chest, the very locus of its energy core. Lin Chen mounted the Howling Sky, and the elemental heart fragment resonated with the altar, channeling the energy from the 8 nodes into a brilliant 7-colored beam, infusing it into the Howling Sky. Ultimate fusion, elemental thunder dragon. Lin Chen and the Howling Sky achieved an unprecedented depth of fusion, transforming into a 10-meter-long rainbow-hued thunderfire dragon, its scales shimmering with the light of 8 elements. The Yin Yuxiong Wang sensed the imminent threat, condensing all dark energy into a fist, charging towards the thunderfire dragon. Boom! The collision of the two energies produced a light akin to that of the sun, causing the runes throughout the valley to reach their zenith. Lin Chen could distinctly feel the energy from the elemental altar continually surging into him, the power of the thunderfire dragon escalating further. It's over. Lin Chen roared as he directed the thunderfire dragon to pierce through the dark energy fist, crashing forcefully against the core of the Yin Yuxiong Wang. The Bear King let out one final roar as his colossal form disintegrated amidst the 7-colored radiance, the dark energy purified by elemental force, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles. The remaining Lord's guards, witnessing their leader's demise, instantly scattered, falling prey to the awaiting hunter squad. After the battle, Lin Chen disengaged from the fusion state, collapsing weakly onto the ground. The Howling Sky, Fengyu, and Xuanwu encircled him, emitting concerned whimpers. The light of the elemental altar within the valley gradually softened, as the energy from the 8 nodes rain-fused the earth, seemingly fulfilling its purpose. Su Mu approached and helped Lin Chen to his feet, pointing to the crystalline panel at the center of the altar. New inscriptions adorned its surface. The text recorded the final message: the elemental force is not destruction, but rather protection. When darkness descends once more, the altar shall guide a new inheritor. Lin Chen gripped the elemental heart fragment tightly. It resonated with the altar one last time, transforming into a beam of light that entered his body. He understood that while they had defeated the Yin Yuxiong Wang, The threat of the Blood Moon Council had not been entirely eradicated, and greater challenges awaited. In the distant sky, the blood moon finally set, and the sun rose anew. Lin Chen gazed at the rejuvenating earth, filled with hope. Empowered by the forces of the elemental altar and the seamless cooperation of his team, they would undoubtedly protect this land and usher in true peace. The light of the elemental altar gradually faded in the dawn, yet it left an eternal mark upon Lin Chen and his summoned beasts. It was a gift of the elements and a vow of protection. A new journey had just begun. Chapter 91. Aftermath of battle. The dawn dispelled the last remnants of the blood moon's glow, as the energy shield of Jiangcheng base shimmered softly in the morning light. Lin Chen sat within a makeshift medical tent, while Su Mu tended to the energy burns he sustained during the fusion. Outside the tent, the sounds of machinery echoed. Soldiers were diligently repairing the defenses corroded by dark flames. The statistical results were in. Wang Ming lifted the tent flap and entered, his face a mixture of fatigue and excitement. This time, they had collectively eliminated 327 monster beasts, including 5 at the Lord level, completely destroying 8 energy towers, and rescuing 532 captives. He handed Lin Chen a report, but our losses were not insignificant. The Hunter Guild suffered 178 casualties, and the military lost 243 personnel, necessitating the replacement of core components in the energy shield. Lin Chen perused the report, his gaze lingering on the last page's anomalous energy readings. What is this? An unidentified energy signal detected on the northern battlefield? It was discovered by Director Zhang. Wang Ming gestured outside. At the location where the Yan Yuxiong Wang had been defeated, a black tower-like structure had emerged, neither our defensive tower nor the council's energy tower, with peculiar energy fluctuations. Lin Chen rose immediately, the pain of his wounds overshadowed by intense curiosity. He followed Wang Ming to the northern battlefield, where he soon beheld the abrupt black tower. The tower was constructed of an unknown metal, with eerie blue currents coursing across its surface, and atop it floated a diamond-shaped crystal, silently scanning the battlefield. Director Zhang, accompanied by research personnel, had cordoned off the area around the tower. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he hurried over. Captain Lin, this thing is extraordinarily strange. It is absorbing the residual energy from the battlefield. Our instruments malfunction when we approach, and a drone was just shot down by an electromagnetic pulse. Lin Chen extended his mental energy to probe the tower, but was met with an invisible barrier. Suddenly, eerie runes illuminated the tower, resembling the ancient runes of the elemental altar, yet they appeared more streamlined and sharp. He instructed the howling sky to release a small amount of thunderfire energy for testing. As the energy neared the tower, it was immediately absorbed, and the crystal at the top flickered, projecting a line of unfamiliar text. Civilization level, planetary class 3, combat assessment, B. Evolutionary potential, moderate. Observation initiated. The text flickered for 3 seconds before vanishing, and the tower returned to its silent state. Lin Chen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. This was undoubtedly not a product of Earth, nor was it a technology of the Blood Moon Council. The only plausible explanation was extraterrestrial civilization. Vice President Zhou Ming and General Zhao also arrived upon hearing the news, their expressions grave as they beheld the runes on the tower. Zhou Ming retrieved an encrypted document from his pocket, revealing that not only in Jiangcheng, but also globally, similar tower-like structures had emerged. The Hunter Guild satellites had detected at least 108 of them, all situated in the aftermath of large-scale battles. General Zhao's fingers tapped against the tactical board. If this is an observation device from an alien civilization, what could their objective be? Are they recording the combat data between humans and beasts, or evaluating our civilization level? Lin Chen suddenly recalled the final words that appeared at the elemental altar. When darkness descends again, the altar will guide the new inheritor. Could it be that the ancient summoners were already aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations? He gazed at the crystal atop the tower, feeling an unsettling sensation that a pair of eyes was watching them from behind that cold radiance. The repair work continued, yet the atmosphere within the base had subtly shifted. Soldiers discussed the mysterious Black Tower, and rumors of an alien invasion circulated among the hunters, while a research team had hastily formed an observation tower research group overnight. Lin Chen understood that defeating the Yan Yu Bear King was merely a temporary calm. A new threat had already arrived invisibly. As night fell, Lin Chen returned to the vicinity of the Black Tower. Feng Yu circled the air, bringing unsettling news. The crystal atop the tower was emitting signals into deep space, with frequencies alarmingly similar to the energy fluctuations of the Mother Nest core. He tightened his grip on the fragment of the elemental heart. It was slightly warm. as if warning of an impending crisis. Chapter 92. The observation tower. Research on the observation tower had reached an impasse. Scientists attempted various methods, but were unable to breach the energy barrier surrounding the tower. Director Zhang's report indicated that the atomic structure of the tower's metal was remarkably stable, capable of absorbing all known types of energy. The scanning range of the crystal at the top of the tower covered the entire Jiangcheng, recording any battle in real time. It was learning. Lin Chen stood outside the isolation zone, observing the cold light refracted from the tower's surface under the sun. During the testing of new weapons yesterday, its energy fluctuations had noticeably intensified, as if it were analyzing the weapon data. Sumu brought up the energy records from the past 3 days. Even more strangely, the energy it absorbed transformed into an unknown radiation, precisely directed towards the universe at 3 o'clock every morning. If my calculations are correct, these rays are aimed at the Andromeda Galaxy. This revelation left everyone in silence. If the rays were indeed transmitting data to an extraterrestrial civilization, then humanity's combat capabilities, defensive deployments, and even evolutionary potential might have already been exposed. General Zhao made a decisive call. We must find a way to shut it down, or at least interfere with its signal transmission. Lin Chen contemplated the power of the elemental altar. Perhaps they could attempt to breach the barrier using dual attribute energy, as there were similarities between ancient runes and the runes on the tower, suggesting the possibility of energy resonance. The experiment commenced late at night. Lin Chen directed Xiao Tian and Feng Yu to unleash the dual attribute energies of thunder and ice wind, which intertwined in a spiral before the tower, eliciting a response from the runes on the tower. The indigo electric currents became chaotic, and a brief fluctuation appeared in the barrier. Now was the moment. Director Zhang activated the electromagnetic disruptor that had been prepared in advance. Powerful currents surged against the tower. The crystal atop flickered erratically, projecting a chaotic stream of data, among which were a few recognizable human texts. Interference detection energy type, dual attribute resonance threat level, low initiate defense protocol. Suddenly, the tower released a powerful electromagnetic pulse, rendering the disruptor inoperable, and Lin Chen and his companions were thrown back by the shockwave. Even more astonishingly, the ground around them began to tremble, revealing the complex mechanical structure of the tower's foundation hidden beneath the surface, with dozens of energy conduits delving underground, connecting to Jiangcheng's energy network. It is absorbing the base's energy, Su Mu exclaimed, as her staff conjured an ice wall to block the energy conduits, only to be melted by the high temperature of the pipes. Lin Chen observed the rapidly depleting values on the energy gauge, feeling a surge of intense unease. He instructed Feng Yu to ascend and scout, only to discover that the observation towers in other cities were also simultaneously unfolding, indicating that the global energy network was being siphoned by these extraterrestrial devices. The energy conduits must be destroyed. Wang Ming swung his massive axe at the nearest conduit. Sparks flew upon impact, yet it only left a shallow white mark, proving harder than the shell of a xuanwu. Lin Chen noted that the energy fluctuations were weaker at the conduit junctions. That must be the weak point. Xiao Tian, attack the junction with thunder and fire. Feng Yu, freeze the gaps with ice wind. The dual tornadoes of thunder and fire from the Yan Yu Thunderwolf struck the junction accurately, softening the metal with intense heat. The ice storm from the Ice Wind Spirit Phoenix swiftly froze it, creating stress that caused cracks to appear at the junction. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming infused his axe with earth energy and struck down with force, finally severing the conduit, which released a dazzling stream of energy into the air. In that instant of severance, the runes on the tower dimmed slightly, and the scanning frequency of the crystal atop the tower visibly decreased. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. These conduits were its energy source. If we cut off all the conduits, it could be temporarily incapacitated. The team immediately divided tasks. Wang Ming and Xuanwu were responsible for dismantling the surface conduits. Li Na targeted the airborne energy nodes. Su Mu used ice spells to delay repairs of the conduits, while Lin Chen commanded Xiao Tian and Feng Yu to assault the main conduit. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Chen noticed that the energy flowing from the severed conduits contained fragments of beast genes, indicating that the observation tower was not only absorbing energy, but also collecting biological data. When the last conduit was severed, the indigo currents of the observation tower completely vanished, and the radiance of the crystal atop the tower dimmed. Yet Lin Chen knew this was merely a temporary respite. The mechanical sounds emanating from deep within the tower's foundation indicated that it was activating its backup energy source. Even more concerning was the message received on the global hunter channel from the wristband. Observation towers in other cities had begun to attack human bases, unleashing controlled mutated beasts. Chapter 93. Alien Relics. After the backup energy of the observation tower was activated, a more intricate network of runes emerged on the tower's surface, forming an impenetrable energy barrier. The team's attacks were rendered futile, as they were repelled by the energy rebounding from the barrier. Continuing in this manner was not a solution. Lin Chen gazed at the exhausted summoned beasts. They needed to find a physical entrance to the control core, as external attacks were ineffective. Director Zhang brought forth a new discovery. We scanned the tower's foundation with geological radar and found a cavity 30 meters underground, resembling some sort of control room. Moreover, the energy fluctuations there were completely consistent with those of the elemental altar. This revelation illuminated Lin Chen's mind. Ancient summoners had likely encountered extraterrestrial civilizations long ago. The energy of the elemental altar might be able to open the entrance. The team promptly set off toward the tower's foundation, carrying the fragment of the elemental heart. Lin Chen pressed the fragment into the rune recess on the tower's foundation, and indeed, the fragment resonated with the runes, causing an indigo glow to spread along the ground, forming steps leading underground. The walls flanking the steps were embedded with luminous crystals, illuminating the path to the control room. The control room was even more simplistic than imagined. With a colossal holographic projection device at its center, surrounded by a circular control console adorned with runes identical to those on the tower. The holographic projection flickered with complex data streams, occasionally flashing holographic images of Earth and various biological gene maps. This was an observation station. Sumu caressed the control console, and as her fingertips glided over the runes, the projection suddenly shifted, displaying a three-dimensional model of the solar system, with Earth marked in red, annotated as Subject 734. Lin Chen's heart sank as he continued to manipulate the control console. The projection switched to a scene of the Blood Moon Council, with detailed analyses of the genetic structures of the 13 lords, prominently featuring the energy formula of the Mother Nest core. The most astonishing revelation came from a video. A colossal extraterrestrial spacecraft descended upon Earth during prehistoric times, unleashing the first wave of monstrous creatures and establishing the initial observation towers. These monsters were experimental specimens released by an alien civilization. Lina covered her mouth in disbelief, realizing that the Blood Moon Council and the Mother Nest were merely tools for their experiments. Wang Ming furiously pounded the control console, exclaiming that they treated our homeland as a laboratory and our battles as mere data. Lin Chen forced himself to maintain composure as he continued searching for critical information. Deep within the console, he discovered an encrypted file that required dual attribute energy for unlocking. With the simultaneous infusion of Thunderfire and Icewind energy from Xiaotian and Fengyu, the file finally opened, revealing an interstellar map and an audio recording. The audio emitted a synthesized voice, which, after translation, conveyed chilling words: Civilization Selection Experiment, Cycle 734. The ecological adaptation of the released specimen monsters has been completed. Initiate observer protocol to record civilization resistance data and assess evolutionary potential. When the test subjects reach the god-level threshold, initiate the harvesting program. The harvesting program? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Did they intend to annihilate us when humanity produced god-level powerhouses? Suddenly, the console blared an alarm, bathing the room in a flashing red light. The holographic projection shifted to an external view, showing other cities' observation towers synchronously activating, their crystals at the top gathering energy to form a massive beam directed skyward, creating an enormous energy net beyond the atmosphere. They were sealing off Earth. Sumu swiftly operated the controls. The energy net would prevent any aircraft from departing while simultaneously accelerating the monster's evolution. The control room began to tremble violently, the crystals on the walls flickering erratically. Lin Chen realized they had been exposed and needed to evacuate immediately. Before departing, he infused the energy from the elemental heart fragment into the core of the console, causing a resonance with the alien technology that downloaded a portion of the encrypted data. As they burst from the underground passage, the observation tower had already regained vitality and released the controlled mutated monsters. Lin Chen gazed at the ever-expanding energy net in the sky, understanding that the true war had only just begun. Humanity would not only have to contend with the monsters and the Blood Moon Council, but also face the observers from deep space. Chapter 94. Data fragments. With the encrypted data downloaded from the observation tower, Lin Chen's team urgently returned to the base. The decoding experts at the Research Institute immediately got to work, but the encryption method was exceedingly intricate. For every layer they unraveled, a new defense mechanism would trigger. After 3 days, they had deciphered less than 10 of the content. The data was astonishing. Director Zhang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, projected the decoded fragments onto the screen. The observer civilization had conducted thousands of similar experiments in the cosmos, deploying different samples to observe the evolution of civilizations. With a success rate of less than 5, the screen displayed experimental records from other planets. Some civilizations were decimated by the released monsters, some coexisted with them, and others developed technologies surpassing those of the observers, ultimately turning the tide against the observers' vanguard. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on a record marked as a failure case, where the civilization of that planet bore a striking resemblance to Earth and ultimately fell due to internal strife. They were not merely recording data. They were guiding the direction of the experiments. Lin Chen pointed to a segment of energy formula. This formula could accelerate the monster's evolution, mirroring the energy tower technology of the Blood Moon Council, indicating that the council likely received covert support from the observers. Vice President Zhou Ming brought worse news. Observation towers around the globe had begun releasing mutated monsters, which possessed more complex attributes and could share data, rendering our tactics obsolete. Just received news that a medium-sized base in Europe had already been breached. General Zhao emphatically tapped on the map. We must take the initiative. Lin Chen, your team is familiar with the structure of the observation towers. Can you find a way to destroy them? The Research Institute can provide technical support. Lin Chen pulled up the three-dimensional model downloaded from the control room. The core of the observation tower was located in the underground control room, where the energy barrier was relatively weak, albeit guarded by an automated defense system. We need the energy from the elemental altar to open the entrance, and someone must distract the defense system from the outside. The plan was swiftly formulated. Lin Chen's team would carry the elemental heart fragment and secretly infiltrate the underground control room of the observation tower. The military and hunter guild would launch a feint to draw the attention of the external defense system. The Research Institute would prepare an energy disruption device to sever the connection with other towers the moment the core was destroyed. On the eve of the operation, Director Zhang successfully decrypted a crucial piece of data, revealing that the observation towers were interconnected through quantum entanglement, forming a vast network. With the core node located in the permanent frost zone of Antarctica, that should be the main control tower. Director Zhang pointed at the red dot on the map. If we destroy it, the other towers will be temporarily incapacitated. However, the environment in Antarctica is extremely harsh, with temperatures plummeting to -90 degrees, and according to the data, guardians of the observers are stationed there, their strength far exceeding that of the Yin Yu Bear King. Lin Chen knew this was a gamble, but to break the observers' blockade, they had no choice. Before setting off, Lin Chen fused the elemental heart fragment with the data fragments obtained from the observation tower, and the fragment erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Projecting an image of an ancient summoner in his mind, a robed summoner stood on the Antarctic ice field, engaged in fierce combat with the guardians of the observation tower, wielding a staff infused with the elemental heart. It turned out that ancient summoners had long battled against the observers. Lin Chen clenched the fused fragment tightly. The clues they left behind were the hope of their victory. The team's off-road vehicle sped toward the airport, where the base's warplanes were already prepared. Lin Chen gazed at the diminishing observation tower outside the window, its apex crystals seemingly coldly watching them. He knew this battle was not only about the fate of Earth, but also about whether human civilization could withstand the observer selection experiment and truly stand tall among the civilizations of the universe. Chapter 95. Quantum Phantoms. The frigid winds of the Antarctic ice field sliced through the warplane's exterior like knives. Lin Chen peered through the porthole, spotting a towering black monolith that dwarfed the other observation towers, its spire piercing the clouds, surrounded by 12 smaller towers, forming a perfect energy matrix. The energy index of the main control tower was 100 times that of an ordinary observation tower. Su Mu's instruments emitted sharp alarms, indicating unusual spatial fluctuations. A quantum barrier might be present. The warplane was forced to land 50 kilometers from the main control tower, as getting any closer would trigger the defensive systems. Lin Chen's team donned specially designed cold weather suits, trudging through snow that reached their waists. Xuanwu generated an energy shield to fend off the biting wind and snow, while Feng Yu conducted aerial reconnaissance, relaying unsettling images. Dozens of grotesque creatures hovered around the main control tower, their bodies composed of energy, capable of becoming invisible in the snow. Encountered Observer Guardian, Quantum Beast, level 65. Skills: Quantum Shuttle, Energy Devour, Spatial Tear. Traits: Immune to physical attacks. Can only be harmed by energy attacks. Lin Chen signaled for the team to halt. The traits of the Quantum Beast rendered conventional tactics ineffective. He instructed Xiao Tian to release a small amount of Thunderfire energy as a test. The quantum beasts were indeed drawn to it, their bodies becoming visible under the energy stimulus, taking on a form reminiscent of a cheetah, yet composed of ethereal blue energy. They relied on energy perception for their positioning. Lin Chen quietly devised a strategy. Xiao Tian and Feng Yu would alternately release energy, forming an energy net to restrict their movement. Xuanwu would use his energy shield to protect everyone. Wang Meng and Li Na prepared energy weapons, ready to strike as soon as the beasts became fully visible. The battle erupted amidst the swirling snow. The thunderfire energy of the Yin Yu Thunder Wolf exploded in the snow, illuminating the forms of the quantum beasts. The Icewind Storm of the Icewind Spirit Phoenix froze the ground, limiting their shuttle capabilities. Wang Meng's giant axe infused with earth energy sent ice shards flying with every swing, while Li Na's energy arrows accurately targeted the cores of the quantum beasts. However, the recuperative abilities of the quantum beasts were beyond imagination. The dispersed energy rapidly reformed. Lin Chen discovered that the core of the entities exhibited a faint quantum entanglement. As long as the energy supply from the main control tower remained uninterrupted, the quantum beasts could resurrect infinitely. It was imperative to sever the energy supply from the main control tower first. Lin Chen pointed to the 12 small towers surrounding the main tower, which served as energy relay towers. Destroying them would weaken the defenses of the main tower. The team immediately divided their tasks. Lin Chen, accompanied by Xiao Tian and Xian Wu, advanced towards the relay towers in the direction of the main tower, while Su Mu, Wang Meng, and Li Na engaged the quantum beasts. Lin Chen observed that the structure of the relay towers resembled that of ordinary observation towers, albeit with more robust energy conduits. He pressed a fragment of the Heart of Elements against the rune at the base of the tower, causing the fragment to resonate with the rune, resulting in cracks appearing in the energy barrier of the tower. Xiao Tian, unleash your ultimate skill, Lin Chen exclaimed. The Inferno Thunder Dragon Wolf, infused with the power of the Heart of Elements, collided forcefully with the fissures, causing the relay tower to collapse, and the brilliance of the main control tower noticeably dimmed. At that moment, a ghostly blue beam shot from the apex of the main control tower, striking the snow beside Lin Chen. As the light dissipated, a humanoid entity composed of energy slowly ascended. Its body displayed a flawless aerodynamic shape, and its face was a smooth energy panel adorned with intricate runes. Encounter, Observer Projection, Quantum Phantom, Level 70, Skills, Data Torrent, Energy Judgment. Civilization Annihilation, Trait, can manipulate energy from all observation towers, immune to single attribute attacks. The voice of the Quantum Phantom resonated directly in the minds of the team, carrying a chilling mechanical tone. Civilization Selection Experiment, Cycle 734, detecting anomalous variable, Heart of Elements. Initiating Eradication Protocol. It raised its arm, causing the surrounding quantum beasts to suddenly become enraged, their energy intensity doubling. Lin Chen recognized this as a true challenge, marking their first direct encounter with an extraterrestrial civilization. He clenched the fragment of the Heart of Elements, feeling the power left by ancient summoners. With only one thought in his mind, he must overcome it to secure a future for human civilization. Chapter 96, Civilization Warning. The energy judgment of the Quantum Phantom descended like a meteor shower. Lin Chen commanded Xian Wu to deploy the maximum range of the energy shield. As the golden barrier trembled violently under the impact of the ghostly blue energy, the dual attribute attacks from Xiao Tian and Feng Yu sank like stones into the sea, utterly failing to breach the energy defenses of the Quantum Phantom. It is analyzing our attack patterns. Su Mu's staff flickered rapidly, forming defensive fortifications of ice energy on the snow, with each attack prompting adjustments to its defensive properties. Lin Chen noted that the energy fluctuations of the Quantum Phantom matched those of the observation towers entirely, indicating that its power stemmed from the main control tower. He glanced at the recently destroyed relay tower, where the energy conduits were automatically repairing themselves. It could control the energy of all towers. We must destroy at least 3 relay towers simultaneously to sever its energy supply. The team promptly adjusted their strategy. Wang Meng and Li Na, armed with half of their energy weapons, proceeded to the right to destroy 2 additional relay towers. Su Mu remained behind to disrupt the Quantum Phantom's movements with ice spells. Lin Chen commanded the 3 summoned beasts to launch a direct assault to draw attention. Xiao Tian, alternate attacks of thunder and fire. Lin Chen shouted. Feng Yu, create energy turbulence with icy winds. Xian Wu, protect Su Mu. The Inferno Thunder Dragon Wolf continuously varied its attack rhythm, sometimes unleashing pure flames and at other times switching to lightning, exposing flaws in the Quantum Phantom's defenses. The Ice Wind Spirit Phoenix's blizzard was interspersed with tiny energy fragments. Disrupting the Quantum Phantom's data analysis, Xianwu's energy shield stood firm like a bastion, blocking most of the energy judgment. The Quantum Phantom was evidently caught off guard by this tactic. As the runes on its energy panel flickered erratically, tactical analysis failed. Initiating contingency plan, civilization annihilation. The brilliance of the main control tower surged dramatically as the Antarctic ice fields began to tremble violently, with energy conduits hidden underground unfolding to form a massive formation. Lin Chen sensed through the heart of Element's fragment that the formation was gathering energy capable of obliterating half the Earth. It intended to annihilate the entire Antarctic. Lin Chen's eyes widened with urgency. Wang Ming, accelerate. We have no time. A furious shout came through the communicator. There are too many quantum beasts here. We are overwhelmed. Lin Chen made a decisive and daring choice. Su Mu, cover me. I am entering quantum state. He infused all the energy of the heart of Element's fragment into his body, simultaneously completing a deep fusion with Xiaotian. Under the combined influence of the dual attribute energy and the heart of elements, Lin Chen's form began to quantumize, transforming into a stream of red and blue energy that pierced through the Quantum Phantom's attacks, heading straight for the main control tower. Quantum penetration detected. Energy type matches ancient protocol. The voice of the Quantum Phantom fluctuated, its defenses experiencing a momentary pause. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen's energy stream pierced the energy core of the main control tower like a blade. In that instant of contact, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The history of the observer civilization, the purpose of cosmic experiments, the fates of other civilizations. And a harsh truth. Humanity was chosen because it possessed emotions, an unstable yet highly potent source of energy. Warning. Civilization willpower resonance detected. Experimental variables out of control. The body of the Quantum Phantom began to destabilize, initiating emergency protocols. Data upload. Self-destruction program of the observation tower activated. The brilliance of the main control tower began to flicker, and the power of the energy formation rapidly diminished. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to exit the quantum state. Discovering that Wang Ming and Li Na had already destroyed 2 additional relay towers, significantly reducing the number of quantum beasts. The Quantum Phantom regarded Lin Chen, and the runes on its energy panel transformed into comprehensible human language. Civilization willpower preliminary detection completed. Experiment entering second phase. Dimensional rift imminent. Survival or destruction depends on your choices. After delivering this statement, the Quantum Phantom's form disintegrated into countless motes of light. As the main control tower and the remaining relay towers began to disassemble, leaving behind vast energy voids on the Antarctic ice fields, Lin Chen understood that the observer's warning was not mere words. A greater crisis, the dimensional rift, was on the horizon. Chapter 97. Tower Network. The destruction of the main control tower in Antarctica triggered a global chain reaction. Observation towers worldwide lost their energy supply, gradually collapsing, and the energy net beyond the atmosphere dissipated as well. Yet, this did not herald peace. Instead, it released even more perilous signals. Dimensional rift energy fluctuations emerged globally, with the most intense epicenter located 100 kilometers west of Jiangqing. Upon returning to the base, Lin Chen and his team immediately engaged in research on the rift. Director Zhang's latest report indicated that the dimensional rift was a passage connecting Earth to the primordial dimension of the demon beasts. The self-destruction protocol of the observation towers had inadvertently opened the passage, which was continuously expanding. According to data downloaded from the main control tower, once the rift was fully opened, even more powerful demon beasts would surge into Earth. Director Zhang pointed at the energy curve in the holographic projection, which included the true leader of the Blood Moon Council, the Beast God, whose level was at least above 90. General Zhao tapped on the map. We must establish defensive positions before the rift fully opens. Lin Chen, your team is the only one that has had direct contact with the observers and is most familiar with dimensional energy. The defense core is entrusted to you. Lin Chen gazed at the real-time image of the rift, where the space had already begun to distort, faintly revealing a glimpse of the other side, an ominous crimson sky, twisted mountains, and countless high-tier demon beasts roaming. He knew that conventional defenses would be utterly inadequate and that a method to utilize the remnants of the observation towers must be found. I need all the data on the remnants of the observation towers, Lin Chen said to Director Zhang. The metal of the observation towers can absorb dimensional energy. Perhaps it can be used to construct defensive barriers. The Research Institute quickly compiled the distribution of the remnants of observation towers worldwide. with 3 relatively intact remnants located near Jiangxing. Lin Chen's team promptly set out to recover them, discovering that the dimensional energy surrounding the remnants was unusually dense, causing low-tier demon beasts to undergo rapid mutations, elevating their strength by at least 1 level. This is the true purpose of the Observer. Lin Chen observed a mutated shadow mouse effortlessly evade the attacks of Xiaotian. They aim not only to sift through civilizations, but also to accelerate environmental mutations, compelling us to evolve. The recovery process was fraught with challenges. Surrounding each wreckage were beasts drawn by dimensional energy, many of which were over level 50 and included formidable lords. During the recovery of the 3rd wreckage, they encountered a vengeful squad composed of 5 lords, remnants of the Blood Moon Council, led by a massive Shadow Leopard King. Encountered remnants of the Council, Shadow Leopard King, level 58, skills, Shadow Stealth, Dimensional Leap. Energy Siphon, traits, can use dimensional energy to conceal its form, attacks cause spatial tearing effects. The speed of the Shadow Leopard King far exceeded that of ordinary lords, allowing it to traverse the energy fluctuations of dimensional rifts with ease, launching unpredictable attacks. Li Na's arrows repeatedly missed their mark. Wang Ming's colossal axe swung futilely, and Su Mu's ice spells, though capable of momentarily freezing space, could not be sustained for long. It was cheating by exploiting dimensional energy. Wang Ming roared as he blocked the Leopard King's assault, a grievous wound appearing on his armor, deep enough to see bone, with the surrounding space continuously tearing apart. Lin Chen instructed Xiaotian to unleash the Flame Thunder Domain, disrupting the surrounding dimensional fluctuations with thunder and fire energy, temporarily limiting the Leopard King's ability to traverse. Wind Whisper, Ice Wind marked its energy trajectory. Xuanwu, energy shield locking the space. The ice energy from the Ice Wind Phoenix left visible trails on the Leopard King, while Xuanwu's energy shield formed a spatial cage, gradually constricting the Leopard King's range of movement. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen infused the energy of the Elemental Heart Fragment into Xiaotian, ultimate skill, Elemental Thunder Dragon Break. The enhanced Thunder Fire Vortex, infused with dimensional energy, struck the Shadow Leopard King with tremendous force. This time, the Leopard King's shadow energy could not fully absorb the attack, resulting in a painful roar as its massive body was sent flying, crashing into the remnants of the observation tower. Dealt fatal damage. Shadow Leopard King's health reduced to 10. Just as Lin Chen prepared to deliver the final blow, the Shadow Leopard King suddenly transformed into a shadow and vanished into the energy fluctuations of the dimensional rift. Lin Chen knew it could not have gone far, but he also understood that the Blood Moon Council had begun to mobilize, and the final battle surrounding the dimensional rift was imminent. The recovered observation tower wreckage was transported near the rift, where researchers were constructing a special defense barrier using the remnants. Standing before the barrier, Lin Chen felt the remnants' metal absorb dimensional energy, a strong premonition welling up within him. The opening of the dimensional rift might not only bring a crisis, but also a new opportunity for evolution. Chapter 98. Observers logged the energy fluctuations of the dimensional rift were becoming increasingly intense, with the space around it undulating like rippling water. Lin Chen's team established a temporary command center inside the defense barrier, while Director Zhang's research team worked diligently to decode the observer's log retrieved from Antarctica, hoping to find a method to close the rift. A significant discovery. Director Zhang burst into the command center, his face a mix of excitement and seriousness. We have cracked the core part of the log, which records the observer's research on the dimensional rift and the method to close it. A holographic projection displayed complex energy formulas and dimensional models. Director Zhang pointed to a critical point in the model. The stability of the rift requires 2 types of energy to be maintained: Earth's elemental energy and the dark energy of the beast dimension. As long as we find the balance point of these 2 energies and inject the corresponding neutralizing energy, we can temporarily close the rift. What is the corresponding neutralizing energy? Lin Chen inquired. It is dual attribute elemental resonance energy, and it must be the energy of a summoner fused deeply with their summoned beast. Director Zhang displayed a video in which the observer recorded ancient summoners closing a rift, using precisely the fused energy of the elemental heart and their summoned beasts. This revelation invigorated everyone. But the latter half of the log brought bad news. Closing the rift requires someone to enter its interior and inject neutralizing energy at the energy balance point. While the dimensional storm inside is capable of tearing apart any physical body, only beings in a quantum state can survive. Quantum state. Lin Chen recalled the state he experienced while battling the quantum phantom in Antarctica. Only through deep fusion with the elemental heart and summoned beasts could one enter a quantum state, and traversed the dimensional storm. The team fell silent. Entering the rift entailed immense risk. No one knew what awaited on the other side, nor could anyone guarantee safe return after injecting the energy. Wang Ming spoke first. I will accompany you. My Earth-type energy can provide defense. No, Lin Chen shook his head. The quantum state can only accommodate one consciousness. Adding another person would destabilize the energy. Your task is to stabilize external defenses and ensure I can inject the energy smoothly. He turned to Su Mu. I need you to calculate the precise coordinates of the energy balance point. The error cannot exceed 0.1 seconds. He looked at Li Na. Your arrows must accurately strike the energy nodes surrounding the rift to buy me time for injection. He addressed Wang Ming. You and Xuanwu are responsible for guarding the barrier, ensuring no beast approaches the rift. After deployment, Lin Chen stood alone before the defense barrier, clutching the elemental heart fragment. The fragment shimmered softly under the influence of the rift's energy, and the image of an ancient summoner re-emerged in his mind, fusing with their summoned beast, transforming into a streak of light as they plunged into the rift. The observer's log mentioned that each closure of the rift would trigger an energy backlash, potentially causing mutations in the summoner's energy system. Sumu approached him, her eyes filled with concern. Are you truly willing to take this risk? Lin Chen turned to her, then glanced at their anxious teammates preparing for battle in the distance, and the faintly visible energy shield in the direction of the base. For everyone's sake, I must go. Moreover, there is another secret in the log. The energy backlash during the rift's closure could be an opportunity to break through to the divine tier. This revelation left Su Mu astounded. The divine tier, a level that existed only in legend, was unexpectedly linked to the dimensional rift. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the fragment. The observer's experiment is, in essence, a selection process for civilizations capable of breaking through planetary levels. And the divine tier is the key. They require a specimen capable of traversing freely between two dimensions, and what I must become is that specimen, but not for them. Rather, for humanity. On the eve of departure, Lin Chen transferred all command authority to Su Mu, entering a deep meditation to establish the most profound mental link with Xiaotian, Wind Whisper, and Xuanwu. He could feel the determination of the three summoned beasts. They were willing to follow their master across unknown dimensions, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. The final page of the observer's log slowly unfurled in the projection, bearing only one sentence. The barriers of dimensions will ultimately shatter, and only civilizations daring to transcend boundaries will survive. Lin Chen understood that tomorrow's action was not only about the safety of Earth, but also about whether human civilization could truly transcend its own limits and venture into the broader universe. Chapter 99. Clues of the Rift. The countdown to the opening of the dimensional rift entered its final 24 hours. The space surrounding the rift had completely distorted, forming an energy vortex with a diameter of 100 meters, from which dark red energy streams continuously surged, nourishing the surrounding beasts. Outside the defense barrier, remnants of the Blood Moon Council were gathering, numbering over 1,000, led by the previously escaped Shadow Leopard King and several newly emerged level 60 lords. Lin Chen stood inside the barrier, feeling the flow of energy merging with his summoned beasts. After a night of meditation, his mental link with Xiaotian, Wind Whisper, and Xuanwu reached an unprecedented intensity, even allowing him to share some of their skills and perceptions. Energy calculations complete. Su Mu's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with tension. The energy balance point will appear 37 seconds after the rift fully opens, lasting only 5 seconds. The energy must be injected with precision. Li Na meticulously inspected the specially crafted energy arrows, having marked the energy nodes. I shall destroy them before you enter the rift, temporarily weakening its defenses. Wang Ming patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, his massive axe glistening coldly in the sunlight. Do not worry. We will uphold the barrier and await your return to celebrate. Lin Chen nodded, inhaling deeply as he approached the energy exit of the barrier. The researchers were making final adjustments, channeling the energy from the remnants of the observation tower to create a passageway to the rift. Director Zhang handed Lin Chen an energy detector. This will assist you in locating the energy equilibrium point. Once successfully injected, return immediately without delay. Suddenly, the energy fluctuations from the rift intensified, a blinding white light emerging from the center of the vortex as the countdown entered its final 10 minutes. The beasts beyond the defensive barrier began to stir, the Shadow Leopard King emitting a deafening roar, clearly sensing the changes in the rift. They are about to launch a full-scale attack. Wang Ming shouted, directing the soldiers into battle positions. Lin Chen, prepare to enter the passage. With his eyes closed and his mental focus sharpened, Lin Chen summoned his beasts. Xiaotian, Fengyu, Xianwu, fusion begin. The three summoned beasts transformed into streaks of light and merged into Lin Chen's being. A familiar, searing sensation coursed through him as the energies of thunder, fire, ice, wind, and earth harmoniously fused under the guidance of the heart of elements, forming a radiant stream of 7 colors. Lin Chen's body gradually became quantumized, and the surrounding scenery blurred. Deep fusion completed, elemental summoner form achieved. Acquired skills, dimensional traversal, energy neutralization, elemental domain. Temporary state, quantumized, duration, 10 minutes. The passage has opened. Director Zhang exclaimed. Lin Chen transformed into a beam of vibrant light, dashing into the energy passage, piercing through the defensive barrier and heading straight for the dimensional rift. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's axe, infused with earth energy, cleaved at the charging beasts, while Li Na's energy arrows accurately struck the energy nodes surrounding the rift. Su Mu's ice spells froze vast areas, buying Lin Chen precious time. The Shadow Leopard King spotted Lin Chen's objective and roared in anger, attempting to intercept him as he traversed the energy passage. However, Wang Meng and Xian Wu had already blocked its path, creating a double defense with a golden energy shield and earth energy, ensnaring the Leopard King. Lin Chen's quantum form fluctuated violently under the impact of dimensional energy, the fragments of the heart of elements radiating a gentle glow, shielding his consciousness from being torn apart. The moment he passed through the center of the vortex, he entered a completely alien space. Beneath a dark red sky, shattered continents floated, and the air was thick with ominous dark energy. The distant roars of countless high-tier beasts echoed. Entered dimensional rift, origin dimension of beasts. Detected high concentration of dark energy. Stability of quantum state is declining. Distance to energy equilibrium point, 300 meters. Following the guidance of the detector, Lin Chen swiftly navigated through the fragmented land. The gravity here was 3 times that of Earth, and dimensional storms relentlessly tugged at his quantum form. He beheld the true lair of the Blood Moon Council, a city built upon massive bones, teeming with beasts entering and exiting. On a central platform, a figure radiating a terrifying aura could be faintly seen. Surely, it was the Beast God. Suddenly, the energy detector emitted a frantic alarm. Beast God energy signal detected. Approaching rapidly, a chill ran through Lin Chen's heart as he quickened his pace towards the energy equilibrium point. He knew time was of the essence. He had to complete his mission before the Beast God arrived. A colossal shadow appeared in the distant sky, eclipsing the sun. It was the Beast God's form. Closing the rift would not only entail combating the dimensional energy, but also confronting the Beast God's interference. Chapter 100. The dimensional rift. The energy equilibrium point lay amidst the energy flow between 2 floating continents, where the space was exceedingly unstable, and streams of colorful energy cascaded like waterfalls. Lin Chen's quantum form flickered under the energy impacts, the glow of the heart of elements fragments being the sole stable source. Energy equilibrium point reached. Injection countdown, 109. Lin Chen concentrated all his mental energy on the fragments of the heart of elements, harmonizing his dual attribute energies with the equilibrium point. Thunder, fire, ice, wind, and earth energies formed a perfect vortex under his control, gradually infusing into the energy flow. Injection commencing. Energy resonance, 30, 50. A deafening roar echoed from the distant sky as the massive form of the Beast God broke through the clouds, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire area. Its aura was even more terrifying than recorded in the observer's logs. Merely its oppressive presence caused the surrounding space to twist violently. High-risk energy detected. Quantum state stability has dropped to 60. The Beast God's attacks rained down like meteors. Dark energy coalescing into gigantic fists that struck towards the energy equilibrium point. Lin Chen quickly deployed the elemental domain, forming a defensive barrier with the 3 energies, barely blocking the assault, but the energy resonance plummeted to 70. Warning. Risk of energy resonance interruption. Remaining time, 3 seconds. Lin Chen roared, detonating all the energy from the fragments of the heart of elements, merging it with the energies within him. His quantum form erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The 3 energies perfectly coalescing into a radiant 7-colored beam, thoroughly injecting into the energy equilibrium point. Energy resonance, 100. Neutralization program initiated. Dimensional rift beginning to close. The energy equilibrium point erupted with dazzling light, generating a massive shockwave that radiated outward. The Beast God's attack was halted by the shockwave, eliciting an angry and unwilling roar. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming force pulling at him, his quantum form uncontrollably being drawn towards the direction of the Earth dimension, before being entirely pulled back. He cast one last glance at the origin dimension of beasts. The beast god's form gradually blurred within the shockwave, and the distant city of the lair began to collapse. Countless beasts disintegrating into points of light under the energy shock. He understood that this closure was merely temporary, to completely resolve the threat. Proactive measures must be taken in the future. The instant he passed through the dimensional barrier, Lin Chen felt a violent backlash of energy. His quantum form forcibly dissipating as he fell heavily against the inner side of the defensive barrier. Su Mu and Wang Ming rushed over to support him. Discovering that complex runes had appeared on his body, distinct from those of the elemental altar and the observation tower. Has the rift closed? Lin Chen weakly inquired. The others looked up. The dimensional rift was rapidly contracting, the dark red energy flow gradually vanishing, and the surrounding space returning to stability. The beasts outside the defensive barrier lost their energy support, their attacks significantly diminishing, and they began to retreat under the counteroffensive of the Hunter Guild and military forces. We did it! Director Zhang exclaimed excitedly, his instrument displaying that the rift's energy had fallen to a safe level. You have successfully closed the rift. Lin Chen sighed in relief, his consciousness beginning to fade. Just before losing consciousness, he observed the fragments of the heart of elements merging into his being, and the level indicator on his bracelet began to flicker. The bottleneck at level 99 was loosening, and the door to the divine level was slowly opening. When Lin Chen awoke again, he found himself lying in the medical pod of the base, with Su Mu sleeping by his bedside. The sun outside shone brightly, and the energy shield of the base glimmered softly in the sunlight, the distant laughter of children resonating in the air. He raised his hand to examine his palm. The runes had faded, yet he could distinctly feel the new energy flowing within him, an entirely new power that merged the heart of elements, the power of summoned beasts, and dimensional energy. The level displayed on the bracelet read 99, but there was a new mark, Divine Level Reserve. On the bedside table lay a report left by Director Zhang. The final section of the observer's log indicated that the closure of the dimensional rift triggered a civilization evolution program, heralding a new era of energy for Earth. However, it also contained a warning. The beast god had not relinquished its ambitions, it was gathering strength. And the next opening of the rift would be even more ferocious. Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within him and a deeper connection with the summoned beasts. He knew that peace was merely temporary. New challenges awaited in some corner of the universe. Yet this time, humanity is no longer a passive subject of experimentation, but a civilization that has seized control of its own destiny. Outside the window, a new star quietly emerges in the sky, the sole remnant left behind after the observatory's self-destruction, as if bearing witness to the rebirth of a civilization. Lin Chen understands that their story has only just begun.